As a son-in-law, he endured humiliation and disdain from his mother-in-law. In a desperate bid to care for his ailing father, he was compelled to reveal his true identity. Chapter 1. The Embarrassing Husband. Dear, I desire abalone and lobster, an ID like a bottle of 1982 red wine. Li Feng reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his game, his legs crossed in an ostentatious manner that invited irritation. Su Muqing cast a disdainful glance at Li Feng, her exhaustion palpable after a long day at the office, leaving her with no inclination to engage with him. Her mother, Wang Xiuling, looked at Li Feng with palpable displeasure. Li Feng, you are a capable man with hands and feet. If you lack the ability to earn a living, can't you at least contribute to household chores? Lying around all day is surely causing your limbs to atrophy. Li Feng had grown accustomed to his mother-in-law's scorn. With my handsome and refined appearance, it is your fortune that I have come to your family as a son-in-law. Surely, you cannot treat me like a servant. Li Feng's brazen words only incited further ire in Wang Xiuling. Li Feng, get out. You reside in our house, freeloading and idling away your days. Yet you still aspire to dine on abalone and lobster? You deserve nothing but slop. Wang Xiuling had hoped her daughter would marry into a wealthy family, allowing her to enjoy a life of ease. Instead, her daughter had wed a lazy and impoverished man, igniting Wang Ziyuling's fury. Yet, Li Feng remained utterly unfazed by her tirades. Dear, how about you lend me 20,000 yuan so I can dine out? It would save you the trouble of being annoyed by my presence. Li Feng shamelessly approached Su Muqing, extending his hand. Su Muqing struggled to believe that this shameless and ineffectual man was indeed her husband. Li Feng, my mother is right, you are no man. Our company is facing a financial crisis, and instead of finding a solution, you want to squander 20,000 yuan on meals? Are you even human? Su Muqing glared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Feng remained nonchalant, adopting a careless demeanor. What a miser. It's merely 20,000 yuan. If you refuse to give it, I'll dine out, and if I get caught for eating without paying, you'll have to come bail me out. Faced with Li Feng's obstinate attitude, Su Muqing felt utterly powerless. Fine. Hey, raise 2,000 yuan. Take it or leave it. Su Muqing slammed the money onto the table in frustration. Ha, 2,000 it is. Since you are being so generous, I shall begrudgingly forego the law fight today. With a grin, Li Feng accepted the money and joyfully left the house. Wang Xiuling, unable to tolerate the situation, lamented, Daughter, look at that insufferable face. Tomorrow, you must divorce this good for nothing. You can't waste your life on such a man. Mother, it was my father's dying wish that I marry Li Feng. He left behind a message saying that if I didn't marry him, he would never find peace. After uttering this, Su Muqing embraced her mother, her expression one of deep grievance. Meanwhile, Li Feng wandered outside, his dissatisfaction growing. Logically, he should have been able to ask Su Muqing for 7 or 8,000 yuan for a bottle of wine. Yet, she had only given him 2,000. Could it be that her company was truly struggling financially? Just as he pondered this, a long-awaited call came through. Li Feng, the plan can proceed ahead of schedule. Remember, for the greater good, do not reveal your true identity from the Jingqing Li family to anyone, including Su Muqing. An elderly man's voice resonated on the other end of the line. You old fool, you finally called. Just wait, I'll settle the score with you later for all this pent-up frustration. After hanging up, Li Feng was elated. Now, not only could he afford a bottle of wine at Michelin, he could even buy the establishment if he wished. 20,000 yuan makes me less of a man? Huh. Su Muqing, I'll now offer you 200 million or even 2 billion to resolve your company's financial dilemma and show you what true manhood looks like. After muttering to himself, he attempted to call Su Muqing, but the call did not connect. Not even answering the phone? Such stinginess. Fine, I'll treat myself to a lavish meal at Michelin first, then return home with a few tens of millions in cash to astonish you. The mere thought of Su Muqing's astonishment upon seeing a pile of cash lifted his spirits. As he hummed a tune, Li Feng soon arrived at Michelin's entrance. By chance, he spotted Su Muqing stepping out of a car. Goodness, she lied about the company going bankrupt. Yet here she is dining out. Li Feng sneaked inside like a thief, planning to surprise Su Muqing, only to discover she was attending a class reunion. Su Muqing, how could you not inform us about your marriage? Yes, during college, you and Wu Tianhao were regarded as the golden couple. We all expected you to marry him, yet you ended up with someone else and had a flash wedding. Why haven't you introduced your husband? Wu Tianhao is here, let them compete in front of us to see who excels. Faced with her classmates' probing questions, Su Muqing found herself at a loss for words and could only choose to remain silent, nursing her drink alone. At that moment, a handsome classmate, exuding charisma, approached with a glass in hand. Muqing, are you feeling down? With so many classmates around, why are you drinking alone? Allow me to toast you. Su Muqing looked up to find it was Wu Tianhao, and her cheeks flushed. Previously, Wu Tianhao had confessed his feelings to Su Muqing, and though she had harbored a fondness for him, her heart had been compelled to accept Li Feng due to her father's insistence. Tianhao, I owe you an apology. You'll drink this. Su Muqing downed her glass of red wine in one go. Having drank hastily, combined with the earlier questions that left her dazed, she struggled to maintain her balance. Wu Tianhao took the opportunity to place his hand on her shoulder. His friends, recognizing the situation, immediately began to cheer. Let's have another round. A toast. Yes, a toast. A toast. Li Feng witnessed the entire scene, and his anger boiled over. Although Su Muqing had married him due to her father's wishes, she was still his wife. How dare Wu Tianhao harbor ill intentions towards his wife? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He strode over, shoving Wu Tianhao aside, and pointed angrily at the classmates who had instigated the situation. Enough of this nonsense. All of you, get lost. If Su Muqing had been a bit dazed before, Li Feng's outburst snapped her back to reality. Li Feng, what are you doing here? What's going on? Su Muqing exclaimed in surprise. Dear, I'm here to help you. They're bullying you, especially him, has ulterior motives. Li Feng pointed at Wu Tianhao. Wu Tianhao felt a surge of resentment upon hearing Li Feng call Su Muqing dear. Ah, so this is your husband? He certainly dresses casually. Is he perhaps a performance artist? Wu Tianhao remarked, observing Li Feng's shabby attire with a mocking tone. Hearing Wu Tianhao's comment, the classmates began to notice Li Feng's ridiculous outfit, a white pajama t-shirt and colorful shorts, provoking a flurry of whispers. Oh my, Su Muqing's husband is a loser. A loser is one thing, but to be so rude is another. His character is appalling. Su Muqing must have lost her mind to marry someone like him. Su Muqing had never faced such humiliation and simply wished to flee the scene. Li Feng, let's go. However, Li Feng's thick skin rendered him impervious to their derision. Dear, we're not leaving. Michelin hasn't said one cannot dine in pajamas and shorts. It's these ill-intentioned individuals who should leave, Li Feng declared, pointing at the mocking classmates with indignation. If there had been a hole in the ground, Su Muqing would have gladly hidden herself within it. This was utterly embarrassing. Li Feng had no understanding of what it meant to be humiliated. Chapter 2. The hypocrite do not take offense. We are all friends here. Wu Tianhao feigned kindness, yet he was actually ridiculing Li Feng. Li Feng understood perfectly. Heh. Is it so remarkable to flaunt your wealth just for a meal at a private venue? I will offer 10 times the fee, and you may depart. Su Muqing was taken aback upon hearing Li Feng's willingness to pay tenfold. The standard fee for such exclusivity exceeded 100,000, and given the financial difficulties currently afflicting her company, she could hardly conjure such an amount, let alone Li Feng. Li Feng, wait a moment. Before Su Muqing could finish her thought, Li Feng produced a black card and handed it to the waiter. Su Muqing had never seen this card before and clung to a flicker of hope for a miracle. Her hopes were dashed when the waiter returned, stating, I apologize, sir, but your card has been declined. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, some casting disdainful glances at Li Feng, who appeared to be a mere pretender masquerading as a wealthy man. Su Muqing sighed in disappointment, and Wu Tianhao smirked at the sight. It dawned on Li Feng that he could not reveal his identity as a member of the Li family from the capital, and his original bank card had yet to be reinstated. After sending a text, he remained composed, saying, No worries, someone will come to settle the bill shortly. Wu Tianhao patted Li Feng on the shoulder, condescendingly chuckling. Ah, my friend, there is no need for pretense. Just apologize, and I shall cover the bill. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the costs here. To hell with your false humility. I have always despised hypocrites like you. Li Feng retorted, pushing Wu Tianhao's hand away with such force that the latter stumbled and fell to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos as onlookers could hardly believe that Li Feng not only hurled insults, but also dared to physically confront Wu Tianhao. My heavens! Su Muqing's husband actually laid hands on Wu Tianhao. Indeed, not only is Su Muqing's husband a loser, but he is also a rogue. This was becoming quite the spectacle. As the Wu family was a prominent and powerful clan in the southern city, and Wu Tianhao would not let Li Feng off easily. After hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Su Muqing felt that Li Feng had gone too far. Li Feng, you must apologize to Wu Tianhao immediately. Honey, he insulted me first. How can you expect me to apologize? Besides, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Realizing she could not sway Li Feng, Su Muqing reluctantly turned to Wu Tianhao. I truly apologize, Tianhao. Li Feng. He may have had too much to drink today. As for the gathering expenses, I'll cover it. I simply did not bring enough cash today. I will arrange for a bank transfer in a few days. Upon hearing this, several female classmates began to chatter. Didn't we hear that Su Muqing significantly boosted her company's performance? How could she not manage to gather over 100,000? It seems her husband has squandered all the company funds. I suspect Su Muqing's company is on the verge of bankruptcy, which is why she ended up with such a pauper. At this moment, Wu Tianhao had achieved his goal. Sitting back with a smile, he affected a facade of sincerity. Muqing, money is trivial for me. However, your husband seems rather oblivious. I shall take it upon myself to educate him today. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew tense, as everyone could sense that Wu Tianhao was finally ready to confront Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, casually taking a seat and propping his leg up. Heh, you think you can teach me? You might find you lack the capability. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With a command, Wu Tianhao's companions advanced menacingly toward Li Feng. Su Muqing panicked. Despite her disdain for Li Feng, she could not bear to watch him be assaulted. Wu Tianhao, what do you intend to do? My husband does not need your intervention. Do not worry, Muqing. I will ensure they go easy on him, Wu Tianhao assured. Just as Wu Tianhao's associates were about to strike, a man clad in a black suit burst into the restaurant. Without a word, he swiftly incapacitated Wu Tianhao's henchmen. Wu Tianhao glared at the newcomer. You must be out of your mind to lay hands on someone under my protection in the southern city. Just as Wu Tianhao's ire peaked, a voice rang out from the entrance. What nonsense, Wu Tianhao? In the southern city, I, Lu Hua, fear no one. The mention of Lu Hua's name left the crowd in utter astonishment. The most shocked of all was Wu Tianhao. Lu Hua was the second son of one of the 4 prominent families in the southern city. Wu Tianhao had previously encountered him at social gatherings with his father, and Lu Hua's connections were beyond his reach. Ah, young Master Hua, I was unaware you were present. This was all a misunderstanding, Wu Tianhao stammered awkwardly, forcing a smile. Lu Hua ignored Wu Tianhao completely and approached Li Feng with an apologetic expression. My sincere apologies, brother Li Feng, for my tardiness. How would you like to handle this matter with Wu Tianhao? Upon hearing that one of the 4 prominent family scions was a friend of Su Muqing's husband, the onlookers gaped in disbelief. Su Muqing, in particular, was taken aback. She had been married to Li Feng for nearly a year and had never known he was acquainted with Lu Hua, let alone that they were such close friends. Li Feng, we are all classmates here. Let us put this behind us, Su Muqing suggested, hoping to prevent any further escalation. Understanding her intentions, Li Feng conceded, very well. Considering they're your classmates, but someone must offer an apology. He glanced pointedly at Wu Tianhao. At that moment, Wu Tianhao's face drained of color, feeling utterly humiliated. He had never been so publicly insulted, and while he was unwilling, he knew that Li Feng had Lu Hua backing him. Brother Li Feng, it was all a misunderstanding. We are classmates and friends. I did not truly intend. What brotherhood? I am not your brother. Apologize. Say you are sorry, will you? Li Feng's words stripped Wu Tianhao of any remaining dignity, igniting a furious blaze within him. Was he truly to lose face in front of his classmates? Wu Tianhao shot a resentful glance at Lu Hua, whose resolve was unwavering. Wu Tianhao, apologize to brother Li Feng immediately, or I will have you escorted out. Though Lu Hua was known for his reckless behavior, his family background far surpassed Wu Tianhao's, and with a formidable bodyguard by his side, Wu Tianhao had no choice but to yield. I apologize, he stammered before slinking away with his entourage. Those who had previously mocked Li Feng now sought to ingratiate themselves, but Li Feng paid them no mind, and they left in embarrassment. Brother Li Feng, I have settled the bill for you. I shall not intrude on your time with your wife. Let us meet again for a meal soon. Su Muqing gazed after Lu Hua, her mind swirling with questions. What had started as a pleasant reunion had devolved into such chaos that neither Li Feng nor Su Muqing felt inclined to remain for dinner. Upon returning home, Li Feng was just about to retire to his room for some rest when Su Muqing unexpectedly called out, Li Feng, come to my room for a moment. This unexpected request left Li Feng quite astonished, as during their wedding, Su Muqing had set a firm rule that Li Feng could not enter her bedroom to sleep. My dear wife, is it that my exemplary behavior today has prompted you to consider rewarding me tonight? Chapter 3. Retaliation. Li Feng, be serious. I must ask, how did you come to know Lu Hua? Su Muqing interrogated him. Oh, Lu Hua? We met through gaming, Li Feng replied, casually reclining on Su Muqing's soft bed. Su Muqing, skeptical, raised an eyebrow. You met him through gaming? My dear, why would I deceive you? I am the leader of our guild. And Lu Hua is merely one of my subordinates, he declared, adopting an expression that seemed to plead for her admiration. Su Muqing pondered that perhaps Li Feng was indeed telling the truth. Although Lu Hua was the second son of the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent families in the South City, he was known for being ineffectual and often embroiled in scandals, particularly with local models. It was not entirely implausible that 2 aimless individuals might bond over their shared frivolity. However, given Lu Hua's esteemed family background, how could he possibly associate with someone like Li Feng? Su Muqing found herself perplexed. My dear, it's getting late. You should come to bed, Li Feng urged, patting the pillow and casting a deliberately flirtatious glance at her. It was then that Su Muqing realized Li Feng was actually lying on her bed. Li Feng, you can leave now. Do not forget the stipulations we established during our marriage. Su Muqing still held Li Feng in contempt, believing that even if he knew Lu Hua, it did not alter the fact that he was a ne'er-do-well, and she had a deep aversion to such individuals. Li Feng, feigning ignorance, stretched and yawned. My dear wife, I am quite exhausted. I shall sleep now. Hearing him deliberately snoring, Su Muqing recognized that he was pretending to be asleep, yet she did not want to disturb her mother, Wang Xiaoling, at this late hour. Li Feng, if you wish to sleep here, then I will take the couch, she resolved. As she turned to leave, Li Feng unexpectedly rose from the bed. My dear, do you truly despise me this much? Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback by his earnest question. It was the first time since their marriage that Li Feng had spoken to her with such seriousness. Li Feng, regardless of who you know, you are still a lazy and aimless person. I cannot abide such individuals, Su Muqing stated, her tone grave. Li Feng remained silent for a moment, but as he approached the door, he softly replied, My dear, I will change for you. This statement left Su Muqing both amused and exasperated, yet she felt a flicker of hope within her. The following morning, Li Feng departed early. During breakfast, Su Muqing inquired of her mother, Wang Xiaoling, whether she knew where Li Feng had gone. Wang Xiaoling, with a disdainful expression, replied, What else could he be doing? Probably at an internet CAF gaming with others, claiming there as some guild battle, and complaining about our home internet speed. Su Muqing sighed. Indeed, how could someone like Li Feng possibly change? He would only ever speak empty words. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, she prepared to leave, as she had a crucial contract to sign that afternoon. If successful, it would resolve her company's financial issues. However, upon opening the door, Su Muqing was startled to find Wu Tianhao standing at her doorstep. Wu Tianhao, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, taken aback. Wu Tianhao had been waiting downstairs since early morning, and upon seeing Li Feng leave, he felt a surge of triumph. Muqing, I heard from your mother that you married Li Feng under duress due to your uncle's circumstances. I know you are not happy now. Wu Tianhao, clutching a bouquet of roses, intended to confess his feelings again. After the previous evening's class reunion, Wu Tianhao was eager to find an opportunity to retaliate against Li Feng. When he learned from Wang Xiaoling that Su Muqing and Li Feng were merely married in name without any genuine relationship, he resolved to win Su Muqing back. Dear daughter, Li Feng is unworthy of you. You should divorce him. Tianhao has promised to marry you rightfully and make you the young mistress of the Wu family, Wang Xiaoling advised. After receiving a phone call from Wu Tianhao the previous night, she felt elated, knowing he had long harbored feelings for her daughter. If Su Muqing were to marry into the Wu family, she too would enjoy the benefits. Mother, you must not meddle in my affairs. Su Muqing retorted. Dear, how can I not be concerned about your well-being? I can see that you have long wished to divorce Li Feng. Su Muqing had indeed considered the possibility of rekindling her relationship with Wu Tianhao if she divorced Li Feng. However, after the reunion, her impression of Wu Tianhao had diminished significantly. Mother, since I promised my father to marry Li Feng, I will not divorce him, Su Muqing asserted resolutely. Seeing that she could not persuade her daughter, Wang Xiaoling became frantic. Muqing, today you must divorce Li Feng. Your wretched father never allowed me a good life. And now he is dead yet still haunts us. If you do not agree to divorce Li Feng, I will. I will jump out the window. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoling opened the window and prepared to climb out. Wu Tianhao, witnessing this, quickly grabbed her. Auntie, please, do not act rashly. What will happen to Muqing if you go? I would rather die than see my daughter's life ruined by that scoundrel Li Feng. Su Muqing was dumbfounded, feeling a surge of panic as she pondered what to do. Just then, Li Feng returned home. Upon seeing Li Feng, Wu Tianhao's expression soured. Li Feng, noticing Wang Xiaoling and Wu Tianhao together, immediately grasped the situation. Oh dear mother, what kind of family drama is this? Why invite outsiders to witness? Li Feng teased. Wang Xiaoling, fueled by anger, continued to climb towards the window. Li Feng, I tell you, if you do not divorce my daughter today, I will haunt you even in death. Li Feng had already discerned Wang Xiaoling and Wu Tianhao's theatrics. He approached them, feigning concern. Mother, do not be so hasty. If you die, neither Muqing nor I would gain anything. How about I buy you an accident insurance policy? That way, if you jump, we would receive a substantial inheritance. Wang Xiaoling turned pale at his words, speechless with rage. Li Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind over money? Su Muqing was genuinely concerned for her mother's safety. Seeing that Wang Xiaoling could not sway Su Muqing, Wu Tianhao altered his strategy. Li Feng, do you deserve to be her husband? Muqing's company is on the brink of collapse, and you cannot help her. You might as well divorce her. I will give you 1 million. Wu Tianhao believed that even if Li Feng knew Lu Hua, he was still a penniless loser, which explained why he had become a son-in-law. Furthermore, Wu Tianhao had discovered that Su Muqing's company was facing financial ruin, and Li Feng was powerless to resolve it, thus revealing his lack of capability. Wang Xiaoling shared the sentiment that a man like Li Feng would surely be tempted by money. Li Feng, being a son-in-law is such a humiliation for you. You have to ask my daughter for pocket money every day, and are looked down upon by us. Why not take that million and enjoy life? Li Feng found their suggestions amusing. Indeed, it was rare to encounter a mother-in-law urging her son-in-law to divorce. You make a compelling argument, but I promised my father-in-law that I would not divorce. However, if Su Muqing truly wishes to part ways, I cannot refuse. Li Feng intentionally mentioned his father-in-law. Wang Xiaoling sensed Li Feng's wavering stance and breathed a sigh of relief. Daughter, did you hear that? Li Feng finally agreed to divorce you. Hurry and take the household registration book to finalize it. After Wang Xiaoling excitedly conveyed this message, she rushed to find the household registration book. However, when she handed it to Su Muqing declined to accept it. Wu Tianhao, filled with resentment, exclaimed, Muqing, what are you still hesitating for? This penniless fellow is utterly unworthy of you. Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and he can do nothing to help. If you choose me, I will immediately provide you with ample funding. Yes, my daughter, I implore you not to make a foolish decision. Li Feng cannot bring you happiness. If you miss this opportunity today, you will regret it for a lifetime. Wang Xiaoling urged anxiously. Chapter 4. The security guard's contempt. Su Muqing looked at her mother, perplexed. Mom, regardless of Li Feng's shortcomings, he is still your son-in-law. Why do you always side with outsiders? Wu Tianhao, undeterred by Su Muqing's words, pulled out a bank card from his wallet and placed it on the table. Muqing, this card contains 3 million. If you agree to divorce Li Feng, this money is yours, and your company will be saved from bankruptcy. Su Muqing felt no gratitude towards Wu Tianhao. Instead, she shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, she realized that living a lifetime with someone as unambitious as Li Feng was far preferable to being with a manipulative person like Wu Tianhao. Wu Tianhao, leave. I will not divorce Li Feng, nor will I accept your money, she stated resolutely. Wu Tianhao, agitated, asked, why not? Su Muqing, think carefully. If you choose this loser Li Feng, your life will be ruined. With a cold scoff, Su Muqing replied, even so, it is none of your concern. At that moment, Li Feng picked up the bank card from the table. Wu Tianhao, thinking Li Feng had finally succumbed to the allure of money, smiled slightly. However, to his astonishment, Li Feng snapped the card in half and hurled it forcefully at Wu Tianhao's face. You scoundrel Wu Tianhao, how dare you insult my wife with mere millions? Although Li Feng's actions were somewhat excessive, Su Muqing felt a surge of relief. Wu Tianhao clenched his fists, ready to confront Li Feng. Not one to back down, Li Feng grabbed a chair. Fearing a serious confrontation, Su Muqing quickly intervened. Wu Tianhao, the situation is clear. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Wu Tianhao, with a cold smirk, warned, just wait. After he left, Su Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a soft sigh, she sank onto the sofa. Noticing Su Muqing's fatigue, Li Feng eagerly offered to massage her legs, but she declined. He leaned closer, prideful. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have made that scoundrel Wu Tianhao regret it. Su Muqing shot him a disapproving look and scolded, Li Feng, has your guild war ended so soon? You claimed you would change for me, yet you are a liar. Angered, she stood and stormed out. Li Feng hurried to follow her, eager to explain. Wang Xiaoling watched their retreating figures, bewildered. she realized that her dreams had been utterly shattered. Outside the community, before Li Feng could speak, Su Muqing drove off to her company. Unable to catch a ride, he reluctantly rode his electric scooter behind her. Su Muqing deliberately chose not to let him in the car, as she had an important contract to sign, fearing that bringing Li Feng along might lead to unforeseen complications. Li Feng, unwilling to be left behind, trailed her in vain, quickly losing sight of her vehicle. Sighing, he thought he needed to buy a car soon. After a moment of contemplation, he navigated to Su Muqing's company, realizing it was not far. He decided to ride his scooter there. Earlier, he had intended to explain to Su Muqing that he had not been playing games all morning, but had been checking to see if his bank card was activated. Given Su Muqing's company was in dire need of funds, he had applied for 10 million RMB from his family the night before, which had just been deposited. After a short ride, Li Feng arrived at Su Muqing's company. Having been married for nearly a year, this was his first visit. As he approached, a security guard blocked his path. "Are you here for an interview?" the guard asked coldly. "What interview?" "I'm here to see Su Muqing," Li Feng replied casually. Upon hearing that Li Feng was there to see his boss, the guard scrutinized him from head to toe. Noticing his disheveled appearance, the guard immediately concluded that this loser was not there for any business collaboration. "What do you want with our general manager, Su?" the guard asked suspiciously. "Why do I need a reason to see my own wife?" Li Feng retorted, irritated. The guard laughed heartily. "You claim to be our general manager's husband?" Seeing the guard's incredulous expression, Li Feng surmised that given Su Muqing's apparent disdain for him, her employees likely did not know his name. "If you don't believe me, go ask your general manager Su yourself. Just ask her if I, Li Feng, am her husband," he challenged. Li Feng anticipated the guard would go inside to inquire or call to verify, but instead, the guard attempted to force him out. "Get lost. You think you can come here and chase after our Su general manager like some big shot? Take a good look at yourself." The guard's rude words infuriated Li Feng, who almost retaliated. However, when he heard the guard mention that many big company leaders pursued Su Muqing, he decided to hold back and inquire further. "Actually, I am here to discuss a collaboration with Su Muqing to bring funding to your company. You mentioned many company leaders are after Su Muqing?" Li Feng probed. With a smug expression, the guard replied, "Of course. Our Su general is beautiful and has a great figure, plus she is single. Every day, many come to our company with gifts, but someone like you should just forget it." Li Feng was taken aback. It seemed the employees at Su Muqing's company were entirely unaware of her marital status. However, he couldn't blame her, as he had never visited the company before. "I don't have time to waste with you. I really am Su Muqing's husband. Look, here is our wedding photo," Li Feng said, pulling out a wedding photo from his wallet to show the guard. The guard was stunned to see that his boss really had a wedding photo with this seemingly unremarkable man. While the guard was momentarily dazed, Li Feng seized the opportunity to slip inside. "Hey, stop right there. That photo must be digitally altered." The guard realized something was off. Everyone in the company knew that Su Muqing was not married, and he quickly chased after Li Feng. Inside the company, Li Feng spotted Su Muqing's office and rushed toward it. Su Muqing was waiting for the project manager from Jinlong Company to discuss a collaboration when, unexpectedly, Li Feng burst in. "Wife, I finally found you. Your security guard wants to beat me up," Li Feng exclaimed, collapsing into a chair, panting heavily. With a look of disdain, Su Muqing prepared to criticize Li Feng, but just then, the security guard stormed in with a stun baton. "Su General, this guy actually dared to impersonate your husband. He barged into your office without causing you any trouble, right?" the guard panted. After listening to the guard, Su Muqing responded with a curt, "All right, I understand. You can return to your duties." "Understood," the guard replied, but sensing something was off, he pointed angrily at Li Feng. "Su General, should I give this guy a beating and throw him out?" Li Feng chuckled. "My dear wife, the security at your company is quite intimidating. They actually threatened to beat me." He feigned distress, clutching Su Muqing's thigh with both hands. Not wanting to lose her temper in front of others, Su Muqing admonished, "Li Feng, what have you done? Remove your hands immediately." The security guard, witnessing the scene, was ready to strike Li Feng with his electric baton, but Su Muqing intervened just in time. "It's all right here. I know this person. You may return to your duties," she instructed the guard. The guard, bewildered, thought, could this man truly be Mr. Su's husband, or perhaps just a kept lover? "Hey, if you're not going to hit me, you should leave quickly. Are you hoping to catch a glimpse of our affectionate moments?" Li Feng remarked provocatively. The guard, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly bowed and repeatedly apologized before exiting. "Li Feng, Release me immediately. And what are you doing here at the company? Su Muqing questioned sternly. Once he let go, Li Feng settled into a chair, crossing his legs casually. My dear, your company is essentially my company as well. I've decided to accompany you to work every day to help manage the affairs, or else you'll keep saying I'm idle, he declared. Amused, Su Muqing replied, You wish to manage the company? That is quite generous of you. How about you start as a security guard at the entrance? What? You want me to be a guard? That is preposterous. I'm the man of the house here. Li Feng protested. Su Muqing shot him a disdainful glance. If you want to be a guard, then what can you do? I have important matters to attend to today. Please don't bother me at work. Seeing Su Muqing's irritation, he reluctantly agreed, fearing she might dismiss him. After changing into a security uniform, Li Feng took his post at the entrance. The other guard, astonished to see Li Feng in uniform, wondered, What is going on? Isn't this guy Mr. Su's husband or something? Why is he now a guard like me? Seeing the guard's confusion, Li Feng patted him on the shoulder, saying, From today onward, I am your captain. Gather all the security personnel. I have some words to share with them. The guard, not daring to offend Li Feng, realized that even as a security guard, Li Feng had an influential connection. Captain, you can address us right here. We only have 2 guards in this company. The guard replied. Li Feng was taken aback. Wait, are you saying it's just the 2 of us? The guard nodded eagerly. Exactly. Captain, you must be Mr. Su's lover. I admire your type of person. Living off a woman requires skill, especially when it's someone like Mr. Su. It's enviable. Initially, Li Feng thought the guard was trying to provoke him, but then he reconsidered. If the guard believed he was Mr. Su's lover, so be it. It would be quite embarrassing if the employees knew he was Mr. Su's husband, yet worked as a guard. Listen, living off a woman requires not just skill but also looks. Someone like you shouldn't even dream of it. Just focus on being a good guard, he retorted. Just as Li Feng was reveling in his thoughts, a sharply dressed man carrying a briefcase approached. Now that's what I call handsome. That's Manager Zhou from Jianlong Company. He has come to negotiate with Mr. Su several times and probably has ulterior motives, the guard whispered to Li Feng. Alarmed, Li Feng exclaimed, What? This is serious. I need to intervene. If he dares to make a move, I'll slap him. The guard quickly restrained him. What are you thinking? Manager Zhou is here to bring gifts to Mr. Su. I heard our company is having financial issues. If you ruin this deal, the company might go bankrupt and I would lose my job, which would be detrimental for both of us. Li Feng disagreed with the guard's reasoning, yet he feared that intervening might lead to Su Muqing's ire. Ultimately, he retreated to the surveillance room. There, he saw Su Muqing seated in the conference room awaiting someone. Shortly thereafter, Manager Zhou entered. After a polite greeting, Su Muqing began a PowerPoint presentation introducing her proposals. Relaxed, Li Feng observed, realizing that Manager Zhou was indeed there for business. However, as he settled in to continue watching, he noticed that after a brief exchange, Su Muqing and Manager Zhou left the conference room. Once they entered her office, Li Feng lost sight of them on the monitor, which failed to capture the interior of Su Muqing's office. This caused him great anxiety, wondering why they had left the conference room for the office. Recalling the guard's words, he felt compelled to act. To ensure Su Muqing's safety, he rushed to her office. Inside, Su Muqing, holding a contract, inquired with some confusion, Manager Zhou, you just mentioned this contract could only be signed in my office. I don't understand why, but since we're here now, can you sign it? Manager Zhou smiled. Let me be honest, Ms. Su. The proposal you just presented has a lower quote from Tianwu Company, and they promised immediate delivery without requiring a deposit. Upon hearing Tianwu Company, Su Muqing's heart sank. She suspected that Wu Tianhao, the owner of Tianwu, was retaliating against her. According to industry standards, suppliers must receive a 20% deposit from real estate companies, and Wu Tianhao's willingness to bypass this rule only confirmed his unscrupulous nature. Zhou, if you intend to sign with Wu Tianhao from Tianwu Company, why did you feign interest in discussing a contract with me? Su Muqing questioned, visibly irritated. Zhou, grinning wickedly, patted her shoulder. Ms. Su, don't be in such a rush. This contract is one our President Liu personally negotiated. Blaming me won't help. While I can't sign this Jianlong contract, I've been in this industry for 7 or 8 years, and I have plenty of resources. If you're willing, I can easily bring some business your way. Elated at the prospect of Zhou Ming's projects, Su Muqing invited him to sit down. Manager Zhou, to be frank, I desperately need to collaborate with Jianlong due to some financial issues. There may have been a misunderstanding, but I can't partner with them now. If you could introduce me to other companies, I would be immensely grateful and offer you a 10% commission. Zhou Ming, thrilled at the mention of a commission, was more interested in other gains. Ms. Su, given our relationship, I'm indifferent to the commission amount, but I do expect something in return, he said, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Oblivious to Zhou Ming's ulterior motives, Su Muqing, excited that he agreed to her proposal, eagerly extended her hand for a handshake. Zhou Ming, seizing the opportunity, held on to her hand longer than necessary. Manager Zhou, what projects do you plan to introduce to me? This moment, Su Muqing had discerned that Zhou Ming's behavior was rather peculiar. When she noticed he refused to release her hand, she had no choice but to forcibly retract it. Zhou Ming did not respond but instead moved to the office door and locked it. Su Muqing, observing Zhou Ming's strange actions and recalling his reluctance to discuss matters in the conference room, felt a rising sense of unease. Manager Zhou, why have you locked the door? She inquired. Zhou Ming, sensing her growing suspicion, chuckled. I merely locked the door to prevent any interruptions while we discuss our collaboration. Although Su Muqing found his locking of the door odd, she reasoned that being in her own company's office meant he would not dare act upon any dubious intentions. Now, you may share the details of this collaboration. However, I must clarify that our company strictly adheres to industry regulations. I, Su Muqing, will not engage in any arrangement that involves shipping goods without a deposit. She suspected that Zhou Ming might propose some illicit dealings, thus she asserted her position. Rest assured, I have a friend in real estate who can facilitate some orders from you. While it may not lead to substantial profits for your company, it could certainly help you navigate through this financial crisis. Really? No commission and no other conditions? Su Muqing probed cautiously. Zhou Ming, sensing it was time to make his move, finally spoke. Su Muqing, as I mentioned earlier, I can forego any commission for this transaction, but... His sentence trailed off as he gazed at Su Muqing with an unsettling grin, and she seemed to grasp his implications. But what? Su Muqing frowned. But I do expect you, General Manager Su, to reward me handsomely and engage in some deeper exchanges. Zhou Ming's intentions were unmistakable, and Su Muqing understood all too well. You shameless scoundrel. Get out immediately, she shouted, pointing at him in fury. Anticipating her refusal, Zhou Ming calmly approached her with outstretched arms. Su Muqing, I've done my research on your office. There are no surveillance cameras, and it's well soundproofed. If I were to enact my desires here, no one outside would ever know. With that, he lunged towards her. Chapter 6, A Lesson for the Villain. Fortunately, Su Muqing managed to dodge Zhou Ming just in time and shouted for help. Yet, her cries were inaudible to anyone outside, only further inciting Zhou Ming's predatory instincts. Haha, Su Muqing, scream all you want. No one can hear you. And the more you yell, the more excited I become. Zhou Ming laughed maniacally and charged at her again. Su Muqing, evading him once more, hastily reached for her phone to call for assistance. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming withdrew his belt and struck at her hands. The pain forced a scream from Su Muqing as her phone clattered to the ground. Before she could bend down to retrieve it, Zhou Ming aimed to strike her again, prompting her to evade once more. Haha, Su Muqing, you better cooperate and behave like a little lamb, or you'll find yourself suffering. Zhou Ming taunted, swinging the belt with a lewd grin. Furious, Su Muqing retorted, Zhou Ming, you pervert. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you pay. Seeing that Su Muqing was unyielding, Zhou Ming prepared to strike her face with the belt. Just then, the office door was burst open with a loud crash. You scoundrel! Stop this at once. Li Feng growled, upon witnessing the sorrowful expression on Su Muqing's face. Li Feng consoled her, saying, My dear, rest assured. Although Zhou Ming is associated with the Liu family, one of the 4 prominent families in Nan City, I am acquainted with Liu Hua, the second son of the Liu family. Liu Chang will certainly not assist Zhou Ming in seeking revenge against me. Su Muqing replied that she was not particularly afraid of Zhou Ming's retaliation, as we now live in a society governed by law. Li Feng, perplexed, pressed her for the reason behind her distress. Su Muqing explained that she initially believed she could secure a partnership with Zhou Ming, as collaborating with Jianlong Company would stabilize the company's financial situation. However, she did not anticipate that Wu Tianhao would disrupt her plans, and she nearly fell victim to Zhou Ming's bullying. Upon realizing that Wu Tianhao was the culprit, Li Feng silently resolved to deal with this hypocrite. Yet, he could not fathom why, given Su Muqing's capabilities, the company's financial chain would falter. My love, hasn't Tianjin Su Company been operating smoothly? How could there suddenly be a financial issue? He inquired, bewildered. Su Muqing recalled that if Li Feng had not rushed in, She would have been bullied by that perverse Zhou Ming. Grateful for Li Feng's intervention, she found herself less resentful towards him and decided to reveal the reason for her troubles. Li Feng, the matter is quite complex. The reason Jiansu Company's financial chain has encountered problems is that I incurred substantial losses on a project, and the transportation of materials for that project was overseen by my cousin, Su Mingzhu. Listening to her, Li Feng expressed his frustration. My dear, we have been married for nearly a year, and apart from your parents, I have yet to meet any of your relatives. Who is this Su Mingzhu? Could she be sabotaging us? Su Muqing began to harbor doubts as well. If someone were indeed intent on causing harm, her cousin Su Mingzhu would be the prime suspect. Li Feng, tonight is my grandfather's 80th birthday. According to family tradition, you must accompany me to the celebration. I had not intended to go, as none of the Su family showed up for our wedding, but I must return to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I cannot allow the company to truly go bankrupt. Seeing the determination in Su Muqing's voice, Li Feng initially intended to offer her the 10 million he had, which could alleviate the company's financial troubles. However, he hesitated, knowing she would likely question the source of such funds, and he doubted she would believe him if he claimed it was from a lottery win. While Li Feng grappled with how to present this money to Su Muqing, she handed him a bank card. Li Feng, this card contains 50,000 yuan. Please purchase a piece of jade as a gift for my grandfather's birthday, Su Muqing instructed, presenting the card from her bag. Li Feng surmised that since her grandfather had not attended their wedding, Su Muqing lacked the desire to personally select a gift. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care, he assured her as he accepted the card and set off for the nearby jewelry store as per her directions. Initially, Li Feng intended to drive Su Muqing's car to the store, but she advised against it, explaining that the store was nearby and driving would only result in traffic congestion. Thus, he opted to ride an electric scooter instead, presenting a rather unrefined image in his security uniform. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, Li Feng was about to park when a female employee at the entrance, visibly upset, shouted at him, "You security guard, how can you be so inconsiderate? No parking here." Confused, Li Feng replied, "I'm not blocking anyone's way. Why can't I park here?" After confirming that his parking would not obstruct anyone, he ignored the employee and confidently strode into the store. The employee, however, yanked on the back of his shirt, preventing him from entering. "What are you doing?" Li Feng turned, irritation evident in his gaze. The employee pointed at his scooter, indignantly declaring, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Parking that piece of junk at our store's entrance diminishes our establishment's prestige. How are we supposed to conduct business?" Realizing that the issue was not about parking regulations, but rather the employee's disdain for him, Li Feng retorted, "Isn't the purpose of your store to conduct business? If customers can't park at the entrance, how will they buy anything?" Typically, Li Feng would have lost his temper, but since this was the first time Su Muqing had asked for his help with a gift, he chose to reason with the employee instead. However, the employee scoffed. "Our store is the most renowned jewelry shop in Nan City. Every item here is worth no less than several thousand yuan. Do you really think someone riding an electric scooter can afford our merchandise?" Li Feng considered her words and realized there was some truth to her reasoning. Most customers likely arrived in luxury vehicles. Yet, he reminded himself that he was indeed there to purchase a gift on his scooter. "I live nearby, so I didn't come in a BMW. I'll be in and out in 10 minutes. Surely that's acceptable?" he proposed, attempting to negotiate. The employee, seeing through his facade, derisively replied, "With your meager salary as a security guard, do you think you can afford a BMW? Take a good look at yourself." Li Feng, who had initially tried to remain calm, felt his patience wearing thin under her condescension. "Let go of me, you lowly creature," he exclaimed, shaking off her grasp and continuing into the store. Enraged, the employee seized him again, declaring, "You ruffian, how dare you insult me? I want to let you off today." Li Feng was taken aback by her persistence, resembling a petulant child. "Let go of me, or I will not hesitate to retaliate," he warned. Just then, the store manager emerged, buying. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you wrestling with a security guard at the entrance?" She reprimanded her employee. Relieved at the manager's arrival, Li Feng thought he might finally escape this ordeal. However, before he could speak, the employee hastily informed the manager, "Sister, this guard just insulted and attacked me." Realizing the employee was related to the manager, Li Feng understood why she felt emboldened. "Ah, so that's why a mere employee would dare offend a customer," he thought. The manager, recognizing the situation, stated firmly, "Indeed, she is my sister. However, if she dares to offend our customers, I will not hesitate to discipline her." After a careful assessment of Li Feng, The manager, in her professional judgment, concluded that someone dressed like him would not typically be her customer. Li Feng, on the other hand, took a moment to observe the manager. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and fair-skinned, possessing an undeniable beauty. "I am here as a customer to purchase something from your esteemed store. As the saying goes, the customer is king. Yet your inconsiderate sister refused to let me park and barred my entry. Is this how your store treats its patrons?" Believing the manager to be reasonable, Li Feng recounted the events that had transpired. The manager, upon hearing his account, recognized that the fault lay with her sister. "Buying. How have I advised you to treat our customers? Even if customers do not make a purchase, one must patiently introduce the products. How could you possibly hold onto a customer's clothing and prevent them from entering? This month's bonus has been deducted." The female store manager, looking at her sister with frustration, addressed the employee by ing. Upon hearing that her bonus had been deducted by several hundred yuan, she indignantly pointed at Li Feng, exclaiming, "Sister, he is not a customer. What kind of customer comes to shop in a security uniform? Moreover, he even wants to park a dilapidated electric scooter in front of our jewelry store, maliciously damaging our store's image. I suspect he has been sent by another jewelry store to create trouble." The store manager furrowed her brow at the thought that Li Feng might be a saboteur sent from a rival store. Just last month, a customer had pretended to return an item as a pretext for causing havoc, which was later discovered to be the work of a competing store. "Sister, call the police. I cannot let this security guard assault me without consequences, and we cannot continue to be bullied by other jewelry stores." Buying urged her sister while still gripping Li Feng. Li Feng found the situation amusing. He had nothing to hide and was unperturbed by the prospect of the police being called. However, he had no desire or time to explain himself to law enforcement. "I will count to 3, and if you do not let go, I will take action." Li Feng's patience was wearing thin. He had not anticipated encountering such nonsense while out to buy a gift. After a moment of hesitation, the store manager concluded that even if her sister was correct, they lacked the evidence to prove Li Feng was there to cause trouble. They could not simply assume that because he was a security guard wanting to park his scooter outside the store, the police would take their word. Furthermore, she had not witnessed any harm done to her sister by this guard. "All right, Bai Ying, release him. We have no evidence to substantiate that he is here to cause damage, although he certainly appears suspicious. From now on, I will keep an eye on him, and if he dares to create any trouble in the store, we will report him immediately." The store manager spoke with newfound confidence. Li Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable with the store manager's words. He had initially thought her to be a reasonable person, but now he sensed her growing suspicion towards him. Passers-by outside the jewelry store began to speculate that something was amiss, many stopping to record videos. Fearing that her store's reputation might suffer further, the manager extended her right hand to Li Feng, saying, "Sir, if you are here to purchase something, please feel free to look inside." The manager's gesture was an attempt to discourage Li Feng, believing that if he were truly intent on causing trouble, he would leave. Did she really expect him to spend thousands of yuan on jewelry? "Ha, you wouldn't let me in before, and now you're so eager to invite me in?" Li Feng scoffed. "I suspect you lack the funds to make a purchase. Did you not claim to drive a BMW and come here to shop? You are either here to cause mischief or merely a penniless fool who has never seen the world." Buying sneered. Chapter 8. Driven to tears initially, Li Feng had considered visiting another jewelry store, as there were many in South City. However, given Bai Ying's disdainful attitude and her incessant belittling, he felt it was necessary to respond in kind, treating her as she deserved. "Of course, I am here to shop. It was merely that a dog was blocking my path earlier, and now that the dog has finally moved aside, I can assess what valuable items your humble store has to offer." With that, he strode confidently into the jewelry store. Bai Ying was infuriated, her teeth grinding. If her sister had not been present, she would have lunged at this insufferable security guard. Trying to mask her anger, she forced a smile and began to introduce the products to Li Feng. "So, you wish to purchase some gold or perhaps some jewelry? Our store has very few items priced under 50,000 yuan. If you feel our selection does not match your stature, you can turn right at the exit and find plenty of toys for a few hundred yuan under the overpass. I believe they would suit your taste perfectly." Although Bai Ying's tone seemed polite, her words dripped with sarcasm. The store manager, Bai Shui, continually signaled her sister to refrain from such excessive remarks. But Bai Ying insisted, "It's fine. I will provoke this security guard into leaving." Observing that the store was empty and other employees were on break, Bai Shui reluctantly accepted Bai Ying's behavior, hoping that Li Feng would retreat soon. She genuinely feared he might cause chaos in the store. Hearing Bai Ying's biting remarks, Li Feng felt compelled to retaliate. Why do you keep a pet in your store? Hurry and take the barking dog away so I can shop in peace. Bai Ying, unable to contain herself any longer, exploded. Who are you calling a dog, you pathetic loser? If you can't afford to buy anything, stop pretending and get out. Seeing her sister about to confront the security guard, Bai Shui quickly intervened, pulling Bai Ying back. Bai Ying, stop insulting him. You need not introduce our products. I can handle it myself. After reprimanding her sister, she turned back to Li Feng and asked, would you like me to recommend something? Or will you browse on your own? Bai Shui was aware that this security guard was unlikely to make a purchase, nor did he possess the means to do so. So her tone was not as cordial as it would have been with other customers. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have plenty of gold and jade at home. I can assess the items myself. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Bai Ying scoffed, of course. You wouldn't want a recommendation. You can't afford anything here. A loser like you will never be able to buy anything worthwhile. Li Feng, suppressing his anger, chose to remain silent, determined to select a gift and later confront this insufferable employee. Bai Ying mistakenly interpreted his silence as a sign of retreat. Fearing he would leave without giving her a chance for revenge, she derided him again. Losers will always be losers. You'll never be able to purchase anything. If you can afford our items, I will kneel and apologize. After making this declaration, she noticed that Li Feng remained unresponsive and was about to step forward to further chastise him when he suddenly pointed at a piece of jade and exclaimed, "Ah, this jade is quite exquisite. I will take this." Bai Ying was taken aback by Li Feng's intention to buy. When she realized he was referring to the store's most expensive piece of jade, the Nanshan jade, she doubled over in laughter. You wish to buy this piece of jade? If you can afford it, not only will I kneel and apologize, I will even call you father. She chortled. Bai Shui, upon hearing Li Feng's choice, expressed disbelief. Sir, if you genuinely want to buy something, consider a different jade piece. This one is the most expensive in our store. Even an average wealthy person cannot casually purchase it. Li Feng declined Bai Shui's suggestion, firmly stating he wanted this particular piece of jade. At that moment, Bai Ying's laughter ceased. She walked to the door and opened it, pointing at Li Feng. Sister, do you think this pathetic security guard can afford anything else? Honestly, I am no longer angry. Why should I waste my energy on someone so foolish? Bai Ying's words grew increasingly cruel, but at that moment, Li Feng could not be bothered to retaliate with insults. What S500,000? It's not exorbitant. Let us swipe the card. Li Feng approached Bai Shui and handed her a black bank card. Bai Shui had never seen a black bank card before, and she began to suspect her sister's earlier claims. Perhaps this security guard truly was not quite right in the head. Sister, he has given you a card. Hurry and process it. If the balance shows insufficient funds or indicates that this is not a valid bank card, you should quickly call a mental health facility to retrieve this patient. Bai Ying laughed so hard she was nearly in tears. Li Feng, however, chuckled coldly. Heh, if the payment is confirmed later, someone will have to kneel and call me daddy, right? Bai Ying, with an air of defiance, approached Li Feng and glared fiercely, declaring, if you can truly afford it, I will kneel and bow to you. But if you cannot afford it, you must kneel and repeatedly declare that you are a loser. As soon as Bai Ying finished her words, Bai Shui, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, What? The payment, it's successful. Though her voice was soft and somewhat stuttered, it startled Bai Ying. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? That is impossible. Bai Ying, in disbelief, rushed over to check, initially suspecting her sister had misjudged. However, upon witnessing the successful payment with her own eyes, she was left utterly astounded and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing her sister overwhelmed, Bai Shui hurriedly helped her up. Sister, what is wrong? Speak to me. Don't scare me. At that moment, the complexion of Bai Ying, the jewelry store employee, turned pale. She could not fathom how a mere security guard could afford a 5 million yuan jade artifact. Gazing at Li Feng, a security guard who appeared quite presentable, she felt deep regret. She lamented her superficial judgments, having ridiculed her own dreams of a Cinderella-like romance. Now, when the Prince Charming disguised as a penniless boy stood before her, she failed to seize the opportunity, foolishly mistaking him for an actual loser. The more she pondered, the more despair engulfed her, leading her to weep against her sister. Sister, I am so unfortunate. Bai Shui, realizing her sister's distress stemmed from the security guard, felt sympathetic, stating, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Afterward, she took Bai Ying to the staff room for comfort. Li Feng, witnessing Bai Ying's tears, felt his own anger dissipate. Although he had spent 5 million and wasted some time, He deemed it worthwhile to ensure Su Muqing would not be looked down upon during her grandfather's 80th birthday celebration. With the beautifully packaged jade in hand, he set off on his donkey to find Su Muqing. Upon seeing Li Feng bearing a delicate gift box, Su Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over her and refrained from inquiring about his purchase at the jewelry store. Li Feng, please change out of that security uniform before we arrive at my grandfather's. I don't want others to gossip. And once we're there, keep your comments to yourself. If anything arises, consult me privately, she instructed. Li Feng understood her intentions. She was concerned about maintaining her dignity in front of her grandfather. After changing clothes, Su Muqing drove Li Feng to her grandfather's residence. After about half an hour, they arrived. Upon exiting the car, Su Muqing reminded him once more to refrain from speaking out of turn. Surprised by her anxiety, Li Feng promised and discreetly sent a text message, resolutely deciding to ensure Su Muqing shone brightly and earned the admiration of her relatives in the Su family. As they entered the yard, most of Su Muqing's relatives had already gathered. Among them, a woman in a pink dress stood out with her vivacious demeanor. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. Look at this security guard, shamelessly stealing in broad daylight at the jewelry store, only to be caught and humiliated. This was Su Muqing's cousin, Su Mingzhu. Coincidentally, Su Muqing sought out Su Mingzhu, approaching her with a greeting. Mingzhu, what are you so happy about? Surprised by Su Muqing's presence, Su Mingzhu hastily concealed her phone and retorted, Su Muqing, why are you here? Su Muqing found the abrupt shift in Su Mingzhu's demeanor rather puzzling. Previously, when seeking Su Muqing's assistance with her father's company materials, Su Mingzhu had been overly flattering. Now, however, her attitude had turned cold. The surrounding relatives were equally taken aback by Su Muqing's arrival, watching her with keen interest. Some whispered disparaging remarks about her audacity to show up. Su Muqing was well aware of their thoughts. When she had sent out invitations for her wedding, none had attended, citing her grandfather's disapproval of the union. Recognizing the brewing tension, Li Feng prepared to speak on Su Muqing's behalf. Just then, Su Mingzhu's father, Su Changde, approached with a grin. Muqing, I heard you made quite a profit using materials from our company recently. Your uncle gave you the lowest price. I didn't make much off it. But as the saying goes, good fortune should not be wasted on outsiders. Su Muqing found this amusing, as she had hardly utilized materials from Su Changde's company while assisting Su Mingzhu. She had even procured the best possible deal for her cousin. Yet Su Changde seemed to believe she had pocketed significant kickbacks. Uncle, regarding the materials from your company, I must inquire about something. The materials Su Mingzhu presented to me were fine, but why did issues arise when they reached the construction site? Due to your subpar materials? My partner's timeline was disrupted, costing me over 10 million, Su Muqing stated plainly. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers turned their attention to Su Changde and Su Mingzhu. Murmuring amongst themselves, Su Mingzhu, incensed, retorted, Su Muqing, you admitted the materials were fine at first. You cannot shift the blame onto us for your own mistakes. Her attitude was exceedingly ungracious. Initially, Su Muqing had merely suspected Su Mingzhu of tampering with the materials, but now, her demeanor left no doubt in Su Muqing's mind that Su Mingzhu was indeed behind the sabotage. She had likely shown Su Muqing the acceptable materials while substituting the defective ones for the actual delivery to the site. Regrettably, Su Muqing lamented not having seen through Su Mingzhu's scheme earlier, resulting in substantial losses for her company. It was not entirely her fault. Had it not been for a text and a red envelope sent by Su Mingzhu during her wedding, Su Muqing would never have trusted her so completely. Enough, Mingzhu. Today is your grandfather's auspicious 80th birthday. Let us not mar the occasion with discord. I assure you, my uncle can vouch that there is no way my company's materials could be faulty, Su Changde interjected, wishing to maintain his dignity in front of the relatives. Moreover, he had his suspicions. The numerous inferior materials from his company had been suspiciously handled by his daughter, Su Mingzhu. He silently expressed gratitude that Su Muqing's company had not discovered the issue immediately during construction, or he would have faced severe repercussions. He shot a meaningful glance at Su Mingzhu, signaling her to cease the dispute with Su Muqing, before leading her into the main hall. Su Muqing understood that it was futile to seek compensation from Su Mingzhu and Su Changde, for they had never formalized a contract due to their familial ties. In the main hall, Su Muqing's grandfather, the venerable Su Laote, sat at the head of the table, radiating vitality and joy as he welcomed the congratulations of relatives and friends. At that moment, Su Changde and his daughter, Su Mingzhu, approached. Father, I wish you longevity surpassing the southern mountains and fortune as vast as the eastern seas. Mingzhu, kneel and pay your respects to your grandfather, Su Changde proclaimed. After his well wishes, he nudged Su Mingzhu. Kneeling briefly to pay homage to Su Laote, Su Mingzhu presented him with a gift, stating, I wish you endless longevity, grandfather. This is a carefully selected gift from your granddaughter. Su Mingzhu handed a beautifully wrapped box to the steward. Upon opening it, the steward exclaimed in astonishment, Miss Mingzhu has gifted a 1,000-year-old ginseng. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A 1,000-year-old ginseng? How incredibly valuable. Su Changde and Su Muqing, this father-daughter duo, seem quite willing to spend lavishly on Su Laote, don't they? Indeed, this millennium ginseng must be worth at least 2 to 3 million, wouldn't it? As Su Changde overheard the praises from relatives and friends, he secretly rejoiced. If he could make the old gentleman happy, he was certain that the request he would present tonight would be readily accepted. It was astute of Mingzhu to consider this. If they could secure that piece of land from the old man, what significance did a millennium ginseng hold? Although the Su family was not a prominent aristocratic clan, they possessed a modest estate in Nanxing. Su Muqing's grandfather was also a man who valued reputation. Witnessing the filial piety of his son and granddaughter, and the respect he garnered from relatives and friends, he felt immense joy. Ah, my dear son and granddaughter, I am aware of your devotion, yet there is no need to spend such a fortune on this ginseng, Su Laote said, stroking his beard with a beaming smile. After receiving praise from her grandfather, Su Mingzhu beamed with pride and declared, Grandpa, this millennium ginseng was originally priced at 5 to 6 million, but I have a very good friend abroad who specializes in collecting ginseng. This specimen was brought back for just over 2 million. Su Mingzhu's words were filled with triumph, prompting Su Laote to enthusiastically commend her. Haha, my granddaughter not only possesses filial piety but also remarkable connections. Her future in business is undoubtedly bright. Relatives and friends of the Su family also acknowledged Su Mingzhu's excellence, with several inquiring if she had a partner, eager to introduce her to potential suitors. Seeing his father in such high spirits, Su Changde seized the moment to press on. Haha, Dad, you are absolutely right. I, Su Changde, am not particularly capable. Managing my small company is the extent of my achievements. However, my daughter, your granddaughter Su Mingzhu, surpasses me by leaps and bounds. If you could entrust that piece of land to her, I guarantee she will bring honor to our family. Su Changde's statement placed Su Laote in a bit of a quandary, as the Su family was not a wealthy lineage, possessing only that one parcel of land in Nanxing. Noticing her grandfather's hesitation, Su Mingzhu cleverly interjected, Grandpa, that land is all you have. I do not require it. Besides, you only have one child now, and that land will eventually be passed down to Dad, who will naturally pass it to me in time. For a moment, Su Laote was swayed by Su Mingzhu's reasoning. He realized that his health was declining yearly, leaving him with little energy to manage the land. With only one son, who was also so dutiful, it seemed inevitable that the land would eventually be inherited by Su Changde. Haha, Mingzhu is right. It is merely a piece of land. Whether I give it now or later, it will be given nonetheless. Since Mingzhu requires it now, let her have it. Su Laote had already forgotten about his other granddaughter, Su Muqing. Upon hearing their grandfather's agreement, both Su Changde and Su Mingzhu radiated joy. Relatives and friends of the Su family praised Su Laote for his decision, subsequently congratulating Su Changde and Su Mingzhu for inheriting the Su family estate. At that moment, Su Muqing stepped forward. Grandpa, I know you no longer favor me, but you cannot be so biased. Su Muqing's words rendered the hall silent, as Su Laote finally noticed her presence. After a brief pause, whispers began to circulate among the attendees. Isn't that Su Muqing? How dare she show up? Why should she not? One must have thick skin to contend for inheritance. This Su Muqing is rather disrespectful, addressing her grandfather in front of so many. Su Muqing's remarks left Su Laote visibly uncomfortable, and he fidgeted in his seat. Watching Su Muqing, Su Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. She had anticipated her sister's intentions for the evening. However, at this moment, Su Mingzhu felt confident in her position, knowing her grandfather had already agreed to give her the land in front of everyone. Sister Muqing, how could you be so rude to Grandpa? Today is his 80th birthday, and you come without even offering your congratulations or a gift. Su Mingzhu reproached her deliberately. The crowd, having heard Su Mingzhu's remarks, began to think that Su Muqing had indeed gone too far, realizing that Su Muqing could not compare to Su Mingzhu at all. Chapter 10. The embarrassing granddaughter-in-law Li Feng observed Su Mingzhu's excessive behavior as she relentlessly bullied his wife, Su Muqing, and he felt a surge of frustration. Had he not previously promised Su Muqing to remain calm, he would have taken action against Su Mingzhu. For Su Muqing's sake, he restrained his words and handed a gift to her, signaling her to maintain basic decorum. After hesitating for a few moments, Su Muqing finally said, "Grandpa, I wish you longevity and happiness as vast as the East Sea." Su Laute forced a smile and instructed the butler to take the gift without showing any interest in its contents. The butler, not having received explicit instructions from Su Laute, refrained from opening the gift box. Li Feng, however, was displeased. Having witnessed Su Mingzhu's ostentatious display with her ginseng, he felt the atmosphere should not remain so somber after his $5 million gift. "Su Laute, please open the gift and see. I assure you will love it," he urged, eager to showcase the present. As Su Mingzhu caught sight of Li Feng, she increasingly felt he looked familiar. Eventually, she recalled the short video she had seen earlier and realized that the man beside Su Muqing was none other than the security guard from the jewelry store. "Sister Muqing, who is that man with you? Could he possibly be my brother-in-law?" Su Mingzhu inquired mischievously. Su Mingzhu was correct, and Su Muqing had no choice but to admit it. "You are right. According to custom, when giving blessings to Grandpa, it is customary for both husband and wife to attend," Su Muqing responded. Upon hearing that the security guard was indeed her brother-in-law, Su Mingzhu was filled with glee. "Grandpa, it's a rare occasion for Sister Muqing to bring her husband to celebrate your birthday. Shouldn't you take a moment to see what he has gifted you?" Su Mingzhu cooed to Su Laute. The butler also reminded Su Laute, according to tradition, it is customary to announce each gift publicly, as it is a matter of propriety. Hearing this, Su Laute allowed the butler to open Su Muqing's gift. Just as the butler was about to unveil the contents, Su Mingzhu interjected, "Sister Muqing, I suspect the gift you and your husband brought for Grandpa is either gold or jade." Su Muqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Mingzhu would know her so well, even guessing the type of gift she was bringing. It was no wonder she had easily fallen for Su Mingzhu's previous schemes. The crowd, initially indifferent towards Su Muqing's gift, began to show interest, as they were curious to see how clever Su Mingzhu truly was. When the gift box was opened, the butler was astonished to find a brilliant piece of jade, known as the Nanshan jade. "Miss Muqing has gifted an actual Nanshan jade." Upon hearing the butler's words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, the Nanshan jade. It must be worth at least several million. Indeed, I have seen it in a jewelry store in Nanjing. That piece is valued at no less than 5 million. 5 million? That is certainly more precious than the Millennium ginseng." The relatives and friends of the Su family murmured amongst themselves, having previously looked down on Su Muqing, thinking she could not possibly compare to Su Mingzhu. Yet now, they realized how impressive Su Muqing's generosity was. Su Laute was utterly taken aback, never expecting that his granddaughter Su Muqing would present such a valuable gift. At that moment, he began to feel a twinge of regret. The most astonished, however, was Su Muqing herself, who could not comprehend how a gift that had cost Li Feng only 50,000 could now be worth 5 million. Su Mingzhu could hardly believe that the gift from Su Muqing surpassed her own. She was well aware that Su Muqing's company had gone bankrupt and was relying on her husband, a stay-at-home guardian, so how could she possibly afford a jade Nanshan worth 5 million? "Sister Muqing, you are quite generous to present such an expensive jade Nanshan worth 5 million. However, I am puzzled. Didn't you just mention that your company lost 10 million and was on the brink of bankruptcy? How can you afford such a lavish gift for grandfather?" Su Mingzhu glared at Su Muqing with malice. Su Muqing was at a loss for words since she had no idea how the jade Nanshan, valued at 5 million, had come into being. She could only look at Li Feng, who was about to speak when Su Mingzhu interrupted. "Oh, I suspect this gift must have been given by my brother-in-law. After all, even though you are a stay-at-home son-in-law, you can still earn a living through hard work. May I ask, which company do you work for as a security guard?" Su Mingzhu's words caught Li Feng off guard. It was evident that Su Mingzhu had schemed to embarrass him. "It doesn't matter where I work as a security guard. What matters is that the jade Nanshan I gifted is undoubtedly more valuable than your so-called 1,000-year-old ginseng," Li Feng retorted. Li Feng had initially refrained from exposing Su Mingzhu's fake ginseng, as he had promised Su Muqing not to speak out of turn. However, Su Mingzhu's underhanded tactics were intolerable, and he could no longer hold back. The crowd buzzed with speculation after hearing Li Feng's words. Some doubted the authenticity of Su Mingzhu's ginseng, while others argued that genuine 1,000-year ginseng was rare, suggesting that Su Mingzhu might have been deceived. "You're talking nonsense. How could my ginseng be fake? I'm more inclined to believe that your jade nanshan is the counterfeit. Who was that security guard caught stealing outside the jewelry store? Su Mingzhu exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show a video of Li Feng arguing with the female shop assistant outside the jewelry store. After watching the video, the relatives and friends of the Su family looked at Li Feng with disdain. It turned out that Su Muqing's husband was indeed just a security guard. How could a mere security guard afford jade nanshan worth over 5 million? The jade must be a fake. It seemed Li Feng intended to cause trouble and possibly swindle genuine jade. As Su Mingzhu observed the situation unfolding exactly as she had planned, a smirk crept onto her face. Su Muqing gazed at Li Feng in disappointment. She never expected him to purchase a fake jade for 50,000 and then deliberately cause a scene at the jewelry store, only to be caught on video by Su's family. At that moment, Su Muqing felt utterly deflated, regretting her choice to have such an unreliable person handle matters for her. Li Feng, when we get home, you'll hear from me. Su Muqing shot Li Feng a fierce look and turned to leave, but Li Feng grasped her hand earnestly. Wife, the jade nanshan is genuine. It is Su Mingzhu's 1,000-year-old ginseng that is fake. If you trust me, give me a little time to prove it. Although Su Muqing was initially reluctant to believe Li Feng, his serious demeanor made her hesitate. Su Mingzhu, your video cannot prove that your 1,000-year ginseng is real. While my jade nanshan is certainly not fake, Li Feng stated deliberately. What do you mean by your video? My ginseng cannot possibly be fake, Su Mingzhu asserted. Li Feng moved closer to the butler, asking him to retrieve Su Mingzhu's 1,000-year ginseng. Holding it in his hands, just as he was about to speak, Su Mingzhu panicked. Keep your filthy hands away. This 1,000-year ginseng is for my grandfather's birthday. Don't ruin it. Seeing Su Mingzhu's unease, Li Feng scoffed. If your 1,000-year ginseng is genuine, it won't be spoiled no matter what. Unless, of course, your ginseng is fake, and you're afraid I'll expose it. The relatives and friends of the Su family began to agree with Li Feng's logic. If the ginseng were real, it would remain unaffected regardless of how it was handled. As they considered letting Li Feng perform a test, Su Mingzhu, confident that her purchase was genuine, agreed. Go ahead and test it. I spent millions on it. It cannot possibly be fake. Su Muqing, however, began to doubt whether Li Feng could accurately assess the ginseng. If he were mistaken, she would indeed be humiliated. Li Feng, are you absolutely certain? If you're not confident, let us just leave. Su Muqing whispered, concerned. Li Feng gave her a reassuring nod, urging her to trust him. The older the ginseng's skin, the darker its color. The longer its age, the more profound its hue. This ginseng appears dark, but upon closer inspection, I can tell it has been artificially treated. If you don't believe me, wash it with salt water, and the truth will be revealed, Li Feng declared confidently. Though none of the Su family members were ginseng experts, they recognized the common sense in Li Feng's words. Su Mingzhu felt a flicker of anxiety. She knew full well that she hadn't spent 2 million on the 1,000-year ginseng. Initially, she had been introduced to a seller who priced it at 2 million, but in the end, she acquired it for merely 20,000. You must be joking. Such valuable ginseng would lose its efficacy if washed with salt water. You're just trying to ruin it, Su Mingzhu protested. Her words ignited further debate among the Su family, with some arguing against testing it in fear of losing its value, while others insisted that without testing, the authenticity of the ginseng could not be ascertained. Su Mingzhu understood that the decision to test the ginseng rested with her grandfather. Grandfather, this 1,000-year ginseng is vital for your health. If it gets ruined, what will happen if you fall ill in the future? Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Old Master Su furrowed his brow. At that moment, he was no longer concerned about the ginseng's authenticity, but rather about the family's reputation. He thought to himself that if the ginseng turned out to be fake, the embarrassment would extend beyond Su Mingzhu alone. It would tarnish both Su Changda's and his own name in front of so many people. Resolute, Old Master Su declared, my granddaughter Su Mingzhu is right. This 1,000-year ginseng cannot be fake. There is no need for further testing. The relatives and friends of the Su family, who had hoped for some entertainment, found themselves disappointed. Though they felt a tinge of regret, they could not openly contest Old Master Su's words. Su Mingzhu beamed with pride at her grandfather's faith in her. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly exclaimed, oh no! He intentionally loosened his grip, causing the ginseng to fall from his hands and into a basin of water that he had asked Su Muqing to bring earlier during the commotion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Mingzhu rushed to retrieve the ginseng from the water. You've gone too far. If this 1,000-year ginseng loses its efficacy, can you afford to pay for it? She glared at Li Feng. Li Feng merely chuckled. A 1,000-year ginseng is worth only 5 to 6 million. Besides, yours is fake. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, all the relatives and friends of the Su family turned their attention to the ginseng in Su Mingzhu's hands. Some had already begun to notice discrepancies. The surface of the ginseng appeared to be losing its color. Li Feng was right. This 1,000-year ginseng is indeed fake. Absolutely. The moment it touched the salt water, its color lightened significantly. How could Su Mingzhu dare to deceive her grandfather with a fake ginseng? Instantly, the hall echoed with murmurs of disbelief among the Su family's relatives and friends. Su Mingzhu was left speechless, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Su Muqing. Su Mingzhu had never embarrassed herself in front of so many people before, and she silently vowed to take revenge. Dad, this brat is deliberately sabotaging things. The 2 million yuan ginseng that Mingzhu bought cannot possibly be fake. Su Mingzhu's father, Su Changde, could no longer contain his anger and finally spoke up for his daughter. Enough of this, Old Master Su exclaimed furiously. He was not foolish. He had already discerned the authenticity of the ginseng. However, what truly infuriated him was Su Muqing's husband, who had caused him to lose face on his 80th birthday in front of so many guests. Wu, Grandpa, I never intended to deceive you. I was also deceived. The ginseng had been proven to be counterfeit, leaving Su Mingzhu to feign indignation. Well, although the item is fake, the 2 million yuan you spent out of filial piety is duly acknowledged by your grandfather. Wipe your tears and stop crying. Old Master Su's words not only comforted Su Mingzhu but also allowed him to regain some dignity. Li Feng found the situation amusing. Su Mingzhu had managed to con everyone with a fake ginseng and was now pretending to be the victim, feigning grievance. Oh dear. If she could be deceived into spending 2 million on a fake ginseng, one can only imagine the consequences if she were to inherit the Su family assets. Li Feng mocked Su Mingzhu deliberately. Su Mingzhu understood Li Feng's intentions and quickly pointed to the Nanshan jade he brought. Grandpa, it's true my ginseng is fake. But what about the jade that Su Muqing gifted? Is that genuine? Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their attention to the jade, scrutinizing it closely. If the ginseng was a forgery, could the jade possibly be counterfeit as well? The truth of the jade's authenticity would require expert appraisal. Old Master Su was reluctant to test the jade's authenticity further, as he had already formed his own judgment. After all, Su Muqing's husband was merely a son-in-law living under their roof, and a security guard at that. How could he afford such an exquisite piece of jade? If it were publicly revealed to be fake, Old Master Su believed it would truly be a disgrace. Whether it is real or fake, what matters is the sentiment behind it. I see no need for further appraisal, as we lack a qualified expert here, Old Master Su declared, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Old Master Su's refusal to conduct further verification, the crowd fell silent. However, Su Mingzhu, feeling humiliated by Li Feng's earlier jest, was determined not to let it go. Heh, did you purchase that Nanshan jade from the gold shop in Nanjing? Su Mingzhu inquired of Li Feng. Her question was a calculated trap. A video of Li Feng arguing with a female employee at the gold store had gone viral online, and the shop's address and contact number had been exposed. Su Mingzhu thought if Li Feng claimed to have bought the jade from that shop, she would immediately call to confirm, thus determining the jade's authenticity. Li Feng, aware of Su Mingzhu's intentions, promptly replied, indeed. It was purchased from the Nanjing gold shop. Surely, you wouldn't suspect that the items from that establishment are counterfeit? Upon realizing Li Feng had fallen into her trap, Su Mingzhu smirked. Heh, the Nanjing gold shop is quite reputable, so their items are undoubtedly genuine. However, I cannot ascertain whether you truly bought this jade from there. The crowd, uncertain of Su Mingzhu's motives, watched as she placed a call. Hello, is this the Nanjing gold shop? I would like to inquire whether that security guard from today's video purchased a Nanshan jade from your store. Su Mingzhu intentionally put the call on speaker, eager for everyone to hear that Li Feng had never purchased any jade from that shop. Upon hearing Su Mingzhu's words, the crowd began to understand. Su Muqing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Li Feng might have indeed bought a fake jade. If this jade turned out to be counterfeit, she would be humiliated in front of family and friends just like Su Mingzhu. Su Muqing, unlike Su Mingzhu, had a thinner skin, and she was convinced her grandfather would not treat her in the same manner as Su Mingzhu. She resolved that if Li Feng's jade were indeed fake, she would turn and leave immediately. Li Feng, noticing Su Muqing's distress, declared loudly, Dear, I assure you that my Nanshan jade is absolutely genuine. The female manager at the gold shop overheard Li Feng's proclamation and promptly asked, Hello, I just heard that security guard. Could you provide me with the address? Thinking the shop staff was coming to confront Li Feng, Su Mingzhu gleefully shared the address before hanging up. Sister Muqing, your husband might be in trouble. Perhaps he really did steal something from the gold shop, and now the staff is coming to confront him. Su Mingzhu cackled with delight. Upon hearing Su Mingzhu's words, the Su family began to murmur amongst themselves. Could Muqing's husband really have stolen something from the gold shop? It's hard to say. Didn't you see the attitude of that female employee in the video? If he really did steal, would the gold shop staff bring the police? As Su Muqing realized the gold shop staff were indeed coming to confront Li Feng, she deduced that the jade could not possibly have been purchased by him. Li Feng, why did you lie to me? Su Muqing questioned. Dear, don't worry. My Nanshan jade is not fake. Li Feng reassured her once more. At that moment, Su Muqing found it increasingly difficult to trust Li Feng's words, as she had given him 50,000 yuan to buy a gift, and he could not afford genuine jade. Yet, Li Feng continued to insist that the jade was authentic. Could it be that he had stolen it from the gold shop? Li Feng, you wouldn't have really stolen anything, would you? If that is the case, you could end up in prison. Su Muqing exclaimed anxiously as Li Feng remained silent. Li Feng, however, found joy in Su Muqing's concern, realizing that she was now worried about him rather than merely the potential embarrassment before her family. Just then, Su Changde stepped forward. Mingzhu, you have gone too far. Today is your grandfather's 80th birthday. If the shop staff really brings the police, it would be utterly disgraceful. Old Master Su agreed with Su Changde's sentiments. The thought of having police at his 80th birthday was utterly unacceptable. You all need to leave immediately. Old Master Su glared at Su Muqing angrily. Su Muqing was taken aback by her grandfather's reprimand, feeling unsteady on her feet. Li Feng quickly supported her. She recalled how her grandfather had always favored her less than Su Mingzhu, but she had rarely faced his scolding, let alone being asked to leave in front of so many relatives and friends. Li Feng, noticing Su Muqing's eyes glistening with tears, felt a pang of sympathy. Had it not been for Su Muqing's grandfather, he would have confronted Su Mingzhu long ago. Did you hear that? Grandpa wants you to leave. Don't wait for the police to arrive, or it will be embarrassing for everyone. Su Mingzhu taunted Su Muqing, her tone malicious. Li Feng, however, could not let Su Mingzhu's insults slide. You shut your mouth. You are just a young brat acting like a shrew, spewing nonsense. Li Feng retorted, intentionally spitting near Su Mingzhu's feet. Disgusted by Li Feng's actions, Su Mingzhu stormed up to him, pointing a finger and scolding. You, pathetic security guard, a worthless son-in-law. Just wait for the police to come and take you away. Su Changde, hearing his daughter's disrespectful remarks, let out a huff to remind Su Mingzhu to be mindful of her demeanor. Su Mingzhu immediately comprehended her father's intentions. She deemed it reasonable. Why should she lose her temper and speak coarsely to someone like Li Feng, a lowly son-in-law working as a security guard? Reflecting on her upbringing as a cherished daughter of the family, she recognized her exceptional appearance and figure. Her father had deliberately nurtured her refinement and poise, and she was destined to marry into a prominent family, becoming a young mistress. There was no need for her to utter vulgarities in front of so many people. Muqing, I am doing this for your own good. Have you considered the detrimental impact on the Su family if the police take your husband away? Seeing her grandfather dismiss her, Su Muqing felt there was no longer any reason to remain. Li Feng, let us leave, she declared. Li Feng noticed the unwillingness etched on Su Muqing's face. He had come to this place to bring her honor, and he could not leave in such a humiliating manner. Su Mingzhu, dare you make a bet with me? If the jade Nanshan I gifted is genuine, you shall pay the 1 million compensation to my wife, Li Feng asserted. Su Muqing, frustrated by Li Feng's refusal to leave with her and his insistence on arguing with Su Mingzhu, retorted, Li Feng, did you hear what I just said? Li Feng gazed at Su Muqing with a serious expression, urging her to trust him. She recalled his earlier assertion that the Millennium Ginseng presented by Su Mingzhu was false, and he bore the same expression then. Ultimately, Su Muqing decided to place her faith in Li Feng once more. Worried about potential repercussions, Su Changde signaled to Su Mingzhu, imploring her to refrain from further debate or gambling with Li Feng. However, Su Mingzhu, in her arrogance, chose to ignore her father's warning. She was not about to concede that she owed Su Muqing 1 million. How amusing. Have you lost your mind over money? When did I ever owe you 1 million? She scoffed. But if you wish to humiliate yourself, I will accept your wager. If you win, I shall give you 1 million. If I win, you must give me the same amount. Upon realizing Su Mingzhu had fallen into his trap, Li Feng swiftly produced a piece of paper and drafted the bet for her signature. Su Laoyi, perceiving the absurdity of the situation, intervened, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Su Muqing, take your husband and leave at once." Su Muqing, determined to gamble, understood that acquiring financial assistance from her grandfather was an impossibility. Thus, she resolved to follow Li Feng's lead and challenge Su Mingzhu. "Grandfather, I am still your granddaughter, and Li Feng is your son-in-law. I brought him to celebrate your birthday according to family tradition. Why must you send us away?" Su Muqing pleaded, her voice tinged with grievance. Her words left Su Laoyi momentarily speechless. He hesitated, considering that Su Muqing had indeed come to honor him. Regardless of the authenticity of the jade Nanshan, he worried about public perception if he forcibly expelled his granddaughter. At that moment, Su Mingzhu approached her grandfather, attempting to persuade him, "Grandfather, if the police take Li Feng away, you would be able to sever ties with Su Muqing, thereby absolving our family of their disgrace." Su Laoyi found merit in Su Mingzhu's reasoning. He had long believed that Su Muqing's marriage to an ineffectual husband tarnished his reputation. Witnessing Li Feng's frivolous demeanor today only deepened his dissatisfaction. Upon seeing her grandfather nod in agreement, Su Mingzhu consented to sign the wager with Li Feng. Despite Su Changda's insistence that Su Mingzhu refrain from signing, she was confident she would not lose, especially since she had seen the video of Li Feng being reprimanded by the jewelry store's female employee. Once both Su Mingzhu and Li Feng had signed the agreement, Bai Shui, the jewelry store manager, rushed in, panting. Upon spotting her, Su Mingzhu eagerly pointed at Li Feng, exclaiming, "Miss, is it not him? Hurry and report to the police to have him taken away." "Yes, it is him," Bai Shui replied, still catching her breath, failing to articulate her thoughts clearly. The crowd gasped, realizing Su Muqing's husband was indeed a thief. After hearing Bai Shui's declaration, Su Changda finally felt reassured. Su Muqing looked at Li Feng in disappointment. Though she regarded him as a lazy, indolent individual, she never imagined he would steal. "Haha, Muqing, did you hear? How do you plan to pay me the 1 million now?" Su Mingzhu grinned, reveling in her triumph. Su Muqing, in dire need of funds for her company, had originally come to seek assistance from her grandfather. 1 million was an unattainable sum for her, not to mention 100,000. She could only gaze at Li Feng with regret. "Muqing, I know your company is on the verge of bankruptcy. You cannot possibly produce that 1 million. How about this? You and your husband serve me tea and apologize, and we shall consider the matter settled. After all, we are family, and I cannot bear to see your husband nearly imprisoned while demanding money from you," Su Mingzhu declared with palpable arrogance. At that moment, Bai Shui, confused, inquired, "What do you mean, imprisoned?" Su Mingzhu clarified, "Did he not steal from your jewelry store? Is this not the jade Nanshan? Now that we have the evidence, you can report him." Bai Shui shook her head after inspecting the jade. "That is not the case. This jade Nanshan was not stolen by this gentleman. He purchased it from our store for 5 million. Her revelation left the Su family members dumbfounded. Su Muqing gazed at Li Feng in astonishment. She had not anticipated that he not only had not stolen anything, but had also acquired genuine jade Nanshan. Su Mingzhu, unable to believe her ears, questioned Bai Shui incredulously. "What did you just say? How could he possibly have bought this jade Nanshan?" Bai Shui affirmed, "Indeed. This jade Nanshan was purchased by this gentleman using his credit card while wearing a security uniform. It surprised me at the time." Her words left Su Mingzhu's mind in a whirlwind, bombarding herself with questions. How could this be? Where had Su Muqing's husband acquired 5 million to buy the jade? What about the video online? If you weren't here to cause trouble and report him, what was your purpose? Su Mingzhu pressed Bai Shui for answers. Bai Shui explained that the incident at the store's entrance had arisen from her sister's unreasonable behavior towards Li Feng. She had come specifically to apologize, as the store's owner had seen the video online and was furious, demanding that they apologize to Mr. Li and compensate him with 100,000 renminbi. As she spoke, Bai Shui handed a card to Li Feng, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Li. I have already dismissed my sister. This card contains 100,000 renminbi, a gesture of goodwill from our owner. Please accept it. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain to my boss." Li Feng, recognizing the sincerity in Bai Shui's words, accepted the card and handed it to Su Muqing. After expressing her gratitude with a bow, Bai Shui departed. At that moment, the Su family's relatives and friends no longer dared to belittle Li Feng, realizing that if he could spend 5 million on a birthday gift for Su Laoyi, his worth must be at least in the millions. Su Laoyi was equally astonished. The jade Nanshan gifted by Li Feng was indeed genuine. Contemplating his earlier insistence on expelling Li Feng and Su Muqing, his expression morphed into a complex blend of emotions. The most embarrassed of all was undoubtedly Su Mingzhu. Not only had she claimed that Li Feng's jade Nanshan was counterfeit, but she had also accused him of theft. With the truth now unveiled, she felt she could no longer remain in the room. As Su Mingzhu attempted to sneak away, Li Feng brandished the betting agreement, demanding, "You intend to leave after losing? Are you not going to pay the 1 million?" Su Mingzhu was left speechless. She had no means to provide 1 million, and even if she did, she would not part with it so easily. However, Su Changde, ever the pragmatist, stepped forward, stating, "Everyone is family. There is no need for such discord. Moreover, this wager holds no legal weight." Just a moment ago, Mingzhu thought she had won but had no intention of claiming that 1 million. Li Feng disagreed, retorting with a smirk, "Truth be told, whether I receive that 1 million is of little consequence. However, the matter of serving me tea and offering an apology cannot be overlooked." Upon hearing that Li Feng no longer desired the 10 million, Su Changde felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. However, with Su Mingzhu harboring such resentment towards Li Feng, how could she possibly concede and apologize? Just as Su Mingzhu was about to leave in a huff, a voice echoed through the hall. "The Lu family from Nancheng has come to celebrate the birthday of Old Lady Su. We wish Old Lady Su longevity surpassing that of Nanshan and blessings as vast as the East Sea. We present a 1,000-year-old ginseng to Old Lady Su, a golden comb for Miss Su, a pair of gold bowls and chopsticks, and a cash gift of 8,888,000. The announcement left the Su family in the hall utterly dumbfounded, followed by a flurry of discussion. Why had the Lu family come to bestow gifts upon the Su family? Didn't you hear the list of gifts? Clearly, this was a proposal disguised as a birthday celebration. It seemed that the Lu family's young master had taken a liking to the Su family's daughter. If that were the case, since Su Muqing was already married, then Su Mingzhu was the only eligible daughter of the Su family. Chapter 13. The Lu family's gifts. Old Lady Su was astonished that the illustrious Lu family had come to celebrate her birthday, her joy evident as she beamed broadly. The Su family was merely a minor clan in Nancheng, while the Lu family was one of the 4 great families of the region. Old Lady Su understood that her own prestige was unlikely to be so substantial. "May I inquire which young master of the Lu family has taken an interest in my granddaughter, Su Mingzhu?" Old Lady Su welcomed them with a smile. Just as the crowd had speculated, the Lu family had brought such opulent gifts with the intention of courting a member of the Su family, and Su Mingzhu was the only unmarried daughter remaining. "The young master instructed me not to disclose his name, only that the Lu family has established a new real estate company. He mentioned that if Su family's young lady is interested, she may visit the company tomorrow at 10 o'clock to discuss a cooperative agreement." After delivering this message, the envoy departed. Old Lady Su, still in a state of surprise, turned to Su Mingzhu. "Mingzhu, which young master of the Lu family do you know?" Su Mingzhu was equally puzzled. She had only met Lu Hua, the second young master of the Lu family, once at a gathering of friends, but they could hardly be considered acquaintances. Could it be that Lu Hua had taken a liking to her? Otherwise, why would he seize such an opportunity to present her with such lavish gifts in front of so many people? Moreover, the envoy had stated these gifts were for the Su family's young lady, and she was indeed the only eligible one. Surely it couldn't be for the married Su Muqing. With that thought, she quickly replied, "Grandfather, I am good friends with the Lu family's second young master, Lu Hua." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Su's eyes lit up with understanding, and she gazed at Su Mingzhu with satisfaction. "Ah, Mingzhu, your father was right. You truly are exceptional. The land you requested earlier can now be considered your dowry. It is indeed a tremendous honor for our Su family to form an alliance with the Lu family." Old Lady Su stroked her beard, her smile radiating pride. Initially, she had feared that her 80th birthday would become a subject of mockery among friends and relatives, but unexpectedly, the Lu family's second young master, Lu Hua, had taken an interest in her granddaughter Su Mingzhu, which restored her dignity. Relatives and friends of the Su family flocked to toast Old Lady Su and Su Changde, exclaiming, "Old Lady Su, you truly have a wonderful granddaughter. The alliance between the Su and Lu families will surely be beneficial for us all. Brother Changde, your daughter will become the young mistress of the Lu family. Do not forget our past connections." At that moment, Su Mingzhu felt vindicated. Despite having endured humiliation earlier, now no one would dare to ridicule her, as everyone sought to ingratiate themselves with her. "Sister Muqing, what a pity." Su Mingzhu looked at Su Muqing with an air of arrogance. Su Muqing, not comprehending Su Mingzhu's insinuation, asked, "What do you mean by pity?" Feigning regret, Su Mingzhu replied, "Oh, it's a pity you are already married. Otherwise, Lu Hua might have taken a fancy to you." Su Muqing recognized Su Mingzhu's sarcasm and turned away in silence. Li Feng, amused, remarked, "Well, Su Mingzhu, let us not digress. Did you forget our wager? Your signature is right here. Go and apologize to my wife." At this, Su Mingzhu retorted angrily, "A mere security guard and son-in-law, expect me to apologize? Dream on. Are you intending to give me that 10 million then?" Li Feng held firm to his stance regarding the wager. Su Mingzhu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Feng before walking over to the gifts from the Lu family. "Sister Muqing, I heard your husband didn't buy you anything for your wedding. Look at these beautiful jewels. Pick one as a gift from your sister." She brandished a golden fork towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing, infuriated, fell silent, contemplating leaving. Li Feng grasped Su Muqing's arm, gesturing to the gifts beside Su Mingzhu. "These items were meant for my wife. Why would you need to present them?" His words drew laughter from the Su family's relatives and friends, who found it absurd that Su Muqing's husband had failed to grasp the situation. At that moment, Su Muqing felt even more embarrassed. She urged Li Feng to stop speaking foolishly and to return with her. Su Mingzhu, harboring deep resentment towards Li Feng and Su Muqing, had no intention of allowing them to leave easily. "Do you mean to say that the distinguished second young master of the Lu family would publicly compete with you, a mere security guard, for a married woman?" Su Mingzhu mocked. Seeing his daughter lose composure, Su Changde had initially contemplated advising her, but upon realizing that Su Mingzhu was soon to marry Lu Hua, he deemed it unnecessary. Though some relatives found Su Mingzhu's remarks excessive, they followed suit, laughing along in an effort to curry favor. Su Muqing's fists clenched in anger as she contemplated confronting Su Mingzhu, but Li Feng remained silent, walking over to Su Mingzhu. Su Muqing, believing Li Feng could no longer contain himself and was about to confront Su Mingzhu, intervened, "Li Feng, don't." As her words fell, everyone assumed Li Feng was about to strike Su Mingzhu. Su Changde, protective of his daughter, pointed at Li Feng, but before he could unleash his reprimand, Li Feng snatched the golden fork from Su Mingzhu's hand and hurled it to the ground. "How can something touched by you, you wretched girl, be given to my wife?" Li Feng shouted in indignation. Su Mingzhu had never been insulted in such a manner before, and her fury erupted. "You worthless fool. You dare throw Lu Hua's gift to me on the ground? I'll show you." Just as she prepared to confront Li Feng, old lady Su intervened. "Enough. Let us not create a scene." Though she halted Su Mingzhu, her loyalty lay firmly with her granddaughter. Moreover, old lady Su had never held Li Feng, the son-in-law, in high regard. Although the jade he had given was genuine, it paled in comparison to the gifts bestowed by the Lu family. "Su Muqing, I hear your company is in need of funds. Take this jade with you. I have no use for it." Old lady Su indicated the jade. "Well, if that jade is no longer needed, do you still want these gifts?" Li Feng responded with a playful grin, glancing at the items from the Lu family. Old lady Su looked at Li Feng, perplexed. "What do you mean? These gifts were sent by the Lu family. What do they have to do with you?" As soon as old lady Su's words left her lips, Su Mingzhu exclaimed, "Exactly. These are gifts from Lu Hua to me. What concern is it of yours?" Li Feng found the situation amusing. These gifts had clearly been arranged by him to be presented to her. When Li Feng married Su Muqing, he offered no betrothal gifts. Thus he aimed to surprise her today. Li Feng suspected that Lu Hua either failed to communicate clearly with his subordinates or misunderstood his intent, leading the Su family to believe that the gifts were meant for Su Mingzhu. "Su Mingzhu, are you so certain that these gifts are intended for you?" Li Feng inquired deliberately. With an air of arrogance, Su Mingzhu replied, "Isn't it obvious? I am good friends with Lu Hua, the second son of the Lu family. He brought these gifts to woo me." Seeing Su Mingzhu falling into his trap, Li Feng chuckled. "Since you are such good friends with the young master of the Lu family and he is pursuing you, why not call Lu Hua and have him confirm that the gifts are indeed for you? Or perhaps invite him over to celebrate your grandfather's birthday." Su Mingzhu was taken aback by Li Feng's suggestion. She had only met Lu Hua once and had no means of contacting him. "Lu Hua is busy today. Otherwise, I would have invited him to celebrate with us," she replied cleverly. At that moment, while Su Mingzhu appeared composed, her mind was in turmoil. She began to doubt whether the gifts were truly from Lu Hua for her or meant for Su Muqing. Having only met Lu Hua at a social gathering where he showed little interest in her, Su Mingzhu wondered if the gifts were indeed intended for that vile woman. Su Muqing, however, seeing Su Muqing's displeasure reassured her. After all, being married, it was inconceivable for Lu Hua, given his status, to openly pursue a married woman in front of so many people. "The gifts must be for me. Perhaps this affluent young master prefers a subtle approach to expressing his affection, she consoled herself. Su Changde stepped in to speak on behalf of his daughter. After all, Lu Hua and Mingzhu are not yet married. As a young master from a prominent family, it's quite normal for him to be busy. Nevertheless, these gifts, being so lavish, reflect the stature of his family. Upon hearing Su Changde's words, the elder Su felt it was reasonable. Mingzhu, you must find an opportunity to invite Lu Hua over for a meal, so that I may thank him in person, he said. Certainly, Grandpa. From now on, our Su family and the Lu family will be one, Su Mingzhu replied, albeit with a hint of guilt. Li Feng observed Su Mingzhu's resilience and thought it might be advantageous for teaching her a lesson. He then took out his phone and dialed Lu Hua. Hello, Lu Hua. You need to come here immediately. What kind of blunder is this? You can't even deliver a gift properly. The onlookers were puzzled by Li Feng's actions. But only Su Muqing understood that Li Feng was acquainted with Lu Hua, who was, as Li Feng had mentioned, his subordinate in the gaming world. However, Su Muqing felt a twinge of worry. If Lu Hua truly harbored feelings for Su Mingzhu, what would that mean for Li Feng's insignificant connection to him? Lu Hua, my sincerest apologies. I am currently in an urgent meeting, but I will return your call as soon as I can, Lu Hua responded before abruptly hanging up, indicating the meeting's importance. Li Feng noted this and felt assured. Su Mingzhu, seeing Li Feng promptly put away his phone, felt relieved. So, when is Lu Hua coming? She asked with feigned innocence. Unfortunately, he is in a meeting, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Su Mingzhu was skeptical. She could hardly believe that someone of Lu Hua's stature would associate with someone like Li Feng, a mere son-in-law. You do put on quite the act. When I saw you dialing, I nearly believed you knew Lu Hua. Face reality. You are just an unwelcome son-in-law, a lowly security guard. Just because you brought a jade worth 5 million doesn't elevate your status. If I'm not mistaken, that jade was purchased with a loan from the bank, wasn't it? Su Mingzhu mocked. Su Muqing immediately defended Li Feng. That jade was not purchased with my money. Su Mingzhu laughed. Oh, Muqing, don't pretend. You think I don't know your true intentions for being here tonight? You are not here to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. You are here to demand a share of the family fortune. Su Muqing was taken aback by Su Mingzhu's bluntness. Given the current situation, she understood that her chances were slim. Her grandfather had always favored Su Changde and Su Mingzhu, and during her father's lifetime, he had never received much support from him. Now that her father was gone, and with Su Mingzhu's connection to the Lu family, she felt utterly at a disadvantage. Li Feng noticed Su Muqing's distress. He understood her purpose for being there, which was why he had arranged for Lu Hua to send gifts, though Lu Hua had indeed made a mistake. Grandfather Su, you have bestowed the family fortune upon Su Changde and Su Mingzhu, yet my wife, Su Muqing, is also your granddaughter. How can you be so biased? Li Feng questioned. Li Feng's words infuriated the elder Su, prompting Su Changde to intervene. What do you mean my father is biased? This inheritance is my father's. He can give it to whomever he pleases. After Su Changde spoke, the elder Su added, Changde is correct. Our Su family is but a minor clan. The estate is merely a plot of land in the outskirts of South City. I have chosen to give this land to Mingzhu because of her exceptional qualities. You all witnessed the Lu family presenting gifts to her. Besides, Lu Hua has invited Mingzhu to discuss potential collaboration tomorrow. My actions are not biased, but rather for the prosperity of the Su family. The elder Su spoke with righteous fervor, primarily addressing the relatives and friends present, who agreed with his reasoning. I believe the elder Su is correct. This isn't about favoritism. Indeed, if the Su family aligns with the Lu family, they will ascend into high society. Those with talent deserve greater rewards. There is no issue of favoritism here. Everyone present echoed their support for Su Mingzhu. However, Li Feng had already predicted this outcome. So, the elder Su believes that only those with capability should inherit the Su family's wealth? He provocatively asked. The elder Su, taken aback, replied without hesitation, indeed, if Su Muqing were as capable as Su Mingzhu, I would consider passing the family fortune to her. Hearing the elder's words, Li Feng felt reassured. This was precisely what he sought. To be frank, I was the one who arranged for Lu Hua to send these gifts. If you all disdain me as a mere son-in-law, let me clarify. Lu Hua and I are close friends. These gifts were delivered to me for my wife, Su Muqing, Li Feng declared, gesturing towards the gifts from the Lu family. His assertion was met with disbelief, even from Su Muqing. Li Feng, please stop with the nonsense. I know Lu Hua is your subordinate in the game. He treated you to dinner at Michelin last time. But it is evident to everyone that Lu Hua is pursuing Su Mingzhu. Let us not humiliate ourselves further, Su Muqing whispered to him. As the crowd mocked Li Feng's sanity, the elder Su suddenly interjected. You just claimed that these gifts were sent at your behest, and that you were friends with Lu Hua. I must ask, how did someone of your standing come to befriend him? Grandfather, don't listen to his bluster. He is merely a son-in-law, a pathetic security guard. Lu Hua would never send gifts to someone like him. I doubt he has even met Lu Hua in person, Su Mingzhu interjected. Old Master Su, having lived through numerous storms and tribulations, harbored a sense of confusion when he learned from Li Feng that the gift was sent by Lu Hua at his behest. I had met Lu Hua in the gaming realm. He is a junior member of my guild. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, not only did everyone burst into laughter, but even old Master Su found it amusing. How ridiculous! A mere acquaintance from a game could bestow such an extravagant gift upon you? Li Feng, I initially opposed your union with Su Muqing, and now it seems my hesitation was justified. You lack the strength, connections, or background, and yet refuse to work diligently, relying solely on deceitful words. Truly, you are beyond redemption. Listening to old Master Su's remarks, Li Feng retorted with a cold smile. It is premature to speak so definitively. Although Lu Hua is currently preoccupied, the individual who delivered the gift mentioned that if the young lady from the Su family is willing, she may discuss a collaboration with the newly established Lu family company tomorrow morning. I wonder if Su Mingzhu has the courage to attend? Of course I dare to go. Li Feng, you continue to claim acquaintance with Lu Hua. Do you have the audacity to join me? I fear you may not even gain entry to Lu's company. Su Mingzhu mocked Li Feng. He refrained from engaging further with her and turned to old Master Su, stating that the gift was either from the Lu family for Su Mingzhu or a gesture for his wife from Lu Hua, and that the truth would be revealed the following morning. Do not forget your words. Those with capability may inherit the Su family's assets. To be honest, I have no interest in your family's wealth. I merely wish to vindicate my wife, Su Muqing. With that, Li Feng took Su Muqing by the hand and departed. Su Mingzhu, watching their retreating figures, could not resist another sneer. How audacious! A mere son-in-law and a woman from a company on the brink of bankruptcy dare to oppose me. They are truly unaware of their own folly. Once outside the Su family's grand hall, Su Muqing confronted Li Feng. Why did you make decisions on my behalf? And what of the 5 million? My dear, that 5 million was borrowed from Lu Hua, as was the gift he sent earlier, Li Feng explained. Su Muqing questioned incredulously. Borrowed? How could Lu Hua possibly lend you such a sum? Li Feng found Su Muqing's expression adorable at that moment. He longed to kiss her but refrained. Indeed, Lu Hua is but my junior in the gaming world. Is it not normal for a junior to lend a bit of support to his elder brother? Tell me, did you like the gift I mentioned? Seeing Li Feng's carefree demeanor, Su Muqing retorted angrily, even if Lu Hua is willing to lend you money, can you repay it? If you can, then do so. If not, then simply leave it. Seeing Li Feng's nonchalance, she suspected he was deceiving her. Yet, if he were lying, how had he acquired the 5 million for the jade? Could it truly be a loan from Lu Hua? Confused, Su Muqing was about to inquire further when Li Feng interjected. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to discuss collaboration with Lu Hua. I shall ensure that the insufferable Su Mingzhu is humiliated in front of everyone. Despite his words, Su Muqing remained skeptical. Li Feng, I know you are friends with Lu Hua in the gaming world, but do you truly believe that given your relationship, he would discuss any collaboration with you in reality? Furthermore, it is evident that Lu Hua has developed feelings for Su Mingzhu. He is pursuing her under the guise of business. Li Feng recognized Su Muqing's reluctance to believe him. It was a logical stance given that convincing her of Lu Hua's willingness to assist based on their gaming relationship was quite a stretch. Rest assured, tomorrow you shall accompany me to Lu's company, and you will see for yourself. Frustrated by Li Feng's evasiveness, Su Muqing decided to leave in her car. Wait for me, dear. Li Feng called after her, but ultimately he had to hail a taxi to return home. The following morning, persuaded by Li Feng, Su Muqing approached the situation with a tentative mindset as she drove to Lu's company. Su Mingzhu had also risen early, dressing provocatively and applying more elaborate makeup than usual. Aware of Lu Hua's discerning taste, she feared that if she appeared less attractive than before, he might lose interest in her pursuit. Driving her BMW, she quickly arrived at the newly established Lu family real estate company, Li Hua Real Estate. Upon parking, as she stepped out and admired the impressive size and decor of the building, her heart raced with excitement. If she were to marry into the Lu family, would she not be entering a world of wealth? With exhilaration coursing through her, she strode forward in her high heels. Good day, madam. Whom do you seek? The courteous security guard inquired. I am here to see Lu Hua, as he requested that I meet him about a collaboration. Please inform him that I am Miss Su, and he will understand, Su Mingzhu replied. Upon hearing her name, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of greater friendliness. Ah, you are the esteemed Miss Su. Our general manager is awaiting you in his office. Is General Manager Lu Hua? Su Mingzhu asked cautiously. Indeed, he has been expecting you. The guard gestured for her to proceed. Feeling reassured, Su Mingzhu believed Lu Hua was indeed pursuing her. She concealed her excitement as she followed the guard. Just as she entered, Li Feng and Su Muqing arrived. Look at this company, my dear. It appears quite impressive, Li Feng remarked, surveying the surroundings. Of course, the Lu family is a prominent clan in Nanqing. Their company must be grand, Su Muqing replied, glancing inside when she suddenly spotted Su Mingzhu. Li Feng, is that not Su Mingzhu? She exclaimed, pointing in astonishment. Li Feng followed her gaze, recognizing Su Mingzhu even from a distance. It seemed she had arrived ahead of them. But that was of little consequence. Lu Hua had not summoned her. As they proceeded inside, another security guard intercepted them. Whom are you seeking? He inquired. I am looking for Lu Hua. Please have him come out to receive me, Li Feng insisted. The guard appeared puzzled. What business do you have with our general manager? We have received no notification of his meeting with you today. Su Muqing furrowed her brow at Li Feng's response. Li Feng, sensing the awkwardness, chuckled nervously. Realizing Lu Hua likely instructed his staff to keep a low profile regarding his dealings. You may not know my name, but surely you have heard of the esteemed Miss Su? She is here to discuss business with your general manager, Li Feng indicated Su Muqing. The guard, now skeptical, scrutinized Su Muqing. We have indeed received notice of a Miss Su coming to meet with Lu Hua today, but you claim she is also a Miss Su? Of course. My wife, Su Muqing, is a Miss Su, so who else could it be? Li Feng retorted, growing agitated. If they were barred from entering, how could Su Muqing ever believe in him again? However, the guard maintained that another Miss Su had already entered to see the general manager. Are you implying we cannot enter? Li Feng asked, his irritation mounting. The guard, sensing Li Feng's assertiveness, hesitated, uncertain of the veracity of their claims, but unwilling to offend. Let me accompany two individuals to the reception area for a moment while I report to my superior. Li Feng noticed that the security guard was rather courteous, so he and Su Muqing followed him to the reception. The guard prepared them a cup of tea before hastily notifying the leadership. At that moment, Lu Hua was in his office engrossed in a game when Su Mingzhu was escorted in by the secretary. Hello, Mr. Lu, Su Mingzhu greeted nervously, gazing at Lu Hua with a smile. Lu Hua glanced at her, his tone less than pleasant as he inquired, Who are you, and what do you want? Su Mingzhu was taken aback by Lu Hua's brusque demeanor. She timidly responded, Did you not come to my home last night to deliver a gift and ask me to discuss a collaboration today? Ridiculous. What gift did I give you? Lu Hua snapped, having just lost a game and already in a foul mood. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar woman only fueled his irritation. Who is she? Why did you bring her to see me? He directed his anger at the secretary. The secretary, looking quite aggrieved, replied, Mr. Lu, the security guard at the door said she is Miss Su from the Su family and instructed me to bring her in. Did you not schedule a meeting with her today regarding the collaboration? Indeed, I am Miss Su Mingzhu. We have met before, she quickly clarified. Lu Hua stared at her, perplexed. Wasn't Miss Su Li Feng's wife? He recalled having met her at Michelin, yet this woman before him claimed to be from the Su family. Confusion clouded his mind, prompting him to reach for his phone to call Li Feng. As he examined his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from Li Feng just moments prior while he was absorbed in his game. Realizing he had neglected important matters, he quickly dialed Li Feng. Hello, Li Feng? Do you know this Su Mingzhu? Why is she claiming to be from the Su family? Did you send her here? Having made numerous calls without a response, Li Feng was furious upon finally connecting. You busy guy. I called you several times, and you ignored me. What on earth were you doing? Don't even mention Su Mingzhu to me. Just the thought of her infuriates me. If she is with you, tell her to leave immediately. She is nothing but a fraud. After delivering this admonishment, Li Feng hung up. Su Muqing was astonished by Li Feng's tone during the call. Initially, she had planned to stay at the reception for just a few minutes, thinking that if Li Feng couldn't even meet Lu Hua, there was no way Lu Hua would want to collaborate with her. Was that really Lu Hua who just called you? Su Muqing inquired. Yes, my dear. We are simply waiting here for Lu Hua to apologize. Do not concern yourself with anything else for now, Li Feng replied confidently. After being chastised by Li Feng, Lu Hua's irritation only intensified as he regarded Su Mingzhu. The moment she overheard Lu Hua's conversation with Li Feng, she sensed that things were going awry. Why are you still standing there? Get this fraud out of here immediately. Dressed like a chicken. Does she think she can lure me? Lu Hua shouted, pointing at Su Mingzhu. At this point, Su Mingzhu felt compelled to leave without needing further prompting from Lu Hua, tears streaming down her face. She fled from Li Hua Company. Conflicted, Su Mingzhu found herself at a loss. As the patriarch of the Su family and several relatives with shares awaited her return with the collaboration proposal from Lu Hua. Moreover, the elder had stated that only if Su Mingzhu signed the collaboration agreement with the Lu family today would she be granted control over the land in the suburbs. Lu Hua, Li Feng, and Su Muqing, just wait, she vowed through gritted teeth. At that moment, a man in a black suit carrying a briefcase, who had previously attempted to harass Su Muqing and was subsequently taught a lesson by Li Feng, spotted Su Mingzhu. Zhou Ming, recognizing her, smirked. Didn't he expect to find someone with similar thoughts, and she has quite the alluring beauty. He approached Su Mingzhu with a mischievous grin. In the office, upon seeing Su Mingzhu dash out, Lu Hua immediately instructed his secretary to bring Li Feng and Su Muqing over. Just then, the security guard returned. Mr. Lu, another Miss Su has arrived at the entrance. I was unsure of her authenticity, so I brought her to the reception instead, the guard reported. Relieved that the guard hadn't dismissed Li Feng, Lu Hua felt a sense of comfort. The one who just left was a fake. The one in the reception now is the genuine article. Good job for not turning them away. Go to the finance office and collect a bonus of 10,000 yuan. The guard, astonished by the generous reward, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll go fetch your friends now. Lu Hua waved him off. No need. I'll go myself. With that, he made his way to the reception area. The guard and secretary exchanged bewildered glances, marveling at the significance of the individual who could prompt Lu Hua to run. At the reception, Li Feng was idly playing a mobile game, while Su Muqing was deep in thought. She contemplated the consequences if Lu Hua and Li Feng were not as closely connected as she hoped, which could jeopardize the collaboration and potentially lead to the company's bankruptcy. Moments later, Lu Hua arrived, panting heavily. Su Muqing, noticing his distress, hurried to pour him a glass of water, but Li Feng interjected, Dear, why are you serving him tea? You are his sister-in-law. He should be serving you. Su Muqing shot Li Feng a disapproving glance, hoping he would show some respect towards Lu Hua, lest he provoke his ire. However, Lu Hua graciously accepted the tea from Su Muqing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Taken aback by this unexpected address, Su Muqing found herself momentarily speechless. Lu Hua, didn't you tell me during our game that if you lost, you would lend me something for my wife and ensure a collaboration with her company? Yet, it seems you haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain, Li Feng remarked pointedly. Lu Hua understood the underlying motive behind Li Feng's words. Previously, Li Feng had confided that he could not reveal his true identity to Su Muqing just yet. He intended to surprise her at the appropriate moment. Lu Hua was aware of only part of the story. Li Feng's discretion was not merely a matter of timing, but also a precaution against potential complications arising from Su Muqing learning of his true identity. Ah, my dear brother Li Feng, this was indeed my oversight. Let us consider those items and the money as gifts to you. Sister-in-law, feel free to propose any collaboration you desire, Lu Hua replied earnestly, a look of sincere apology on his face. Lu Hua was more than willing to part with the millions involved, as he had larger transactions to undertake with Li Feng. Moreover, Lu Hua had successfully secured Li Hua Company within his family thanks to Li Feng's covert assistance. Otherwise, Lu Hua's brother Lu Chong would have seized it long ago. Li Feng's support of Lu Hua was strategic, allowing him to establish a foothold in Nanqing for his future plans. Among the 4 prominent families in Nanqing, Li Feng aimed to gain control over at least 3, with the Lu family being his first target. Let us take this contract to the patriarch of the Su family for signing. My wife's company is too small. I doubt it can handle any significant dealings with your large enterprise. However, my wife's grandfather has some land. Let us discuss how to collaborate regarding that, Li Feng suggested to Lu Hua. Su Muqing understood Li Feng's intention. Her grandfather had promised in front of many that whether it was Su Mingzhu or herself, whoever signed the collaboration agreement with the Lu family would be granted management over the Su family's land. Although the land owned by the Su family on the outskirts of the southern city could fetch around 70 to 80 million, to Li Feng, it was still far too meager. His intent was merely to vindicate Su Muqing and, in the process, teach that despicable Su Mingzhu a lesson. Initially, Su Muqing felt a twinge of hesitation. Everything seemed unreal to her. How could Li Feng, leveraging his connections with Lu Hua within the gaming realm, now collaborate with Lu Hua's company in reality? Moreover, it appeared that Lu Hua had consistently heeded Li Feng's counsel. Though Su Muqing found it perplexing, the facts were undeniable, leading her to believe it was simply a stroke of luck for Li Feng. Meanwhile, in the hall, Su Laoyi and several shareholders of the Su family were sipping tea and engaging in conversation while awaiting Su Mingzhu's return with the contract. Once Mingzhu returned, if she had indeed signed a cooperation agreement with the Lu family, he would publicly announce her appointment as the general manager of all companies under the Su family. Do any of you have suggestions? Su Laoyi inquired. No one opposed his statement, considering his venerable age of 80. The combined shares of all the relatives barely constituted half of Su Laoye's holdings, and they generally refrained from interfering in the family's business, merely biding their time for dividends. Changda, logically, this should have been your inheritance, but now that Mingzhu is to marry Lu Hua, we must rely on the Lu family for the Su family's development and honor. Mingzhu is your daughter. Once she marries into the Lu family, you will benefit as well. Su Laoye's words had long been anticipated by Su Changda. He understood all too well the disparity between the Su family's assets and the Lu family's vast fortune. Father, I comprehend your perspective, and I wholeheartedly agree, Su Changda affirmed just as Su Mingzhu finally returned. Mingzhu, you have returned at last. What transpired? Su Laoyi asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Su Mingzhu remained silent. She could not possibly divulge that she had been scolded by Lu Hua. Observing his daughter's disheveled demeanor, Su Changda sensed trouble brewing. Mingzhu, is it true that the Lu family intends to sign an unfair contract with us? He probed. Su Changda's inquiry was intended as a means to provide his daughter an escape. Yet Su Laoyi questioned, how could that be? The Lu family is a prominent clan. They would never engage in such behavior, especially considering the gifts they sent last night. The assembly found Su Laoye's reasoning compelling. After all, the Lu family was one of the 4 prominent families in the southern city, and the Su family's meager profits likely held little appeal for them. Cornered by the questioning, Su Mingzhu had no choice but to speak up. Grandfather, those gifts were not from Lu Hua to me, but were intended for that wretched Su Muqing. Su Muqing has become Lu Hua's mistress. As she spoke, she feigned tears of grievance. The revelation left everyone in utter shock. Su Laoyi was so incensed that he nearly fainted, prompting Su Changda to hastily offer him a pill. You just claimed that Su Muqing is Lu Hua's mistress? Su Laoyi asked incredulously. Grandfather, I just visited Lu Hua's company, and he explicitly told me those gifts were for Su Muqing. Upon hearing this, Su Laoyi was enraged, declaring, from this moment forth, Su Muqing is no longer a member of the Su family. I, Su Tianhai, sever all ties with her. His pronouncement elicited a variety of opinions among the relatives. The fact that Su Muqing was married yet acted as someone else's mistress indeed brought shame to the Su family. If Su Muqing were to divorce Li Feng and marry Lu Hua, wouldn't that still allow the Su family to forge ties with the Lu family? While Su Mingzhu relished the chaos she had instigated, she finally felt a sense of relief. Grandfather, I have failed you as a granddaughter. I lack the capability. My boyfriend has been seduced by that wretched Su Muqing. Perhaps the company should be left to my father to inherit, as I need to learn more alongside him. Su Mingzhu thought to herself that this was the perfect opportunity to have her grandfather pass the general manager position to her father before Su Muqing could contest it. Understanding his daughter's intentions, Su Changda retreated strategically, stating, Father, although you are now 80, I see you in good health. It would be no issue for me to take over the company in a few years. Su Laoyi regarded Su Changda, recognizing that while his capabilities were limited, he was honest and dutiful. With only 1 son and 2 granddaughters, and given Su Muqing's disgraceful actions, he felt compelled to entrust the family's burdens to Su Changda. Since all the shareholders of the Su family are present, I shall appoint my son, Su Changda, as the general manager. Do you have any objections? Su Laoyi asked this merely as a formality, and as soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a pen to sign. Excitement illuminated the faces of Su Changda and Su Mingzhu upon realizing that the old man was finally willing to sign. Just as Su Laoyi was about to put pen to paper, a voice called out from the doorway, Wait! The assembly recognized the familiar voice, and as the figure approached, they saw it was Li Feng, the son-in-law. Su Muqing, upon spotting not only Li Feng but also Lu Hua, sensed impending trouble and urged, Grandfather, please sign quickly. Don't let these people distract you. At that moment, Su Laoyi had no interest in signing. Upon seeing Su Muqing, his temper flared. Su Muqing, you need to leave immediately. The Su family does not welcome you, he shouted, pointing his pen at her. Although Su Muqing was aware of her grandfather's partiality, she was taken aback by the intensity of his fury. Grandfather, What have I done to deserve such treatment? Why must you drive me away? She queried. Fearing her previous deceit would be exposed with Su Muqing, Li Feng, and Lu Hua present, Su Mingzhu retorted, Su Muqing, grandfather is the head of this family. If he orders you to leave, you should comply. Are you so shameless? And you, Li Feng, how do you show up here again? Li Feng had already surmised that Su Mingzhu was fabricating lies to deceive the Su family after being scolded by Lu Hua. Su Laoyi, you previously stated that whether it was Su Muqing or Su Mingzhu should either sign a cooperation agreement with the Lu family, you would grant them the management of the land outside the city. Surely you haven't forgotten? He interjected, getting straight to the point. Li Feng had anticipated that regardless of Su Laoye's biases, he was a man of his word. However, he was taken aback by Su Laoye's fury. Su Muqing signed a cooperation agreement with Lu Hua through despicable means. I have already expelled her from the Su family, and from this day forth, I have no connection with her. Li Feng was momentarily stunned by Su Laoye's declaration. As he pondered what Su Mingzhu had said to provoke such ire, Su Muqing angrily challenged, Grandfather, I know you have always favored Su Mingzhu, but you cannot unjustly expel me from the Su family. Even if you are my grandfather, I demand an explanation today. Otherwise, I shall feel I have wronged my deceased father. Taken aback by Su Muqing's audacity, Su Laoyi, as the family patriarch, found it inappropriate to reveal her disgraceful actions, and thus he urged Su Mingzhu to speak. Fearing her lies would unravel, Su Mingzhu evasively replied, Su Muqing, you should know the ramifications of your own deeds. And you, Li Feng, do you understand why Su Muqing treats you poorly? It is because she despises you. Upon hearing Su Mingzhu's words, Li Feng's fury ignited, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Su Mingzhu, what nonsense are you spouting? It seems you were just dismissed from Lu Hua's company. Your mind must be addled. How dare you shamelessly impersonate my wife and attempt to seduce Lu Hua? My brother Lu Hua would never stoop to your level. Lu Hua stood there, and Su Mingzhu found herself unable to refute him. Upon hearing Li Feng claim that Lu Hua was his friend, and noting that Su Muqing and Lu Hua were both present, Su Laote felt a sense of unease. If what Su Mingzhu had asserted were true, that Su Muqing was Lu Hua's mistress, then it would be illogical for the three of them to stand together in such a calm manner. Li Feng, you say you have known Lu Hua for a long time? Su Laote inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Indeed, I mentioned last night that Lu Hua is my subordinate in the game. The gifts, the dowry, and the upcoming contract, all of these are merely losses Lu Hua has incurred to me in the game. Li Feng explained. Lu Hua chimed in, affirming, Li Feng speaks the truth. As the second son of the Lu family, I honor my word, whether in the game or in reality. While the crowd remained skeptical of Li Feng's assertions, their doubts began to dissolve with Lu Hua's corroboration. It dawned upon them that Li Feng's claims were indeed genuine. He had truly met Lu Hua in the gaming realm. Indeed, we have wronged him and Su Muqing. This is all Su Mingzhu's fault. She previously claimed that Su Muqing was Lu Hua's mistress, but it is now evident that this was a deceit. As Su Mingzhu overheard her relatives discussing her, labeling her a fraud, she felt her ground slipping away. Just as she contemplated a discreet exit, Su Laote unexpectedly erupted at her. Mingzhu, what on earth is happening here? Startled and pale, Su Mingzhu froze at the sound of her grandfather's voice. Su Changda, noticing his daughter's distress, promptly interjected, Mingzhu, could it be that you misunderstood Su Muqing due to hearsay? Su Mingzhu quickly agreed, realizing that with Lu Hua present, she could not fabricate lies without being exposed. I am sorry, grandfather. I was merely influenced by others' slander. She feigned contrition. However, Su Laote was resolute in his refusal to forgive her this time. How could you speak such baseless accusations? Do you not realize you nearly tarnished the Su family's reputation? He thundered, slamming his palm on the table. Terrified, Su Mingzhu knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. Grandfather, I understand my mistake, she sobbed. Knowing your fault is of little use now. You must apologize to Su Muqing, Su Laote coldly demanded. Upon hearing her grandfather insist on her apologizing to Su Muqing and Li Feng, Su Mingzhu's countenance soured with resentment. Li Feng, observing that Su Laote was finally addressing Su Muqing, pointed to a teacup on the table, declaring, Su Mingzhu, whether you apologize to me is inconsequential, but you must extend your apologies to my wife, Su Muqing, and serve her tea. Su Mingzhu's face turned a sickly green with fury at the thought of having to serve Su Muqing tea in front of so many witnesses. The relatives of the Su family, now aware that Li Feng and Su Muqing were indeed friends of Lu Hua, speculated that although a marriage alliance between the Su and Lu families was off the table, a partnership could still yield financial benefits. Hasten your apology. You brought this upon yourself by falsely accusing others. Indeed, this shows a lack of respect. Were we not relatives, you might have faced defamation charges. They chided. Thank goodness Master Lu Hua is here. Otherwise, the Su family would have antagonized the Lu family. The hall that had previously echoed with flattery directed at Su Mingzhu was now filled with accusations and derision. Su Changde, aware of his daughter's resentment, leaned in and quietly advised, Mingzhu, just apologize. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Understanding her father's intent, Su Mingzhu begrudgingly chose to swallow her pride and walked over to Su Muqing with the teacup in hand. Li Feng, amused by her predicament, remarked, Ha? Su Mingzhu, you offer no words with your apology. Is this truly an apology? Having never faced such humiliation, Su Mingzhu was left with no choice but to endure Li Feng's mockery. Sister Muqing, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses, she stated. Su Muqing, taken aback, did not expect the typically proud and disrespectful Su Mingzhu to genuinely apologize. I hope you will amend your ways in the future. She graciously accepted Su Mingzhu's apology. Following the apology, Su Mingzhu felt too ashamed to remain in the hall and hurriedly exited. Su Changde, though concerned for his daughter, refrained from immediately comforting her, fearing that if he did, the Su family's fortune would fall into Su Muqing's hands. Muqing, you were right all along. Had I not been so biased, Mingzhu would not have behaved so willfully and disrespectfully. Su Laote finally acknowledged his previous prejudice against Su Muqing. Su Muqing, heartened by her grandfather's words, replied, Grandfather, the past is behind us. Observing his father's newfound guilt towards Su Muqing, Su Changde quickly chimed in, Father, you are correct. I will ensure Mingzhu is properly disciplined. However, the burden of the Su family cannot rest solely on your shoulders, especially since you are now 80. After uttering this, Su Changde purposefully glanced at the pen on Su Laote's desk. Not oblivious, Su Laote recognized that Su Changde was subtly urging him to transfer authority over the Su family to him, yet he remained hesitant. Changde, I still need to deliberate on the position of general manager of the Su family's companies. Su Laote hesitated. Upon hearing his father's reluctance, Su Changde inquired, Father, what is the reason for this? Did you not make a decision earlier? Furthermore, all the shareholders of the Su family were in agreement. Just as Su Laote was about to respond, the Su family's relatives and friends hastily interjected, the prior decision is null. Your daughter Su Mingzhu was the one who lied. Indeed, since Su Muqing is collaborating with Lu Hua, let her take over the Su family. Yes. Whoever facilitates a partnership between the Su and Lu families deserves the general manager position. Realizing that the relatives had shifted their allegiance to Su Muqing due to Lu Hua's influence, Su Changde lamented, Father, while Su Muqing may collaborate with Lu Hua, you never expressed such fondness for her as you did for Mingzhu. He deliberately whispered this to Su Laote. The elder was momentarily baffled by Su Changde's insinuation, furrowing his brow. What do you mean by that? Su Changde continued to sow discord. Father, Su Muqing has never maintained a good relationship with our family, especially with you. Do you not recall how furious you were when she married Li Feng? If you hand over the family business to her, she may very well transform it into Li's or Lu's, which would be a grave mistake. Su Laote pondered this, realizing that while Su Muqing bore the Su surname, her emotional ties to the family were tenuous. Observing his father's indecision, Su Changde understood that it was improbable to sway the old man to relinquish power to himself at this juncture. Father, perhaps you should retain the position of general manager for now. You could assign the management of the land outside the city to Su Muqing. If she proves capable of generating profit for the Su family, we can reconsider our stance. Su Laote, recognizing the merit in Su Changde's suggestion, hesitated, however. I am still wary of entrusting that vital piece of property to Su Muqing. That land is a crucial asset for the Su family. Can we truly afford to do so? Su Laote queried. Su Changde replied, Father, I did not propose handing over the entire land. You may recall that there is a smaller parcel nearby, which, although modest, is in close proximity to the city. Since Su Muqing intends to collaborate with Lu Hua, let her utilize that land for their partnership. What can that land offer? It is merely a wasteland. Despite its closeness to the city, it is surrounded by sewage, and we have long since leased it out for garbage collection, Su Laote retorted. Su Changde, however, remained unfazed, asserting that this would serve as an excellent test for Su Muqing. Should she decline the offer, it would be fortuitous. Li Feng noticed Su Changde and old Madame Su engaged in a hushed conversation, and wary of Su Changda's cunning nature, he approached them. After listening to Su Changda, old Madame Su resolved to test Su Muqing, as their relationship had never been particularly warm. If you have something to say, just say it openly instead of whispering, Li Feng remarked deliberately. Unlike Su Mingzhu, Su Changda was not easily provoked by mere words. Ah, Li Feng, do not misunderstand. You are here to discuss cooperation with our Su family, are you not? I just suggested to my father that we proceed according to the wager made between Su Muqing and Su Mingzhu, Su Changda replied. Upon hearing that Su Changda had indeed encouraged old Madame Su to allocate the land to Su Muqing, Li Feng felt a tinge of disbelief. Old Madame, do you truly agree to let Su Muqing manage that parcel of land? He inquired. Indeed, here is the information regarding that land. Changda, hand this USB drive to Muqing. Old Madame Su instructed, permitting Su Changda to pass the information to Su Muqing. Upon receiving the USB drive, Su Muqing genuinely believed that her grandfather had entrusted her with the management of a prime piece of property. Thank you, Grandpa, she expressed with gratitude. Old Madame Su, witnessing Su Muqing's appreciation, felt a pang of guilt but thought of this as a necessary test for her granddaughter. After all, Su Muqing had the opportunity to collaborate with the Liu family, which might yield fruitful results. My dear Muqing, there is no need to rush in your gratitude. I have not treated you as well as Mingzhu in the past. Consider this land as a challenge. Should you succeed, I will entrust you with the management of all Su family enterprises, old Madame Su said earnestly. Su Muqing found her grandfather's expression somewhat peculiar. Logically, he had entrusted her with such an important asset, yet he seemed to harbor feelings of regret. Li Feng, however, was elated to have secured the Su family's land for Su Muqing. Hee, my dear, perhaps I should be rewarded tonight? He whispered playfully in her ear. Taken aback by Li Feng's lightheartedness, Su Muqing shot him a disapproving glance before preparing to discuss collaboration with Liu Hua. To her surprise, old Madame Su interjected, stating that Su Muqing could negotiate with Liu Hua on her own without any need for his oversight. While other relatives and friends of the Su family deemed old Madame Su's approach somewhat inappropriate, they understood that decisions regarding the family business ultimately rested with her alone, and calling everyone together was merely a formality. Moreover, with Su Muqing now collaborating with Liu Hua, it was evident that the venture would prove lucrative, and they looked forward to sharing in the profits. Indeed, we have no objections to how the collaboration unfolds. We completely trust Miss Su's decisions and plans, they affirmed. Old Madame Su's unwavering faith in Su Muqing was clearly nurturing her as a successor. Observing the relatives fawning over Su Muqing, Su Changda couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That worthless parcel of land. No matter how Su Muqing collaborates with Liu Hua, it can never be transformed into treasure. The family inheritance is mine to claim, he calculated. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhu, having received a message from Su Changda, vowed, Li Feng, Su Muqing, I will remember this humiliation, and you shall pay. After venting her frustrations, she retrieved Zhou Ming's business card. Determined to seek vengeance, Su Mingzhu decided to collaborate with Zhou Ming, resolute even in the face of his shameless demands. Chapter 18. The fortunate one. Li Feng felt immense satisfaction when old Madame Su entrusted the entire cooperation plan to Su Muqing. However, upon glancing at her, he noticed a lack of joy on her face and a hint of anxiety instead. He speculated that perhaps it was her first time handling such a significant proposal, causing her unease. After leaving the Su residence, Li Feng discreetly sent a proposal to Liu Hua, instructing him to present it directly to Su Muqing. Although Su Muqing had intended to discuss the plan with Liu Hua, he excused himself, stating that they could discuss it another time. Yet, once Su Muqing entered her car, she discovered that Liu Hua had already sent her an electronic contract proposal. Su Muqing was astonished as she reviewed the contract, her disbelief apparent. Li Feng, I initially thought Liu Hua was merely a carefree playboy, but this proposal is impressively crafted, she exclaimed, staring at her phone in disbelief. Li Feng chuckled inwardly at Su Muqing's admiration for Liu Hua, considering him a frivolous spendthrift unworthy of such accomplishment. In truth, he had painstakingly prepared the proposal the previous night, but he wasn't ready to reveal the truth to Su Muqing just yet. Is it really him who drafted this? Perhaps his secretary assisted him, he pretended. Su Muqing found Li Feng's reasoning plausible. Not only did Liu Hua lack the capability to produce such a proposal, but he also likely lacked the time. Dear, given my outstanding performance today, how about treating me to a sumptuous dinner? Li Feng requested. Su Muqing rolled her eyes at him and pressed the accelerator, driving home. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Feng wore a disgruntled expression akin to a petulant child. Why are you so stingy? I helped you immensely today, and all I ask is for a meal, yet you hesitate. Glancing at him with disdain, Su Muqing replied, Li Feng, your success today is indeed due to your efforts. However, I hope you won't spend every day idly playing games. You must realize you are not Lu Hua. His family has substantial resources, yet he still has to manage Li Hua Corporation. Su Muqing lectured him like a concerned parent, to which Li Feng could only agree meekly. Noticing his glum demeanor, she added, I just informed my mother that I received my grandfather's approval and secured the Su family's land. She said she would prepare a celebratory feast tonight. Realizing why Su Muqing had not invited him out for dinner, Li Feng felt a renewed interest in going home. As he remembered how Su Muqing's mother, Wang Xiuling, had always looked down upon him as a son-in-law, frequently criticizing him. Today, however, he believed that his significant assistance to Su Muqing would earn him her respect. All right then, let's head home for dinner, he declared cheerfully. Su Muqing was taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm for returning home, casting a curious glance at him. After arriving home, she realized she had forgotten to buy groceries and drove back to the supermarket. When Li Feng inquired about her shopping list, she hesitated and told him to head home first, which he did. Wang Xiuling had prepared a lavish spread, eagerly awaiting her beloved daughter's return. Upon hearing a knock at the door, she greeted it with a smile, only for her expression to falter upon seeing Li Feng. Li Feng, what are you doing here? She questioned, her tone icy. Li Feng chuckled. What do you mean? Am I not returning to my own home? Wang Xiuling had no time for his banter and rushed to check if Su Muqing had come back. Growing increasingly hungry, Li Feng changed into slippers and was immediately drawn to the mouth-watering dishes laid out on the table. Wow, Mom. I didn't expect you to cook such a feast for me. Shrimp, fish, and crabs. My favorites, he exclaimed, reaching for the crabs. Wang Xiuling, seeing him about to dig in, swiftly struck his hand with her chopsticks. All you know is eating. You're so idle, just being a nuisance, she scolded. Li Feng winced as she struck his hand, retracting it immediately. Aren't these dishes meant to be eaten? Why can't I enjoy them? He protested. Wang Xiuling scoffed. I spent half the day preparing these dishes to celebrate my beloved daughter Su Muqing's accomplishments. I told Li Feng that he was not allowed to touch the dishes on the table. If he did, it would be a sheer waste. With no other choice, Li Feng reclined on the sofa, awaiting Su Muqing's return. Wang Xiuling, upon noticing that Li Feng had abstained from eating, found it intolerable. Li Feng, you should retreat to your own room to sleep. If I see you while dining with my daughter, it will surely vex me and spoil my appetite. Li Feng thought it was excessive that not only was he denied food, but also the comfort of the sofa. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, ignoring Wang Xiuling's shouts, no matter how loudly she yelled or even struck him with chopsticks, exhausting herself in the process. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, lost in his feigned slumber. What is wrong with this fellow today? He neither retaliates nor responds. It is utterly abnormal. Just as Wang Xiuling pondered this, Su Muqing finally returned. Seeing her mother drenched in sweat, she assumed it was from cooking. Li Feng, how can you be so oblivious? My mother is exhausted from preparing dinner, and you just lie there doing nothing. All you do is sleep, Su Muqing admonished. Li Feng continued to feign sleep, ignoring her. Wang Xiuling, fearing Li Feng would spoil the mood, urged Su Muqing to sit at the dining table beside her. Dear, pay him no mind. Let us enjoy our meal. Look at how much I prepared for you. Shrimp, fish, and crabs. All your favorites, she remarked while counting the dishes. However, Su Muqing paid little attention to the meal, her gaze fixed on Li Feng, who lay silently on the sofa, which struck her as odd. Li Feng, hurry up and eat. Didn't you just say you were hungry? She inquired. Upon hearing her call, Li Feng still pretended not to hear, remaining with his eyes shut. Wang Xiuling was puzzled by her daughter's unusual concern for Li Feng and worried that if Su Muqing developed feelings for him, it would spell disaster. Sweetheart, why do you care about him? If he wants to sleep, let him. With his lazy character, are you worried he might starve? Enough of him. Discussing him will only ruin our appetite. Tell me how you impressed the relatives in the Su family today and earned your biased grandfather's approval, Wang Xiuling asked curiously. Oh, that is a long story, and it is primarily thanks to Li Feng, Su Muqing replied. What? This is Li Feng's doing? Wang Xiuling exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the idle Li Feng on the sofa, unable to believe her daughter's words. Do not jest with me. My heart cannot handle such shocks, she insisted. Mom, it truly is Li Feng's credit. If he hadn't befriended the second son of the Lu family, Lu Hua, in the game, I would never have been able to collaborate with Lu Hua's company and consequently gain my grandfather's approval, Su Muqing explained earnestly. Wang Xiuling, hearing her daughter's serious tone, was utterly astonished. Li Feng certainly had extraordinary luck. First, he became the son-in-law of their family, and now he had formed connections with the Lu family, one of the 4 influential families in Nanqing. Wang Xiuling, a superstitious woman, recalled a master once saying that some individuals are born under a lucky star, capable of bringing fortune not only to themselves, but also to those around them. Could Li Feng be one of those fortunate souls? The more she thought about it, the more she regretted her previous treatment of him. Ah, Li Feng, I might have scolded you earlier, didn't I? Wang Xiuling said, approaching him with an apologetic demeanor. Li Feng noticed her sudden change in attitude and teased. Not only did you scold me, but you also hit my hand. It still hurts. Upon hearing that her mother had scolded and struck Li Feng in her absence, Su Muqing, indignant, exclaimed, Mom, why did you hit Li Feng? Li Feng quickly interjected, feigning innocence, it is not her fault. I was foolishly yearning for the dishes on the table. Alas, as your family's son-in-law, how could I deserve such sumptuous food? I am only worthy of leftovers and dishwater. After his exaggerated sigh, Su Muqing could not contain her laughter. I suppose I should take my leave to avoid being a nuisance, Li Feng said, pretending to exit. Su Muqing, recognizing his act, paid him no mind. However, Wang Xiuling feared that if Li Feng genuinely left in anger, it might jeopardize their family's fortune. Realizing this, Wang Xiuling promptly apologized. Li Feng, I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me. Surprised by Wang Xiuling's genuine apology, Li Feng responded, since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall let it go, as you are my elder. May I now partake in the meal? Of course. This feast was prepared especially for you, Wang Xiuling replied eagerly. Su Muqing was baffled by her mother's sudden kindness towards Li Feng, suspecting it might be due to his connection with Lu Hua. After dinner, Su Muqing summoned Li Feng to their room. Wife, are you planning to reward me tonight, or is there something you wish to discuss? Li Feng inquired. I have something to ask you, and I also intend to reward you, Su Muqing replied. Upon hearing the word reward, Li Feng became excited and immediately removed his shirt, bouncing onto the bed. Wife, it is getting late. How do you plan to reward me? Su Muqing, observing his enthusiasm, replied coolly, Li Feng, spread the blanket on the floor. You will be sleeping there tonight. What? Did you not just say you wanted to reward me? Why must I sleep on the floor? Li Feng protested. Su Muqing shot him a disapproving glance and then sat down at her desk, opening her laptop. If you do not wish to sleep here, you are free to leave. Hearing this, Li Feng decided against leaving. Since their marriage, they had been sleeping in separate rooms, and tonight, being in the same room felt like a step forward. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and after laying out the bedding, he made himself comfortable on the floor. Seeing Su Muqing still working late, he expressed concern. Wife, are you still working at this hour? I am reviewing Lu Hua's proposal. It is cleverly conceived and addresses practical issues, making it quite perfect. I wonder which secretary assisted Lu Hua. That person is truly impressive, Su Muqing remarked, unaware that it was Li Feng who had crafted the proposal. Li Feng chuckled inwardly, pleased by her praise. Wife, you are being overly generous in your compliments. Noticing his delight, Su Muqing turned to him, her expression suddenly serious. This proposal wasn't created by you, was it? I complimented it, and you seem overly happy. Li Feng quickly deflected. If I were capable of crafting such proposals, would you still find fault with me? I simply believe it is well done. You should collaborate with Lu Hua. Indeed, I cannot produce a proposal of that caliber, let alone you, Su Muqing acknowledged. After reviewing the proposal, she gained clarity on how to approach her collaboration with Lu Hua. Just as she felt confident and inserted her USB drive into the computer to examine the land documents regarding the Su family's property, she suddenly realized something was amiss. What is this? Su Muqing exclaimed. Li Feng, noticing her unusual reaction, quickly got up to investigate. When he saw the documents on Su Muqing's screen, he discovered that the land entrusted to her by her grandfather was not the valuable property of the Su family, but rather a worthless wasteland. How infuriating! I will confront your grandfather about this. Li Feng fumed, ready to storm out. Su Muqing quickly stopped him. Li Feng, do not act impulsively. I now understand why my grandfather looked so guilty when he handed over the land to me. What guilt is there to speak of? Your grandfather is being unreasonable, making promises he does not keep. It's hard to believe he is the head of the family and the general manager of a large corporation. Seeking out my grandfather would be futile. He merely mentioned that he would allow me to manage the Su family's land, without specifying which plot it was. Su Muqing resignedly acknowledged this. Li Feng, upon hearing Su Muqing's reasoning, felt a surge of indignation and began reviewing the information on this abandoned lot. Though it was currently used for waste disposal, the plot was substantial and favorably located. Despite the surrounding sewage, if it were filled in, the refuse removed, and the area beautified, its commercial value could be quite impressive. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Feng had already devised a plan for the land in his mind. Seeing Li Feng's serious demeanor as he scrutinized the wasteland, Su Muqing explained, "Li Feng, this land is of no use. My father told me during his lifetime that it is merely leased to others for garbage collection." Li Feng shook his head in disagreement, asserting, "Not necessarily. I believe this land holds significant commercial potential." Su Muqing, hearing his words, immediately expressed her confusion. "Li Feng, are you contemplating a plan for this wasteland?" Li Feng chuckled, brushing off the compliment. "Haha, my dear, you overestimate me. I wouldn't know how to draft a plan. You all think I'm a good-for-nothing. Perhaps I simply feel a kinship with something that appears similarly neglected." Su Muqing was not amused by Li Feng's jest. "Li Feng, if others perceive you as a good-for-nothing, that is their opinion. But if you see yourself that way, then it is truly hopeless." She scolded him like a parent. Li Feng, feeling chastised, nodded in agreement. "Wife, why not send me the information about this land? Perhaps Lu Hua could devise an unexpected plan," Li Feng suggested, already harboring a perfect scheme in his mind. He merely mentioned Lu Hua to allay any suspicions Su Muqing might have. With no other option, Su Muqing sent the information to Lu Hua, who promised to have a proposal ready by the following morning. Reassured by Lu Hua's willingness to collaborate, she retired to bed. Meanwhile, Li Feng had much to occupy himself with. He could not draft the plan in front of Su Muqing and resorted to typing on his phone. Whenever he needed to use the computer, he feigned visits to the restroom. Su Muqing noticed him making repeated trips to the bathroom and inquired, "Li Feng, is something wrong with your kidneys? You've gone to the restroom over a dozen times tonight." Fearing her comments, Li Feng leered at her suggestively. "Wife, my kidneys are just fine. Would you like to test them tonight?" Su Muqing shot him an exasperated glare. Afterward, he resumed working on the plan. At that moment, Su Muqing remembered the reason she had invited Li Feng to her room. "Li Feng, what game are you playing with Lu Hua?" she asked. "Oh, just a regular mobile game," he casually replied. Upon hearing that it was a mobile game and seeing Li Feng engrossed in his phone, Su Muqing immediately felt irritated. "Is this game really that enjoyable? Let me see," she demanded, reaching for his phone. Startled, Li Feng dropped his phone as he scrambled to comply. "Oh, you want to play? I'll teach you." After picking up the phone, he opened a random game. "Wife, this game is quite interesting. You should." As he instructed her, he deliberately leaned in closer, letting his nose brush against her neck. Su Muqing found the game to be rather mundane and childish, unaware of Li Feng's attraction to her fragrant neck. "Wow, it smells wonderful. You are so beautiful," Li Feng murmured, unable to restrain himself as he leaned in to kiss her neck. Suddenly realizing his intentions, Su Muqing pushed him away in alarm. "Li Feng, who gave you permission to do that? If you don't want to sleep on the floor, you better leave," she reprimanded angrily. What a miser. Not even a kiss," he pouted, feeling wronged as he returned to his planning. The following morning, Su Muqing awoke to find that Lu Hua had sent over the new proposal. Astonished, she stared at the document in disbelief. "My heavens, the person who crafted this proposal must be a genius. They managed to transform a wasteland into such a beautiful area. I must meet this person." Determined to find Lu Hua immediately, she considered bringing Li Feng along, as he had introduced her to Lu Hua. However, upon seeing Li Feng still asleep on the floor, her temper flared. "Li Feng, get up. You've been playing games all night, and now you sleep like a dead pig." After her call, she noticed Li Feng remained unresponsive. Frustrated, she kicked him, waking him from his slumber. Li Feng, having already been stirred by her earlier outburst, quickly embraced her foot, exclaiming, "Your lovely foot tastes divine." With his eyes still closed, he placed kisses on her delicate foot. Su Muqing was taken aback by his actions, mortified, and kicked him away. Li Feng, pretending to wake, grinned. "Wife, you're up so early. I just had the most delightful dream about a beautiful, fragrant foot." He feigned a look of bliss, turning away in disgust. Su Muqing wiped her foot, scolding Li Feng, "Are you ever not thinking about food or playing games? Now come with me to see Lu Hua." About half an hour later, they arrived at Lu Hua's company. Lu Hua was already waiting for them in the conference room, surprisingly accompanied by someone else, Zhou Ming, the very person who had attempted to insult Su Muqing and had been taught a lesson by Li Feng. As they entered the conference room in good spirits, Li Feng's anger flared upon seeing Zhou Ming seated next to Lu Hua. Lu Hua, why is this scoundrel here? You can't possibly intend for him to discuss cooperation with us. Lu Hua, appearing helpless, explained, this morning, I presented the new proposal to my father. He suggested developing real estate around that plot of land, but due to the substantial funding involved, my brother Lu Chong will oversee it. Li Feng understood Lu Hua's father's caution in having Lu Chong supervise, given Lu Hua's reputation as a frivolous playboy. Why is this scoundrel here if Lu Chong is overseeing? Li Feng pointed at Zhou Ming, his anger palpable. Though Zhou Ming had failed to insult Su Muqing last time and had suffered greatly, Li Feng's mere sight of him ignited his fury. Li Feng, please calm down. My brother Lu Chong is busy, so he sent his most capable project manager, Zhou Ming, Lu Hua explained, oblivious to their past conflict. I can't work with this scoundrel, Li Feng declared, turning to leave. Su Muqing hesitated, torn between her distaste for Zhou Ming and the potential loss of collaboration with the Lu family. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Li Feng took her hand and urged, Wife, let us go. We can return when Lu Chong is available to discuss. Seeing the reason in Li Feng's words, Su Muqing agreed to leave with him. At that moment, Zhou Ming spoke up. You are both correct. My previous actions were indeed inhumane. After being admonished by brother Li Feng, I have resolved to mend my ways, and I now sincerely apologize to both of you. Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Ming unexpectedly bowed deeply to Lu Hua and Su Muqing. Li Feng, however, was skeptical of Zhou Ming's supposed change of heart and was curious to see what tricks he might have up his sleeve. I find the proposal discussed between young Master Lu and the two of you to be excellent. I will certainly assist in ensuring the construction site is well managed. Zhou Ming continued. Li Feng was taken aback by Zhou Ming's apparent lack of hostility, suspecting that perhaps Lu Hua's father had given his approval, leaving Zhou Ming with little room to contest. Since there are no issues with the proposal, let us commence the project accordingly, Su Muqing suggested. Zhou Ming promptly replied. There is no problem in starting the project as per the proposal, but the costs for clearing the land and constructing the shopping plaza must be covered by your company. Li Feng sensed that Zhou Ming's goodwill was not entirely genuine and directly questioned Lu Hua about the situation. Lu Hua, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, Indeed, this was suggested by my brother and father. My brother believes that constructing buildings around your shopping plaza will drastically enhance the value of that wasteland. So the cost will need to be borne by you. After saying this, Lu Hua subtly gestured for Li Feng to check his phone. Li Feng pulled out his phone and understood that Lu Hua was indicating he should agree to the proposal, as he could find a way to cover the expenses. Aware of Lu Hua's intentions, Li Feng also had his own plans. Darling, let us sign the contract swiftly. This opportunity to multiply the value of that wasteland is too good to hesitate, he said. Su Muqing recognized the merit in this venture, but was concerned about where the funds for clearing the wasteland and constructing the plaza would come from. Reading her thoughts, Li Feng quietly assured her, as long as you present this contract to the relatives in the Su family, they will undoubtedly be eager to invest. Who wouldn't he want to partake in such a lucrative opportunity? Even if they are reluctant, we could always secure a loan from the bank. It would still be advantageous. Convinced by Li Feng's reasoning, Su Muqing proceeded to sign the contract. Zhou Ming, upon seeing her signature, secretly exhibited a peculiar smile. After departing from Lu Hua's company, Su Muqing called her grandfather, requesting that he gather the Su family shareholders for a meeting. Upon hearing that Su Muqing had signed a contract regarding the wasteland, Su Laodai was filled with excitement. Half an hour later, in the Su family hall, the shareholders were already seated, eagerly awaiting Su Muqing's arrival. Upon learning of her collaboration with the Lu family using the wasteland, their faces lit up with smiles, anticipating future dividends. Shortly thereafter, Li Feng and Su Muqing arrived. After Su Muqing explained the proposal, the relatives were astonished. They had never imagined that a wasteland could be so profitable, transforming waste into treasure. Indeed, this wasteland is soon to become valuable land. Let us await our fortune, they proclaimed. It seemed the Lu family was quite reliable. I suggest we allow Su Muqing to oversee all projects for the Su family moving forward. In the hall, the Su relatives praised Su Muqing profusely. Su Changda's face turned pale. He had not anticipated that Su Muqing would indeed enter into a partnership with the Lu family using a wasteland. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhu, although maintaining a stoic expression, was secretly amused, as she knew her scheme with Zhou Ming was about to succeed. After Su Muqing detailed the collaboration, and seeing no objections, she calculated the project cost, estimating it would require around 200 million. Upon hearing the figure, the Su relatives, including Su Laotai, hesitated. 200 million is an enormous sum. Even with all of us pooling our resources, it would not suffice. Indeed, is this not too risky? Others echoed. I can personally invest a maximum of 2 million, but no more. Seeing the reluctance of her relatives to invest heavily, Su Muqing felt helpless. At this juncture, Li Feng suggested, "Darling, since these individuals are hesitant due to the perceived risks, why don't we secure a loan from the bank ourselves? When the dividends come in, they will be envious." Li Feng's intentional remarks made the Su relatives reconsider. They believed that partnering with the Lu family was a surefire success and expressed their willingness to invest. Su Laotai remarked, 200 million is indeed excessive. We could collectively manage to scrape together only 100 million. Hearing that the Su family was willing to invest, Su Muqing exclaimed, "Grandfather, 100 million is sufficient. The remaining amount can be secured using the wasteland as collateral. I will personally apply for a loan of 100 million from the bank. With this contract, any bank will surely approve it." Su Laotai agreed with Su Muqing's strategy, considering the wasteland was of little value anyway. Even if they incurred losses, losing the land would not be catastrophic. With everyone in agreement, it was time to sign. The Lu family, as one of the 4 great families in the capital, would surely bolster the Su family's fortunes. After Su Laotai spoke, the Su relatives eagerly signed the documents. At that moment, Su Changde, enticed by the prospect of profit, was about to sign when Su Mingzhu quickly intervened. "Father, if you wish to squander our family fortune, then by all means, sign." Confused, Su Changde retorted, "This collaboration with the Lu family is bound to yield profit." After Su Mingzhu discreetly whispered her plot for revenge against Su Muqing in his ear, Su Changde halted, wearing a mischievous grin. A few minutes later, Su Muqing and Li Feng left the Su family hall with expressions of delight. They proceeded to meet with a bank to secure a loan. Su Muqing initially believed that obtaining such a substantial loan would be challenging, yet to her surprise, the bank employees readily approved it upon reviewing the collaboration proposal with the Lu family. With the funds in hand, Su Muqing commenced work according to the plan, busily engaged in the project each day. However, after investing 200 million in the construction of the shopping plaza, she suddenly noticed that the Lu family had yet to initiate the project as outlined. They had merely delivered materials to the site. While Su Muqing was puzzled by this development, she unexpectedly came across a news article. The content revealed that the Lu family intended to withdraw their investment, pulling out of the project surrounding the Su family plaza before any work had commenced. Gazing at the news, Su Muqing felt a wave of despair wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. If the Lu family reneged on the agreement, it would mean the Su family had effectively gambled away their fortune, and Su Muqing herself would owe the bank 100 million. Chapter 21. The Conspiracy. The potential consequences were too dire for Su Muqing to contemplate. She quickly dialed Li Feng's number, hoping to seek his assistance in confronting Lu Hua about the situation. Oddly enough, she found herself unable to reach Li Feng. With no alternatives, Su Muqing drove alone to Jianhua Company in search of Lu Hua. Upon arriving, she did not find Lu Hua, but instead encountered Zhou Ming. It seemed Zhou Ming was aware of her intentions, as he leisurely remarked, "Ah, Su Muqing, you must be here to inquire about why Lu Hua has breached the contract. Allow me to enlighten you. The Lu family has decided to pursue a far grander project and will no longer waste time on your dilapidated land." Hearing that the Lu family was indeed backing out, Su Muqing panicked and demanded, "Where is Lu Hua?" Zhou Ming smirked. "To be frank, searching for Lu Hua is futile. The company has now been taken over by Lu Hua's elder brother, Lu Chong. Do not harbor any illusions about partnering with the Lu family any longer." As Zhou Ming spoke, 2 individuals entered the room, a man named Wu Tianhao and a woman named Su Mingzhu. Su Muqing was taken aback at the sight of Wu Tianhao and Su Mingzhu together, filled with confusion. Noticing Su Muqing's bewilderment, Su Mingzhu let out a cold laugh. "Ah, Su Muqing, your day has finally come. You must be quite puzzled now, aren't you? I must inform you that Zhou Ming has already found a superior partner for the Lu family, which is none other than the Wu family." Zhou Ming initially refrained from disclosing this to the Lu family, intending to secure your investment, and you did not disappoint us by investing 200 million. Now that the Lu family has withdrawn, your investment has evaporated into mere vapor. I wonder how you will repay your bank loans. I eagerly await the moment you are expelled by the Su family and taken away by the police. Su Muqing, initially unaware of the Lu family's sudden reversal, now comprehends the situation. Su Mingzhu is correct. With the Lu family pulling out, Su Muqing's Plaza Mall is akin to constructing a skyscraper in a desert. She has already invested a significant portion of her funds. With the Lu family breaching the contract, their maximum liability to the Su family is merely a few million. as their collaboration was strategic in nature. Su Muqing's eyes burned with fury as she glared at Su Mingzhu. At that moment, Wu Tianhao, embracing Su Mingzhu, taunted, "Humph. Su Muqing, I told you that being with Li Feng would be a lifelong regret." Su Muqing had no time to engage in banter with these three despicable individuals. She needed to devise a plan for salvation. As she turned to leave, Su Mingzhu added, "Su Muqing, on the 30th of this month, I will be getting engaged to Wu Tianhao at the Wayna Grand Hotel. If you aren't apprehended by the police by then, do remember to join us for the feast." Suppressing her inner rage, Su Muqing exited the Lu family's company. Awaiting her were the shareholders and relatives of the Su family. Unsure of how to face them, her heart heavy with sorrow, she attempted to call Li Feng, but his phone remained unreachable. Could it be that he knew of this situation and had already departed? Disappointment washed over her. In the Su family hall, the elder Su had already summoned the family for a meeting. Upon learning of Su Muqing's investment failure, the atmosphere was rife with grievances. "I knew Su Muqing was unreliable. Now we are in for a disaster," remarked one. "When I heard about Lu Hua from Li Feng in the game, I sensed it was dubious. What genuine emotions can arise in a game?" Yet, lamenting was futile. They decided to wait for Su Muqing to arrive and see how she would handle the situation. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the hallway, leading them to believe Su Muqing had arrived. However, upon entry, they were surprised to find it was Li Feng. "Li Feng, where's your wife Su Muqing? Is she too afraid to come, sending you in her stead? Su Muqing has squandered our family's fortune. We must hold her accountable." With no sight of Su Muqing, the Su family took their frustrations out on Li Feng. He was already aware of the Lu family's withdrawal, having known before Su Muqing. "You were the ones who willingly invested. Do not blame others." Li Feng replied nonchalantly from his seat. "Isn't it you and Su Muqing who deceived us?" Another retorted. "We believed you were close to Lu Hua, but in reality, you are merely a poor son-in-law and security guard. How could Lu Hua genuinely regard you as a friend? I believe Su Muqing should compensate for these losses." They continued. Listening to their complaints, Li Feng refrained from arguing. "Elder Su, do you share this sentiment?" he inquired, turning to Su Muqing's grandfather. The elder sighed and shook his head. "We cannot solely blame Li Feng and Su Muqing. We voluntarily signed the investment agreement." As soon as he spoke, the relatives of the Su family objected, asserting that they had been deceived by Li Feng and Su Muqing, and thus could not bear the losses. Li Feng, growing weary of their bickering, stepped forward and produced the contract. "Since you regret your decision, you may reclaim your funds. However, you will only receive 50%. If you agree, come forward to sign." The elder and relatives of the Su family were taken aback, not expecting Li Feng to offer a resolution. "Li Feng, are you serious? Su Muqing owes the bank 100 million. Are you not aware?" the elder questioned. Li Feng replied calmly, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I have my own means." Upon realizing he was not jesting, the group examined the contract and promptly signed. Although they faced a significant loss, they felt fortunate to retain half of their assets. Moments later, Li Feng arranged for the funds to be returned to the Su family members. Seeing the money arrive so swiftly brought them immense relief, and no one questioned where Li Feng had acquired such funds. Li Feng found their joy amusing. When Lu Hua informed him that his elder brother Lu Chang would take over Li Hua Company, he immediately understood the scheme orchestrated by Zhou Ming and Wu Tianhao. Lu Hua's elder brother had been reluctant to cede management of the company to Lu Chang, thereby aligning with Zhou Ming's plot. Upon learning of the Lu family's collaboration with the Wu family, Li Feng devised a strategy to simultaneously outmaneuver both families. After resolving the Su family's issues, Li Feng prepared to seek out Su Muqing. At that moment, she arrived at the Su family hall, appearing despondent and lost. Li Feng approached her, wishing to offer comfort. Su Muqing felt a surge of gratitude upon seeing him, as she had feared he would abandon her. "My dear, do not be disheartened. Everything will be all right." Li Feng reassured her with a smile. Seeing him smile amidst the turmoil, Su Muqing assumed he was unaware of the Lu family's withdrawal. "Grandfather, I trust you are aware that the Lu family has suspended our collaboration. To be honest, I did not foresee this outcome, and I am at a loss for what to do." After her statement, she lowered her head, bracing for their reproaches. However, the others seemed oblivious to her words, still rejoicing in having salvaged half of their assets. The elder then spoke, "Muqing, this situation cannot be entirely blamed on you. Furthermore, Li Feng has already returned the funds to everyone. Although it is only half, we are grateful." Upon hearing that Li Feng had reimbursed the Su family, Su Muqing looked at him in astonishment. Once home, she inquired where Li Feng had procured the money. He explained that it was Lu Hua's compensation and urged her not to worry. Li Feng, are you aware that the Lu family has partnered with the Wu family? This is all a retaliation orchestrated by Su Mingzhu. She even stated that on the 30th of this month, if I am not apprehended by the police, I should attend her engagement banquet with Wu Tianhao at the Weina Hotel. As she spoke, Su Muqing pondered how to repay the 100 million. Failure to do so would result in her imprisonment. Li Feng comforted her, "Do not fret, my love. I will ensure the police do not take you. I have matters to attend to in the coming days. Please refrain from worrying." Su Muqing felt a sense of relief at his words, though she doubted he could procure another 100 million from Lu Hua. The following morning, she awoke to find Li Feng had indeed left. An unsettling worry crept into her heart, fearing he might abandon her. After several days of futile efforts to transfer her projects, she reluctantly sent a message to Li Feng inquiring about his return. After waiting a long while without a response, she received a voice message from Su Mingzhu instead. "Su Muqing, do not forget that tomorrow at 8 o'clock is my engagement banquet with Wu Tianhao at the rooftop garden of the Weina Grand Hotel. I trust you have not been apprehended by the police yet, he. Listening to Su Mingzhu's taunts, Su Muqing promptly blocked her. Just then, Li Feng finally replied with a voice message. "My dear, tomorrow night at 8, let us meet at the top floor of the Weina Hotel. I have a surprise for you, so don't be late." Su Muqing was taken aback to learn that Li Feng had also invited her to the top floor of the Weina Hotel. Was he planning to crash Su Mingzhu's engagement banquet? Confused, Su Muqing sent numerous voice messages to Li Feng, but he did not respond. The following evening, around 7, Su Muqing arrived early at the top floor of the Weina Hotel. She was aware that Su Mingzhu was to have her engagement banquet with Wu Tianhao at 8 and had initially planned not to come. However, since Li Feng insisted she attend, she decided to arrive early to avoid an encounter with Su Mingzhu. To her surprise, she ran into Su Mingzhu as soon as she arrived. "Su Muqing, I never expected you to have the audacity to show up. Are you here to witness how the man you once adored holds my hand and professes his everlasting love for me?" Su Mingzhu taunted. Su Muqing was astonished to see that Su Mingzhu had already arrived. She noticed several staff members preparing the venue, which was beautifully and romantically decorated. Perhaps Su Mingzhu had come to inspect the arrangements in advance. Seeing Su Muqing silent, Su Mingzhu further mocked, "Haha, Su Muqing, are you envious and jealous of me right now? Your pathetic husband, Li Feng, will likely never be able to offer you such a warm and romantic setting." With no desire to linger any longer, Su Muqing turned to leave, realizing that Li Feng was not planning a surprise for her. At that moment, Li Feng approached. "Su Mingzhu, how dare you be so shameless? This place is reserved for my wife and me to celebrate our wedding anniversary, so you better leave." Upon seeing Li Feng, who appeared almost deranged, Su Mingzhu laughed. "Haha, Su Muqing, did you see that? This is your pathetic husband Li Feng's true nature. Unable to afford a proper anniversary celebration for his wife, he tries to crash someone else's engagement banquet. What a disgrace." Su Muqing was perplexed. She thought Li Feng was only there to mooch a meal, not to turn Su Mingzhu's engagement into something for himself. "Li Feng, I can't believe you remember today is our wedding anniversary. To be honest, I had forgotten, but why did you bring me here? This is clearly Su Mingzhu's engagement banquet." Li Feng replied with a smile, "My dear, how could I use someone else's engagement banquet to surprise you? Especially that of Su Mingzhu?" Upon hearing Li Feng's expletive directed at her, Su Mingzhu became furious. "Li Feng, you better get out of here, or I will call security to throw you out." Li Feng chuckled. "Su Mingzhu, this venue is rented for my wife and me to celebrate our wedding anniversary. The one who should leave is you." At that moment, Su Mingzhu assumed Li Feng had lost his mind. Otherwise, why would he insist that her engagement banquet was for their anniversary? Su Muqing, confused by Li Feng's words, questioned him about what was happening. "Su Muqing, your husband Li Feng has gone mad, but you need not find another, for it won't be long before you are arrested and imprisoned for life." Concerned about Li Feng's mental state, Su Muqing anxiously inquired about his well-being. Li Feng, seeing her worry, did not respond but led her to the garden. "My dear, look, this is the surprise I prepared for you." He pointed to a heart-shaped floral arch. Su Muqing then noticed their wedding photo displayed prominently. "Li Feng, did you truly prepare this for me?" she asked, incredulously surveying the beautiful carpet, floral archway, crystal glasses, and white candles. Most importantly, balloons adorned with their wedding photos decorated each chair. "Happy one-year wedding anniversary," Li Feng exclaimed as he knelt, presenting a sparkling ring to Su Muqing. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt overwhelmed by his thoughtfulness, especially knowing she was on the brink of imprisonment. With a smile, she extended her hand. and Li Feng, ever the gentleman, placed the ring on her finger. My dear, I didn't buy you a ring when we wed, but now I am putting one on you myself. From now on, you are mine, and there is no escaping, Li Feng said joyfully. As Su Muqing reflected on her impending fate of imprisonment, she turned away, unable to hold back her tears. That moment, uncertain whether her emotions stemmed from being touched or from something he had said that upset her, Li Feng was interrupted by Su Mingzhu's laughter. Haha, how foolish. Both Su Muqing and Li Feng look utterly daft. Su Mingzhu clutched her belly, pointing at them in amusement. As the clock neared 8, Su Muqing's relatives began to arrive. Seeing the Su family patriarch and relatives enter, Su Mingzhu immediately pointed at Su Muqing and exclaimed, Grandfather, Su Muqing has lost her mind. She owes the bank $1 billion and has gone insane. The elder, having seen Su Muqing a few days prior when she was perfectly normal, responded skeptically, Mingzhu, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Mingzhu then pointed at Li Feng, Grandfather, not only has Su Muqing lost her mind, but Li Feng has as well. Otherwise, how could they mistake my engagement banquet for their anniversary celebration? It's utterly ridiculous. Haha. Upon hearing this, the elder approached Li Feng to inquire about the situation. However, as he drew closer, he realized this was not Su Mingzhu's engagement banquet. It was indeed a celebration for Su Muqing and Li Feng's anniversary, with many wedding photos and a backdrop proclaiming happy one-year anniversary. What are you playing at, Su Mingzhu? Have you mistaken the venue? The elder asked. Confused, Su Mingzhu retorted, Grandfather, how can you be so foolish? The elder, irate, replied, I am not foolish. This is not your engagement banquet. Come see for yourself. Seeing her grandfather's fury, Su Mingzhu hurried over to inspect. Upon her arrival, she was left speechless. This cannot be. This is undoubtedly my engagement banquet with Wu Tianhao. Why are there so many photos of Li Feng and Su Muqing? What is going on with this backdrop? In disbelief, she pointed at Li Feng, it must be you. You secretly conspired with the hotel staff to set this up, didn't you? Just wait. I'll call the staff right now. Su Mingzhu immediately dialed the hotel manager. Hello, Manager Tang. What is going on? There's no security awareness at your hotel? How could my scheduled engagement banquet be set up by someone else? The manager replied, Miss Su, you may not be aware, but Mr. Wu Tianhao has informed us to cancel the engagement banquet. Since it was canceled, we are free to arrange for others. After hanging up, Su Mingzhu thought, this cannot be. Did Wu Tianhao decide it was too wasteful to spend so much money? Or did he switch to a better venue at the last minute? She immediately called Wu Tianhao. Hello, Tianhao. Didn't you change our engagement banquet to another location? My family has already arrived, and you didn't inform me in advance. She complained, trying to sound charming. But to Su Mingzhu's astonishment, Wu Tianhao shouted at her, what engagement banquet? I would never marry a filthy whore like you. Su Mingzhu was left utterly dazed by his outburst. Wu Tianhao, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Mingzhu exclaimed in anger. On the other end of the line, Wu Tianhao, realizing that Su Mingzhu was still hiding the truth from him, cursed even more fiercely. Su Mingzhu, you wretched creature. How dare you deceive me and have an affair with Zhou Ming? I have already received those scandalous photos of you too. After his outburst, Wu Tianhao furiously hung up the phone. At that moment, Su Mingzhu's mind was buzzing, her expression vacant. How is this possible? How could Wu Tianhao know about my relationship with Zhou Ming? Is it possible that Zhou Ming is deliberately retaliating against me? Su Mingzhu pondered to herself. Initially, to take revenge on Su Muqing and Li Feng, Su Mingzhu had resolutely agreed to Zhou Ming's shameless demands. However, when she met Wu Tianhao, she exerted all her charm to entice him. Wu Tianhao, noticing Su Mingzhu's resemblance to Su Muqing, became infatuated with her. Yet, Su Mingzhu was tormented by Zhou Ming's incessant harassment and threats with photos. She was left with no choice but to temporarily submit to Zhou Ming's demands. Zhou Ming, I will not spare you. I will kill you. Su Mingzhu cried out, running away in a frenzy. Observing Su Mingzhu's frantic departure, Su Muqing turned to Li Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, Li Feng, what on earth is going on? Wasn't this supposed to be the engagement banquet for Su Mingzhu and Wu Tianhao? Li Feng replied, well, here's the situation. While Su Mingzhu was with Wu Tianhao, she was also fooling around with Zhou Ming. Lu Hua has a subordinate who has been undercover by Zhou Ming's side, and this subordinate frequently overheard Zhou Ming discussing his affair with Su Mingzhu. Eventually, he secretly obtained the scandalous photos of Zhou Ming and Su Mingzhu and handed them over to Lu Hua. Lu Hua then shared the photos with you, and you forwarded them to Wu Tianhao, correct? Su Muqing speculated. Li Feng chuckled. Yes, exactly. You are quite astute, my dear. Oh, you, Li Feng? How dare you spy on other women? And you've been deliberately ignoring my calls these past few days. Just wait until I get home to teach you a lesson. Just as Su Muqing finished speaking, Li Feng immediately pressed a button in his hand. At that moment, fireworks erupted in the air, each one shaped like a heart. My dear, do you like it? Li Feng asked with a smile. Su Muqing, feeling a bit shy, replied, Humph, seeing you perform so well, I shall temporarily forgive you. After enjoying the splendid display of fireworks, the couple returned home. Upon their arrival, they found Su Muqing's mother, Wang Xiuling, sitting on the sofa watching television, waiting for them. Mom, it's so late. Are you still awake? Do you need something from me? Su Muqing inquired. Wang Xiuling, however, looked at Li Feng and said, I need to speak with Li Feng. Li Feng, taken aback, asked Wang Xiuling what the matter was. Wang Xiuling replied, Li Feng, tomorrow morning you will accompany me to meet someone. Chapter 23. This young man is extraordinary. Li Feng, puzzled about who Wang Xiuling intended to introduce him to, asked, Who are we meeting? I have plans tomorrow. You will find out when you come with me. We'll leave at 7 in the morning. After saying this, Wang Xiuling went to her room to sleep. Li Feng, being quite considerate, decided to take a mat and blanket to sleep in Su Muqing's room after being called there the last time. My dear, how do you manage to look so beautiful? Li Feng said sweetly while lying on the floor, gazing at Su Muqing, who was lying on the bed. Su Muqing shot him a playful glare and replied, Li Feng, don't think you can sweet-talk me into letting you sleep on the bed. Haha, my dear, rest assured, I wouldn't dare without your permission. After saying this, Li Feng lay down on the blanket, ready to sleep. Just then, Su Muqing suddenly recalled everything Li Feng had done for her that day. Her heart softened, and she asked, Li Feng, your health isn't great. Is the floor too cold? Li Feng misunderstood, thinking Su Muqing was concerned about his health, and promptly replied, It's not cold. I'm perfectly fine. After saying this, he immediately regretted it. Why did Su Muqing ask that? If I had claimed I was unwell and that the floor was cold, wouldn't he that give me the chance to sleep with Su Muqing on the bed? At that moment, Li Feng was filled with regret. My dear, what did you say just now? I didn't quite catch it, he asked shamelessly. Su Muqing, having momentarily softened her heart, was worried that Li Feng sleeping on the floor would be too cold, had made a significant decision when she asked that. However, she did not expect her kindness to be immediately rejected by Li Feng. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sleep. The next morning, before Li Feng had fully awakened, he left with his mother-in-law, Wang Xiuling. Wang Xiuling had previously disliked Li Feng because he was a lowly son-in-law. However, she had recently come to realize that Li Feng seemed to have good fortune, possibly indicating he was someone destined for greatness, which is why she wanted to introduce him to a master. Li Feng, unaware of who Wang Xiuling intended to introduce him to, simply followed her. Unbeknownst to him, they arrived at Hongmei Park. This park is one of the older parks in the southern city, where many elderly people come to exercise in the morning. Li Feng observed the elderly and thought, Surely, my mother-in-law is bringing me here to exercise, right? Just as Li Feng was pondering, Wang Xiuling led him to an elderly man with a head of white hair, holding a divination book. Li Feng guessed that his mother-in-law was not about to have him read fortunes, was she? Oh dear, young man, oh dear. The fortune-teller shook his head and sighed while looking at Li Feng. Li Feng, upon seeing this, could hardly believe it. If this fortune-teller were to spout nonsense to Wang Xiuling, his life would surely become difficult. At that moment, Wang Xiuling turned to take a phone call from Su Muqing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng discreetly pulled out some money and bribed the fortune-teller. Once Wang Xiuling hung up, she eagerly asked the fortune-teller, Master, does he have any issues? After receiving Li Feng's bribe, the old fortune-teller naturally spoke in his favor, exclaiming, Oh dear, this young man is extraordinary. Wang Xiuling, puzzled, looked at the fortune-teller and asked, Master, what do you mean by extraordinary? The old fortune-teller pretended to be profound and said, Third-rate fortune-tellers observe the 8 trigrams and elements. Second-rate fortune-tellers examine facial features and bones, while first-rate fortune-tellers perceive energy. This young man possesses remarkable energy. His future is boundless. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the old fortune-teller's absurdity. Wang Xiuling, noticing Li Feng's lack of respect, immediately scolded, Li Feng, listen carefully to what the master is saying and stop laughing foolishly. Just as Wang Xiuling finished speaking, the old fortune-teller remarked, Your son-in-law is not simple. Although he is a son-in-law, he carries the aura of an emperor. I dare say he will certainly achieve greatness in the future. Li Feng could no longer hold back his laughter and turned away to stifle it, fearing he would burst out laughing. This old fortune-teller's skills seemed only suitable for fooling the elderly in the park. "Master, your fortune-telling is truly remarkable. I didn't he even say a word. Yet you figured out he is a son-in-law. However, you claim he will succeed, but he spins each day idly. How can he possibly amount to anything?" Wang Xiaoling expressed her doubts. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was unhappy. What did she mean by spending each day idly? Given Wang Xiaoling's superstitions, Li Feng decided to waste some money on the old fortune-teller. He turned to the fortune-teller and discreetly held up 5 fingers. The old fortune-teller immediately understood that Li Feng intended to give him 500 more. "You don't understand. Your son-in-law possesses an aura that ordinary people cannot have. He doesn't need to do anything. Success will come naturally to him." Wang Xiaoling, upon hearing this, was delighted that the master had praised Li Feng's fortune. "Master, please help me see if my son-in-law is truly someone with good fortune," Wang Xiaoling said, pulling out 500 from her wallet to give to the old fortune-teller. Li Feng noticed that the old fortune-teller was receiving double the bribe. "Cough, cough, cough. I still need to observe carefully whether your son-in-law is indeed someone with good fortune." After saying this, the old fortune-teller probably took another glance at Li Feng. Li Feng promptly extended his hand in a gesture of affirmation, eliciting immediate satisfaction from the elderly master. He conveyed to Wang Xiaoling, entirely in line with Li Feng's earlier sentiments, that her son-in-law was indeed a person blessed with fortune. He advised that as long as the family treated him well, preparing delectable meals and attending to his needs, they would partake in his auspiciousness. Furthermore, to amplify their good fortune, he suggested that they hasten to have their daughter bear him a child, thus achieving perfection in their familial blessings. Upon hearing this final remark from the venerable master, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. After departing from the park, Wang Xiaoling's demeanor towards Li Feng transformed remarkably, surpassing even that of her own son. "Li Feng, what would you like for lunch? Mother will prepare it for you," she offered. "Abalone, lobster, chicken wings, spare ribs, roast duck. Let us keep it at that," Wang Xiaoling replied, taken aback by the extensive list, yet she acquiesced, motivated by the prospect of familial fortune. During lunch, Su Muqing returned home. Upon witnessing the lavish spread of dishes, she initially assumed relatives had come to visit, only to later discover that it was all for Li Feng's appetite. "Daughter, we must treat Li Feng better from now on. You do realize he is a man of fortune, capable of bringing continuous good luck to our family," Wang Xiaoling asserted. Su Muqing remained skeptical of her mother's beliefs, perceiving them as a touch superstitious. However, by the afternoon, when Li Feng approached Lu Hua for compensation, Su Muqing's doubts began to wane. "Li Feng, my apologies for the significant loss caused by our family's breach of contract. I have decided to compensate you with 100 million, Lu Hua declared. In reality, this sum was still Li Feng's own, as Lu Hua, given his current standing within the Lu family, could only afford a fraction of that amount for personal use. Unbeknownst to Su Muqing, she believed this figure was the result of Lu Hua's negotiations. With this sum, she could settle the debts owed to the bank, and also see the completion of the Su family's Plaza Mall. My dear, with our newfound wealth, we ought to hire more staff. How else can such a large Plaza Mall operate?" Li Feng proposed. Su Muqing was pleasantly surprised by Li Feng's insight and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Hua excused himself under the pretext of playing games with Li Feng, leaving Su Muqing preoccupied with the urgent task of completing the mall's construction and attracting business investment, lest it remain devoid of foot traffic even after its grand opening. Once Su Muqing exited, Lu Hua gazed at Li Feng with a melancholic expression. "Brother Feng, my elder brother Lu Chong has gone too far this time, undermining me in front of our father. I must seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, Li Feng pragmatically assessed. Vengeance is indeed warranted. However, with the Lu family's key enterprises under Lu Hua's control, we cannot act against him directly just yet. "What do you mean?" Lu Hua inquired. Puzzled, Li Feng pondered. "We must first deal with Lu Chong's trusted aide, Zhou Ming. He possesses all of Lu Chong's secrets, and this individual is utterly despicable. I must take care of him." Chapter 24. Preparing for retaliation. Lu Hua concurred with Li Feng's plan to target Zhou Ming, stating, "Indeed, Zhou Ming is a notorious lecher. Dealing with him should be manageable, especially since we have an insider among his ranks." Li Feng was aware of the insider Lu Hua referred to, the very individual who had leaked compromising photographs of Lu Hua and Su Mingzhu. This person was someone Li Feng had previously suggested Lu Hua place near Zhou Ming. Without such insight, Lu Hua would never have dared to assign an insider to his elder brother Lu Chong's confidant. After receiving Li Feng's instructions, Lu Hua commenced his operations against Zhou Ming. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming sat obliviously at his office, engrossed in his favored romantic films. This is delightful. I must figure out a way to invite Su Mingzhu over for a little rendezvous. Her legs are even longer. Zhou Ming mused, a sinister grin plastered across his face. His gaze fixated on the screen when a knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Zhou Ming asked, irritation evident in his tone. It was uncommon for anyone to disturb him at this hour. It's me, a woman replied from outside. Upon realizing it was Su Mingzhu, Zhou Ming's excitement surged as he flung the door open. Ah, Mrs. Wu, do you find me more impressive than Wu Tianhao? You must be reluctant to leave me. He chortled, extending his arms to embrace her. In an instant, Su Mingzhu drew a pair of scissors and lunged for his groin. Thankfully, Zhou Ming was quick enough to push her away. Su Mingzhu, are you insane? He exclaimed. After being shoved to the ground, Su Mingzhu, with tears in her eyes and teeth clenched, attempted to stab him again. Zhou Ming, being a man of greater strength, restrained her. What on earth are you doing? Let us discuss this calmly. Don't act rashly, Zhou Ming insisted, still oblivious to Su Mingzhu's murderous intent. Upon hearing Zhou Ming feign innocence, Su Mingzhu's anger flared. Zhou Ming, you destroyed my marriage with Wu Tianhao. I, Su Mingzhu, will ensure you are left without heirs. Realizing the source of her fury, Zhou Ming chuckled. Calm down. Su Mingzhu, I have no idea why Wu Tianhao has acted this way, but if you don't mind me, I would gladly spend my life with you. He released Su Mingzhu, but his gaze lingered on her, his thoughts drifting back to the earlier film. Su Mingzhu, repulsed, pointed the scissors at him. Who would want to spend a lifetime with a pervert like you? If you hadn't sent those compromising photos to Wu Tianhao, wouldn't he have abandoned me? After shedding tears, she lunged at him again. Though Zhou Ming evaded, he still received a cut from her scissors. Just then, one of Zhou Ming's henchmen burst into the office, having heard the commotion. Boss, are you all right? Seeing his subordinate Zhao Jun enter, Zhou Ming quickly commanded, Junzi, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Zhao Jun, initially intending to stay, was instructed to leave. Yet, he lingered outside, eavesdropping. After tending to his wound, Zhou Ming attempted to placate Su Mingzhu. I only wanted you for myself. Truth be told, I was heartbroken when I saw you with Wu Tianhao, but you liked him, so I could only devise ways to win you back. I would never sabotage your marriage. Who else would you have? Su Mingzhu retorted skeptically. I'm still uncertain about that. However, think about it. I have been collaborating with Wu Tianhao, and I need him for my plans. Why would I send him those photos? If he saw them, he would hate me and cut off our partnership, Zhou Ming reasoned. Su Mingzhu found his argument somewhat persuasive. If not Zhou Ming, then it must be Li Feng and Su Muqing. I know now who is responsible. It must be Li Feng and Su Muqing. I will not let them go unpunished, she vowed fiercely. Seeing her resolve, Zhou Ming approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Rest assured, I will help you exact revenge. Why don't we enjoy ourselves first? I've missed you dearly. Zhou Ming, after speaking, shifted his right hand downward, prompting Su Mingzhu to disdainfully shake off his touch. Zhou Ming, while you may not have given the photos to Wu Tianhao, if it weren't for your incessant harassment and threats, would I have taken such distasteful pictures with you? You shall never have me again. With that, Su Mingzhu stormed off in a fury. Concealed beside the door, Zhao Jun sensed Su Mingzhu's imminent exit and quickly stepped aside. Observing Zhou Ming's despondent expression in the office, he quietly entered. What's wrong, Zhou? It's just a woman, Zhao Jun attempted to console him. Zhou Ming retorted, just a woman? If you could find me a woman with such a figure and looks, not to mention allure, I would immediately promote you to department head. Excited by this prospect, Zhao Jun exclaimed, you must keep your word, Zhou. I know where to find such a woman. Let me take you there right away. Zhou Ming, amused, warned, if you dare deceive me, you'll face my wrath. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the prestigious Jean Gue Entertainment Club, Zhao Jun and Zhou Ming had arrived. Upon seeing the venue, Zhou Ming chuckled. I was curious where you would find such beauties. It turns out to be here. Zhao Jun, smiling, replied, it seems you have been here before. How do you find the women? Zhou Ming, satisfied, remarked, though the women here may slightly pale in comparison to Su Mingzhu, they are indeed attractive and skilled in their service. However, the price is. Recalling the exorbitant rates from his previous visit with Lu Chong, Zhou Ming hesitated, knowing it would consume half a month's salary for a single outing. Observing Zhou Ming's indecisiveness, Zhao Jun quickly offered, Zhou, to express my gratitude for your past support, I will treat you this time. Enjoy yourself. Zhou Ming's spirits lifted at the prospect of not spending his own money. You truly are resourceful. Rest assured. I will speak favorably of you to young Master Lu, and your promotion will be assured. Thank you, Zhou. Zhao Jun responded, inviting him inside. Within the luxurious confines of Jingui Entertainment, Lu Hua and Li Feng had already established their positions. Lu Hua, you cannot make an appearance later. Zhou Ming is under Lu Chang's command. To avoid complications, your brother must remain unaware of your intentions, Li Feng advised. Lu Hua, acknowledging the wisdom in Li Feng's words, expressed concern. Feng, I fear for your safety alone. Perhaps I should have my bodyguard, Adai, accompany you. Adai, Lu Hua's bodyguard, was the same one who had previously dealt with Wu Tianhao at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Li Feng frowned at the mention of Adai. Lu Hua, Zhou Ming knows Adai. If he sees him, he will recognize you. You need to be more cautious in your dealings. Otherwise, your plans against Lu Chang may backfire. Lu Hua understood Li Feng's caution. Before meeting Li Feng, he had been a frivolous youth, oblivious to anything beyond indulgence. It was through Li Feng that he began to aspire for greater ambitions. Do not worry, Zhou Ming cannot harm me, Li Feng assured him. Lu Hua, reassured by Li Feng's confidence, thought to himself that with Li Feng's capabilities, even Adai would likely be no match. Chapter 25. A misstep? Upon entering the private room, Zhou Ming ordered several attractive singing companions, while Zhao Jun excused himself to the restroom. As Zhou Ming reveled in his merriment, suddenly the door to the room was kicked open. Who dares disturb my enjoyment? Zhou Ming angrily turned around, only to be met with the sight of Li Feng, sending him into a state of dread. You? Li Feng, what do you want? Realizing Li Feng's intent was not benign, Zhou Ming instinctively reached for his phone. Li Feng, with a cold smile, declared, I've come to propose a deal. Zhou Ming, deriding Li Feng's audacity, scoffed. You, a mere son-in-law and a destitute security guard, wish to negotiate with me? You rely solely on your association with Lu Hua, don't you? Now that Lu Chang manages Lu Hua's company, you and Su Muqing will only be left to fend for yourselves. Li Feng ignored Zhou Ming's taunts, stepping into the center of the room and gesturing for the women to leave. The women, unsure of Li Feng's motives and unaware of his strength, looked to Zhou Ming for direction. Zhou Ming, unwilling to end the revelry, kept the women present. If you wish to negotiate, Li Feng, let your wife Su Muqing join us, dressed as these lovely ladies, to drink and sing with me. Before Zhou Ming could finish, Li Feng delivered a powerful punch to his face, exclaiming, Enough of your nonsense. Caught off guard by the speed and force of Li Feng's attack, Zhou Ming was thrown back onto the sofa. Get out! Li Feng shouted at the women, who fled in terror. Zhou Ming lay on the sofa, clutching his swollen face. Yet he managed a cold chuckle. Well struck. Well struck. I will make you pay for this. Suddenly rising, Zhou Ming seized a beer bottle from the table and hurled it at Li Feng, who swiftly countered with a side kick, sending Zhou Ming crashing to the ground. You overestimate yourself, Li Feng admonished, advancing toward Zhou Ming. What kind of deal do you wish to discuss? Zhou Ming, now bleeding from his mouth, secretly sent a message while appearing unfazed. Li Feng had not anticipated Zhou Ming's swift capitulation. He had expected to deliver further punishment. If you wish to live, divulge all of Lu Chang's secrets and how he misappropriates funds from the Lu family business. Zhou Ming, realizing Li Feng's true target was Lu Chang, scoffed. You think I would betray my master? How amusing. Li Feng, unconvinced, replied, I have no doubt about your loyalty, but I am absolutely confident in my ability to incapacitate you. As Li Feng approached, Zhou Ming stood and glanced towards the door. Suspecting Zhou Ming was waiting for assistance, Li Feng was soon met with the entrance of 4 or 5 men in black suits. Concerned, Li Feng thought, shouldn't Zhao Jun be guarding the door? Why did he not alert me? Did you really think I would come alone? Zhou Ming boasted. Li Feng was taken aback by Zhou Ming's ability to summon help. Have you suspected Zhao Jun was a mole all along? Li Feng inquired, realizing that Zhao Jun must have already been subdued by the black-clad men. Indeed. I grew suspicious when Su Mingzhu sought me out today. If it weren't for my drunken conversation with Zhao Jun about Su Mingzhu, how could he have stolen my scandalous photos with her? Su Mingzhu suspected you had given them to Wu Tianhao. How could I not have guessed? Moreover, with Zhao Jun's meager salary, how could he afford to bring me here? It all became clear. This was your and Lu Hua's scheme, Zhou Ming asserted. Li Feng was taken aback by Zhou Ming's astuteness. No wonder Lu Chang valued him so highly. You truly possess some skill, having not only unraveled my plot, but also deduced Lu Hua's involvement. After Li Feng finished speaking, He gazed at the few black-clad henchmen before him. Although these men were robust and appeared seasoned, they were insufficient to deal with Li Feng. Huh, isn't that obvious? You are merely a worthless son-in-law. If it weren't for Lu Hua's backing, you would have been dealt with long ago. However, I must admit, I now hold Lu Hua in higher regard than before. I once thought he was merely a playboy, indulging in a life of leisure, yet now he dares to contest with my master Lu Chong for the family fortune. What a delusion! Zhou Ming chuckled. Zhou Ming was indeed formidable, yet despite his cunning, he could never fathom that Lu Hua was not Li Feng's supporter, but rather the opposite. Li Feng was Lu Hua's protector. I have no interest in further conversation. I'll first incapacitate you, and then leave you to my master Lu Chong. With a cold snort, Zhou Ming signaled the henchman to charge at Li Feng. In an instant, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the ceiling of the private room, causing a crystal chandelier to crash to the ground. The henchmen were momentarily stunned, taken aback by Li Feng's impressive agility. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng swept his leg, knocking 3 of the henchmen to the floor. Only 1 henchman remained, brandishing an iron rod and aiming for Li Feng's head, but Li Feng had anticipated this move. He swiftly turned, delivering a side kick that sent the last henchman crashing onto the sofa. Seeing this, Zhou Ming attempted to flee, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Li Feng was a martial arts expert. Previously, during their encounter in Su Muqing's office, Zhou Ming had suffered greatly at Li Feng's hands, but at that time, Li Feng had fought recklessly. Now, however, every strike Li Feng executed was reminiscent of a martial arts master. Nowhere to run, Li Feng seized Zhou Ming from behind. Zhou Ming struggled with all his might to escape, yet he could not break free from Li Feng's grip. If you wish to avoid death, clarify your master's intentions quickly, or I shall incapacitate you first and then negotiate. Li Feng threatened. Zhou Ming realized he was trapped, yet the thought of betraying Lu Chong filled him with dread. Li Feng, I swear, I know nothing. Whatever Lu Chong has done is beyond my knowledge. Please, show mercy. Zhou Ming pleaded. Li Feng recognized the deceit in Zhou Ming's words. After dispatching the fallen henchman, he delivered a heavy kick to Zhou Ming's groin. Zhou Ming cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. Li Feng, I beg you, spare me. I truly know nothing. Zhou Ming continued to plead, bowing his head in desperation. Observing Zhou Ming's cowardice, Li Feng knew the man was nearing his breaking point. For now, let us set aside Lu Chong. Tell me about your dealings with Wu Tianhao. If not for your suggestion to Lu Chong to withdraw from the Su family's plaza development, how could my wife Su Muqing possibly owe the bank 100 million? Li Feng's voice grew increasingly heated as he prepared to strike Zhou Ming. In a panic, Zhou Ming quickly exclaimed, Li Feng, I take full responsibility. I am despicable and shameless. I beg for your forgiveness. Realizing Zhou Ming was willing to debase himself to save his life, Li Feng retracted his fist, feeling that striking Zhou Ming would sully his own hands. Quickly confess. What other schemes do you have with Wu Tianhao? Li Feng demanded. What schemes? Wu Tianhao knows about my involvement with Su Mingzhu, and he despises me. Our cooperation has long since collapsed, and now I am left wondering how to explain myself to my master Lu Hua, Zhou Ming lamented. Li Feng sensed sincerity in Zhou Ming's words. It was evident that Wu Tianhao harbored a deep animosity towards him. I shall grant you one final chance. If you do not reveal Lu Chong's plans, I swear I will ruin you, Li Feng declared, brandishing a dagger towards Zhou Ming. The lascivious Zhou Ming, upon seeing the knife, immediately relented. Do not harm me. I will tell you everything. Chapter 26. Fallen from favor. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Zhou Ming's transformation. Just moments ago, Zhou Ming had been obstinate, yet now he was eager to divulge information upon the mere sight of the dagger. Lu Chong is unaware that Wu Tianhao intends to breach their agreement. He plans to utilize Wu Tianhao's investment to establish a Grand Wanqiang Plaza in the downtown area, then persuade Lu family shareholders to support his takeover of the Lu family's enterprises, Zhou Ming explained. Li Feng understood Zhou Ming's words clearly. For Lu Chong to secure the shareholders' support, he would need to promise them substantial benefits. By initially leveraging Wu Tianhao, he aimed to provide lucrative investment opportunities to the Lu family shareholders, demonstrating remarkable foresight. Unfortunately for him, Wu Tianhao was no longer inclined to partner with Lu's family, and Zhou Ming had yet to inform Lu Chong of this development. Li Feng perceived an opportunity to facilitate Lu Hua's ascendance within the Lu family. Zhou Ming, I might spare you, but I cannot guarantee Wu Tianhao will show you the same mercy, Li Feng remarked. Zhou Ming's face paled at the thought of being handed over to Wu Tianhao, fully aware that the latter would not show him any leniency. Li Feng, I will fight you. Zhou Ming, cornered and desperate, lunged to grasp Li Feng's throat. With a swift kick, Li Feng rendered Zhou Ming unconscious. Moments later, he instructed Lu Hua to have Zhou Ming delivered to Wu Tianhao. Once it was confirmed that Wu Tianhao would not resume any collaboration with the Lu family, Li Feng shared his strategic plans with Lu Hua. Brother Feng, I am fully committed to your guidance. Once I take control of the Lu family, I will heed your every command, Lu Hua affirmed. Li Feng had long recognized Lu Hua's loyalty. Without it, he would not have placed such trust in him. After finalizing their plans for the following day's actions, Li Feng made his way to find Su Muqing. She was busier than ever, as the construction of the Su family's plaza had progressed significantly, and they were now preparing for tenant recruitment. About half an hour later, Li Feng arrived at the entrance of Su Muqing's company on his electric bike. After Lu Hua compensated Su Muqing with 100 million, she had wisely opted not to immediately repay the bank in full, instead retaining several million for investment in her company. Now, her business was operational, allowing her to hire talent, and even the security team at the entrance had increased. Ah, I see there are a few new faces since my last visit. Perhaps I should hold a meeting? Li Feng announced as he confidently approached the entrance. The new guards, unfamiliar with Li Feng, blocked his way, inquiring about his business. Just as Li Feng was about to unleash his frustration, one of the guards who recognized him approached. Ah, I thought I recognized you. Is the former captain here to see our CEO? The guard greeted. Li Feng was taken aback. How had he been absent for only a few days? And the head of his security team had changed? Hey, you think I'm just a former security captain? Who is the current head of security? Li Feng inquired. The guard, feeling quite proud, replied, that would be me. I was personally promoted by CEO Su. Upon hearing this, Li Feng realized that Su Muqing had appointed this guard as head of security and decided not to pursue the matter. Well done, my friend. Congratulations on your promotion. But do you know what my current position is? Li Feng teased. The guard, puzzled, responded, you should still be a security guard, right? I haven't heard of any department transfer. Li Feng, bemused by the guard's lack of perception, thought to himself, given my relationship with Su Muqing, what position could I not attain? Since you've taken the head of security role, I shall step aside. Li Feng pondered over which position might suit him best and decided to pursue the role of investment manager. With the Su family's Plaza Mall currently seeking investments, he felt this position would be ideal. Upon hearing Li Feng's declaration, the plump security guard, eager to flatter, chimed in, indeed, Brother Feng, with your connection to Mr. Su, I would certainly defer to you as the head of the investment department. However, Li Feng, sensing an underlying meaning in the guard's words, inquired, however what? Is there anyone who dares to disagree? The guard continued, but the company already has an investment manager, appointed by Mr. Su just a few days ago. I hear he's quite capable and rather handsome too. After delivering this news, he playfully patted Li Feng on the shoulder, adding, I think your chances with Ms. Su may be dwindling. It seems Mr. Su has found a new interest. Upon hearing that Su Muqing had a new beau, Li Feng's temper flared, and he rushed towards her office. The new security guards at the entrance whispered amongst themselves, who is this guy? He acts as if he owns the place. Didn't he, the plump guard, just mention he was the former head of security? With that skinny frame, I bet I could take him down with a single punch. As Li Feng stormed into Su Muqing's office, he indeed found her engaged in discussion with a young, handsome man, who was clearly charming her. Jealousy surged within him. How could someone dare to pursue his wife? Su Muqing, noticing Li Feng's sudden entrance, questioned, Li Feng, what brings you here? Li Feng, taken aback by her tone, retorted, am I not allowed to come? He then cast a deliberate glance at the man beside her, who, though handsome, exuded a rather effeminate demeanor. Yes, a rather effeminate demeanor. He consoled himself. Su Muqing shot him a warning look, signaling him to mind his manners, especially with an outsider present. Understanding her intent, he asked, Ms. Su, why was my position as head of security revoked? Su Muqing found his question amusing, as she had never appointed him to such a title. You were on leave a few days ago. I simply appointed someone else, she replied nonchalantly. What should I do now? Li Feng pressed. Return to your duties as a security guard, she stated matter-of-factly. Li Feng protested vehemently. I refuse to be a mere security guard. Seeing his reluctance, Su Muqing inquired, if you don't want to be a security guard, what do you wish to do? Isn't the company planning to seek investments? I shall be the investment manager, he declared confidently. The poised young man, hearing Li Feng's claim, couldn't help but chuckle internally. Miss Su, it seems he is quite eager to join the investment team. Perhaps I could mentor him. Su Muqing, pleased with the suggestion from the new investment manager, Xiao Cheng, responded, "That would be splendid. With Manager Zhao's guidance, I am confident Li Feng will learn quickly." Li Feng, however, was unwilling to be subordinate to this effeminate Xiao Cheng. "Hold on, I aim to lead the investment department, not to be someone else's underling. Who is this guy? He's younger than me. How could he expect me to take orders from him?" He fumed. Su Muqing, taken aback by Li Feng's rudeness, quickly apologized to Xiao Cheng and reprimanded Li Feng. "Li Feng, how can you be so disrespectful? This is Mr. Xiao, the new investment manager. Although he is younger, he has experience as an investment manager in a publicly listed company and graduated from a prestigious American university. You should apologize and learn from him." Su Muqing believed that Li Feng could benefit from working with Xiao Cheng, convinced that if he applied himself, he would not remain aimless forever. Apologize to him? Learn from him? What am I supposed to learn? How to act effeminate? I would rather return to being a security guard. Chapter 27. The Liu family meeting. Ms. Su. It appears he is quite attached to his current position as a security guard. Perhaps you should not force him, Xiao Cheng mocked. Su Muqing, exasperated, replied, "Li Feng, I need to discuss investment plans with Manager Xiao. Please leave for now." Li Feng, seething with frustration, stormed out. The plump guard at the door, noticing Li Feng's dejected demeanor, couldn't resist taunting him. "Oh, Manager Li, when do you start? You seem to have fallen out of favor." Ignoring the plump guard, Li Feng's mind was consumed with thoughts of that effeminate Xiao Cheng. He resolved to find a way to remove him. "Guard, keep an eye on Xiao Cheng for me. If you notice any actions detrimental to the company, report to me immediately," Li Feng instructed. The guard, unimpressed by Li Feng's current standing, retorted, "I don't have time for that, and if you remain a security guard, I'll be your superior." Li Feng, irritated by the guard's attitude, knew he needed his help, so he softened his tone. "All right, if you assist me, I will treat you to a meal and even teach you how to woo a girl. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Li Feng's offer, the guard eagerly agreed. "It's a deal. However, I have a girl I like and need advice on how to pursue her. If you help me with that, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Feng, pleased with the development, shared some tips with the guard, who took them to heart. After settling matters with the plump guard, Li Feng received a call from Lu Hua. "Not good, Brother Feng. Our plans have been moved up. I just heard that my elder brother has summoned the Liu family shareholders for a meeting." Lu Hua sounded anxious over the phone. Li Feng urged him to remain calm and relay the important details, recognizing that Lu Chang's meeting likely aimed to seize control of the Liu family business. "Brother Feng, I have been overshadowed by my elder brother Lu Chang. Since our grandfather passed, he has taken over almost all of the family's ventures. In my father's biased view, Lu Chang surpasses me in every way. The position of general manager at Lihua Real Estate was rightfully mine, but Lu Chang took it. If you help me secure the general manager position at Jinlong Company today, I promise to follow your lead in all matters moving forward." Lu Hua's voice brimmed with tension. Li Feng listened patiently, aware of much of the information Lu Hua shared, yet recognizing his friend's heightened emotions warranted his understanding. He genuinely regarded Lu Hua as an ally and friend. Upon their arrival at the venue, they discovered the meeting had already concluded. "Let it be. Jinlong Real Estate will remain under Lu Chang's management as he possesses more experience," stated Lu Da, the patriarch of the Lu family. Upon hearing that the position he desired had been appropriated by his elder brother Lu Chang, Lu Hua immediately interjected, "Wait a moment. I have yet to attend this meeting. How can you hastily assign the management of Jinlong Enterprises to my brother?" Upon realizing that his reckless younger brother Lu Hua had arrived, Lu Chang derisively remarked, "Ah, I thought someone significant had come. It turns out to be you, Hua. Why are you here instead of discussing collaborations with female celebrities and models?" Li Feng pondered Lu Chang's cunning nature, noting how a mere jest unveiled Lu Chang's true character. "Lu Hua, what brings you here?" Lu Da questioned Lu Hua sternly. Observing Lu Da's demeanor towards Lu Hua, Li Feng discerned that in Lu Da's eyes, Lu Hua held far less weight in the family hierarchy compared to elder brother Lu Chang. After Lu Chang's scorn rendered Lu Hua speechless, he found himself further interrogated by their father, Lu Da, leaving him momentarily stunned and filled with self-doubt. Sensing Lu Hua's turmoil, Li Feng, seeing Lu Hua's reluctance to argue, boldly advocated for him. According to the regulations set forth by the late Lu Lao Taiyi, Lu Hua possesses the right to attend this meeting. His absence earlier renders this meeting invalid. Li Feng's words struck a chord, leaving Lu Chang and Lu Da momentarily speechless. The other family members present began to murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by Li Feng's assertion. Lu Chang glared at Li Feng, sensing that Lu Hua had come accompanied by someone intent on seizing territory and inheritance. "Who are you?" "This is a family meeting of the Lu clan. What business do you have here? Lu Chang demanded, turning the attention of the room towards Li Feng, who stood alongside Lu Hua. Li Hua felt powerless, glancing at Li Feng for support. With a sardonic smile, Li Feng replied, "Family meeting? According to the will of Lu Lao Tai Yi, matters concerning the family-owned enterprises cannot be solely deemed a family meeting." Lu Hua felt a surge of reassurance from Li Feng's words, grateful for their prior conversation about his family and grandfather's will. However, Lu Chang was not easily deterred. He continued to challenge Li Feng, asserting, "Even if it is not a family meeting, it is still an internal meeting of Lu's company, and you have no authority here." Listening to Lu Chang's rebuttal, Lu Hua finally mustered the courage to speak up. "Brother, Li Feng is my project manager. I brought him here to discuss the plans for Jinlong Company," Lu Hua articulated, recalling Li Feng's previous guidance. Lu Chang scoffed, "Plans? Jinlong Company is not under your purview. Just moments ago, through unanimous votes from the family shareholders, and with Dad's announcement, I, Lu Chang, am the general manager of Jinlong Company." Faced with Lu Chang's assertiveness, Lu Hua felt overwhelmed. But Li Feng interjected on his behalf. "As per the late Lu Lao Tai Ye's will, Lu Hua holds a 20% stake in the family-owned company. 50% belongs to your father, and 30% is yours. Thus, the remaining 20% of Jinlong Company rightfully belongs to Lu Hua. If you disagree, you may exchange it for shares in other companies you possess." Li Feng's argument was compelling, leaving Lu Chang at a loss for words. He was puzzled by Li Feng's identity, having never seen him before, and surprised by Lu Hua's trust in him. "Lu Hua, can you manage Jinlong Company? Perhaps it would be better if we continued as before, with me allocating you a larger share of profits each month, allowing you to live comfortably. Should you inadvertently lead our family business to ruin, you would become the pariah of the Lu clan." Lu Chang, ever astute, understood Lu Hua's character well. The combination of intimidation and temptation would have easily subdued the former Lu Hua. However, after spending considerable time with Li Feng, Lu Hua had resolved to transform himself and build a successful career. "Brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have decided to forge my own path and earn the respect of others." Lu Hua's declaration elicited an involuntary applause from Lu Da. Despite being Lu Hua's father, he felt a sense of pride seeing his son willing to change. As Lu Da clapped, the other family members joined in, creating a resounding applause in the meeting. Under Lu Da's encouragement, Lu Hua presented the plans for Jinlong Company, which was met with further applause, not solely for Lu Hua's eloquence, but because Li Feng had prepared him thoroughly, compelling him to memorize the details swiftly. Content with his son's performance, Lu Da remarked that Lu Hua had matured significantly. However, Lu Chang's expression darkened as he realized his grasp on Jinlong Company had slipped into the hands of his seemingly inept brother, all orchestrated by Li Feng. After the meeting concluded, Lu Chang intended to have Zhou Ming investigate Li Feng's background, but found himself unable to reach Zhou Ming at that moment. Ultimately, he acquired Li Feng's information through another confidant. "I thought he was someone significant. Turns out he's merely a son-in-law who dares to oppose me. What folly!" Lu Chang fumed with rage. Chapter 28. A date, Brother Feng. "Now that we have taken control of Jinlong Company, what shall be our next step?" Lu Hua inquired of Li Feng. Upon hearing Lu Hua's use of we, Li Feng, satisfied, patted Lu Hua's shoulder and declared, "Lu Hua, my ambitions extend far beyond Nan City. Jinlong Company, along with the entire Lu family, will eventually belong to you. For now, I merely require your cooperation. If you demonstrate ambition, I will entrust the entirety of Nan City into your stewardship. However, before that, I must eliminate certain obstacles, the foremost being your elder brother Lu Chang." Lu Hua regarded Li Feng, who spoke with an air of authority reminiscent of royalty, and felt no doubt about him. "We have reclaimed Jinlong Company from your brother, and it is certain that Lu Chang will devise ways to create trouble for you. But do not fear. You may inform your father that you require greater family support to revive Jinlong Company. Additionally, share the details of Wu Tianhao's breach of contract with your father to gradually erode his confidence in Lu Chang," Li Feng advised. Lu Hua found Li Feng's counsel sound and, after posing a few questions, departed to consult with Lu Da, while Li Feng returned to Su Muqing's company. At the company's entrance, the portly security guard rushed over upon seeing Li Feng's return. "Brother Li, you have finally returned." Seeing the guard's urgency, Li Feng initially assumed something was amiss with the effeminate manager Xiao. "What happened? Did that effeminate manager Xiao do something?" Li Feng inquired anxiously. The guard, however, smiled and gave a thumbs up to Li Feng, saying, "Brother Li, you truly are impressive. I followed your advice and, to my surprise, managed to arrange a dinner with my online friend, Yao Yao." Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a wave of relief. Though he hadn't anticipated that the guard would succeed so swiftly with his casual tips. Congratulations. However, you must express your gratitude to me properly by assigning more eyes to monitor that effeminate manager Xiao at the company, Li Feng replied. Feeling uneasy at the thought of manager Xiao, the guard reassured him, no worries, I'll keep an eye on him. Besides, what can that manager Xiao do against our general manager Su? Li Feng conceded, considering manager Zhao's feeble demeanor. He surmised that he likely couldn't even best a woman in a confrontation. As the guard prepared to head back into the building, he called out to Li Feng, Brotherly, would you like to accompany me on a date tonight? Li Feng, taken aback by the suggestion to be a third wheel on the guard's date, protested. Are you out of your mind? Why would you want me tagging along? The guard explained, well, the girl I'm meeting insisted on bringing her friend along. Or she wouldn't go out with me. Then why do you want me there? Li Feng asked. The guard grinned, Brotherly, you're an experienced player in the dating scene. With your presence, you can guide and assist me, giving me a chance to spend some quality time alone with my goddess. Yao Yao. Li Feng, upon hearing the words of the portly security guard, mused that the man was not entirely foolish. Ordinarily, Li Feng would lack both the inclination and time to engage in such matters. However, in his desire to have the security guard keep an eye on the effeminate manager Xiao, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, he said, I shall assist you tonight. But you must promise to keep a watchful eye on manager Xiao in return. The security guard beamed with delight upon receiving Li Feng's agreement. After work, Li Feng followed him to the rendezvous point, where they awaited the arrival of the guard's date, who, after a considerable time, still had not shown. What on earth is going on? Li Feng exclaimed impatiently. We agreed on 7 o'clock, and now it's nearly 8. The security guard, equally perplexed, took out his phone to inquire about her whereabouts. Just then, 2 women approached, one clad in a yellow dress and the other in tight denim jeans. The security guard immediately recognized the woman in the yellow dress as his date, Yao Yao. Yao Yao, I'm over here, it's Xiao Peng. He called out excitedly. Li Feng observed the 2 women. The one in yellow had a slightly plump figure and ordinary features, yet she seemed quite suited to the stout guard. The other, dressed in tight jeans, was slender and possessed more refined features, though her expression was rather haughty. I'm so sorry, Xiao Peng, the girl named Yao Yao said politely. I was caught up with my friend Ling Ling and arrived late. As Yao Yao apologized, the girl named Ling Ling interjected. Why are you apologizing, Yao Yao? It's perfectly normal for a man to wait for a woman on a date. If he doesn't want to wait, he can leave. My ex-boyfriend would often wait over an hour for me. Making a man wait shows just how precious we women are. The atmosphere grew awkward for the security guard, who was taken aback by the bluntness of Ling Ling's remarks. He found himself at a loss for words in front of the girl he admired. At that moment, Li Feng coldly remarked, So, your ex-boyfriend must have dumped you then? Yao Yao, hearing Li Feng's derisive comment, retorted with a scoff, What a joke. He didn't dump me. I was the one who ended things. When I broke up with him, he cried and begged me not to leave, saying he loved me. It was utterly ridiculous. Oh, then your ex must have been a penniless loser, Li Feng said with feigned innocence. The security guard's heart sank at Li Feng's insult towards Yao Yao's friend. He recalled the old adage about not offending a woman's friend, lest she make life difficult for him. Ling Ling, incensed by Li Feng's sarcasm, pulled Yao Yao aside. Let us go, Yao Yao. Look at the kind of company you're keeping. It's truly blind of you. Upon seeing her friend upset, Yao Yao quickly interjected, Ling Ling, please don't be angry. Xiao Peng's friend was just joking. Xiao Peng, eager to defuse the tension, chimed in, please don't misunderstand. My friend only enjoys a bit of humor and means no harm. He glanced at Li Feng, implying that an apology was in order. Li Feng, having only found Ling Ling's comments disagreeable, didn't feel the need to apologize to someone he had just met. Oh, I was merely jesting. To show my goodwill, allow me to treat you to dinner. You may choose the cuisine and the venue, he offered with a smile. Upon hearing Li Feng's offer, the security guard felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, he had regretted bringing Li Feng along, fearing he might ruin the evening. Ling Ling, don't be upset. We've only just arrived. He is treating us to dinner. So what do you want to eat? Yao Yao urged her friend. Yes. What would you like? I'll cover the bill, so don't worry about the cost, the security guard added, anxious that Ling Ling might lead Yao Yao away. At that moment, Li Feng found Ling Ling's attitude amusing. It was as if she believed herself to be the most important person in this gathering. Fine, since you insist, Ling Ling declared. I want to dine at a Michelin restaurant and enjoy some wine. The security guard was taken aback by her audacity. He had heard that dining at a Michelin establishment was exorbitantly expensive. A single meal could easily cost thousands. Now, with 4 people in attendance and the added expense of wine, the bill could easily reach tens of thousands. Given that his monthly salary was only a few thousand, he felt as though he would be spending half a year's worth of earnings in one evening. Ling Ling, noticing the security guard's discomfort, scoffed, "Oh, just a moment ago, you said we could eat wherever we wanted. Why are you silent now? If you're broke, stop pretending to be wealthy. My ex-boyfriend often took me to such places. If you can't even handle a first date, what do you expect with Yao Yao?" With that, she attempted to pull Yao Yao away. At this point, Li Feng could no longer contain himself. "What is the big deal about going to a Michelin restaurant? Who says we can't afford it?" he declared. Chapter 29. The security guard was left speechless at Li Feng's willingness to go to a Michelin restaurant. Both Yao Yao and Ling Ling were equally astonished that he genuinely intended to take them to such an upscale establishment. "We really shouldn't go to Michelin. I've heard it's far too expensive," Yao Yao cautioned. The security guard felt a surge of relief upon hearing her words, convinced of her good sense. "I've heard Michelin serves Western cuisine, and it's not even that great. Why don't we go for hot pot instead?" he suggested, seeking a more manageable option. Ling Ling, upon hearing Yao Yao's reluctance to go to Michelin, immediately grew displeased. "Hot pot? Are you joking? Who goes for hot pot on a first date? Only a loser would think that's acceptable. No sense of romance whatsoever." Hearing Ling Ling's remarks, the security guard and Yao Yao exchanged glances, both feeling quite awkward. Li Feng then chimed in, "I believe there's nothing wrong with having hot pot on a date. In fact, I've dined at Michelin several times, and I find it quite overrated." Ling Ling, perceiving Li Feng's comments as an attempt to show off, sighed dramatically. "Some people can't afford Michelin dining, yet pretend they've had enough of it. Those people deserve to be struck by lightning for their arrogance." The atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable as the security guard was taken aback by Ling Ling's harsh words. Li Feng, who initially had no desire to engage in a dispute with the woman, found Ling Ling's behavior intolerable and resolved to make her uncomfortable. "Xiaopeng, let us go. I'll treat you both to hot pot at Michelin," Li Feng stated. Both the security guard and Yao Yao stared at him, utterly bewildered. "Brother Li Feng, are you out of your mind? We can't afford to eat at Michelin, and I haven't heard of any Michelin restaurant serving hot pot," the security guard whispered. Ling Ling was doubled over with laughter at the notion of dining at Michelin for hot pot. "Did I hear you correctly? You want to go to Michelin for hot pot? Sir, I don't think you've ever been to a Michelin restaurant. It's a Western dining venue. There's no hot pot on the menu." Typical loser, bragging about things he knows nothing about. Yao Yao shot a warning glance at Ling Ling, hoping she would tone down her comments, but Ling Ling continued to speak without restraint. "Yao Yao, I have long cautioned you against engaging in online romances. Look at what I said. Wasn't I right? The individuals you meet online are nothing but pretenders, boastful yet unwilling to spend a dime. You dream of encountering your Prince Charming among them. Don't make me laugh." Zhou Ling pointed disdainfully at Li Feng and the portly security guard. Faced with such ridicule from her best friend, Wang Yao felt her face burn with embarrassment and promptly turned to leave. Seeing Wang Yao's intent to depart, the security guard inquired, "Yao Yao, aren't you coming to dinner with me?" Wang Yao, caught off guard by his question, hesitated to respond. In truth, she found herself rather fond of the rotund security guard. However, today's outing had turned awkward, and she regretted bringing her friend Zhou Ling along. What was the point of dining now? Did they really expect her to enjoy a meal at a Michelin-starred restaurant? Even if they could somehow afford it, she would refuse to go. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's remarks, the security guard, still naive, asked, "Why not?" Zhou Ling scoffed at his cluelessness. "Look at the friends you've chosen, Yao Yao. It seems he genuinely believes he can take you to a Michelin restaurant for hot pot. If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. Just imagine it. When the staff at Michelin ask what you'd like to order, and this loser replies, 'We'd like hot pot,' everyone would burst into laughter." At that moment, the security guard felt utterly humiliated, realizing he had made a grave mistake by bringing Li Feng along. He had assumed Li Feng was a seasoned player in romance, especially given his relationship with Su Muqing. But how could he not even know that Michelin does not serve hot pot? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Feng calmly interjected, "What if I could eat hot pot at Michelin tonight?" "What then?" The security guard wanted to dissuade Li Feng from arguing with Zhou Ling, fully aware that there was no hot pot available. However, upon witnessing the determination in Li Feng's eyes, he refrained from speaking out. He recognized that this was the same expression Li Feng had worn when reprimanding Zhou Ming in Su Muqing's office just days ago. If you can indeed eat hot pot at Michelin, I once oppose my friend Wang Yao dating this portly fellow. But if you cannot, what will you do? Zhou Ling taunted. Li Feng replied coolly, if I cannot eat hot pot at Michelin, I will simply throw myself against the wall until I perish. All right, let us head to Michelin. Zhou Ling agreed. After finalizing their wager, the four of them hailed a taxi to Michelin. Zhou Ling, noticing that Li Feng and the security guard lacked transportation, felt a surge of contempt. She thought to herself that upon arriving at Michelin, she would refuse to order anything inexpensive and would ensure this pretentious loser was brought to tears. Zhou Ling was certain that even if Li Feng couldn't eat hot pot at Michelin, he wouldn't actually dare to slam his head against the wall. After several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Michelin. The security guard looked worriedly at Li Feng. Why don't we just leave? You don't need to bet with Zhou Ling. I believe you're going to lose, and if you do, it will be embarrassing. Not to mention a waste of money. The security guard attempted to persuade Li Feng, but Li Feng appeared confident. He patted the security guard on the shoulder and assured him, don't worry, I guarantee I can eat hot pot at Michelin, and you won't have to pay a single cent tonight. Seeing Li Feng's unwavering confidence, the security guard knew he couldn't change Li Feng's mind and reluctantly accepted the situation. Upon entering, the staff greeted them politely. As they stepped inside, the security guard couldn't help but ask the hostess, can we eat hot pot here? The hostess was momentarily taken aback by the question. Huh, she replied, puzzled, thinking perhaps the security guard had mispronounced something. Realizing the hostess's confusion, the security guard turned to Li Feng. I already asked, and they don't serve hot pot. Before he could finish, Li Feng pushed past him into the restaurant. After finding a suitable table, Zhou Ling began to order extravagantly. I'll have the Wellington steak, French foie gras, truffle beef juice, onsen egg with shrimp, smoked salmon, Australian grilled shrimp, and 2 bottles of Lafite. The security guard turned pale at the sight of Zhou Ling's extensive order. He worried that if Li Feng couldn't pay, he would have to use his credit card, unsure if it would cover the expense. Although Wang Yao had never dined at such an upscale establishment, she glanced at the menu while Zhou Ling ordered. Upon realizing that each dish Zhou Ling chose cost as much as her half-month's living expenses, she quietly advised Zhou Ling to order less. However, Zhou Ling seemed oblivious to Wang Yao's concerns, ordering even more lavishly. All right, that's enough for now. We can order more if needed. After placing her order, Zhou Ling relished the expressions on the faces of the security guard and Li Feng. The security guard was indeed shocked by Zhou Ling's audacity, while Li Feng was preoccupied with how to deal with Zhou Ling later. Shortly after, when the dishes arrived, Zhou Ling delightedly began to feast. She had no fear that Li Feng and the security guard lacked the funds, believing they could always charge it to a credit card. Li Feng chuckled inwardly at Zhou Ling's joy in dining, thinking that she was likely experiencing such a lavish meal for the first time. Yet, he anticipated that once she lost the bet, her enjoyment would quickly vanish. You seem to be enjoying your meal immensely. It's a shame that soon you may lack the appetite to continue, he remarked. Chapter 30. The supermember Zhou Ling, incensed by Li Feng's comment, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I've dined at Michelin countless times. Unlike you, a country bumpkin, who dares to suggest eating hot pot here. Why don't you try ordering hot pot? She pointed angrily at the wall behind Li Feng. Wang Yao, fearing that Zhou Ling might genuinely argue with Li Feng, urged her, Zhou Ling, they're treating us to this meal at Michelin and have ordered so many delicious dishes. Let us forget about the earlier wager. The security guard awkwardly chimed in. Haha, my friend is just joking around. Don't take it seriously. He thought anxiously about how he would cover the bill if Li Feng couldn't pay. After hearing Wang Yao and the security guard's pleas, Zhou Ling decided to relent. After all, arguing with someone like Li Feng in such a prestigious place felt beneath her. Fine, I won't press you. Just remember not to boast so foolishly next time. Eating hot pot at Michelin? How absurd. To compensate for her emotional distress, she declared, I want to order every dish again. The security guard gasped in shock. What? He knew Zhou Ling had ordered enough food to feed an army, and if she ordered again, there was no way they could afford it. He turned to Wang Yao for help, but she had already discreetly advised Zhou Ling. However, Zhou Ling continued to act as if she hadn't heard. Excuse me, can we have another round of everything we just ordered? Zhou Ling called for the waiter. As the waiter turned to leave, Li Feng suddenly called out, Wait, Zhou Ling, hearing Li Feng finally drop his pretense, suspected it was due to insufficient funds. What are you waiting for? If you're not adding more, then apologize or go bang your head against the wall, she directed, pointing at the wall behind Li Feng. Li Feng chuckled. I said wait. Not that I'm not adding. I believe that with the four of us, we should order at least 3 more dishes. The security guard and Wang Yao were taken aback, their mouths agape at Li Feng's audacity to order 3 additional dishes. Zhou Ling scrutinized him, thinking, could he actually be naive? Sir, are you certain about adding 4 more dishes? The waiter inquired. Indeed. In addition to those, let us have a dual-flavored hot pot. So we can enjoy both spicy and mild options, Li Feng replied. The waiter, surprised by the request for hot pot, asked in disbelief, did you just say you want to order hot pot? His astonishment raised the volume of his voice, drawing the attention of nearly every patron in the Michelin restaurant. The diners, having never witnessed anyone ordering hot pot in such an establishment, turned their curious gazes toward Li Feng. The atmosphere turned awkward, and Zhou Ling felt embarrassed to be associated with someone she deemed a loser. Listen everyone, the situation is this. These 2 men are strangers to us, acquaintances of my friend from online. We came here to gamble on whether we could have hot pot at a Michelin restaurant. If we can, I will indulge him tonight. If not, he will have to bang his head against the wall. Zhou Ling cleverly pointed at Li Feng. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's explanation, the patrons finally understood. So this guy is about to lose. There's no hot pot at Michelin, they murmured. Indeed, Michelin is a Western dining establishment. Why would one expect hot pot here? Zhou Ling, relishing the attention, smirked. Did you hear that? You might as well go bang your head against the wall. However, Li Feng remained unfazed and asked the waiter, is it truly impossible to have hot pot here? The waiter apologetically replied, Sir, we are a Western restaurant. If you wish to enjoy hot pot, you would need to visit a hot pot restaurant. Li Feng frowned, dissatisfied with the waiter's response. Are you asking me to leave? Zhou Ling, sensing Li Feng's intent to pressure the waiter, scoffed. What are you doing? He's just a waiter. Why make things difficult for him? He already said there's no hot pot here. I thought you were merely an inexperienced fool, but it seems you are just a pathetic rogue. Yao Yao, let us go. Wang Yao, noticing Zhou Ling's desire to leave, interjected. Zhou Ling, we've already ordered. We can eat first and leave later. Zhou Ling retorted. If we don't leave soon, I fear these 2 losers won't be able to settle the bill, and then you and I would be stuck paying. Just as Zhou Ling finished speaking, several men, perceiving her to be somewhat attractive, began to chime in. Beautiful lady, don't leave. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Indeed, why dine with these 2 losers? It might ruin your appetite. I'm quite bored dining alone. Come keep me company. The security guard felt humiliated, wondering how his date had devolved into such a situation. He kept his head down, silent. At that moment, Li Feng patted the security guard on the back and pulled out a golden card from his pocket. With this, can I not order hot pot here? He asked, handing the card to the waiter. Upon seeing the card, which read Super Golden VIP Member, the waiter was instantly flabbergasted. Sir, you are indeed our esteemed Super Golden Member. The waiter had heard of this membership, which cost upwards of 2 to 3 million annually, and had never witnessed a customer utilize it before. The other patrons were equally stunned. They had heard of regular, platinum, and golden memberships, but never of a Super Golden membership. Can I have hot pot with this Super Golden membership? Li Feng inquired. The waiter replied, I must consult with our manager. While I know this membership holds significant privileges, I'm unsure of the specifics. Seeing the waiter's uncertainty, Li Feng urged him to ask the manager immediately. The security guard and Wang Yao, witnessing the waiter's astonished expression, began to speculate that Li Feng's golden card was indeed extraordinary, filling them with a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish man was a member of the Michelin restaurant, and a Super Golden member at that. Although unfamiliar with the specifics of such a membership, she knew that even a standard Golden member would need to spend over 10 million annually at Michelin. Impossible. How could this impoverished fool be a super member? That card must be fake. Even if it isn't, perhaps he just got lucky and found it, she thought, her confidence returning. I don't care if that card is real or not. I can't help but wonder if it was stolen or simply found. Regardless, I can assure you there's no hot pot at Michelin. You should contemplate how you'll bang your head against the wall. Just as Zhou Ling finished her taunt, the previously flustered waiter rushed back. Sir, I sincerely apologize. You are indeed a registered Super Golden member. Please follow me to the VIP room. Our manager has arranged for the head chef to personally prepare your hot pot. Chapter 31. A disturbance. The waiter's announcement left all patrons of the Michelin restaurant in sheer disbelief. Zhou Ling, particularly dumbfounded, struggled to comprehend that Li Feng was indeed a super member, and one registered at that. Why are you standing there? Let us go enjoy the hot pot, Li Feng calmly instructed before allowing the waiter to lead the way to the private room. Zhou Ling stood frozen, watching Li Feng's retreating figure, her embarrassment palpable. Once she regained her composure, Wang Yao and the security guard stealthily followed Li Feng. After a short while, Wang Yao turned back to Zhou Ling, noticing she remained rooted in place. Ling, are you all right? Perhaps you should apologize to him later. Though Zhou Ling typically would never concede to an apology, the revelation of Li Feng being a supermember stirred her thoughts. This implied he might be quite wealthy. All right, I will apologize to him. Zhou Ling began to suspect that Li Feng was likely a wealthy heir. The four of them proceeded to the private room, where the manager and head chef personally delivered the hot pot to Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, you really have some clout. Could you possibly lend me that super membership card sometime? The security guard joked, feeling relieved that Li Feng had salvaged his dignity. While initially regretting bringing Li Feng along, the security guard was now quite pleased. However, he suspected that Su Muqing had arranged for Li Feng's super golden membership. Such a valuable card was too precious to risk losing. Zhou Ling suddenly interjected. Li Feng observed the stark contrast in Zhou Ling's demeanor compared to before. Take it and use it wisely. When I have the chance, I will arrange for you to have one too, he said generously, handing over the membership card to the hefty man. The man was taken aback by Li Feng's gesture, feeling embarrassed to accept it. Zhou Ling, however, leaned towards Li Feng with a fawning expression and remarked, Brother Li Feng, you are truly generous. By the way, I lost a bet with you earlier, so tonight you can do as you please with me. The hefty security guard, upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, was taken aback. He thought to himself how fortunate it was to have wealth, as even a proud beauty like Zhou Ling would willingly submit. Yet, upon hearing her, Li Feng felt a wave of disgust. He had no interest in a materialistic woman like Zhou Ling. So you wish to be at my disposal? Very well. You can stand by and watch us eat, he replied coldly. Zhou Ling was taken aback by Li Feng's rejection, which forced her to stand aside like a servant while they dined. In the past, she would have reacted angrily, but considering Li Feng's wealth, she held her tongue. All right. Since Brother Li Feng wants me to serve, I shall be your waitress, she said with a smile and stood in front of him. Li Feng felt increasingly irritated by Zhou Ling's presence. He intended for her to feel uncomfortable and leave, but her thick skin surprised him. I do not require your service. Just stand aside. I cannot eat while looking at you, he waved dismissively. Zhou Ling was once again met with Li Feng's coldness, forcing her to endure the situation. Later that night, upon returning home, Li Feng found Su Muqing had just arrived. She wore a frown, clearly upset. Wife, what is wrong? Did someone bully you while I was away from the company this afternoon? Tell me, and I will make them pay, Li Feng declared, flexing his muscles for her to see. However, Su Muqing did not even glance at him. Li Feng, I asked you to learn about investment from Manager Xiao today. Why didn't you? You were playing games instead, weren't you? Why do you want me to learn from that weakling? What could he possibly teach me? Let's not talk about him. What is troubling you? Li Feng sensed that Su Muqing had other matters on her mind. She explained that the Plaza Mall was nearing completion and would start soliciting investments in about 10 days. However, someone had caused a disturbance at the construction site that very evening, preventing the workers from continuing their work. Li Feng was shocked that someone dared to create such a ruckus. He asked Su Muqing if she knew who was responsible. She sighed. I have gathered some information. The instigator is a man named Brother Liang, who is demanding 50 million. If we do not comply, he threatens to send people to disrupt our work daily. Upon hearing Brother Liang's name, Li Feng immediately thought of a notorious figure, Ma Yang. Ma Yang was a well-known shady character with many subordinates, and he was known for his ruthlessness. Such individuals usually did not cause trouble without a reason, unless they had been paid off. What do you plan to do? Li Feng inquired. Su Muqing shook her head. I don't know. I can only seek connections to see if anyone can help. We cannot afford 50 million, and if all else fails, we will have to call the police. Li Feng considered that while reporting to the authorities might deter Ma Yang, such shady figures often resorted to extreme measures. If they began threatening the construction workers one by one, the situation would become untenable. Wife, how about this? Tomorrow, I will seek out Lu Hua to see if he can assist us, Li Feng suggested. That sounds good. Although those thugs may not care about the Lu family's status, perhaps Lu Hua knows someone who can help, Su Muqing replied, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Su Muqing was correct. While the Lu family had considerable clout, they were often compelled to resolve issues through financial means. If a shady figure targeted them, the Lu family would have little choice but to pay to avert disaster. As Su Muqing and Li Feng conversed, her mother, Wang Xiuling, entered the living room. Li Feng, You're back so late. Have you eaten? Let me cook something for you. Li Feng, taken aback by Wang Xiuling's warmth, replied, No, thank you. I had hot pot outside. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuling's concern grew. Then you must be feeling uncomfortable. Hurry and take a shower. Also, Muqing, since Li Feng has been working hard all day, you should give him a back rub. Su Muqing froze at her mother's suggestion for her to wash Li Feng's clothes and massage his back. Mom, are you feeling all right? She asked, checking Wang Xiuling's forehead for any signs of illness. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm perfectly healthy. Li Feng, go wash up first, and I will have Muqing help you afterward, Wang Xiuling insisted. Li Feng was delighted at Wang Xiuling's proposal for Su Muqing to wash him and massage his back, feeling that the money spent on the master was well worth it. Wife, I'll take a shower now. You should hurry in and help me with my back. It's been itching lately, he said excitedly as he dashed into the bathroom. Su Muqing, puzzled, looked at her mother with furrowed brows. Mom, are you serious? You want me to serve Li Feng while he showers? Su Muqing was baffled. Her mother's sudden change in attitude toward Li Feng had been striking, as she had been preparing Li Feng's favorite dishes daily. Now, she was asking her to assist him in the shower, which felt exceedingly strange. Wang Xiuling, aware of her daughter's confusion, whispered in her ear, Dear, Li Feng is a man of great fortune. I consulted a master who predicted that as long as Li Feng is in our home, our family's luck will flourish. If you want to share in his good fortune, you must serve him well. Su Muqing, initially perplexed by her mother's sudden kindness towards Li Feng, now understood the reason. Mom, could you please stop being so superstitious? Your beliefs are one thing, but dragging me into it is another. Li Feng has been out all day having fun, and I've been working hard. You expect me to serve him? Are you still my mother? Su Muqing retorted, exasperated. Seeing her daughter's skepticism, Wang Xiuling quickly replied, Dear, it's not mere superstition. It's the truth. Ever since I started cooking for Li Feng, I've been winning at mahjong every day. Wang Xiuling then showed her daughter the winnings from her games. Su Muqing felt utterly exasperated with her mother, attributing it all to mere coincidence. At that moment, Li Feng shouted from the bathroom, Wife, I'm all undressed. Hurry and come help me wash. Li Feng, are you 3 years old? Do you need someone to help you bathe? Su Muqing retorted angrily. Wang Xiuling, noticing her daughter's disobedience, sighed, I'm getting old and useless. You refused to marry into a wealthy family, and now that I want you to have a good life with Li Feng, you still resist. Perhaps it's time for me to see your father. Li Feng, listening intently from the bathroom, caught snippets of the conversation. He wondered if that old man had inadvertently revealed himself. After careful consideration, he dismissed the thought, believing that man would not be so indiscreet. In the living room, Su Muqing noticed her mother's eyes welling with tears and quickly hatched a plan. Mom, I'm exhausted. Li Feng has been out having fun all day. Can't he wash himself? Perhaps I can give him a massage later tonight instead, she suggested cleverly. Upon hearing that Su Muqing had slept with Li Feng, Wang Xiuling exclaimed in astonishment, My daughter, you have slept with him? Su Muqing blinked and replied, Of course. After all, Li Feng and I are husband and wife. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuling felt a mixture of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or concern, as a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Perhaps she still believed that Li Feng was unworthy of her daughter. However, reflecting on her previous attempts to persuade Su Muqing to divorce Li Feng, which Su Muqing vehemently opposed, she considered that perhaps love had indeed blossomed over time. Since the die was cast, she chose to accept the situation. Although Li Feng seemed lacking in ambition at present, he was undeniably a fortunate individual. Wang Xiuling thought to herself, My daughter, since this is the case, I shall accept it. Please strive to make me a grandmother soon. With this thought, she returned to her room, beaming with a smile. Su Muqing was left speechless by her mother's words. Li Feng, who had overheard the conversation from the bathroom, hurriedly finished his shower and dashed to Su Muqing's room. Upon entering, Su Muqing was taken aback to see Li Feng shirtless and immediately turned away, exclaiming, Li Feng, why are you running into my room like this? Li Feng chuckled, Hey, wife, I just heard what your mother said. Su Muqing feigned ignorance. What did she say? It has nothing to do with you. Go back to your own room. Li Feng, feeling wronged by her dismissal, replied, It seems I must have a word with your mother. I can no longer fulfill her wish to become a grandmother soon. Su Muqing quickly interjected, It's late. Don't disturb my mother. If you wish to sleep in this bed, you better behave. If you don't acknowledge me, you'll see. Upon hearing Su Muqing agree to let him sleep beside her, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, wife. I promise I will be good, he declared, flopping onto the bed and waiting for Su Muqing to join him. However, Su Muqing opened her laptop instead, showing no signs of preparing for sleep. "Wife, it's late. Why are you still working?" Li Feng asked. "You go ahead and sleep. I have things to do." Su Muqing replied as she began working on her laptop. With Su Muqing wide awake, Li Feng found it impossible to fall asleep. After several hours, he noticed that Su Muqing had fallen asleep at her desk. He quietly and carefully lifted her into bed. The next morning, Su Muqing awoke to find herself in bed, while Li Feng was sleeping on the floor as usual. A wave of contentment washed over her, realizing that Li Feng had done much for her. Yet, she also recognized his lack of ambition and resolved to help him change, believing that only then could she fully accept him. "Li Feng, did you play games all night again?" Su Muqing called out near his ear, waking him instantly. "Wife, your lips were so close. Were you trying to steal a kiss?" Li Feng rubbed his eyes. "Get away from me." Su Muqing feigned anger. After breakfast, Su Muqing headed to the office, while Li Feng called Lu Hua. At a club, Lu Hua greeted Li Feng with a broad smile. "Brother Feng, I followed your advice and told my father about the Wu family's breach of contract. He even scolded my brother Lu Chang a bit. Moreover, my father said that from now on, the Jianlong company will be my sole responsibility, and I can make any requests I need." This was to be expected. The Jianlong company was left to you by your grandfather, and your father is merely acting in accordance with your grandfather's wishes. What pleases me is that your father has begun to believe in your capabilities, granting you the opportunity to compete with Lu Chang for control of the Lu family, Li Feng replied. Lu Hua handed Li Feng a cup of tea and inquired, "Brother Feng, did you want to discuss the matter of Zhou Ming being handed over to Wu Tianhao? This Wu Tianhao only beat Zhou Ming half to death. After all, Zhou Ming is my brother's man, and Wu Tianhao wouldn't dare to kill him," Lu Hua explained. Li Feng frowned. "No wonder Ma Liang sent people to cause trouble for Su Muqing's company. It must be that your brother learned about my information from Zhou Ming. Wu Tianhao actually let Zhou Ming go. We should have never kept him alive. It seems we can no longer afford to be lenient in our dealings." Lu Hua felt the gravity of the situation upon hearing that Ma Liang was causing trouble for Li Feng. Ma Liang was a gray character, and Lu Hua hadn't anticipated that his brother Lu Chang would associate with such individuals. "Brother Feng, I will speak to my father right away. If he learns about my brother Lu Chang's connections with these gray figures, he will surely stop him and might even reprimand him severely. Family rules dictate that no one can engage in business with such people," Lu Hua exclaimed excitedly. Lu Hua was correct. The business dealings of affluent families appeared legitimate to outsiders. Although they often resorted to unscrupulous methods, they generally avoided entanglements with individuals like Ma Liang, as any media exposure could have dire consequences for the family's interests. While Li Feng acknowledged Lu Hua's reasoning, he disagreed with the course of action. "Lu Hua, your brother Lu Chang is not so foolish. We will likely find no evidence of his dealings with Ma Liang. If I am correct, Lu Chang is using Zhou Ming to conduct transactions with Ma Liang. If you rush to tell your father now, it will only alert them," Li Feng analyzed. Lu Hua considered this. Although Zhou Ming was Lu Chang's man, Lu Chang could easily deny any dealings with Ma Liang, pinning the blame on Zhou Ming, and the matter would likely be dropped. "So, Brother Feng, what do you propose we do?" Lu Hua inquired. "I will go speak with Ma Liang alone," Li Feng stated. This declaration shocked Lu Hua, who vehemently opposed the idea. "Brother Feng, this is not the same as dealing with Zhou Ming. Ma Liang has dozens of henchmen, and he is ruthless. You cannot go alone." Lu Hua expressed his concerns. Li Feng, however, scoffed. "Even if Ma Liang is formidable, he is but a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. Do you think a dragon soaring in the sky would fear a few filthy rats?" Despite his reservations, Lu Hua understood Li Feng's intentions. However, they agreed that if Li Feng had not returned from meeting Ma Liang by 5 o'clock, Lu Hua would disregard everything and storm in with reinforcements. Outside a dance hall in the outskirts of Nan City, one of Ma Liang's subordinates asked, "Brother Liang, are we causing trouble at the Su family construction site tonight?" Ma Liang slapped the subordinate across the face, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you? This is not troublemaking. This is work. Are we going to go during the day instead? Are you out of your mind?" Just as Ma Liang was reprimanding his subordinate, a man walked in. "I think you are the one who is out of your mind. How dare you provoke me?" The speaker was none other than Li Feng. "Who the hell are you to come onto my turf and insult me? Are you looking for death?" Ma Liang shouted angrily. "Unfamiliar with me yet daring to cause a ruckus at my construction site? Such audacity!" Li Feng, filled with indignation, realized that the young man before him was Su Muqing's husband, the so-called son-in-law, a mere waste of space. "Ah, so you are Su Muqing's husband. What? Do you intend to teach me a lesson on her behalf? I know you are acquainted with Lu Hua, but that debauched brother of his is of no concern to me. Since you have come here to meet your demise, I shall oblige." With that, Ma Yang signaled to his subordinates, and 5 or 6 of them brandished their weapons and charged at Li Feng. In a swift motion, Li Feng leapt into the air, delivering a flying kick that incapacitated one, followed by a sidekick that brought another down effortlessly. Meanwhile, a few others attempted to ambush him from behind. With a sudden turn, Li Feng unleashed a flurry of kicks, taking down all 5 assailants in mere seconds. Ma Yang, taken aback by Li Feng's prowess, recalled that Zhou Ming had previously warned him of Li Feng's capabilities. Yet, while one might handle 5 or 6 men, facing dozens would surely be a different tale. Well done indeed. Ma Yang clapped in approval. Seeing that Ma Yang did not order another assault, Li Feng took a moment to catch his breath and gazed at him. "What? Do you wish to engage me one-on-one?" Li Feng inquired. Ma Yang, however, declined, stating, "This is not a ring. Why would I challenge you to a duel? I merely find your skills impressive, yet you are fated to perish here, and I lament that for you. How about this? Do you have any last words? I shall relay them to your family." Li Feng understood that Ma Yang had merely been testing his skills, and now he intended to strike hard. "No need for last words. Just relay this to my wife," he replied, producing a black token from his possession. Ma Yang, recognizing the token, was immediately struck with fear. "What? This is the Black Order token?" Ma Yang stared at Li Feng in terror. While he was unaware of Li Feng's connections to the capital's underworld, he understood that the Black Order token was an extremely valuable artifact. The Black Order, a mysterious organization, had assassins scattered throughout the land, known only to those with significant standing in the underworld. Most people would be oblivious to the existence of the Black Order or the significance of its token. However, those like Ma Yang, who navigated the murky waters of society, had surely heard rumors of its mysterious power. Li Feng, observing Ma Yang's trepidation, knew that Ma Yang would think twice before acting against him. Anyone who dared to harm a member of the Black Order would not only face annihilation but would also endanger their relatives and friends. "Ah, it seems you recognize this token," Li Feng remarked. "We in the underworld are aware of the Black Order. But how did you come by this token?" Ma Yang cautiously inquired. Li Feng scoffed. "Do I owe you an explanation? The Black Order token is the most esteemed item of the organization. Do you truly believe they would bestow it upon a stranger?" Ma Yang realized that Li Feng's words hinted at a significant relationship with the Black Order, making it clear that he could not afford to cross him. "Henceforth, I, Ma Yang, shall no longer trouble your family or your company," he declared, much to the astonishment of his subordinates, who were oblivious to the implications of the Black Order token. They had only been informed that Zhou Ming had paid Ma Yang handsomely to stir trouble at Su Muqing's construction site for several days. Yet after just one night, Ma Yang was now retracting his actions, jeopardizing their earnings. "Brother Liang, we've already accepted a deposit. Backing out now would violate the rules of our world. How can we continue to operate here?" One subordinate protested. "You know nothing. That black token he holds is no ordinary item. It is akin to a death warrant. If we do not cease our actions now, not only will we suffer, but our families will too," Ma Yang whispered urgently to his subordinate. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, his men understood that when faced with a choice between wealth and life, any rational individual would choose the latter. "Ma Yang, do you think simply retreating will suffice? If that were the case, why would I even be here?" Li Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Feng had not come merely to urge Ma Yang to back off. If he had wanted that, he had countless means at his disposal. Ma Yang, sensing Li Feng's resolve, inquired about his true intentions. Li Feng demanded that Ma Yang expose the mastermind who had orchestrated the chaos, a request that placed Ma Yang in a precarious position. In the underworld, revealing the identity of one's partners was a cardinal sin, and if word got out, Ma Yang would find it impossible to navigate his territory. "I cannot disclose that information," he refused. Li Feng had anticipated this response, but felt confident in his control over the situation with the Black Order token in hand. "Ma Yang, I already know that Zhou Ming was behind the order to disrupt my wife Su Muqing's construction site, and that Lu Chang is the one pulling the strings," Li Feng revealed. Ma Yang, puzzled, asked for clarification. Li Feng instructed him to return the deposit to Lu Chang in the presence of Lu Chang's father, Lu Da. Ma Yang remained skeptical. Li Feng explained, "My goal is to ensure Lu Da understands that Lu Chang is colluding with your kind. Families like Lu's are wary of associating with figures from the gray area. Thus, you need not worry about Lu's family leaking your involvement." Ma Yang grasped Li Feng's intention, but harbored concerns about Zhou Ming. After all, Zhou Ming was the one who had approached Ma Liang, and he was not from a prestigious family. He had nothing to lose by exposing their dealings. What if he reveals this? It could have significant repercussions for me. I might lose all prospects for future collaborations. Ma Liang fretted. Li Feng's expression hardened, revealing a glimmer of menace. Zhou Ming? Last time, I showed him mercy. This time, I shall not allow him to see the sunrise tomorrow. At that moment, Ma Liang was convinced of Li Feng's capabilities. Given Li Feng's skills, apprehending Zhou Ming would be a simple task. Moreover, with the Black Order token, Li Feng could ensure Zhou Ming's disappearance without raising any alarms. While Ma Liang had briefly entertained the thought of seizing the token, he quickly dismissed it, realizing that such an act would have dire consequences, far worse than killing Li Feng. Very well, notify me when the time comes. I shall lead my men to handle it, but I must disguise myself to avoid being seen by anyone other than Lu Da. Ma Liang agreed. Li Feng approved of Ma Liang's approach, recognizing that his caution was commendable. He perceived Ma Liang as different from the average thug. He was meticulous and not easily swayed by emotion. If you handle this matter to my satisfaction, we can consider the past settled, and we may remain friends moving forward. Rest assured, I will see it through. After departing Ma Liang's domain, Li Feng made his way to Su Muqing's company, eager to share the good news that Ma Liang would not be troubling them further that night. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was met by a frantic security guard. Brother Feng, it's bad. Manager Xiao has brought a group of thugs to Su's office. Realizing that the ineffectual manager Xiao was staging a rebellion, Li Feng's concern mounted as he dashed towards Su Muqing's office. Chapter 34. The Bald Tiger. Upon contemplating the precariousness of Su Muqing's office, which was devoid of surveillance and soundproofing, Li Feng was gripped by trepidation. He feared that Xiao Cheng and his ruffians might pose a threat to Su Muqing. Should they dare to harm her, Li Feng vowed to show no mercy, ensuring their complete removal from existence. Inside the office, Su Muqing regarded Xiao Cheng with skepticism as he entered with 3 burly men who bore the unmistakable marks of street toughness. Manager Xiao, what is the meaning of this? She inquired. With an air of confidence, Xiao Cheng gestured towards the trio, stating, Ms. Su, did you not mention this morning that some thugs were causing a ruckus at the construction site? It is precisely these gentlemen who are fit to handle such individuals. Observing the 3 men, each bald and stout, Su Muqing surmised. So you intend for them to keep watch at our site tonight? To intervene if trouble arises? Uncertain of where Xiao Cheng had procured these men, she awaited news from Li Feng, reluctant to confront Ma Liang directly, as that could lead to undesirable consequences. Xiao Cheng seemed to sense her unease and discreetly signaled the bald men to proceed with their rehearsed act. Rest assured, Ms. Su, once they hear our title, Bald Tiger, I assure you they will think twice before causing you any trouble. Indeed, our reputation as the Bald Tiger resonates loudly in Nan City. No one dares to cross us, one of the men boasted. While we would typically refrain from such matters, since Brother Xiao is a good friend, we would normally charge 2 million for this service. However, out of consideration for him, we shall make it 1 million. Su Muqing comprehended their proposition. To have the trio deal with Ma Liang's disruptions, she would need to pay them 1 million. Although this amount was manageable for her, she was hesitant to resort to such extreme measures. How about this? If you can negotiate with Ma Liang without resorting to violence, I will pay you 2 million. But it must be settled within 10 days, she proposed, demonstrating her astuteness. Uncertain whether these men could indeed deter Ma Liang, she resolved to give it a try rather than do nothing. The trio, upon hearing the name Ma Liang, exchanged alarmed glances. Xiao Cheng, noticing their expressions, quickly cautioned them to mask their fear from Su Muqing. Big brother, Ma Liang is not an easy opponent. I doubt we can resolve this without 5 or 6 million. The second bald man remarked deliberately. The leader stroked his chin in agreement. True, while our reputation may surpass that of Ma Liang, he still commands respect in the underworld. Therefore, in light of Brother Zhao's friendship, we can accept a 1 million deposit now, with the remaining 2 million upon resolution. Upon hearing Su Muqing mention Ma Liang, the bald leader contemplated leaving, realizing he was out of his depth. However, upon catching Xiao Cheng's gaze, he considered swindling a quick 1 million from Su Muqing before retreating, knowing full well they would not dare confront Ma Liang. Xiao Cheng, sensing Su Muqing's hesitation, encouraged, Ms. Su, while the 1 million deposit may seem steep, if they can indeed resolve the matter with Ma Liang, it would be a worthwhile investment. Su Muqing was not naive. She refused to pay a deposit for services unrendered. I cannot afford the full 1 million now, but I can provide you with 100,000 as a startup fund. If you achieve results tonight, I will pay the remainder, she declared, handing a check for 100,000 to Xiao Cheng for the bald men. Desperate, she was willing to gamble. Under normal circumstances, she would not part with even 1,000. Yet, she held faith in Xiao Cheng's integrity, believing he would not deceive her. Upon receiving the check, Xiao Cheng promptly handed it to the bald leader, who, though disappointed not to receive the full sum, was nonetheless pleased with the unexpected windfall. Just as Xiao Cheng prepared to leave with the trio, Li Feng burst in, demanding, "Stop right there." Recognizing the bald men as troublemakers, he noted one of them clutching the check, understanding it was issued by Su Muqing. "How dare you come to our company to extort money? Do you have a death wish?" Li Feng thundered. Unfamiliar with Li Feng's identity, the bald leader glanced at Xiao Cheng, who, fearing Li Feng might disrupt their scheme, gestured for the men to leave. However, Li Feng would not allow them to depart with ill-gotten gains. Just as he was about to act, Su Muqing intervened, saying, "Li Feng, please don't misunderstand. These men were brought in by Xiao Cheng to deal with Ma Yang. The 100,000 is merely an advance for their services." Xiao Cheng, realizing Su Muqing was defending him, felt a surge of animosity towards Li Feng, who he knew shared a close relationship with her. "Li Feng, did you hear what Ms. Su said? These men are here on company business. It's best you return to your duties as a security guard," he sneered. Li Feng was incensed by Xiao Cheng's mocking tone. He recognized that the trio had no capability to confront Ma Yang, and it was evident they were merely attempting to swindle Su Muqing. Even if a miracle occurred, he doubted Xiao Cheng had managed to enlist anyone of substance to negotiate with Ma Yang. "No need for your services. Return the check. I have already spoken with Lu Hua, and Ma Yang has promised not to cause any further trouble," Li Feng stated firmly. Su Muqing's face lit up with joy at Li Feng's words, but her expression soon shifted to doubt. How could Lu Hua have resolved the matter so swiftly? After all, Ma Yang was not one to be easily swayed by someone like Lu Hua. Moreover, if Lu Hua had indeed intervened, he would have introduced her to someone capable, much like Xiao Cheng had done. Seeing Su Muqing's joy turn to suspicion, Xiao Cheng immediately pressed Li Feng. "Li Feng, you claim Lu Hua has settled things with Ma Yang. How did he manage that? While Lu Hua may be from a wealthy family, he is hardly the type to associate with someone like Ma Yang." Caught off guard by Xiao Cheng's inquiry, Li Feng struggled to formulate a response, knowing he could not disclose the truth about his own influence over Lu Hua. "The methods Lu Hua employed are not for you to question. If you wish to leave, return the check. Otherwise, you shall not exit this door," he warned, his voice laced with anger. The bald trio, sensing their plans were in jeopardy, glared at Li Feng, unsure of his authority. Upon realizing he was merely the company's security guard, their confidence surged. "You think a lowly security guard can stop the bald tiger? You're courting death." The leader scoffed. "I suggest you kneel and apologize, or I'll rip your arm off. Why waste time talking? I'll simply throw him out this window." As Su Muqing observed the bald men threatening Li Feng, she feared for Li Feng. They were indeed brought by Xiao Cheng to work for our company. Just extend them a courtesy. Perhaps they might genuinely hinder Ma Yang. Su Muqing speculated that if Li Feng could not articulate how Lu Hua managed to thwart Ma Yang, then he was certainly not being truthful. It was possible that Li Feng simply disdained the trio brought by Xiao Cheng and wished to avoid unnecessary expenditure. Since the money had already been allocated to these three bald men, which amounted to a mere 100,000, it would be prudent to give it a try. Surely, one could not allow these three bald ruffians to take the money and then teach Li Feng a lesson. Apologizing to these three bald fools? What a ludicrous notion. Without a signed check, I would break their ribs. Xiao Cheng, noticing Li Feng's audacity, smirked wickedly and signaled the leader of the bald men, encouraging them to proceed with their aggression. Xiao Cheng had long harbored disdain for Li Feng, and today presented a perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Chapter 35. Ma Yang's change of heart? Li Feng was unperturbed by the three bumbling fools. He clenched his fists, prepared to defend himself. Calculating swiftly, he concluded that he could easily subdue all three of them within 5 seconds. The trio, upon realizing that Li Feng was merely a security guard, approached him with menacing expressions. "Kid," their essay saying, "one must respect the master when dealing with a dog. Today, you have shown our bald tiger too little respect, and I shall personally teach you a lesson on behalf of General Su." As the leader of the bald men swung his fist toward Li Feng's chest, Li Feng was about to retaliate when Su Muqing intervened. "Stop right there." Upon hearing Su Muqing's authoritative voice, the leader immediately ceased his assault. After all, Su Muqing was now the financial backer of the bald leader, who still sought to extract more funds from her. Thus he had to concede to her wishes. "Xiao Cheng, take them away. Once the matter is resolved, I will naturally compensate them," Su Muqing stated. Xiao Cheng, feeling increasingly irked by Su Muqing's protective stance toward Li Feng, replied, let us go. This is our company. Fighting is not permitted here. After escorting the trio of bald thugs out, Li Feng wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Wife, those three fools were clearly trying to swindle money. Why did you let them go? Su Muqing explained, at this juncture, we must treat a dying horse as if it were alive. You couldn't find a solution with Lu Hua today, could you? Otherwise, how could you not specify how Lu Hua was supposed to assist you? Moreover, could I simply stand by and watch them beat you? Upon realizing that Su Muqing was concerned for his safety, Li Feng ceased his complaints. After all, 100,000 was a trifling sum to him. It merely felt like a concession to the trio of fools. Rest assured, my love, Lu Hua has indeed made arrangements with Ma Yang. I just do not know who he contacted. I inquired, but he would not divulge that information, perhaps for my own good, considering that individuals like Ma Yang are best avoided. This evening, we shall see if Ma Yang causes any trouble. Su Muqing contemplated this, thinking that the truth would be revealed tonight regarding Ma Yang's intentions. Just then, Li Feng felt a pang of hunger. He had initially considered ordering takeout in Su Muqing's office, but she had refused. Li Feng, do not think me remiss for not disclosing our relationship at the company. It is for your own benefit. If you can show ambition and diligence like Xiao Cheng, I shall inform the staff that you are my husband, Su Muqing asserted. Li Feng had already discerned Su Muqing's sentiments, but hearing her refer to him as husband caused a flutter of excitement within him. Since their marriage, Li Feng had repeatedly called her wife without fail, and Su Muqing had grown accustomed to it, tacitly accepting it. Yet, she had never referred to him as husband. My love, what did you say would happen once I displayed ambition and willingness to work hard? What would you tell the company? Li Feng playfully sought to tease Su Muqing. She, however, recognized his intentions and shot him an exasperated glance. I would simply inform them that we are legally married. This response left Li Feng feeling disheartened, and just then, his stomach grumbled again. He decided to step out for a meal. After his departure, Su Muqing quietly repeated the word husband to herself. She felt a twinge of awkwardness, unable to voice it aloud, for in her heart, Li Feng remained the idle man who only indulged in games, though her disdain for him had lessened over time. Once outside Su Muqing's office, the portly security guard hurried over to Li Feng. Li Feng, I just saw Manager Xiao speaking in hushed tones with those three bald men. It seems they are plotting something. Li Feng mused that their scheme was likely to swindle Su Muqing again. All right, keep an eye on them, my friend. After briefing the portly guard, he proceeded to find something to eat. In the afternoon, Li Feng met with Wu Tianhao and recounted the situation regarding Ma Yang. Bro, I didn't expect you to be so formidable, even managing to handle someone like Ma Yang. What is your true identity? Lu Hua gazed at Li Feng with admiration. Li Feng, however, replied with utmost seriousness, I cannot disclose that just yet. It is for your own good. Just know that in this southern city, or even in the capital, no one can dare to provoke me. Lu Hua believed him wholeheartedly, recalling an incident a year prior when he had foolishly angered a significant figure while enjoying himself at a nightclub in the capital. Li Feng had fortuitously been present and had saved Lu Hua from a dire predicament. Now, a year later, upon encountering Li Feng again in Southern City, Lu Hua vowed his unwavering allegiance to him in gratitude for his earlier rescue. This matter had remained unspoken to his father, Lu Da. After giving Lu Hua a few instructions, Li Feng awaited the moment when Lu Chong would face Lu Da's ire. How Lu Chong would be dealt with depended on how Lu Hua exaggerated the tale. Upon returning home that evening, Li Feng found Su Muqing frowning and engaged in a phone call. Sensing it was not the right moment to interrupt, he inquired of his mother-in-law, Wang Xiuling, regarding the situation. Wang Xiuling regarded Li Feng, her demeanor reverting to a prior sharpness. What else could it be? Someone is causing a ruckus at the construction site. Li Feng, as a man, shouldn't you take the lead in such matters? Why allow Muqing, a woman, to worry? She sighed. I had hoped that Master S' predictions would prove accurate. Perhaps I should consult him again. Wang Xiuling had spent the day playing mahjong and had lost a significant sum. Returning home to find Su Muqing distressed only deepened her suspicions regarding Li Feng's fortune. After Su Muqing concluded her call, Li Feng hastily asked, Wife, who is causing trouble at the construction site? Su Muqing, visibly annoyed, replied, Who else but Ma Yang? You boasted about having arranged things with Lu Hua. Why is he now causing trouble again tonight? Li Feng found this perplexing. He had thought he had settled matters with Ma Yang that morning. Could it be that Ma Yang had changed his mind? Such a thought seemed implausible. Facing the black underworld was far more terrifying to a character like Ma Yang than encountering death itself. I assure you, I had Lu Hua handle Ma Yang this morning. I will go to the construction site with Lu Hua now. However, Su Muqing interjected, there's no need. Thanks to Xiao Cheng sending those 3 bald men away. Ma Yang's crew has already departed. Li Feng frowned at her words. Those 3 fools couldn't possibly have dealt with Ma Yang. It seemed highly improbable. Finding the situation strange, he stepped outside to call Ma Yang. At that moment, Ma Yang was enjoying himself at a nightclub in the outskirts, and upon seeing Li Feng's call, he sat upright in surprise. Hello, Brother Feng. What brings you to me? Rest assured, I will certainly handle the matter you assign to me tomorrow. Ma Yang's demeanor towards Li Feng was surprisingly amiable, as if he were addressing an elder brother. Given Li Feng's connections with the Jingbei underworld, Ma Yang felt compelled to show him a modicum of respect. Moreover, just a few hours prior, Ma Yang had learned that Zhou Ming had mysteriously vanished from the hospital, a situation that had garnered media attention. The hospital was at a loss for explanations, and coincidentally, the surveillance cameras had malfunctioned at that precise moment. While others might consider this an odd occurrence, Ma Yang was well aware that it was orchestrated by Li Feng using his influence in the underworld. Ma Yang, speak honestly. Did you send anyone to stir trouble at Su Muqing's construction site? Li Feng inquired with a serious tone. Sensing Li Feng's rising anger, Ma Yang immediately replied, Brother Feng, I would never dare to cause trouble at the site now. After hearing this, Li Feng contemplated the situation before hanging up. He believed that it was unlikely Ma Yang was behind the disturbance at the site. Even if he had the audacity, he would not dare to act recklessly. But if it wasn't Ma Yang, then who could it be? Suddenly, Li Feng recalled Su Muqing mentioning that 3 bald men had intervened to stop the troublemakers. With that in mind, he decided to head to the site, as those involved likely had not strayed far. Chapter 36. Whom are you associating with? Li Feng arrived at the construction site on his electric bike shortly thereafter, only to find that the troublemakers and the bald men had already departed. It seemed he truly needed to purchase a vehicle. Otherwise, transportation would remain inconvenient and could hinder his plans. At that moment, the workers at the site were busily engaged in their tasks. Li Feng approached them to inquire about the earlier commotion. The workers, having previously seen Li Feng with Su Muqing, recounted the events that had unfolded. From their account, Li Feng learned that indeed, a few individuals had come to cause trouble, but they were soon driven away by others. Li Feng deduced that the individuals who had intervened were the bald men. Yet the initial troublemakers were not affiliated with Ma Yang. Who could they possibly be? Could they be Lu Chang's men? Li Feng deemed that unlikely, as Lu Chang was still unaware of Ma Yang's breach of contract. As he rode home on his electric bike, he passed a late-night food stall and unexpectedly spotted the 3 bald men. Coming to a halt, he quietly took a seat nearby and ordered some snacks while the bald men indulged in skewers, oblivious to his presence. Boss, why didn't Ma Yang come to stir up trouble at Su Muqing's site tonight? One of them asked. How should I know? Isn't it better if he doesn't? Do you think we could stop him if he wanted to cause a ruckus? Another replied with a chuckle. Heh, Xiao Cheng is quite cunning. He knew Ma Yang wouldn't make a scene, so he had our people pretend to cause trouble, allowing us to clean up and pocket 500,000 from Su Muqing, the third one added, laughing. Li Feng realized it was indeed these 3 buffoons, along with the effeminate Xiao Cheng, who were behind the scheme. Just as he was preparing to confront them, a tall, young woman approached. Tiger, why are you in such a hurry to call me out? She asked. The bald leader leered at her. Heh, I've struck it rich. Come out and have some fun with me. Li Feng found the woman's voice grating, as if he had heard it somewhere before. When he finally turned to look at her, he was taken aback to discover it was Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling was the friend of the chubby security guard's girlfriend, and their previous encounter had not ended well for her. Upon noticing Li Feng, Zhou Ling froze. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, pointing at him. Li Feng smirked. Heh, even a Michelin chef can grow weary of fine dining. Sometimes, a roadside barbecue is a delightful change. But seeing you cozying up with these 3 buffoons, you must indulge in this fare quite often. Zhou Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized Li Feng held no interest in her. Despite his wealth, she had no chance of ensnaring such a catch. Tiger, this guy has bullied me before just because he has money, and now he is insulting me. Teach him a lesson. Zhou Ling pouted, leaning into the bald leader's embrace. The leader, recognizing Li Feng as the security guard he had encountered earlier, burst into laughter. Ha! This guy is rich? What a joke. He is just a security guard. Boss, you shouldn't say that. I think that beautiful boss, Su Muqing, cares about him. Maybe they have something going on, one of them chimed in. Zhou Ling's eyes widened as she realized Li Feng was merely a security guard. The reason he had Michelin privileges was due to an affair with his boss. So you're just a pathetic security guard, huh? I thought you were a wealthy tycoon. Seducing your own boss? How pathetic. And your boss is even more disgraceful. Zhou Ling insulted, pointing at Li Feng. Before she could finish, Li Feng swiftly struck her across the face. The speed of his action left the bald men stunned, and Zhou Ling took a moment to register what had just happened. You pathetic loser. How dare you hit me? Tiger, break his legs, she yelled, clutching her cheek. Enraged by Zhou Ling's attack, the bald leader raised a beer bottle to strike Li Feng, but Li Feng swiftly kicked him to the ground. Today is not the right time to teach you a lesson, but if you dare seek trouble tonight, you'll regret it, Li Feng warned coldly, glaring at the other two bald men. They quickly rushed to help their leader, but he angrily shoved them away. Don't just stand there. Go kill this guy. Just as the bald leader finished speaking, Li Feng stepped forward, ready to retaliate. You think you can use that bottle on me? You're asking for death. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bald leader flying 3 meters away. Boss. The remaining 2 bald men rushed at Li Feng with bottles raised. Li Feng dispatched them with ease, knocking them to the ground. The remaining henchmen, likely hired by Bald Tiger, fled in fear upon witnessing Li Feng's prowess. Zhou Ling, astonished at how effortlessly Li Feng had defeated the 3 burly men, felt a wave of terror wash over her. What do you want? Zhou Ling stammered as she saw Li Feng approach, fearing he would treat her as he had the bald men. When Li Feng reached her, he did not strike. You may insult me all you want, but if you dare insult Su Muqing, I will end you unless you apologize, he declared angrily. Zhou Ling, trembling under his piercing gaze, felt a chill run down her spine. I'm sorry, I was wrong, she blurted out before fleeing. You lot, return the money you defrauded from Su Muqing, and you must come to the company tomorrow to explain your dealings with Xiao Cheng, or I swear I will destroy you. Li Feng roared at the bald leader, whose body was racked with pain as he slowly stood up. He glared at Li Feng, seething, How dare you treat me this way? I will kill you today. Li Feng was taken aback by the bald leader's audacity. Just as he prepared to continue the confrontation, he noticed a group of over a dozen individuals approaching, each armed and exuding hostility as they surrounded him. Among them was a one-eyed man wearing a black hat. Heh, Bald Tiger. You're not so tough after all? Letting a mere youth handle you 3 like this? The bald leader, seeing his savior arrive, quickly grinned. Eagle, if you can break this kid's arm today, I'll pay you 50,000. The one-eyed eagle observed the bald leader raising 5 fingers, and with satisfaction declared, Very well. I shall assist you in disassembling this fellow's arms. Agreed. 2 arms it shall be. The bald leader concurred. He thought to himself that after all, the 100,000 was provided by Su Muqing. While it felt somewhat regrettable to hand it over to the one-eyed eagle, he could still procure 500,000 from Su Muqing the following day. The one-eyed eagle approached Li Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before shaking his head and sighing. Alas, young man, this predicament is not my fault. Should you lose both arms, you will be rendered utterly helpless. If you seek vengeance, go after those 3. Do not come to me. I am merely a hired hand. After all, Li Feng chuckled. Ha, do you truly believe that with your ilk, you can threaten me? If you are unafraid of the severe consequences that may follow your actions against me, then by all means proceed. The one-eyed eagle was taken aback by the absence of fear on Li Feng's face, which was instead adorned with confidence and composure. This struck him as quite astonishing. He sensed that this young man was not to be underestimated and decided against acting recklessly. With whom do you associate? The one-eyed eagle inquired. Eagle brother, he is merely a security guard. Do not be deceived by his bravado. The bald leader hastily interjected. The one-eyed eagle, upon hearing the bald leader's words, was not inclined to regard Li Feng as merely a security guard. Having navigated the underworld since his teenage years, he had encountered all manner of individuals. He had lost his left eye in a brawl. It was evident to him that Li Feng was far more complex than a simple security guard. Who do I associate with? Why not ask who associates with me? Li Feng retorted, glaring at the one-eyed eagle, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who exactly is this young man? The one-eyed eagle pondered, perplexed, for he had never heard of such a figure in the South City underworld. Eagle brother, do not let this young man intimidate you. He has some connection with Lu Hu, the second son of the Lu family, but surely that is of little consequence to you, the bald leader remarked. The one-eyed eagle finally comprehended the source of Li Feng's audacity. It stemmed from his association with the Liu family. Young man. Although the Liu family is a prominent aristocracy in South City, I, the one-eyed eagle, am a man of the streets. Liu who holds no weight in my eyes. No sooner had the one-eyed eagle spoken than he raised his hand to signal his subordinates to deal with Li Feng. Yet Li Feng calmly interjected. If it were merely Liu who, do you truly think I would dare come here alone? After uttering this, Li Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. The bald leader, upon witnessing Li Feng's actions, grew anxious. Eagle brother, this young man is calling for reinforcements. You must act swiftly and remove his arms. However, the one-eyed eagle remained unperturbed, wishing to ascertain who Li Feng was connected to. His longevity in the underworld was due to his ruthlessness and caution. Before engaging an opponent, he always sought to understand their background to avoid unexpected mishaps. I have thrived in this realm for over a decade. Few dare to confront me. I am curious to see who dares come to your rescue. The one-eyed eagle thought, watching Li Feng with keen interest. Soon the call connected. Hello, Ma Yang. Could you come to my location? I find myself in a bit of trouble and could use your assistance, Li Feng stated before hanging up. The one-eyed eagle began to feel uneasy. The name Ma Yang was not known to just anyone, yet this young man seemed to have some connection to him. If that were the case, it would be unwise to act against Li Feng, for Ma Yang was a figure of considerable influence and power in the underworld. As the one-eyed eagle hesitated, the bald leader suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Eagle brother, I told you this young man was bluffing. He claims to know someone, but asserting a friendship with Ma Yang is sheer folly. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed eagle asked the bald leader for clarification. The bald leader disdainfully replied, this young man's lover, Su Muqing, had her company disturbed by Ma Yang's men last night. They are preparing to retaliate against him. Su Muqing sought me out and provided a 10,000 yuan retainer. The bald leader handed the check signed by Su Muqing to the one-eyed eagle. Upon seeing the signature, the one-eyed eagle promptly concluded that Li Feng was merely attempting to deceive him. Young man, I initially intended to remove your arms, but since you have brought Ma Yang into this, I shall demand an additional leg. The one-eyed eagle shouted in anger. Li Feng realized that no matter what he said at this moment, the one-eyed eagle would no longer trust him. He calculated the time. It would take Ma Yang approximately 5 minutes to arrive. If he could hold out for just that long, he would be fine. You think you can intimidate me? Li Feng declared, taking the initiative to kick down 2 of the assailants before dashing toward the one-eyed eagle. The adage capture the leader first rang true. If he could seize the one-eyed eagle as a hostage, the others would surely hesitate. Attack! The one-eyed eagle commanded, and a dozen of his men surged forward with weapons drawn. Li Feng had to evade their strikes, knowing he could not defeat such numbers. But the one-eyed eagle's men would require time to restrain him. After a few minutes, Li Feng had managed to incapacitate half of his adversaries, breathing heavily as he faced the remaining 7 or 8. What are you waiting for? Keep attacking, the one-eyed eagle urged. Aware that Li Feng could not hold out much longer, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Li Feng kicked down another opponent and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The bald leader seized the opportunity and approached Li Feng with malicious intent. Step aside. I will finish this myself. As the bald leader raised his weapon to strike Li Feng, the latter suddenly emitted a chilling laugh. Hee hee hee. The bald leader, bewildered by Li Feng's mirth in the face of danger, hesitated. At that moment, Ma Yang's men arrived. Stop. The bald leader turned to see Li Feng's reinforcements and, disregarding the imminent peril, continued his assault on Li Feng. Ma Yang swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the bald leader, releasing an arrow that struck the leader's palm. The bald leader cried out in pain, dropping his weapon. The 2 remaining henchmen, witnessing their leader's downfall, rushed to attack Ma Yang. However, Ma Yang expertly dispatched them with his arrows, taking them down with precision. Though Ma Yang's group was small, each member was a formidable fighter, and they quickly subdued the one-eyed eagle's men. At that moment, the one-eyed eagle stood frozen, having recognized Ma Yang's familiar silhouette only moments before. It was only when he witnessed Ma Yang wielding the bow that he realized the identity of his unexpected ally. Brother Liang, I failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive me. The one-eyed eagle fell to his knees in fear, pleading for mercy. Ma Yang paid no heed to the one-eyed eagle's entreaties, instead moving to assist Li Feng. Brother Feng, are you all right? How should we deal with these men? Ma Yang inquired. The one-eyed eagle, upon hearing Ma Yang refer to Li Feng as brother, was struck with dread. Initially, he presumed Li Feng was merely affiliated with Ma Yang, which would have ensured his safety from direct confrontation. However, It now appeared that Li Feng was, in fact, Mal Yang's superior, which was utterly terrifying. As Li Feng rose to his feet, he regarded the bald trio with a murderous gaze. Make them disappear. His simple directive not only instilled fear in the three bald henchmen, causing them to tremble, but also left the one-eyed eagle pale with terror. Please spare us. We beg for your mercy. We shall sever our own arms if you let us go. In the face of the bald trio's desperate pleas, Ma Yang whispered a few words to Li Feng. Feng Go, killing them would only benefit them. It would be better to make them toil as laborers, exhausting themselves daily while barely making ends meet, suggested Ma Yang. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. However, they must repay Su Muqing. There is no need for further discussion. Just tell them that they and Xiao Cheng are swindlers, understood? Li Feng commanded the bald-headed San Hu. Upon hearing that Li Feng was willing to spare them, the bald-headed San Hu immediately exclaimed in unison, Thank you, Father Li Feng. Thank you, Grandfather Li Feng, for your mercy. We shall certainly handle this well. Following this, Ma Yang instructed his men to escort the three foolish pigs away. At that moment, the one-eyed eagle knelt motionless on the ground, afraid to even glance at Li Feng. Regret consumed him. He had been cautious his entire life, yet today he had stumbled. Brother Feng, how shall we deal with him? Ma Yang inquired of Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at the one-eyed eagle and replied coolly. The one-eyed eagle merely accepted payment for his services. Unlike the bald-headed tigers, he did not deceive openly. Break one of his legs. After Li Feng uttered these words, the one-eyed eagle hurriedly knelt and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. The following day, Lu Hua had prepared everything as per Li Feng's instructions. He summoned all the shareholders and relatives of the Lu family to the conference room, including Lu Da. As Lu Hua concluded his report on the progress and necessary support for the Jinlong Company, Lu Chang immediately stood up, exclaiming, What nonsense! You want to develop properties around Su's land? Do you have any idea how much that will cost? Lu Hua, aware of his older brother Lu Chang's likely reaction, remained unfazed, having already strategized with Li Feng. Brother, that piece of land belonging to Su Muqing is about to transform into the largest plaza mall in the South City. Can you not see this golden opportunity? Upon hearing Lu Hua's words, Lu Chang sneered. Opportunity? Where does this so-called opportunity come from? Lu Hua continued. Once the Su Plaza Mall is completed, the surrounding property prices will surely double. Those who cannot afford homes in the city will eagerly rush to buy. The land is currently so cheap. Our investment is timely. Lu Chang found Lu Hua's optimism laughable, considering the viability of Su Muqing's Plaza Mall still uncertain. Just as Lu Chang was about to voice his dissent regarding the potential protests at Su Muqing's construction site, a man wearing a hat and wrapped in a scarf entered. Only his eyes were visible, the rest of his face obscured. Who are you? Lu Chang glared at the newcomer angrily. The other relatives and shareholders of the Lu family shared his confusion, but Lu Hua recognized the man as Ma Yang. Please, may I have a word with Old Master Lu? Ma Yang requested. The room erupted in murmurs when they realized this strange man sought a private audience with Old Master Lu. Lu Chang mockingly retorted, Who do you think you are to ask my father to talk to you alone? Just as Lu Chang was about to summon security to eject Ma Yang, Lu Hua approached his father Lu Da and whispered a few words. Lu Da's expression shifted to one of surprise. Very well, I will speak with you, he said, casting a dark glare at Lu Chang as he exited the conference room. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chang glanced at Lu Hua, who was likewise observing him. The two exchanged tense stares, and as no one spoke, the conference room fell into a heavy silence. Outside the conference room, Ma Yang removed his hat and scarf. Upon recognizing him, Lu Da was taken aback. Ordinarily, Lu Da and Ma Yang belonged to entirely different worlds, their paths rarely crossing. It was no surprise that Ma Yang knew Lu Da, as the latter often appeared in news broadcasts due to his status as a wealthy figure in South City. Conversely, it made sense for Lu Da to know of Ma Yang, as individuals in his position kept themselves informed about those in the gray areas of society, often through special channels. Are you here to blackmail me? Lu Da inquired. If Ma Yang were truly there to extort Lu Da, the latter would not hesitate to offer him hundreds of thousands, even millions, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Figures like Ma Yang, operating in the gray, typically refrained from blackmailing the wealthy unless they were desperate, as such actions violated the unspoken rules of their world. Breaking those rules once might be forgiven, but repeated violations could lead to dire consequences. After all, in this world, money can procure the most ruthless of allies. Old Master Lu, please do not misunderstand. I have come merely to apologize and to return this deposit. Ma Yang said as he handed Lu De the deposit previously given to him by Zhou Ming. Lu De looked at Ma Yang, even more perplexed. What do you mean? When did I ever collaborate with you? Are you attempting to threaten me with this? Lu De's impatience grew. If Ma Yang were attempting to blackmail Lu De for money, the latter could at least comprehend that. However, if Ma Yang sought to leverage something that could jeopardize the Lu family's interest against him, Lu De would never acquiesce. The prominent families of South City would never engage in dealings with someone like Ma Yang, as it would be disgraceful. Should word of such transactions leak, what would become of their reputation? Ah, old Master Lu, it is your eldest son Lu Chong who has engaged in dealings with me, Ma Yang revealed, proceeding to relay all that Li Feng had instructed him to communicate to Lu De. Upon hearing that Lu Chong had secretly traded with Ma Yang, Lu De was furious, wishing he could storm into the conference room and reprimand Lu Chong immediately. Please, do not let this matter escape. Consider this deposit your silence fee, Lu De insisted, offering the deposit back to Ma Yang. Ma Yang chuckled, Old Master Lu, you are indeed generous. Rest assured, this matter pertains to our mutual interests. I shall not disclose it. After saying this, Ma Yang exited the room. Inside, Lu Hua and Lu Chong remained silent, awaiting Lu De's return. A few minutes later, when Lu De returned, Lu Chong immediately pressed him for answers. What did that strange man say? To protect the family's reputation, Lu De would not disclose the details. Were he to do so, the Lu family relatives and shareholders would undoubtedly gossip. It is nothing. Let us continue our previous discussion. After stating this, Lu De shot a glance at Lu Chong, intending to speak with him privately after the meeting. As the meeting resumed, Lu Chong formally opposed Lu Hua. As far as I know, construction on Su Muqing's Plaza Mall has halted. It seems there have been disturbances caused by some underworld figures. Investing now would be foolish, wouldn't it? Lu Hua, you should think more carefully before acting, rather than simply chasing after women, he mocked. Lu Hua refrained from immediate rebuttal, having noticed the look of anger on his father Lu De's face. Today's meeting is adjourned. I hereby announce that Lu Hua's proposal has been approved, and Lu Chong will hand over the position of general manager of Lihua Company to Lu Hua, Lu De declared. Lu Hua was elated to hear his father's decision, while Lu Chong stared in shock at Lu De. Father, have you lost your mind? Approving Lu Hua's proposal is one thing, but transferring control of Lihua Company to him? Can he even manage it? Lu Chong protested, unwilling to accept the outcome. Without responding to Lu Chong, Lu De simply called him outside. Once outside, Lu De chastised Lu Chong, questioning his sanity for engaging in any dealings with Ma Yang. Lu Chong vehemently denied having any such transactions. Father, I assure you, I have done nothing of the sort. I do not know that Ma Yang at all. Lu Chong feigned innocence. Seeing that Lu Chong continued to deny the truth, Lu De produced the cooperation agreement between Zhou Ming and Ma Yang. Open your eyes and look. Is Zhou Ming not one of yours? Do not think for a moment that I am so easily deceived. Lu De's fury escalated as he slapped Lu Chong. Lu Chong covered his face, left speechless by the undeniable evidence before him. He understood that this entire affair was orchestrated by Lu Hua and that Li Feng was behind it all. He vowed to resolve this matter with them. In this meeting, Lu Hua executed Li Feng's strategy, achieving a complete victory over his older brother Lu Chong for the first time. On Li Feng's side, he and Su Muqing arrived at the company early in the morning. Li Feng, when you meet manager Xiao later, be sure to express your gratitude. It was thanks to him that we managed to stop Ma Yang by bringing in Bald Tiger, Su Muqing advised. Li Feng, however, did not respond to Su Muqing's words. He was preoccupied with thoughts of how amusing it would be to confront the effeminate manager Xiao. Inside the office, Su Muqing had already summoned Manager Xiao. Manager Xiao, we are truly grateful for your help in sending Bald Tiger to the construction site to deter Ma Yang yesterday. Thank you, Su Muqing expressed with appreciation. Manager Xiao wore a smiling face, but he felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing Li Feng standing beside Su Muqing. No need for such gratitude, Su. I'm merely fulfilling my duties. I am relieved that you did not fall for the slanders of some petty individuals and handed the deposit to Bald Tiger. Otherwise, they would not have been willing to work, Manager Xiao remarked, deliberately casting a glance at Li Feng. Su Muqing understood Manager Zhao's implication and quickly interjected. Li Feng was indeed somewhat disrespectful to you and Bald Tiger yesterday. Li Feng, you should apologize to Manager Xiao. Without him, the construction would not have proceeded last night. Li Feng stepped in front of Manager Xiao, not only refusing to apologize, but also contemptuously raising his little finger at him. Seeing Li Feng's defiance, Xiao Cheng found it amusing. He believed that the more Li Feng refused to apologize, the angrier Su Muqing would become, ultimately leading her to despise Li Feng. This was far more beneficial for him than receiving an apology. Xiao Cheng hoped Su Muqing would dismiss Li Feng, allowing him to ascend. Li Feng, what does this mean? Xiao Cheng feigned curiosity. Li Feng, with a derisive expression, retorted, "Are you truly so ignorant? The gesture of my raised little finger signifies disdain for you. A deceitful scoundrel like you does not even merit standing before me." Li Feng's words incensed Su Muqing. She had not anticipated his continued rudeness towards Xiao Cheng. "Li Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Did we not agree that you would apologize to Manager Xiao? Why are you resorting to malicious insults?" Su Muqing exclaimed angrily. Witnessing Su Muqing's fierce defense of himself, Xiao Cheng's expression brightened instead of darkening. "It's all right, Su. You should know that Li Feng enjoys jesting. I won't hold it against him." Xiao Cheng feigned magnanimity. Li Feng chuckled. "Oh, you won't hold it against me? I must insist on addressing the matter. The troublemaker last night was not Ma Liang, but rather your instigation of Bald Tiger. After creating a ruckus, you had Bald Tiger feign intervention to continue deceiving for money. Do you think such schemes can elude me?" Xiao Cheng frowned at Li Feng's revelation. How did this brat know about my scheme with Bald Tiger? Surely, Bald Tiger wouldn't spill the beans. It was impossible. Bald Tiger was on my side. This kid must be guessing without evidence. After pondering, Xiao Cheng pointed at Li Feng, fuming. "Li Feng, your repeated insults and slanders towards me are intolerable. If you cannot produce evidence, do not blame me for being ungracious." Li Feng observed Xiao Cheng's clenched fists and his frantic demeanor, which irritated him. "Ungracious? With your pathetic demeanor, you should step aside." With that, Li Feng struck Xiao Cheng, sending him sprawling to the ground. Su Muqing was taken aback by Li Feng's actions, momentarily stunned before regaining her composure. "Li Feng, you have gone too far," she exclaimed, rushing over to check on Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's lip was bleeding, and as he prepared to retaliate against Li Feng, he noticed Bald Tiger and his two companions arriving outside the window. "Li Feng, just wait. I will make you pay tenfold." Chapter 39. The pinnacle of living off others. As soon as Xiao Cheng finished speaking, Su Muqing spotted Bald Tiger and his companions. "You're here. Thank you for stopping Ma Yang last night. Here is a check for 500,000. Take it to the bank." She nervously handed a check to the trio, anxious to expedite their departure to prevent any harm to Li Feng. After being taught a lesson by Li Feng, Bald Tiger and his companions were understandably reluctant to accept any checks. Seeing Bald Tiger decline the check, Manager Xiao snatched it and handed it to Bald Tiger's leader. "This is what you deserve. However, this brat just accused me of colluding with you three to swindle Su. Can you overlook his slander?" Manager Xiao glared at Li Feng with reddened eyes. Su Muqing sensed the situation was deteriorating and was about to intervene. Unexpectedly, Bald Tiger's leader pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Cheng. "Isn't it you who instructed us to stage the disturbance last night, only for us to later intervene?" All this was to deceive Su. Bald Tiger recounted Li Feng's instructions from the previous night. He was genuinely furious. Had it not been for Xiao Cheng, they would never have crossed paths with Ma Yang and Li Feng. What a mess. Their previously carefree existence was now shattered, and they would soon have to work for Ma Yang for the rest of their lives. Upon hearing the truth spill from Bald Tiger's leader, Xiao Cheng rushed to intervene. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" he hissed, approaching Bald Tiger's leader. The leader, increasingly enraged, shoved Xiao Cheng aside. "Get out of my way." Xiao Cheng fell to the ground, fuming. "I told you to teach this brat a lesson, not to push me." Bald Tiger's leader, now fully aware of Xiao Cheng's treachery, advanced on him, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. "Ah, are you all three brainless pigs today?" Xiao Cheng howled in agony. Su Muqing watched the scene unfold, bewildered. What was happening? Weren't Bald Tiger and his companions supposed to be punishing Li Feng? Just as she prepared to intervene, Li Feng approached. "Darling, don't worry about this. Did you not hear how Bald Tiger just confessed? This is called retribution for evildoers." Su Muqing, recalling Bald Tiger's words, began to comprehend. "Wait, you just said that Xiao Cheng orchestrated the deception against me? And you intentionally sent people to create a disturbance last night?" she demanded. Bald Tiger's leader paused, affirming, "Su, everything I said is true. We three sincerely apologize for deceiving you, and we will return that 100,000. As Su Muqing accepted the check from Bald Tiger, she glared at Xiao Cheng with disdain. "Manager Xiao, I cannot believe you are this kind of person. You are fired. Leave this place immediately," she ordered angrily. Li Feng, however, was not about to let Xiao Cheng off so easily. He remarked, "Did you not hear what Su just said? Take this coward away." and how you choose to deal with him is your decision. But do not forget, this coward is the one who caused you all this trouble. Bald Tiger's leader understood Li Feng's intent. I will take him along to work, he declared, commanding his companions to drag Xiao Cheng away. Li Feng felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of Xiao Cheng suffering under Ma Yang's wrath. Su Muqing, noticing Li Feng's unrestrained amusement, questioned, Li Feng, why are you so pleased? Although Bald Tiger and Xiao Cheng have left, what about Ma Yang? Li Feng explained, my dear, do you not see? This is the result of Ma Yang teaching Bald Tiger a lesson. Only then did they come to apologize. Otherwise, you'd still be in the dark, manipulated by Xiao Cheng. Su Muqing finally grasped the truth. She now understood that Li Feng's earlier claims about Lu Hua's communication with Ma Yang were indeed genuine. Li Feng, I misjudged you. I apologize, she admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. Li Feng reverted to his playful demeanor. Oh, my love, you misjudged me so deeply. And you think a mere apology suffices? How rather perfunctory. What else do you want? Su Muqing inquired with her large eyes wide open. Li Feng, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, how about you reward me properly right now? As he attempted to embrace her, Su Muqing swiftly pushed him away, saying, Li Feng, behave yourself. We are at the company. Once Li Feng ceased his antics, she continued, how about this? You should stop working as a security guard in the company and join the business development department instead. Our Plaza Mall will soon be completed, and if we fail to attract investments, the company will incur significant losses. Li Feng patted his chest with confidence, assuring her, don't worry, dear. With me around, we will fill the vacancies in no time. After expressing his self-assured statement, he went to prepare himself. Su Muqing sighed as she watched his retreating figure. Aware that relying solely on Li Feng would amount to little more than seeking assistance from Lu Hua. Given the magnitude of the Plaza Mall, a single Lu Hua could hardly suffice, especially since most of the Lu family's resources were controlled by Lu Chong, Lu Hua's elder brother. Exiting Su Muqing's office, Li Feng swaggered towards the entrance. The portly security guard greeted him with a broad smile. Hey, Li Feng, I just saw Xiao Cheng being escorted away by those bald men. He seemed to have been beaten up. Li Feng chuckled. I know about it. I witnessed how they taught that wimp a lesson. It was quite satisfying. He then patted the security guard on the shoulder, saying, I am now the manager of the business development department, so I no longer need to work as a lowly guard. Just keep up the good work, and I'll put in a good word for your promotion with Su Muqing. The security guard, impressed by Li Feng's ascent to leadership, exclaimed, wow, you've really made it. That's quite an achievement. Li Feng considered the guard a friend and didn't take offense. I can't chat any longer. I need to give my department a motivational speech. Upon reaching the business development department, he found that the employees were relatively new and had previously been managed by Xiao Cheng. With his departure, they lacked direction and eyed Li Feng with disdain, having heard gossip about his relationship with Su Muqing. Li Feng, undeterred by their attitudes, cleared his throat and announced, hello everyone, I am your new manager, Li Feng. Previously, I worked as a security guard at the entrance, but that is in the past. Now that I am your supervisor, I will hold you accountable and you, in turn, will be accountable to me and to Ms. Su. This unconventional introduction sparked murmurs among the employees. What is the company thinking, allowing a former guard to lead us? He seems unreliable. Perhaps he hasn't even attended university. Surely, his connection with Ms. Su is the only reason he is here. Just as Li Feng was about to respond, Su Muqing entered, instantly altering the atmosphere. The employees straightened in their seats, busily attending to their tasks, and greeted her with smiles. Li Feng noted the respect they showed her and felt their dismissive attitude towards himself. I haven't finished speaking, he declared. I want you all to understand that the Plaza Mall will be completed in 1 week, so work diligently and don't slack off. After delivering his admonition, he noticed Su Muqing looking at him quizzically. Li Feng, what are you doing? Didn't he ask you to come here to act as a lord over them? Didn't he ask me to manage them? Li Feng replied, perplexed. As they say, new officials bring 3 fires. You seem to have misunderstood. I didn't mean for you to manage them. I intended for you to learn from them. However, the position of manager is indeed vacant, and whoever secures the first deal will be considered for the role. Upon hearing this, the employees began to murmur excitedly. This is wonderful. Perhaps I could become the manager. See, I told you a guard could never lead us. Look at him now, humiliated. Absolutely. He strutted in here like a peacock, and now he is in a tight spot. Li Feng found their reactions amusing. He genuinely aspired to be the manager, but merely sought to leave a favorable impression on Su Muqing. Since she had suggested it, he agreed. believing that demonstrating his capabilities would earn their respect. The employees, however, remained skeptical, doubting his competence and assuming he was merely boasting. What can a former security guard achieve in business recruitment? He'll surely leave in disgrace. Though their whispers were soft, Li Feng caught every word. Just as he prepared to counter their remarks, a text message from Lu Hua arrived. Brother Feng, I've successfully reclaimed Li Hua Company from my brother, and my father has agreed to redevelop properties around the Su Family Plaza Mall. Upon reading this message, Li Feng's confidence surged. Su Muqing, Lu Hua has just agreed to develop properties surrounding our plaza mall, and they are willing to lease all the shops on the first floor. The employees, incredulous, retorted, Li Feng, stop boasting. We don't believe you. One of the male employees, previously close to Xiao Cheng, chimed in. He had heard rumors about Li Feng's relationship with Su Muqing, but had also been informed that Li Feng had fallen from favor. Seeing their growing skepticism, Su Muqing approached Li Feng and cautioned him, Li Feng, don't exaggerate. How could Lu Hua have such authority? Understanding her concerns, he refrained from over-explaining and promptly called Lu Hua. Hey, Lu Hua, bring the contract over. We need to finalize our cooperation with Ms. Su. No backing out this time. After hanging up, he sat back in a chair, crossing his legs with an air of triumph. The employees exchanged glances, questioning his demeanor and whether he could possibly be their leader. They overheard his conversation with Lu Hua, suspecting that Lu Hua was merely a subordinate to Li Feng, further fueling their disbelief. As the minutes passed, the earlier doubting employee mocked Li Feng again. I thought a security guard could really be friends with a wealthy heir, but now it seems like a distant dream. Before he could continue, a female employee interjected, Kai Ming, stop talking nonsense. Kai Ming, however, was unperturbed, believing that without Xiao Cheng, he was the most qualified for the manager position, and resented Li Feng for obstructing his path. Are you suggesting my words were lies? Li Feng glared at Kai Ming. Kai Ming smirked. Do I even need to answer that? Who does not recognize that the Lu family's power lies firmly in Lu Chang's hands, while Lu Hua is merely a frivolous younger brother? Even if Lu Hua were to gain control over the family's affairs, what reason would anyone have to collaborate with him? Is it due to his position as a security guard or his reliance on others? The last statement was whispered by Kai Ming directly into Li Feng's ear, unheard by anyone else present. Upon hearing Kai Ming's words, Li Feng let out a cold laugh. He had no desire for idle chatter. When Lu Hua arrives to sign the contract, he should vacate the company. Li Feng's words left the members of the investment department momentarily stunned, as it implied Kai Ming's dismissal, yet they questioned Li Feng's authority. In response to Li Feng, Kai Ming agreed, stating, fine, if Lu Hua comes to sign the contract, I will resign voluntarily. If he does not, you will leave the company. Following this, Kai Ming leaned in closer to mock Li Feng, whispering, I know about your relationship with Su Muqing, but you are merely a dog that even its master does not cherish. It is clear to anyone that Su Muqing wishes to kick you to the curb, yet you shamelessly cling to her every day. What a disgrace to us men. Despite the quietness of his voice, the harshness of Kai Ming's words ignited Li Feng's fury. What did you say? Li Feng exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Kai Ming sprawling to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Su Muqing, the first to react, questioned, Li Feng, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit Kai Ming out of the blue? As the crowd began to process the situation, they rushed to check on Kai Ming, asking if he was all right and if he needed medical attention. This person is too audacious. How does he expect to lead us? One remarked. He can't even perform his duties as a security guard. He's nothing but a thug. Listening to her employees disparaging her husband, Su Muqing felt a pang of discomfort. However, she recognized that Li Feng's actions were indeed wrong. He had no right to resort to violence. At that moment, she looked at Li Feng with profound disappointment. Li Feng, why did you hit him? Li Feng, visibly angry, explained, he insulted me and spoke ill of you. I had to teach him a lesson. Su Muqing, not deaf, knew that Kai Ming had only expressed disdain towards Li Feng and had not insulted anyone. Li Feng, are you now lying with your eyes wide open? You have disappointed me greatly. After her words, the employees began to chant for Li Feng's dismissal from the company. Mr. Su, this man is far too unruly. Please fire him. Indeed, he is utterly incompetent as a security guard and only brings trouble. Rest assured, if he dares to harass you again, we will handle it together. Hearing her employees' comments, Su Muqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Thankfully, they did not know that Li Feng was her husband. Had they known, she would have lost face in the company. Resolving to take action, she declared, Li Feng, since you do not wish to work properly, you should go home. The investment department staff erupted in applause at Su Muqing's decision to expel Li Feng, urging him to leave and learn how to behave before learning how to work. Indeed, a complete rogue. No one would want him as a security guard. If you dare come back and bother Mr. Su, we'll deal with you ourselves. Li Feng was unfazed by their remarks. The only thing that registered was Su Muqing's insistence that he return home, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he soon forgave her, knowing her passive position was a result of Kai Ming's provocations. Kai Ming, if you are a man, let us make a wager. Li Feng challenged. Kai Ming smirked. What wager could I possibly refuse? If Lu Hua arrives and signs the contract, you must announce to everyone what you just said to me. Li Feng proposed. Sure, but I didn't say much to begin with, Kai Ming replied with a grin, moving closer to Li Feng to whisper again. Even if Lu Hua does come, I will not disclose anything. But if you wish to hear it, I will tell you now. You are merely a dog to Su Muqing, one she has grown tired of and is eager to discard. How could someone like her possibly be interested in you? Truly, she must be blind. Li Feng had initially refrained from violence, but upon hearing Kai Ming's insult towards Su Muqing, he could no longer contain himself. He shoved his phone into his pocket and kicked Kai Ming fiercely. Kai Ming fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Su Muqing and the others were taken aback. They could not believe Li Feng would dare to strike again. Su Muqing stared at him in disbelief. She had never seen him act so violently. Some employees, witnessing Kai Ming's plight, contemplated calling the police. In that moment, Li Feng retrieved his phone, revealing that he had recorded Kai Ming's earlier slurs. Chapter 41. The auction. As Li Feng played the recording, the investment department staff were left in utter shock. They had not anticipated Kai Ming's audacity in referring to Su Muqing in such derogatory terms. Su Muqing's face flushed with anger. Kai Ming, I can't believe you are such a despicable person. Get out of here. Kai Ming, pale as a ghost, realized that Li Feng had secretly recorded him and amplified the volume. You wait. I'll make you pay for this, Kai Ming shouted, clutching his chest as he attempted to leave. Li Feng would not allow him to depart so easily. He seized Kai Ming by the neck, glaring into his eyes. Apologize, Li Feng demanded. In that moment, no one felt sympathy for Kai Ming. They believed he deserved this reprimand. Kai Ming, it turns out you are a coward. Apologize immediately. How dare you insult Mr. Su? I want to slap you. Apologize now, or we will take matters into our own hands. However, Su Muqing feared that Li Feng's actions might escalate dangerously. Li Feng, let him go. I never want to see him again. Despite her plea, Li Feng maintained his grip. Still not apologizing? His hold tightened, bringing tears to Kai Ming's eyes. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Kai Ming struggled to utter. Upon hearing Kai Ming's apology, Li Feng finally released him. Now get lost. Don't let me see you again, Li Feng shouted, and Kai Ming hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hua arrived, and upon seeing him carrying the contract for signing, Su Muqing realized that Li Feng had spoken the truth. As Lu Hua signed the agreement, the others recognized that Li Feng had not been boasting. Manager Li, we underestimated you earlier. Please forgive our ignorance, one employee pleaded. Indeed, we promise to learn from you in the future. Another chimed in. Manager Li, I never realized you were so capable. You will be my idol from now on. The investment department staff lavished Li Feng with praise, leaving him quite pleased. Mr. Su, it seems I have already assumed the role of manager of the investment department, Li Feng said with a triumphant smile. Su Muqing replied, for now, you may take on the role, but if you do not perform well, I will replace you. After work, the investment department staff suggested celebrating Li Feng's newfound status as a way to make amends for their previous unfriendliness. However, Li Feng declined, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Having gained Lu Hua's trust, Li Feng was ready to set his next plan in motion, seizing control of the Lu family's power. Though Lu Hua had reclaimed Li Chang's company, it was merely the smallest among Lu Chang's enterprises. The true prize was Jinqiang Company, the largest of Lu's holdings, which generated no less than 1 billion annually. With Lu Chang serving as its general manager, Li Feng speculated that Lu Chang was likely reaping millions each month at Jinqiang Company. To remove Lu Chang from his position as general manager, Li Feng understood that a significant downfall was necessary. He learned that an auction was taking place in South City that evening, featuring masterful calligraphy and historical treasures. Among the attendees was a key figure who could determine Lu Chang's fate, the esteemed old master Lu Zhong from the Lu family, ranked third among the 4 prominent families of South City. After calling Lu Hua, it wasn't long before Lu Hua arrived to pick up Li Feng. Accompanying them was a bodyguard, A Dai, who had previously confronted Wu Tianhao at a Michelin restaurant. Dai's exceptional skills warranted his presence at the auction, given the risks involved, so Li Feng had requested Lu Hua to bring him along. Brother Feng, are you certain old master Lu Zhong will attend this auction? I've heard he has an affinity for the works of renowned artists, yet I doubt he would participate in such an event, Lu Hua questioned during the ride. Li Feng smiled and reassured him, rest assured, I have been gathering intelligence in South City for over a year. I have investigated the 4 prominent families and various second and third-tier families. Old Master Lu has attended this auction multiple times. He nearly always shows up. However, he typically refrains from bidding. Why would he attend without placing a bid? Surely he isn't short on funds, Lu Hua inquired, puzzled. Individuals of Lu Zhong's stature often dismiss ordinary auction items. However, tonight, I am confident he will take action, Li Feng replied. Seeing Li Feng's certainty, Lu Hua decided not to press further, trusting Li Feng's judgment. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the venue, a rather obscure club, barely qualifying as a second-rate establishment. As they approached, the attendant swiftly blocked their path. I'm sorry, but the club is not receiving guests tonight, he stated. Lu Hua, perplexed, turned to Li Feng for guidance. Li Feng had anticipated this, knowing the attendant was using a coded response. No worries, we are here for an event, he replied. Upon hearing the correct passphrase, the attendant allowed them entry. However, just as they were about to step inside, a supervisor halted them. Sir, please present your invitation card. The head attendant commanded. Taken aback, Li Feng recalled that there had previously been no mention of an invitation card for entry, indicating this requirement was a recent addition. We are not here to purchase items. We are here to sell, he clarified. Upon hearing this, the head attendant's demeanor changed, and he stated, I'm afraid if you wish to auction items, registration should have occurred a week prior. It is now too late. Lu Hua, incensed by the attendant's refusal, began to argue, Don't look down on us. Let us in, or you'll regret it. The head attendant remained unfazed. This is not a place for ruffians to create disturbances. Should you wish to escalate matters, feel free to try. Lu Hua, incensed by the attendant's audacity, clenched his fist to retaliate. However, Li Feng intervened, saying, Lu Hua, this isn't the place for such behavior. There are rules here. Reluctantly, Lu Hua lowered his fists. The head attendant, noticing Lu Hua's restraint, jeered, Without an invitation, you should leave. People like you, who have never seen the world, dare to cause a scene? We have Brother Nyo here tonight to maintain order. Those not afraid of consequences should remain. Unable to contain his frustration, Lu Hua was about to strike again. But Li Feng stopped him, reasoning, even if you were to defeat him, would that guarantee our entry? Li Feng was cautious not to let a minor issue jeopardize their primary objective. Lu Hua, acknowledging the logic in Li Feng's words, glared at the attendant and muttered, Just wait. Before stepping back, Li Feng recalled the mention of Brother Nyo and decided to call Ma Yang to inquire about any connections he might have. Such underground auctions typically employed figures like Ma Yang to ensure security. Otherwise, valuable items could easily be targeted by thieves. If the club had indeed hired someone like Ma Yang, disturbances would be minimal. However, Brother Nyo was a name Li Feng had not encountered before. Once he reached Ma Yang on the phone, he learned that while Ma Yang was not at the club, a friend of his was present to help maintain order. Li Feng speculated that this friend might be the very Brother Nyo the attendant had referenced. Lu Hua, someone will be here shortly to guide us inside. Let us wait a moment, Li Feng announced. The attendant, overhearing Li Feng's claim, sneered, Don't try to deceive me. Without an invitation, you should leave. Otherwise, I will have to call for security to remove you. Just then, a man approached. Upon seeing him, the attendant's demeanor shifted. It was indeed Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo. These guys are causing trouble. The attendant pointed at Li Feng. Ignoring the attendant, Brother Nyo turned to Li Feng, inquiring, Are you Li Feng, Brother Feng? Indeed. You must be a friend of Ma Yang, Li Feng responded. The attendant, witnessing Brother Nyo's respectful attitude towards Li Feng, immediately fell silent, overwhelmed. From now on, don't look down on others, Brother Nyo declared, granting them passage. Lu Hua smirked at the attendant, who was now on the ground. Before following Li Feng into the club, the attendant, bewildered, speculated about Li Feng's background, wondering how he commanded such respect. Once inside, Brother Nyo asked about their purpose for attending. Li Feng explained that they had an item to auction. Brother Nyo introduced them to the club's owner, Zhu. Who are these three? Zhu inquired, puzzled. They are friends of mine with an item to auction. I ask you to assist them, Boss Zhu, Brother Nyo replied. Zhu. The owner and auction organizer looked at the item in Adi's hands and remarked, according to our rules, auction items must be registered a week in advance. However, since these three are friends of Brother Nyo, we can still register since the auction doesn't start for another hour. Nevertheless, I advise you to reconsider if your item holds little value, as tonight's auction features treasures. Li Feng understood Zhu's implication. After confidently taking the item from Adi, he assured, rest assured, the item I wish to auction will not bring shame to your establishment, and I am certain it will be the most valuable item tonight. Zhu laughed. While I believe you that your item has value, claiming it is the most precious of the evening may be overly ambitious. Our auctions typically attract the elite of South City, with each item valued at no less than 10 million, and tonight's treasures are the most valuable ever. Li Feng recognized that Zhu's words were not deceitful. He merely feared that the item might reflect poorly on him during the auction. Li Feng approached Boss Zhu, leaning in to whisper, Boss Zhu, this treasure of mine is a relic from 600 years ago. Do you truly believe its value could be below 10 million? Startled by Li Feng's assertion, Boss Zhu promptly invited him to the appraisal room, a space dedicated to verifying the authenticity of various treasures. Upon entering, Li Feng observed an array of advanced machinery designed for such evaluations. But this appraisal room relies not solely on machines. The expertise of skilled individuals is paramount, for machines are ultimately lifeless, he mused. Understanding the gravity of Boss Zhu's words, Li Feng produced his item, saying, I would appreciate it if you could summon the appraiser to evaluate my treasure. After accepting the painting and calligraphy from Li Feng's hands, Boss Zhu chuckled, There's no need. I am the most qualified appraiser here. That is splendid. I urge you to examine my piece promptly, as the auction is about to commence, and I hope we do not delay the proceedings, Li Feng urged. Sensing Li Feng's urgency, Boss Zhu refrained from responding and instead scrutinized the artwork with a serious demeanor. As he gazed upon the piece, his astonishment was palpable, punctuated by sounds of admiration. Li Feng recognized that Boss Zhu was likely an aficionado of authentic masterpieces. Given his evident excitement, in disbelief, Boss Zhu examined the artwork, realizing it was indeed a genuine piece created collaboratively by two masters 6 or 7 centuries ago. The combination of calligraphy and painting was nothing short of exquisite. What starting bid do you have in mind? Boss Zhu inquired, his excitement evident. Li Feng, observing Boss Zhu's fervor, extended a single finger. 100 million? Boss Zhu guessed. Li Feng shook his head. Not 100 million, but 1 billion. The mention of 1 billion left Boss Zhu momentarily stunned. However, he soon acknowledged that given the artwork's historical significance, such a price was indeed justified. He gazed at the piece with longing, feeling an impulse to procure it for himself. Yet, the enormity of the expenditure weighed heavily on him. Why not forego the auction? I will offer you 1 billion directly for it, Boss Zhu proposed decisively. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhu noted the glimmer of hope in Li Feng's expression and continued, however, I must admit that I cannot produce the entire sum at once. If we could arrange an installment plan, perhaps I could pay you 10 million each month? Li Feng understood that Boss Zhu genuinely desired the artwork, but he had not come to the auction to sell it, nor was he inclined to sell it to Boss Zhu. I apologize, but my intention here is to auction the piece. I must insist on this, Li Feng replied. Moreover, the starting bid is 1 billion, and the final sale price will not simply be 1 billion. Realizing Li Feng's perspective, Boss Zhu acknowledged that the starting price was merely a beginning, with the final bid likely escalating through competitive offers. However, he believed that Li Feng's artwork, though a treasure, might be priced too high to attract bidders, especially with an opening bid of 1 billion. Very well, the piece is yours, and the price is at your discretion. Please keep this receipt. Should someone purchase your item, it will facilitate the transaction. We charge a 10% service fee. Is that acceptable? Boss Zhu stated. Li Feng accepted the receipt, though inwardly he felt that the 10% service fee was rather excessive. It was clear that Boss Zhu profited handsomely from each auction, explaining his willingness to spend such a fortune on the artwork. Just as Li Feng turned to leave, Boss Zhu added, young brother, should no one bid on your treasure, do not be disheartened. I am always willing to purchase it at any time. After thanking Boss Zhu, Li Feng exited and soon reunited with Lu Hua, who led him to the auction venue. This underground auction was indeed aptly named, as it was held below ground level. The lighting was dim since the auction had yet to commence, but within minutes, attendees began to filter in. At precisely 10 o'clock, the event began, illuminating the room with a radiant glow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the underground auction. Let us now present the first item for bidding, the host announced. Following the introduction, A stunning woman in uniform presented a vase before the audience, flanked by several imposing bodyguards. This is a 200-year-old blue and white porcelain vase, crafted by a master artisan. The starting bid is 2 million. As the host concluded, bids began to roll in. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. The escalating competition resulted in a final bid of 12 million from a middle-aged woman. The host called, 12 million once, 12 million twice, 12 million thrice, sold. Lu Hua, having little prior experience with auctions, felt exhilarated by the atmosphere and nearly made a bid himself, but Li Feng quickly intervened. Lu Hua, we are not here to make purchases. Focus on helping me find someone, Li Feng subtly reminded him. Lu Hua understood. Realizing his momentary excitement was misplaced amidst the auction's infectious energy. At that moment, Lu Hua spotted an elderly man in a hat on the second floor. Brother Feng, look, he pointed out. Following Lu Hua's gesture, Li Feng indeed found the individual he sought. Old Master Lu Zhong was observing the auction from the upper level. Adai. Go immediately and discreetly ascertain how many bodyguards Lu Zhong has brought, and take note of their weaponry. Ensure you remain undetected, Li Feng instructed. Adai promptly complied. Minutes later, as several items were auctioned, Li Feng knew his piece would astonish everyone present, particularly Lu Zhong on the second floor. Chapter 43, 300 million. Next, we will auction the evening's most mysterious and climactic item. Please stay tuned. The host's announcement sparked lively chatter amongst the audience. Is there still another item up for auction? I thought we were finished? Someone questioned. Indeed. Wasn't that jade pot the main attraction? Another chimed in. Ah, it seems a mysterious treasure has entered the auction unexpectedly. As the audience buzzed with speculation, the uniformed beauty presented the painting to the host. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, a genuine masterpiece from 500 years ago. Starting at a bid of 1 billion, with increments of no less than 10 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the host's proclamation, their disbelief palpable. Seeing no immediate bids, the atmosphere grew tense. Why is no one bidding? Is the starting price too high? The host queried. 1 billion? Who can afford that? Someone muttered. Exactly, and how can we verify the authenticity of a piece from 500 years ago? Another added. If it is indeed a genuine artifact from that era, it is worth 1 billion. Recognizing the audience's hesitance, the host assured them, rest assured, every item we auction is guaranteed authentic. If any counterfeit is discovered, we will compensate tenfold. The spectators were aware that the underground venue was generally reliable, but the staggering starting bid created an air of reluctance. Observing the silence, Lu Hua began to feel anxious as no bids emerged. Brother Feng, why is no one placing bids? Is it because your starting price is too high? After all, not everyone can afford 100 million, Lu Hua expressed his concern. Li Feng, however, was unfazed by the lack of bids on his prized possession. His attention was drawn to the second floor, where he observed the situation of the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zhong. Inside the private room on the second floor, upon hearing that the artwork being auctioned was from 500 years ago, Lu Zhong's interest was piqued. Yet, from his position upstairs, he could not ascertain the authenticity of the piece. Xiaoya, pass me the telescope, Lu Zhong instructed a young and beautiful girl behind him. Grandpa, are you planning to buy this artwork? The girl inquired after handing him the telescope. Lu Zhong chuckled as he accepted it, saying, how could a masterpiece from 500 years ago possibly appear here? I merely wish to see how closely this piece resembles the original. Initially, he had thought that this underground auction might not feature any fakes, but it seemed that his reputation would likely be tarnished tonight. Upon hearing her grandfather's remark about the auction's reputation being at stake, the young woman's expression brightened with excitement. Having attended this auction several times with her grandfather, she had hoped to discover something entertaining but had only encountered mundane items. However, if she could witness someone dismantling the auction's credibility tonight, her visit would not be in vain. Just as Lu Zhong was peering through the telescope to scrutinize the artwork below, he was astounded to discover that it was indeed an authentic piece from 500 years ago. After recovering from his shock, he immediately instructed the young woman to raise the bid by 10 million. 110 million, she declared. This young woman was Lu Zhong's granddaughter, Lu Ya, his only grandchild, who had been spoiled by him since childhood. Upon hearing the increased bid, the host enthusiastically announced, a beautiful lady upstairs has bid 110 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Lu Ya felt that the treasure must belong to her grandfather, considering that 110 million was no small sum. Is there anyone else bidding? We'll begin the countdown. 110 million once, 110 million twice. Just as the host was about to conclude, Li Feng promptly raised his bid. I bid 120 million. The host, thrilled by the new bid, exclaimed, "We have a gentleman bidding 120 million. Is there anyone willing to outbid him?" As everyone's gaze turned towards Li Feng, he and Lu Hua quickly donned the masks they had prepared in advance. The crowd could not see Li Feng's face, and speculations about his background began to swirl. Luya, initially thinking that no one would bid against her, looked at her grandfather with a hint of discontent, questioning whether they should bid again. Lu Zhong nodded affirmatively. 130 million. Luya raised the card once more. However, Li Feng immediately countered, 180 million. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the staggering amount. Who is this young man? He appears quite young. How could he possess such wealth? He must be a scion of one of the prominent families in Nanqing. Otherwise, why would he spend such an exorbitant sum on a mere trinket? Indeed, he is likely just a reckless young heir. As the crowd murmured about Li Feng, he remained indifferent to their opinions. Brother Feng, are you sure your bid is not too high? What if Lu Zhong does not counter? Lu Hua inquired. Li Feng replied, Tonight, I intend to show him what he cannot have. Otherwise, how can I intrigue him? Upon realizing Li Feng's intention was to provoke Lu Zhong's desire rather than merely to sell the artwork for a good price, Lu Hua understood the strategy. Brother Feng, I now grasp your meaning. It seems Lu Zhong will not raise his bid any further. Just as Lu Hua finished speaking, Luya, noticing her grandfather's indecision, took matters into her own hands and declared, 200 million. Lu Zhong looked at his granddaughter with mild reproach. Xiaoya, why did you raise the bid? I haven't made up my mind yet. Grandpa, I can see how much you desire this artwork. Let's do this. I'll cover the extra bid from my allowance. Luya proposed. Lu Zhong, sensing his granddaughter's filial piety, nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his affection for her was not in vain. She was indeed thoughtful in crucial moments. However, despite her offer, Lu Zhong had no intention of actually deducting from her allowance. The Lu family was not in need of such trivial sums. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 200 million once, 200 million twice. Just as the crowd believed no one would bid again, Li Feng raised his card, proclaiming, 300 million. The sheer audacity of Li Feng's bid infuriated Luya, full of youthful fervor, unwilling to concede. Just as she prepared to raise her bid again, Lu Zhong intervened. Enough, Xiaoya. If this continues, we might genuinely end up spending an astronomical amount on a mere trinket. Though our family can afford it, as the head of the Lu family, I cannot indulge in such extravagance for personal whims, Lu Zhong stated. But Grandpa, this fellow is clearly trying to provoke me. I must teach him a lesson, Luya retorted. Lu Zhong, displeased with her defiance, warned, Stop this nonsense. If you don't listen, I want to take you out next time. With her grandfather's admonition, Luya reluctantly abandoned her pursuit against Li Feng. As the crowd absorbed the fact that Li Feng had bid an entire 100 million more, bringing the total to 300 million, a stunned silence fell over the venue. After about a minute, the host finally regained his composure. Oh my, this is the highest bid in this auction. Is there anyone else wishing to bid higher? 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million thrice. Sold. The host exclaimed with excitement. After the auction concluded, Li Feng met with the club's owner, who looked at him in astonishment. Young man, why did you spend 300 million to buy your own auction item? The owner asked. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. That is of no concern to you. After all, you never stated that I could not purchase my own auction items. I will still pay you the 10% service fee. With that, he handed the owner a card. After leaving the club, Li Feng reunited with Lu Hua and A Dai, and they prepared to return home. Just as Lu Hua, puzzled, asked Li Feng the purpose behind his actions, they were suddenly confronted by 3 or 4 vehicles blocking their path. Reluctantly, they had to exit their vehicle. Who are you to obstruct our way? Lu Hua demanded. At that moment, a girl stepped out of one of the cars. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, strikingly beautiful. It was Luya, the very same girl who had been bidding against Li Feng. Hand over the painting, or we will not be polite. Luya threatened, her demeanor unfriendly. Li Feng had anticipated Luya's aggressive approach. Otherwise, he would not have instructed A Dai to thoroughly investigate how many individuals Lu Zhong had brought along and their weaponry. So you are Luya, to rob for your grandfather's sake? How noble, Li Feng remarked. Luya scoffed at his words. Rob? The artwork is 300 million, and I am offering you 300 million. Hand it over now, she insisted, pulling a card from her bag and extending it towards Li Feng. Without even glancing at the card in her hand, Li Feng firmly replied, I refuse to sell. Luya was incensed by his refusal, pointing an accusing finger at him. How dare you speak to me like that? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and then buy your painting. At this moment, Lu Zhong's bodyguards had completely surrounded Li Feng and his companions. Observing the 7 or 8 imposing guards, all of whom appeared to be seasoned fighters, Li Feng remained undeterred. He had already confirmed that they were unarmed, making it manageable for him and A Dai to handle the situation. I will ask you once more, will you sell it to me or not? Luya demanded. Li Feng did not respond but inquired, are you determined to purchase this calligraphy as a gift for your grandfather? Luya furrowed her brow, surprised that Li Feng had discerned her intentions. Indeed. My grandfather's birthday is in a few days, and he adores this painting. I must present it to him, Luya declared resolutely. Li Feng chuckled. This calligraphy belongs to me. I am indifferent to your grandfather's preferences, and you have no authority to demand that I sell it to you. Understanding that a gentle approach would not sway Li Feng, Luya resorted to drastic measures. Seize the calligraphy without causing harm if possible, she commanded before taking her seat in the vehicle. Promptly, 7 or 8 bodyguards heeded her orders and charged at Li Feng and his companion. Fearing for the safety of the artwork, Li Feng instructed Lu Hua to protect it. Lu Hua, armed with the calligraphy, sheltered himself inside the car. Although Lu Hua had some abilities, they were insufficient against seasoned fighters, leaving him to watch as Li Feng and A Dai engaged in combat. As 2 or 3 bodyguards advanced towards Li Feng, he leaped and delivered a flying kick that toppled one of them. With a series of punches, he dispatched the next 2. A Dai, equally adept, swiftly dealt with his own adversaries. However, the bodyguards from Lu's household were not ordinary. Despite sustaining injuries, they persevered and continued their assault. Back to back, Li Feng and A Dai found themselves adeptly fending off the onslaught of 7 or 8 bodyguards. Seeing that the calligraphy was still unattainable, Luya grew anxious. What are you doing? Focus on retrieving the calligraphy, she shouted. Lu Hua, noticing 2 bodyguards approaching him, glanced at Li Feng. Realizing the situation was unsustainable, Li Feng urged, Lu Hua, stall for time and escape. After issuing his command, he prepared to break through the encirclement, with A Dai covering him. Observing Lu Hua attempting to flee with the calligraphy, Luya immediately directed 2 bodyguards to pursue him. In that moment, Li Feng reached Luya's side. Alarmed by his sudden approach, she shouted for her bodyguards to assist her. Yet, it was too late. By the time help arrived, Li Feng had already seized Luya. Sir, I have secured the calligraphy, one bodyguard exclaimed after overpowering Lu Hua and snatching the painting. Li Feng grinned. I no longer desire the calligraphy. I find the young lady from the Lu family far more valuable. Upon realizing Luya was captured, the bodyguards quickly surrounded Li Feng. Release our lady at once, or we shall kill you, one bodyguard threatened. Li Feng, unfazed by the threat, had orchestrated this scenario from the beginning, luring Lu Zhong with the artwork and then capturing Luya. If you dare approach, I shall harm your lady. Li Feng brandished a dagger. Seeing the potential harm to Luya, the bodyguard surrendered immediately. Please, do not harm our lady. We capitulate, they pleaded. Luya, infuriated by their cowardice, exclaimed, how can you surrender so easily? Kill me if you must, but know that your fate will be equally grim. In her heart, Luya harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Feng. As the sole granddaughter of Lu Zhong, she had been cherished beyond measure, even more so than her male cousins. Raised in indulgence, she was accustomed to having her desires fulfilled, which fostered her rebellious nature. The bodyguards, acutely in the room, A Dai could only endure Luya's tantrum, standing by the door to prevent her from escaping. Upon observing this through the window, Li Feng acknowledged A Dai's commendable skills, yet he realized that dealing with the capricious and whimsical Luya was indeed a challenge. Lu Hua, take A Dai back. I will keep watch here, Li Feng instructed. Lu Hua was perplexed by Li Feng's intent, believing that with A Dai present, Luya would pose no threat. After all, how could a seemingly defenseless girl escape A Dai's grasp? Li Feng countered, asserting that A Dai would not be able to manage Luya, for despite her delicate appearance, Luya was far more cunning than A Dai. Lu Hua conceded but planned to have A Dai remain at the door. Li Feng insisted, since I am here to oversee Luya, there will surely be no mishaps. You should take A Dai back and follow my plan. With A Dai by your side, I am assured that you will be safe. Recognizing Li Feng's resolute decision, Lu Hua realized further persuasion would be futile. Very well, A Dai, return with me, he said to A Dai, who, relieved at the prospect of no longer having to monitor Luya, exhaled deeply. Truth be told, it was far more preferable for A Dai to confront adversaries than to merely oversee Luya without any means to act. As A Dai stepped outside, Luya seized the opportunity to dart towards the door, attempting to slip away, only to find Li Feng entering just then. "Now that I am here to guard you, do not even think about running," Li Feng declared, shutting the door behind him. Luya glared at Li Feng in anger, pointing and shouting, "Rogue, you despicable villain! Release me at once, or I shall inform my grandfather and have you torn to shreds." Li Feng chose to ignore her, feigning sleep with his eyes closed. Luya, aware of his ruse, resorted to smashing items in the room while simultaneously shouting and wailing, "Despicable! Let me out! Let me out! Unlike a die." Li Feng remained expressionless amidst her outcry. Eventually, exhausted, Luya slumped into a chair, silent. Li Feng, relieved that her disturbance had ceased, soon found her weeping. "Grandfather! Woo-woo! Grandfather!" she cried, wiping her tears with her hands. Observing her childish display, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Here was a young woman of 18 or 19, crying like a child. Yet, he mused, Luya was indeed a sheltered flower. He intended to continue pretending to be oblivious to her cries. However, to Li Feng's astonishment, Luya's weeping was relentless, continuing for nearly an hour. Unable to endure any longer, he felt an inexplicable sorrow at the sound of a woman's tears. "All right, stop crying. I shall release you tomorrow," he finally said. Hearing his response, Luya quickly inquired, "Why did you capture me? I have done nothing to offend you." Li Feng chuckled. "Oh, you haven't offended me? You just had those bodyguards rob me and beat me. Is that not an offense?" Luya realized her wrongdoing and promptly apologized. "I will compensate you with 10 million if you release me." She attempted to negotiate with him. However, Li Feng had no interest in her money. He had not captured her out of offense or for ransom. "I do not lack for wealth. You offended me, so you will remain here for the night as a form of penance. By the way, I assume you are hungry after all that shouting. Here, have some instant noodles," he said, tossing a cup of noodles in her direction. Luya angrily threw the noodles to the ground, exclaiming, "This junk food is beneath me. Bring me abalone instead." Li Feng picked up the noodles, preparing to enjoy them himself. "I apologize, Miss Lu, but in this remote wilderness, we have no abalone or lobster. Tonight's dinner is simply these instant noodles. Take it or leave it." He began to eat, and Luya, having grown tired and realizing she had not dined, suddenly felt her stomach rumble at the sight of Li Feng relishing his meal. "Fine, just bring me a bowl," she said with a haughty tone. Li Feng found her amusing and eventually handed over his leftover noodles. "What are you doing?" Luya asked, confused. Li Feng pointed at the noodles. "This is the only bowl available. I was kind enough to save it for you, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, it's just the broth left. You can make do with a few sips." Upon hearing that Li Feng offered her his leftover noodles, Luya was incensed, knocking the cup from his hands. "You expect me to eat your leftovers? Get out," she fumed. Li Feng remained unfazed, sitting by the door and continuing to feign sleep. Luya, with red-rimmed eyes, could do nothing but glare at him in frustration. At that moment, Li Feng's phone rang, and Luya perked up, excitedly looking at him. Having had her phone taken by Li Feng, she assumed it was a call from her family. However, upon hearing the ringtone, she realized it was not her phone and suspected that the villain before her had likely turned hers off. Li Feng answered the call, recognizing it was from Su Muqing. "Hello, my dear. I'm out tonight and won't be returning. Don't worry about me. I plan to game all night." Su Muqing, exasperated by his gaming obsession, retorted, "Li Feng, you just became the manager of the investment department. How can you revert to your old ways so soon? If you stay out all night playing games, don't bother coming back." Just as she was about to hang up, she heard a woman's voice on the line. "Li Feng Ge, I'm so hungry." Luya had deliberately moved closer to Li Feng, feigning innocence. Su Muqing was furious. "Li Feng, what is going on? Who is that woman beside you? I can't believe you are this kind of person. Don't come back." After hanging up, Li Feng glared at Luya, exclaiming, "You little brat, was that intentional? Are you trying to get me killed?" Luya, witnessing the anger on Li Feng's face, couldn't help but chuckle, covering her belly in delight. "Ha ha ha, you are so afraid of your wife." Li Feng chose not to respond to her taunts, merely stating, "What does it have to do with you? I am hungry. And since you won't let me go, if you could provide me with something to eat, I might consider explaining things to your wife." Luya, sitting on the chair with a serious demeanor, mimicked her grandfather's negotiation style. Finding her amusing, Li Feng tossed another bowl of instant noodles her way. "Here, enjoy this. You can prepare it yourself." Yet, Luya retorted with that attitude, "I will not assist you in explaining to your wife. Li Feng thought to himself that if Su Muqing continued to misunderstand him, he would indeed face trouble. Although he had Luya confined, he planned to release her the next day without mistreatment. "Miss Lu, hurry and eat. You wouldn't want to miss home." As Luya accepted the noodles, she was surprised by how delicious they tasted, even better than the gourmet meals she was accustomed to. Meanwhile, Lu Hua began to follow Li Feng's strategy that night. Knowing that his elder brother, Lu Chong, was bound to encounter significant trouble the following day. Chapter 46. The Lu family last night. The elderly patriarch of the Lu family hardly slept, consumed with worry for his granddaughter, Luya, fully aware that the trouble was directed at him. As Lu Zhong contemplated whether to seek connections to find Luya or report to the authorities, a servant entered. "Master, there is someone outside looking for you. He claims to know the whereabouts of the young lady." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong immediately instructed the servant to bring the visitor to his study. The person seeking Lu Zhong was Lu Hua, who had come alone with Adai, as Li Feng had advised him against bringing too many people. Knowing that Luya was in their possession, and Lu Zhong would not dare act impulsively. Though Lu Hua had never interacted with Lu Zhong before, to avoid being recognized, he and Adai followed Li Feng's orders and wore masks. Upon entering the study, Lu Zhong erupted in anger. "How dare you kidnap my granddaughter? Who are you?" Lu Hua produced his mobile phone, showing Lu Zhong footage from the previous night of Lu Ya's people seizing a painting. "Old Master Lu, we are not kidnappers. This is all a consequence of your granddaughter's own actions," Lu Hua asserted. Lu Zhong approached Lu Hua, focusing intently on the screen for a moment before realizing that indeed it was Luya who had initiated the conflict. It appeared that this audacious girl believed he had a strong attachment to the painting and, fearing his regret, had forcibly attempted to procure it. "What do you intend? You haven't harmed my granddaughter, have you?" Lu Zhong inquired, concern etching his features. Lu Hua chuckled. "Rest assured, Old Master Lu, we are treating your granddaughter very well. However, regarding her actions last night, my elder brother believes the Lu family should offer some compensation. Otherwise, we will take care of your granddaughter for a few days." Realizing their intentions were indeed directed at the Lu family, Lu Zhong understood that if they were willing to spend 300 million on a painting, this was no simple case of kidnapping for ransom. "You don't seem to be in dire need of money. Just tell me what you want me to do," Lu Zhong asked. Lu Hua, having anticipated Lu Zhong's response, proceeded with Li Feng's plan. "Old Master Lu, I request that you visit the Lu family today and inform Lu Chong that the investment project we previously discussed is now off the table." Lu Zhong immediately countered. "That cannot be. I, Lu Zhong, cannot be a man of untrustworthiness. Though I would incur a loss of merely several tens of millions, the Lu family would face a calamity, suffering losses in the billions. Since you refuse, we shall continue to look after your granddaughter for a few more days. Given that she previously employed such forceful tactics against us, should we hand her over to the constables, who knows what might become of her? I fear your family might find themselves in the headlines," Lu Hua threatened. Upon hearing Lu Hua's words, Lu Zhong began to waver. He sensed that Lu Hua possessed evidence, and while it was unlikely anything serious would happen to Luya, the damage to the Lu family's reputation could be considerable. Observing Lu Zhong's furrowed brow, Lu Hua grew confident. "Old Master Lu, the Lu family's misfortune is of no concern to you. Your relationship is merely business. I suggest you consider your family's reputation." Lu Hua initially believed this would compel Lu Zhong to acquiesce. If Lu Zhong agreed to terminate the contract with Lu Chong, Lu Chong's company would suffer losses in the billions, inciting Lu Da's fury and drawing criticism from the shareholders. At that point, Lu Hua would inform Lu Da and the relatives of the potential profits from his collaboration with the Su family to remedy the Lu family's financial crisis, positioning himself to take over Lu Chong's companies. However, Lu Hua was taken aback when Lu Zhong remained obstinate. "You underestimate the Lu family. The reason we have risen to become one of the 4 prominent families in South City is that I, Lu Zhong, have always conducted business without deceiving my partners. Even if my family's reputation suffers, I shall not engage in actions detrimental to my associates," Lu Zhong declared resolutely. Lu Hua did not anticipate Lu Zhong's stubbornness, but recalled that Li Feng had equipped him with a strategy. "Since you are so committed to your principles, I shall not press you further. However, whether your granddaughter is sent to the constables or taken by my elder brother as a concubine depends on his mood. He has a penchant for beautiful young women, and to be frank, your granddaughter is quite attractive. I fear he may not be able to resist," Lu Hua said with a feigned chuckle. Although Lu Hua found his words somewhat harsh, he believed they would ultimately persuade Lu Zhong. After all, there is a saying that goes, "No man is truly a man without a little ruthlessness." The moment Lu Zhong realized the extremity of Lu Hua's threats, he panicked. Yet, as a prominent figure from one of South City's esteemed families, Lu Zhong was seasoned and unflappable in the face of adversity. Thus, despite feeling a rising anxiety within, he maintained an outward composure. Do you think I, Lu Zhong, can be easily threatened? My family is one of the 4 great families of South City, and our connections are vast. I advise you to reconsider and return my granddaughter to me before I lose my patience. I assure you, you will find your situation more dire than hell itself. Lu Zhong retorted, turning the tables on Lu Hua. Lu Hua, momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhong's commanding presence, recognized that individuals like Lu Zhong were not easily intimidated. Nevertheless, he recalled Li Feng's strategy and proceeded calmly to the desk, taking a seat and crossing his legs. Old Master Lu, I have thoroughly investigated your family's capabilities. If we lacked confidence, we would not have taken action. To be candid, my elder brother has meticulously planned this operation, and should you make any rash moves, he will enlist the help of his associate, Ma Yang, to deal with you, Lu Hua stated. Upon hearing the name Ma Yang, Lu Zhong's brow furrowed immediately. The situation had grown complicated, and with someone of Ma Yang's dubious reputation involved, it was prudent to avoid risks, especially since his granddaughter was in their hands, and their target was Lu Chang of the Lu family, not himself. After contemplating the matter, Lu Zhong reluctantly agreed to Lu Hua's demands. Very well, I shall acquiesce. I hope that once you have dealt with Lu Chang, you will promptly return my granddaughter. Lu Zhong stated. Lu Hua responded, no problem. I assure you, your granddaughter will remain unharmed. Subsequently, Lu Hua and Adai set off to find Li Feng. Driving, Lu Hua deliberately took a convoluted route, having been forewarned by Li Feng to prevent any potential tracking by the Lu family. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he drove with ease to meet Li Feng. Outside a modest tile-roofed house in the outskirts of South City, Li Feng had already prepared instant noodles and presented them to Lu Ya. Miss Lu, hurry and get up for breakfast. The sun is already high in the sky. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ya immediately stirred awake. Glancing at the instant noodles on the floor, she feigned disgust. Not instant noodles again. By the way, can I go home now? Not yet. You'll likely be here for a few more hours, Li Feng replied. Minutes later, Lu Hua and Adai arrived. Observing Lu Hua's exuberant expression, Li Feng deduced that Lu Zhong had agreed to the contract termination with Lu Chang. Before Li Feng could inquire, Lu Hua exclaimed, Brother Feng, Lu Zhong has agreed. Seeing Lu Hua's beaming smile, Li Feng reciprocated. I suspected as much. Lu Chang's breach of contract nearly led to the Su family's downfall. Now, he must face the consequences. Lu Hua glanced at Lu Ya in the room and asked, what about her? For now, let Adai keep an eye on her. Ignoring her. Lock the door, and once the matter is resolved, we will send her home, Li Feng instructed. Following Li Feng's plan, Lu Hua and Li Feng soon arrived at the Lu family estate. Lu Hua had already received word that Lu Chang intended to discuss the partnership with the Lu family in front of Lu Da and all the shareholders, aiming to seize control of the Lu family's companies and effectively replace his father, Lu Da. However, Lu Chang could not fathom that today was not the day he would truly seize control of the Lu family's power, but rather the day he would completely lose all authority over Lu companies and face skepticism from all Lu family shareholders. Chapter 47. The Lu family crisis. In the Lu family conference room, Lu Chang had summoned Lu Da and the Lu family shareholders. Lu Da cautioned Lu Chang, I hope you remember the past. If you repeat such mistakes, I will have to reconsider your capability to take over all Lu family companies. In Lu Da's eyes, Lu Chang was indeed more ambitious than Lu Hua. Although Lu Hua had been performing decently lately, he paled in comparison to Lu Chang's previous achievements. As Lu Hua and Li Feng entered the conference room, Lu Chang immediately expressed his discontent. Lu Hua, why did you bring this guy to the meeting again? Can't you speak without him? Lu Chang remarked with sarcasm. Are you afraid of me? Li Feng chuckled. Lu Chang disdainfully replied, Am I supposed to fear you, a son-in-law? Dad, this Li Feng is Su Muqing's husband. He has his own company yet comes to work as a project manager at Lu Hua's firm. He's surely trying to leverage his position to benefit his wife's company. Lu Da had already investigated Li Feng's background but disagreed with Lu Chang's assertion. Well, since Li Feng works for Lu Hua, if he does anything wrong, it is Lu Hua's responsibility to handle it. We need not concern ourselves, Lu Da stated. Seeing Lu Da's stance, Lu Chang knew he could not argue further. Lu Da was well aware that Li Feng was indeed exceptional. His son, Lu Hua, who had previously been aimless and unambitious, had transformed into a diligent and motivated individual after meeting Li Feng. This was undoubtedly a positive development. After the meeting commenced, Lu Chong presented the project in collaboration with the Lu family. He assured everyone that within a year, Jinxiang Company could yield several hundred million for dividends, with each shareholder receiving at least tens of millions. Upon hearing of Lu Chong's partnership with the Lu family, the shareholders felt assured. Considering the Lu family was one of the 4 prominent families in Nanjing and a leader in the restaurant industry. Very well. Collaborating with the Lu family is certainly a good idea. However, the challenge lies in finding a suitable location for dining, entertainment, and fitness in the city center. Such places are not easily found. Moreover, even if we locate a site, we cannot guarantee securing it, given the presence of other influential families in Nanjing, Luda expressed. As Luda spoke, the shareholders began to murmur, recognizing that while partnering with the Lu family was advantageous, acquiring a prime location in the city center would require a significant investment, potentially exhausting the Lu family's financial resources. Amidst the shareholders' doubts, Lu Chong produced a contract. Dad, esteemed shareholders, I have secured the land, specifically the plot on the left side of Nanjing. A few days ago, it was up for auction, and I acted swiftly to acquire it. Lu Chong handed the land purchase contract to Luda. Upon reviewing the contract, Luda was taken aback to see that Lu Chong had spent 500 million. He immediately questioned, Lu Chong, how could you casually spend 500 million without consulting us first? The shareholders gasped, realizing Lu Chong had nearly invested all of Jinxiang Company's funds. Lu Hua was the first to voice his concern. Brother, although you are the general manager of Jinxiang Company, you cannot unilaterally decide on such a substantial amount. This is rather reckless. Lu Chong chuckled at Lu Hua's remarks. Ha, Lu Hua, Jinxiang Company does not belong to you. Besides, I am determined to acquire that land, and I have already signed a strategic contract with the Lu family. The value of that land has already more than doubled. After stating this, Lu Chong displayed the contract and cooperation proposal signed with the Lu family. Luda reviewed the documents and concluded that the proposal was indeed promising, as it would instantly increase the land's value. Excellent work, Lu Chong. You have shown both courage and wisdom in this matter. I feel reassured about you inheriting the Lu family's enterprises. Luda smiled approvingly. The other Lu family shareholders, seeing the prospect of substantial dividends promised by Lu Chong, readily endorsed Luda's sentiments. Lu Chong is indeed remarkable. With him at the helm, we can anticipate prosperous returns. Indeed, under Lu Chong's leadership, the Lu family is likely to flourish even further. We should expedite the transfer of authority to him, as Lu Hua cannot compare. Seeing his father and the shareholders rallying behind him, Lu Chong recognized the prevailing sentiment. Lu Hua, you might as well hand over your companies to me. It would be far better under my management than left to your erratic decisions. I hear you've invested a significant sum in that hilly land belonging to Su Muqing, and my assessment suggests you're facing at least 100 million in losses. If you entrust the company to me, I guarantee you dividends of no less than 50 million annually, Lu Chong proclaimed with pride. At that moment, Li Feng stepped forward and physically pushed Lu Chong aside. A person on the brink of bankruptcy has no right to boast before us. Lu Chong nearly stumbled, but managed to regain his balance. What nonsense are you spouting, Li Feng? Lu Chong retorted. Ignoring Lu Chong, Li Feng urged Lu Hua to share the situation with everyone. Lu Hua, following Li Feng's lead, addressed the assembly. My elder brother, Lu Chong, has arbitrarily spent 500 million, which is against protocol. What's more alarming is his claim of signing a strategic contract with the Lu family. If the Lu family were to breach the contract, their maximum compensation would be a mere few million, while we, lacking the Lu family's leading restaurant as a draw, would incur losses exceeding 500 million. Lu Hua asserted emphatically. Lu Chong was incensed by Lu Hua's statement and immediately countered. What utter nonsense! How could the Lu family possibly breach the contract? Everyone in the industry knows that Old Master Lu is a man of his word. Otherwise, would I invest 500 million? After making his point, Lu Chong pointed at Li Feng and added, Lu Hua, you should take this son-in-law and leave our Lu family conference room. You ought to focus on gaming and courting instead of conducting business, which you clearly know nothing about. The assembly observed Lu Chong's actions, and while they found his words excessive, they believed Lu Chong's strategy was sound. After all, Old Master Lu had an excellent reputation in the industry, making a breach of contract unlikely. I concur with Lu Chong's perspective. Lu Hua should relinquish the company to Lu Chong, one shareholder suggested. I agree. Although Lu Hua's grandfather bequeathed him a share of the family fortune, it did not directly grant him control over the company. Providing him with funds would yield the same result. Indeed, Lu Hua's capabilities cannot compare to Lu Chong's. The company will surely face bankruptcy under his management. At that moment, all the Lu family shareholders voiced their support for Lu Chong. In truth, Their allegiance lay not with Lu Chong but with the prospect of profit, as they believed Lu Chong would generate more wealth than Lu Hua. Lu De found himself in a predicament. He had initially intended to encourage Lu Hua due to his recent ambition, which was why he had entrusted him with the management of 2 companies. However, faced with the shareholders' opposition to Lu Hua's leadership, he conceded. Lu Hua, your experience indeed pales in comparison to your elder brother's. If you wish to achieve success in the future, it would be wise to learn from Lu Chong. You are brothers. Mutual communication is essential. For now, hand over your companies to Lu Chong, as he needs to consolidate resources for collaboration with the Lu family, Lu Do advised. Yes. We must gather resources and collaborate effectively with the Lu family. I concur. Securing a partnership with the Lu family will undoubtedly yield significant profits. Quickly transfer the company to Lu Chong. I genuinely lack confidence in you. Lu Hua was taken aback by the shareholders' blatant opportunism, his fists clenching in anger. Hee, Lu Hua. Did you hear what Dad just said? He wants to hand the company over to me. I will take good care of you in the future. You only know how to play games and chase girls. Lu Chong continued to mock. At that moment, Li Feng stepped forward, sneering, even if Lu Hua was once aimless and lacked ambition, he is still better than you. You have directly led the Lu family to bankruptcy. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Hua's company is now under my management. You, as a so-called project manager, should hurry home and become a good son-in-law, Before Lu Chong could finish his laughter, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zhong, calling. He wore a broad smile. Dad. It's Elder Lu Zhong calling. He must want to discuss how we can collaborate in detail. Hearing Lu Chong's words, Lu De nodded in satisfaction. Lu Chong, being quite cunning, put the call on speaker, intending for everyone present to hear how Lu Zhong would discuss cooperation. However, he never anticipated that Lu Zhong would say this on the phone. Hello, Lu Chong. This is Lu Zhong. I regret to inform you that I must cancel our cooperation. The breach of contract fee has already been arranged to be transferred to your account. Take care of yourself. Chapter 48. Get out of the Lu family. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Lu Chong was stunned. The shareholders of the Lu family. Upon realizing that the Lu family had indeed breached the contract and that the breach fee was being sent to Lu Chong, were utterly shocked. Lu Chong. What is going on? Is the Lu family really canceling the agreement? Lu De asked Lu Chong, panic evident on his face. Lu Chong's mind buzzed as he felt weak all over. Seeing the hateful gazes of the old shareholders, he immediately called Lu Zhong to inquire about the situation. Yet, Lu Zhong's phone was unreachable. Impossible. This is impossible. Lu Zhong promised me cooperation. The contract is signed. I must go find him. Lu Chong was on the verge of a breakdown. He needed to confront Lu Zhong directly. Li Feng stepped in front of Lu Chong, blocking his path. Are you trying to flee? Lu Chong, his face flushed with anger, glared at Li Feng and swung his fist at him. Lu Chong was no match for Li Feng, who effortlessly seized his fist. Let go of me. Lu Chong shouted angrily. Li Feng ignored him and turned to the Lu family shareholders. What do you say? Should I let him go? Letting him go would not cost me anything. But the losses of several hundred million incurred by Lu's company would be borne by you. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the shareholders of the Lu family began to blame Lu Chong. We cannot let him off. He made the decisions without consulting anyone else. He must be held accountable. Indeed. We cannot bear the consequences of this. He must take responsibility. The Lu family has been driven to bankruptcy because of him. He should be expelled from the Lu family. Lu De was nearly fainting from anger at Lu Chong's actions. Lu Hua, seeing his father struggling to stand, rushed over to steady him. Dad, are you all right? Lu Hua asked with concern. Lu De shook his head as he pointed at Lu Chong, sighing, Ah, you wasteful son. I had intended to pass the Lu family to you, but now you have squandered our family's fortune. I no longer wish to see you. Get out. Though Lu De's words seemed harsh to Lu Chong, Li Feng understood that Lu De was acting in Lu Chong's best interest. Now that Lu Chong had brought the Lu family to ruin, leaving might indeed be the best option for him. Dad, you can't really be kicking me out, can you? Lu Chong, now in tears, never imagined he would fail so miserably, nor that Lu De would expel him from the family. Lu De said nothing, turning his back to Lu Chong in silence. At this moment, several Lu family shareholders stepped forward, their expressions filled with anger. Allowing you to leave would be letting you off easy. Hand over all the money you possess, including the breach fee just sent by Lu Zhong. Yes. You cannot take a single cent from the Lu family. If it weren't for our familial ties, I would have called the cops to take you away. How dare you misuse 5 billion of the company's funds? Who gave you that authority? Lu Chong realized he was now being abandoned by all. filled with deep regret as he left with tears in his eyes. After Lu Chang's departure, the conference room erupted in chaos. The Lu family was on the brink of bankruptcy, and the shareholders were at a loss as to what to do. Some shareholders, panicking, began to question and blame Lu De, who could only listen, as Lu Chang's actions had indeed led to this dire situation. Seeing that the time was right, Li Feng urged Lu Hua to proceed with the plan. Lu Hua, troubled by the sight of his father's sorrow, felt a pang of guilt, knowing the current predicament was a result of his actions. However, he understood that to topple Lu Chang, this was a necessary course of action. Stepping before the gathered relatives and shareholders, Lu Hua declared with conviction, "Esteemed relatives and shareholders of the Lu family, due to my elder brother Lu Chang's mistakes, our family is on the verge of bankruptcy. I have a solution to salvage our situation. If you are willing to listen, I shall share my proposal." Upon hearing that Lu Hua had a remedy, the arguing shareholders turned their hopeful gazes toward him. Lu De, taken aback by Lu Hua's assertion, urged, "Lu Hua, what is your plan? Time is of the essence. Do not keep us in suspense." Lu Hua, acknowledging his father's urgency, replied, "The 5 billion lost by the Lu family can be recovered. I am already collaborating with the Su family's Plaza Mall project, which can yield at least 3 to 4 billion. I am willing to invest this amount into Jinxiang Company, and the Su family is also prepared to contribute funds. Thus, the Lu family will not only avoid bankruptcy, but can also establish a high-end venue for dining, entertainment, and fitness in the heart of the southern city." As Lu Chang had envisioned, Lu Hua's words reassured the shareholders, but Lu De remained skeptical. Lu Chang intended to use the Lu family's restaurant as a draw, and now that the Lu family has halted cooperation, even with funds, we will struggle to attract customers and may still incur losses. Lu De's observation was astute. Without patrons, even the most splendid establishment would flounder. Lu Hua, caught off guard by his father's question, felt at a loss since Li Feng had yet to inform him of this aspect. However, Li Feng had anticipated this concern. He stepped up beside Lu Hua and reassured him not to worry. Li Feng then explained, "The reason the Lu family withdrew from collaboration is entirely due to Lu Chang. For years, Lu Chang has exploited his position as the general manager of Jinxiang Company for personal gain, offending numerous individuals in the process, which led to Lu Zhong's decision to rescind the partnership." Lu De pondered Li Feng's words, realizing the merit in them. Though Lu Chang had generated substantial revenue for the Lu family, he had also amassed considerable wealth for himself while alienating many smaller families. These families, intimidated by the Lu family's stature among the 4 great families of the southern city, had refrained from direct confrontation, but their resentment simmered beneath the surface. "Very well. As long as we can re-establish cooperation with the Lu family, I will agree to your proposal," Lu De stated. Upon hearing his father's consent, Lu Hua's face broke into a smile. At that moment, Li Feng shot Lu Hua a knowing glance, and Lu Hua instantly understood. "Father, esteemed relatives and shareholders of the Lu family, if you place your trust in me, I will take charge of this proposal," Lu Hua proclaimed. Lu De comprehended Lu Hua's implication. If Lu Hua were to oversee the proposal, then the Jinxiang Company would be entrusted to him. "Very well. Lu Hua, you are now in charge of Jianhua Company. If you can help the Lu family overcome this crisis, the Lu Group will be entrusted to you in the future," Lu De stated. Lu De understood that with Lu Chang having departed from the Lu family, the responsibility now rested solely on Lu Hua. He felt reassured that Lu Hua had undergone significant transformation and exhibited greater ambition than before. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Hua, somewhat anxious, inquired of Li Feng, "Brother Feng, the Lu family hasn't agreed to collaborate with us yet. What if Lu Zhong is unwilling to cooperate?" Lu Hua was puzzled as to why Li Feng did not caution him about threatening Lu Zhong with collaboration when he sought him out. Li Feng discerned Lu Hua's thoughts and explained, "If we had pressed Lu Zhong to cooperate from the outset, he would have realized your identity and surely informed your elder brother, Lu Chang. At that point, you would have found your brother much less accommodating." Upon hearing Li Feng's reasoning, Lu Chang began to grasp the situation. However, he worried, "What if Lu Zhong refuses to collaborate with me?" Li Feng chuckled. "Luya is still in our possession. For the sake of his granddaughter, he will undoubtedly agree to work with us. Moreover, with Lu Zhong's contract with Lu Chang now terminated, his reputation in the industry has suffered. Do you think he won't seek ways to restore it?" At that moment, Lu Hua held immense admiration for Li Feng and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, Brother Feng. You are truly remarkable." Subsequently, Li Feng and Lu Hua set off to find A Dai. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, only to find it strange that both A Dai and Luya were missing. Li Feng scrutinized the unlocked door and furrowed his brow. Chapter 49. Knowing the risks, Brother Feng. Have they left? Lu Hua quickly began searching the vicinity but found no trace of anyone. Li Feng, still frowning, remarked, Lu Hua, stop looking. They have already been rescued by Lu Zhong. Rescued? How could that be? Lu Hua questioned. Li Feng approached the door and gestured to the lock, stating, you see, this lock wasn't opened with a key but was forced open, indicating that Lu Ya has indeed been rescued. And it is likely that Adai has also been captured by Lu Zhong. Hearing this, Lu Hua rushed to the door and confirmed Li Feng's assertion. The lock had been damaged. What do we do now? Lu Ya has been rescued. Will Lu Zhong still agree to collaborate with us? If he refuses, won't our previous plans be in vain? Lu Hua expressed his concerns. After pondering for a moment, Li Feng resolved to confront Lu Zhong personally. Lu Hua, I must go find Lu Zhong at the Lu family. We need to secure his cooperation. Li Feng declared with determination. Lu Hua, feeling apprehensive, asked Li Feng if it was wise to approach the Lu family. Knowing the risks involved, for Lu Zhong would undoubtedly be prepared for them. I am aware that it may be dangerous, but we must go. Lu Hua, seeing Li Feng's resolve, decided to accompany him to the Lu family. However, Li Feng insisted on going alone, arguing that should any danger arise, Lu Hua could devise a plan to rescue him. If both were captured, they would have no backup. Convinced by Li Feng's reasoning, Lu Hua escorted him to the Lu family's entrance before departing. Within the Lu family's study, Lu Zhong was engrossed in a book when a servant entered, announcing, Master, someone is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong immediately deduced who it was and commanded, seize him. Outside in the courtyard, Li Feng awaited Lu Zhong while holding a scroll. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals approached, brandishing weapons and charging aggressively at him. Li Feng had no time to explain. As the enemies advanced, he was compelled to fight back. Just as Li Feng engaged with the group of bodyguards, Lu Zhong emerged from the study, puzzled to find that the intruder was not Lu Hua. Hold on. Who are you? Lu Zhong inquired, suspecting that one man alone could not possibly escape from the Lu family. Seeing the confrontation cease, Li Feng smiled at Lu Zhong and said, Grandfather Lu, I have come to propose a transaction and present you with a treasure. There is no need for such hostility towards me. Lu Zhong glared at Li Feng, wearing a mask and claiming to discuss a deal. Moreover, you previously abducted my granddaughter and threatened me to annul the contract with the Lu family. You have tarnished my reputation. Li Feng retorted nonchalantly, Grandfather Lu, your granddaughter initiated the conflict, and I did not mistreat her. She has returned unharmed, hasn't she? Before Li Feng could finish, Lu Ya dashed out from the room, exclaiming, You locked me in a dark room and fed me instant noodles. Was that not abuse? I must teach you a lesson. Lu Ya, I even made you instant noodles. Were you not enjoying them last night? Li Feng replied with a grin. Lu Ya's face flushed at his words as she recalled the noodles, which, truth be told, were quite delicious. Grandfather, you must capture him, Lu Ya urged. After listening to the exchange between Lu Ya and Li Feng, Lu Zhong discerned that while Li Feng had confined Lu Ya, he had not truly harmed her. You mentioned wanting to discuss a transaction? What kind of transaction? Lu Zhong inquired, eyeing the scroll in Li Feng's hand. Upon realizing that Lu Zhong was finally interested in his proposal, Li Feng exuded confidence. Grandfather Lu, our previous request for you to terminate the contract with Lu Chong has indeed impacted your reputation in the industry, and that was our fault. However, I have devised a remedy. Lu Chong has been expelled from the Lu family, and Lu Hua has taken over. If you collaborate with Lu Hua, the previous annulment will not be held against you. Lu Zhong appeared to grasp the implications. Realizing that Lu Hua had orchestrated Lu Chong's removal to inherit the Lu family's enterprise and was now seeking to establish his authority through collaboration with Lu Zhong. You make a compelling argument, but why should I heed your advice? If I choose not to collaborate with the Lu family, their potential downfall could present more opportunities for the Lu family, Lu Zhong countered. Li Feng recognized Lu Zhong's astuteness and replied, Grandfather Lu, I cannot dispute your point. But will the other two prominent families in Nanqing refrain from joining forces against the Lu family? They could easily leverage your annulment of the contract with the Lu family to undermine your standing. Would anyone dare to work with the Lu family afterward? Thus, I suggest you contemplate my proposal carefully. After making his case, Li Feng took a few steps forward, prompting the Lu family's bodyguards to intervene, fearing for Lu Zhong's safety. Pausing, Li Feng extended the scroll to the bodyguards. Grandfather Lu, as a gesture of goodwill, I present this scroll to you. Regardless of whether this transaction comes to fruition, I wish to give it to you. This piece is a valuable treasure, but I lack the appreciation for it. It is wasted in my possession. Upon receiving the scroll, Lu Zhong's excitement was palpable. "This scroll, you truly wish to give it to me?" he asked, astonished. "Of course, I keep my promises," Li Feng affirmed. Lu Zhong, genuinely enamored with the scroll, hesitated briefly before conceding, "Very well. I accept your proposal. However, if we are to collaborate with the Lu family, Lu Hua must come to discuss the details. Also, your persistent use of a mask suggests a lack of sincerity." Seeing that Lu Zhong had finally acquiesced, Li Feng removed his mask and promptly called Lu Hua. Upon seeing Li Feng's visage, Lu Ya was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this rogue was precisely the type of man she admired. Minutes later, Li Feng and Lu Hua convened in the Lu family's study, successfully negotiating a partnership with Lu Zhong. "It is a great honor to collaborate with the Lu family." Lu Hua beamed. Lu Hua now finally feels at ease. With the collaboration with the Lu family, the operations of the Lu household can now proceed smoothly. Ah, this is what they call strangers becoming friends through conflict. Previously, Lu Hua was often described as a frivolous and idle young master, yet here he displays such cunning and shrewdness. Truly, the student surpasses the teacher. Lu Yi chuckled. Upon receiving such praise from Lu Zhong, Lu Hua expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Li Feng turned his gaze towards the sitting Lu Ya and curiously inquired, "Old Master Lu, how did you find Lu Ya?" Hearing this, Lu Hua was reminded of A Dai. "Old Master Lu, since we have entered into this partnership, it is time to release my bodyguard A Dai, is it not?" Lu Zhong, upon hearing Lu Hua's words, smiled and assured him that A Dai would indeed be freed, promptly instructing one of his subordinates to release A Dai. Li Feng, noticing that Lu Zhong had not answered his previous question, decided to ask again. This time, Lu Zhong could not feign ignorance, yet he was reluctant to divulge any secrets to Li Feng and Lu Hua. After all, I, Lu Zhong, have navigated the intricacies of Nan City for many years. If I lacked these skills, how could the Lu family have risen so swiftly to become one of the 4 great families of Nan City? Lu Zhong stated with a smile. Understanding that Lu Zhong's silence was a precaution against him, Li Feng wisely refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, he speculated that Lu Ya must possess some form of a device akin to a positioning system, a small contraption that he had simply overlooked. The more he pondered, the more curious he became, and he found himself unconsciously gazing at Lu Ya, who, at that moment, was also intently observing him. The two exchanged glances, oblivious to each other's scrutiny. At this juncture, Lu Zhong noticed Lu Ya's peculiar behavior. Clearing his throat deliberately, he coughed. Lu Ya, upon hearing her grandfather's cough, snapped back to reality and blushed upon realizing that Li Feng was staring at her. "How annoying. Why are you staring at me?" Lu Ya exclaimed before darting out of the study. Li Feng felt a bit embarrassed by her words, and suddenly recalled the previous misunderstanding with his wife, Su Muqing. "Don't go. I need your help." Li Feng hurried after Lu Ya. Meanwhile, within Su's company, Su Muqing sat in her office, frowning and feeling quite discontent. "That Li Feng still hasn't he called to explain or apologize. When he returns, I shall have words with him." Su Muqing hesitated with her phone in hand. Chapter 50. Threats. Just as Su Muqing was about to call Li Feng to inquire about the situation, Li Feng had already struck a deal with Lu Ya. "Li Feng, you still know how to call me? Didn't I say you shouldn't come back again?" Su Muqing answered the phone, her words contradicting her feelings. However, the voice on the other end was not Li Feng's. "Hello, I'm Xiao Ya, a staff member at the Internet CAF. You must be Mr. Li Feng's wife. Mr. Li Feng has run out of money to pay for the Internet. Could you please cover the cost?" Lu Ya, suppressing her laughter, handed the phone back to Li Feng. Li Feng promptly took the phone and said, "Hello, dear wife. I'll be back soon. Don't worry." "I'm not worried. Even if you never return, I wouldn't care." Su Muqing angrily hung up the phone. Li Feng sighed at his phone. It seems I still have to explain myself upon my return." Lu Ya, amused by his plight, remarked, "You, a grown man, are afraid of your wife. What is that to you? It's not fear. It's love." Li Feng retorted. Lu Ya, with narrowed eyes, reminded him, "Li Feng, don't forget. You promised to do me a favor before I helped you." "Of course, what do you need from me?" Li Feng inquired. Lu Ya pondered for a moment. "I can't think of anything right now, but I'll let you know when I do." Li Feng assured her that he would await her message. Subsequently, he departed from the Lu residence. After a while, Li Feng arrived at Su Muqing's company. At that moment, she was busy working in her office. Li Feng entered, holding a large bouquet of roses. Su Muqing feigned indifference. "Li Feng, you don't need to do this. I won't concern myself with you anymore. You can spend your days gaming. Li Feng, understanding that Su Muqing was still upset, placed the flowers on her desk and explained, Wife, I wasn't gaming alone last night. I was with Lu Hua. He just agreed to collaborate with our company, so I was merely catering to a client. I actually secured a significant deal with Lu Hua last night, and he introduced me to Lu Zhong, the old master of the Lu family. We discussed a plan for a profitable partnership. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing was skeptical. It was one thing for Lu Hua to play games, but the elderly Lu Zhong? Li Feng, you're telling me you played games with Lu Hua and Lu Zhong last night? She asked incredulously. Indeed. The old master is quite slow due to his age. Had it not been for the collaboration, I wouldn't have bothered to include him, Li Feng replied proudly. Realizing that Li Feng truly had played games with Lu Zhong and discussed collaboration, Su Muqing immediately urged him to elaborate on how they would cooperate with the Lu family. Li Feng explained the details of the collaboration, attributing the proposal to Lu Hua's suggestion. After hearing the plan, Su Muqing was even more convinced of the brilliance of the individual who drafted it. Li Feng, it seems I misjudged you. Thank you for bringing such significant benefits to our company, she expressed. Wife, we are family. There's no need for thanks, Li Feng replied. Afterward, Su Muqing instructed Li Feng to return to the investment department, as he was now the manager there. However, upon returning, Li Feng, having had little sleep the night before, promptly laid his head down on his desk to rest. The employees of the investment department, unsure of the situation, no longer dared to challenge Li Feng, especially since his individual contributions to securing business surpassed their combined efforts. Just as Li Feng was about to enjoy a moment of peace, representatives from Huilong Company arrived, seeking to discuss a partnership. The staff quickly roused Li Feng, informing him that the guests were waiting in the conference room. Awakened, Li Feng reluctantly made his way to meet them, stretching and yawning as he entered. The project manager from Huilong Company, upon seeing Li Feng's demeanor, expressed disdain. It seems your company is quite busy, Manager Li. Arriving while yawning speaks volumes. Li Feng, noting the condescending tone, retorted, We are indeed busy. Any collaboration below 100 million is not worth my time. The manager of Huilong Company scoffed at this. Your company is merely a small entity. The fact that we, Huilong Company, have chosen to approach you for collaboration is already a significant honor for you. With such an attitude, do you really expect to partner with us? Upon realizing the identity of the Huilong Company representative, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. He knew that the Wei family owned Huilong Company, which was the second most prominent family in Nan City. Which Huilong Company are you referring to? Li Feng asked cautiously. Of course, the Huilong Company belonging to the Wei family of Nan City, the representative answered haughtily. Recognizing that this was indeed a representative from the Wei family, Li Feng puzzled over why they would be interested in collaborating with a company like his, which had no ties to them. As far as I know, the Wei family is the second most influential family in Nan City. Why would you be interested in a small company like ours? Are you trying to deceive me using the Wei family's name? Li Feng ventured provocatively. The representative, unfazed, produced a business card and placed it before Li Feng. I am the project manager of Huilong Company under the Wei family. If Manager Li does not believe me, he can verify it. As for your question regarding why we wish to collaborate with you, it is merely due to your fortunate circumstances. I would like to propose a deal. Li Feng glanced at the business card on the table, realizing that the individual before him was Yang Fan, the project manager of Huilong Company. It was rather peculiar that Yang Fan wished to discuss some transaction with him. Speak plainly, what deal do you propose? What do I stand to gain, and what is required of me? Li Feng inquired directly. Seeing Li Feng's forthrightness, Yang Fan responded candidly, If you sell the Plaza Mall to the Wei family, we are prepared to offer 10 billion. Presently, 10 billion for the Su family's Plaza Mall would indeed be a fair price for Su Muqing. However, if they waited a few months until Lu Hua completed the construction of residences around the mall, the value would certainly exceed 10 billion. I'm afraid 10 billion is insufficient, Li Feng replied. After stating this, Li Feng sensed something amiss. If the Wei family truly wished to purchase Su Muqing's Plaza Mall, why did they not approach her directly? After all, he was merely the company's. If the Wei family genuinely desired the property, they ought to negotiate with President Su directly, not with him. Li Feng expressed his confusion. Yang Fan, perceiving Li Feng's feigned ignorance, scoffed. Ah, Li Feng, you may deceive your employees with your hidden identity, but concealing the truth from the Wei family will prove challenging. Li Feng frowned at Yang Fan's words. Could it be that the Wei family had thoroughly investigated his identity since arriving in Beijing? That seemed improbable. Oh, I am but an ordinary individual. There is nothing to conceal. Do not exaggerate, Li Feng replied cautiously. Noticing Li Feng's lack of sincerity regarding the proposed deal, Yang Fan withdrew his business card and let out a derisive snort. Humph, Li Feng, you are merely acquainted with Lu Hua, the second son of the Lu family. You are nothing more than a son-in-law. The Wei family wishes to collaborate with you, yet you refuse to show proper respect. If that is the case, I shall await the day your Plaza Mall collapses, Yang Fan declared. Li Feng, realizing that Yang Fan had merely uncovered his current identity, felt a sense of relief. However, given Yang Fan's tone, it seemed the Wei family was quite eager to acquire Su Muqing's Plaza Mall, resorting to threats. Yet, Li Feng was not someone to be intimidated easily. Since you are already aware of my identity, let me make it clear. 10 billion is a mere fantasy to purchase my Plaza Mall. I shall require at least 30 billion, and it must be your master who negotiates with me, Li Feng asserted confidently. You think yourself worthy of negotiating with my master? I assure you, if the Plaza Mall is not sold to the Wei family, you shall witness it turning to mere bubbles, Yang Fan threatened before departing. Chapter 51. Unexpected developments. Li Feng watched Yang Fan's retreating figure, feeling quite displeased. What a nuisance. Nonetheless, Yang Fan was indeed affiliated with the Wei family, and given the modest stature of Su Muqing's company, it was unlikely they had previously offended a prominent family such as the Wei. The Wei family's threats toward Li Feng indicated a singular motive. They must be planning a new project near the Plaza Mall. Shortly after Yang Fan's departure, Su Muqing entered the conference room. Li Feng, who was that person just now? She inquired. Li Feng recounted Yang Fan's words to her. At this moment, Su Muqing appeared both puzzled and concerned, fully aware of the Wei family's strength and tactics. Li Feng, we must exercise caution now. The Wei family is the most notorious for employing despicable methods among the prominent families I have heard of. A misstep could lead to our downfall, Su Muqing warned anxiously. Yet, Li Feng remained at ease. My dear, do not worry. Regardless of the Wei family's might, they cannot resort to coercion. 10 billion to acquire the Plaza Mall is a mere dream, he reassured her. Su Muqing, however, remained somewhat unsettled. After all, the Wei family was the third most powerful clan in the southern city. Li Feng, uncertain of the Wei family's next move, decided to contact Lu Hua for further information. Lu Hua, at that moment, had been preparing to report on the Wei family. After about 20 minutes, Li Feng met with Lu Hua. Are you aware of the Wei family's situation? Li Feng inquired, to which Lu Hua nodded affirmatively. Brother Feng, shortly after we confirmed our collaboration with the Lu family, the Wei family began to act. They have developed numerous real estate projects near the suburbs of the southern city, not far from your Plaza Mall, and are also planning to build a school nearby, Lu Hua explained. Upon hearing this, Li Feng understood that the Wei family's business acumen was indeed formidable. These plans had originally been part of Li Feng's gradual strategy to penetrate the city center, now preempted by the Wei family. Li Feng had initially intended to use Su Muqing's Plaza Mall as a focal point to gradually establish a presence in the city center. Furthermore, he believed that the Lu family's collaboration with the Lu family would serve as a stepping stone for future endeavors in the city center. However, the Wei family had disrupted this plan. Lu Hua continued, Brother Feng, the Wei family is not to be trifled with, as it is currently under the control of Wei Ling. Although she is a woman, she has just taken the helm of the Wei family. Wei Ling is a graduate of a prestigious university, specializing in business finance, and is known for her decisive and ruthless approach, far superior to her father, Wei Chong. Li Feng grasped the implications of Lu Hua's words. He had previously researched the Wei family and found that, despite being ranked second in the southern city, they had recently been dormant, relying on past successes. This was largely due to Wei Chong's lack of ambition. After his father's passing, the Wei family's strength had not only stagnated, but had also regressed considerably. This was why Li Feng had not closely monitored the Wei family lately. According to his plan, once he controlled the other three prominent families, the Wei family would essentially collapse on its own. Now, it seemed unwise to remain indifferent toward the Wei family. It was imperative to address them first. To confront the Wei family, Li Feng realized he must deal with Wei Ling, whom he suspected should not be underestimated. Based on Lu Hua's account, she was certainly not comparable to someone like Lu Ya from the Lu family. Lu Hua, arrange for me to meet with Wei Ling. It is essential to gauge her temperament and character. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Li Feng instructed Lu Hua. Subsequently, Lu Hua contacted the Wei family, and they agreed to meet with the Lu family, scheduling an appointment for the afternoon. Brother Feng, should I accompany you this afternoon? Lu Hua offered. Li Feng waved his hand in refusal. No need. I shall go alone. There are numerous pressing matters for you to attend to within the Liu family, particularly the collaboration with the Liu family. You must monitor this closely. Liu Hua understood Li Feng's intentions and, after parting ways, returned to the company. With time still on his side, Li Feng glanced at the map, noting the considerable distance to the Wei family. It would be inappropriate to arrive on an electric bike. Even driving Su Muqing's car seemed unsuitable. After some contemplation, Li Feng decided to purchase a sedan instead. He sought out the nearest car dealership and rode his electric bike to buy a vehicle. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Feng arrived at a Mercedes-Benz dealership. He parked his electric bike and entered the showroom. Immediately, a female sales representative approached him. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a car?" she inquired. Upon noticing Li Feng's attire, which exuded a less affluent appearance, the saleswoman quickly formed her judgment. "Yes, please introduce me to the available models," Li Feng requested. Although he had driven several luxury cars in the past, he held little interest in vehicles. To him, they were merely a means of transportation. The saleswoman observed Li Feng's casual demeanor in the showroom and reaffirmed her initial assumption that he was an inexperienced buyer who could not afford a Mercedes-Benz. In order to avoid wasting time, the female salesperson did not introduce any car models to Li Feng. Instead, she impatiently stated, "We have cars at 3 price points: over 1 million, over 5 million, and over 8 million. The salesperson thought to herself that after a long day of work without selling a single car, the arrival of someone she deemed a lowly buyer was not worth her time, and she wished to send him away. Upon hearing her condescending tone, Li Feng felt insulted. "I asked about the models, not the prices. Are your ears malfunctioning?" he retorted, slightly annoyed. Seeing that the lowly customer was becoming more assertive, the salesperson felt even more irritated. "If you're serious about buying and can afford it, I might consider introducing the models to you. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. I have other clients who aren't arriving on a shabby electric bike to buy a Mercedes," she sneered before attempting to walk away. Li Feng could not let himself be disdained like that, so he grabbed her arm. "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is that?" he demanded. In the past, Li Feng would have ignored such a salesperson or simply flashed cash to humiliate her. However, he felt the need to reason with her today, as his mood had initially been quite good until it was spoiled by Yang Fan, the project manager from the Wei family. Like any human, Li Feng had his limits, and he was now a bit irked. The female salesperson, feeling Li Feng's grip on her clothing, immediately pushed him away. "You lowlife. Thinking you can take advantage of me just because you can't afford a car? Get lost, or I'll call the police," she threatened, pointing at him angrily. Her words attracted the attention of other employees. With her colleagues present, the salesperson grew bolder. "This lowlife tried to use the pretense of buying a car to harass me. Help me get rid of him," she maliciously accused. The male employees, upon hearing that Li Feng had attempted to take liberties with their most attractive female colleague, were outraged. "You think you can take advantage of a swan when you're just a toad? Disgusting. Look at that sleazy expression. I almost want to kick him, but I don't want to dirty my shoes. Get lost. You clearly can't afford a car. You just came here to gawk at the pretty girls, right? If you keep this up, I'll call the cops." The male employees, eager to impress the female salesperson, belittled Li Feng mercilessly. After one of them declared he would call the police, the others quickly surrounded Li Feng, fearing he would escape, and actually began dialing the authorities. "Hello, officer. There's a sleazy man trying to take advantage of one of our female colleagues under the guise of buying a car. Please send someone to apprehend him for a proper lesson. We have him cornered," one male employee reported. Chapter 52. Is being wealthy so impressive? Li Feng never expected that his trip to buy a car would turn into a scene reminiscent of his previous visit to a jewelry store. He realized he needed to be more mindful of appearances in the future. Yet, he had no time to squander. He pulled out his card and casually pointed to a Mercedes, saying, "I don't want to waste time arguing. I'll take that car." Li Feng was not interested in squabbling with these individuals. He feared that waiting for the police to arrive would waste even more time. Although he was confident he would not face any real consequences, he simply wanted to purchase a car and then seek out Wei Ling from the Wei family. However, the employees at the Mercedes dealership did not believe he could genuinely afford a vehicle. When they saw him point to the most expensive car in the showroom, they erupted into laughter. "You really have the audacity to speak? This car is a limited edition. There are hardly any in the world. I doubt you could even afford a single wheel." Forget the wheel. He probably can't even buy a few screws. Pretending to be wealthy when you clearly aren't. Listening to him talk, he sounds like a rich heir, haha. Seeing their repugnant expressions, Li Feng felt a strong urge to teach them a lesson, but he decided against wasting time on such shallow individuals. Whether I can afford it or not will be evident when I swipe my card, he confidently stated, handing his card to an earnest-looking young male employee at the back. This employee, appearing to be in his early 20s and possessing a sincere demeanor, had not joined in the mockery. When Li Feng handed him the unusual-looking card, he hesitated, unsure how to proceed. "How much is this car?" Li Feng inquired, noticing the employee's reluctance to speak. The honest employee replied, 8 million. "But if you're serious about buying, I can give you a discount. It'll be just 8 million. Li Feng was pleased with the response and handed the card over again. "The amount on this card is more than sufficient to purchase this car. However, I never accept discounts. Consider the 20,000 as a tip for you," Li Feng said nonchalantly. The honest employee was taken aback by the mention of a 20,000 tip. Seeing that he still hesitated to take the card, Li Feng's patience wore thin. "Do you think I can't afford it, just like the others?" he remarked coldly. The employee quickly accepted the card. Just as he was about to process the payment, the others in the shop began to mock Li Feng again. "Hey, Sunrun, are you really that foolish? Do you think this loser can afford an 8 million car?" "Exactly. If he had 8 million, would he be riding an electric bike? Are you out of your mind? I think this guy is just trying to distract us so he can sneak away while we're busy processing the payment." Hearing the comments from his colleagues, Sun Ren began to doubt Li Feng's ability to afford the car. "Sir, 8 million is indeed quite steep. If you're not set on it, we have cars available for 1 million over there that are a great deal," he suggested kindly. Before he could finish, the police arrived. They asked what was happening, and the female salesperson immediately accused Li Feng of harassment. The officer reviewed the surveillance footage and noted that while Li Feng did pull the salesperson's clothing, calling it harassment seemed a bit excessive. "I've reviewed the footage. It's not harassment, but it was somewhat rude. How about this? If you apologize to the lady, we can consider the matter resolved," the officer suggested. Looking at Li Feng, the employees felt this punishment was too lenient and insisted the officer take Li Feng in for questioning. However, the officer, being just, knew that Li Feng had not harassed the salesperson, so there was no reason to detain him. "Let us not make a fuss. This was a minor incident. Just apologize to her and let us not waste everyone's time," the officer advised. Li Feng found the officer's handling of the situation fair, yet he was unwilling to apologize to the female salesperson. "I'm not going to apologize. After all, I came here to buy a car, and it's her fault for looking down on me," Li Feng replied. Upon hearing Li Feng's harsh words, the female salesperson became furious. "Fine. I won't mention your harassment anymore, but if you claim to be here to buy a car, you must purchase something today, no matter what it is, or I will kneel and apologize to you." Seeing the situation escalating, the officer, believing that Li Feng didn't seem like someone who could afford a car from their dealership, kindly suggested that Li Feng leave. However, Li Feng was determined not to walk away in defeat. "I told you from the moment I walked in that I'm here to buy a car, and I've already given my card," he insisted, pointing at Sun Ren. The officer, recognizing Li Feng's determination, instructed Sun Ren to process the card immediately. Sun Ren complied and began the transaction. The female salesperson harbored deep skepticism towards Li Feng, doubting the possibility that he could afford an 8 million yuan vehicle. With a disdainful expression, she scrutinized him, remarking, "Some individuals still pretend to be wealthy. What will you say when your card is declined? That it's overdrawn, or perhaps blame our card machine?" Following her words, the other employees in the store joined in mockery, believing that someone riding a dilapidated electric bike could never purchase a Mercedes, especially one worth 800,000. Amidst the ridicule, Sun Ren exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, the payment has been successful." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The previously derisive salesperson rushed to Sun Ren, her face paling upon seeing the invoice. "Mr. Li, this is your invoice." Sun Ren, somewhat anxious, handed Li Feng his bank card along with the receipt. After expressing his gratitude, Li Feng prepared to drive the car away. Sun Ren quickly interjected, "Mr. Li, having spent 820,000 on this vehicle, you've become a premium member of our store. We can assist you with insurance at no cost, and I must return the 200,000 to you." Li Feng smiled, saying, "No need for that. Consider the 200,000 as your tip." With that, he drove off. Sun Ren, and in turn, was elated at having sold such an expensive car and earned a substantial tip. His face radiated with joy, while the other employees looked on with envy and bitterness, knowing that the 200,000 was indeed a gratuity for Sun Ren. The female salesperson who had scorned Li Feng never anticipated that he was genuinely affluent. Watching the 200,000 slip through her fingers, she could only sit on the ground, tears streaming down her face. After driving the car, Li Feng followed the address given by Lu Hua and soon arrived at the Wei family's Huilong company. Lu Hua had previously communicated with Wei Ling from the Wei family, indicating that someone from the Lu family would be visiting her. When Li Feng parked his 8 million yuan vehicle at the entrance, the security guard promptly approached to assist him. Li Feng thought to himself that driving a luxury car certainly came with its perks. However, upon exiting the vehicle, the guard noticed that Li Feng was alone and dressed in ordinary clothing, similar to his own, leading him to assume that Li Feng was merely the chauffeur. "Where is your boss?" the guard inquired, his demeanor immediately souring. Recognizing the guard's condescension, Li Feng responded, "I am here to see your general manager, Wei Ling. Please take me inside." After tossing several red bills towards the guard, Li Feng thought it best to avoid unnecessary explanations and simply pay to silence the insolence. To his surprise, the guard did not pick up the money. Instead, he glared at Li Feng, exclaiming, "What's with the arrogance? Just because you have money, does that make you special?" The atmosphere became instantly awkward, and Li Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he was more astonished that even the security guard at the prestigious Wei family held such conviction. Li Feng pondered just how formidable Wei Ling must be. Initially, due to project manager Yang Fan's demeanor, Li Feng had regarded the Wei family as merely an ordinary affluent family, but now he dared not underestimate them. As the narrative unfolds, Li Feng found himself in an uncomfortable situation with the guard. After a moment of reflection, he offered an apology, acknowledging his previous behavior. The guard, sensing a potential tip, instantly softened. "You're not the driver?" he asked. Li Feng replied with a chuckle, "No, I'm here to see your general manager, Wei Ling. I had a prior arrangement." The guard, still skeptical, decided to verify. "Stay here. I'll check." A few minutes later, the guard returned, breathless. "I apologize. I thought you were the driver. I didn't realize you were from the Lu family. I want to take the money. It was my mistake." Li Feng found the guard's sudden shift in attitude amusing, suspecting that either Wei Ling or her secretary had reprimanded him. "It's no trouble. I was also rude earlier," he replied before entering to find Wei Ling. Wei Ling's secretary awaited him at the entrance, and Li Feng quickly followed her to Wei Ling's office. Upon entering, he was met by a tall, fair-skinned beauty radiating elegance. This was Wei Ling. As she worked at her desk, she instructed her secretary to leave and closed the door behind her. Lu family's second young master, Lu Hua? Wei Ling turned to scrutinize Li Feng. Realizing the connection, Li Feng noted that Lu Hua must have used his name when contacting Wei Ling. Not immediately responding, Li Feng casually picked up a book on emotional control, finding it intriguing. "I'm sorry, but I'm not Lu Hua," he finally stated, setting the book aside. Upon hearing that Li Feng was not Lu Hua, Wei Ling frowned slightly. "You're Lu Chong, aren't you? Didn't you get expelled from the Lu family?" Li Feng was impressed by the swift intelligence of the Wei family, recognizing that they had quickly gathered information about recent events. "I'm not from the Lu family. My name is Li Feng," he clarified. Upon learning that he was not a Lu, but Li Feng, Wei Ling promptly summoned her secretary back into the room. "Hello, what is it?" the secretary asked. "You just said someone from the Lu family was coming. Now you tell me he is not one of them. What do you intend to do about it? Are you planning to quit?" Wei Ling's voice was laced with irritation. The secretary, visibly anxious, immediately began to apologize. "I'm sorry, Wei Ling. I heard the guard say it was someone from the Lu family, so I didn't question this gentleman." In a sudden outburst, Wei Ling slammed her palm on the table, startling both the secretary and Li Feng. Li Feng was taken aback by the fierce temperament of this strikingly composed woman, as her fiery nature seemed incongruous with her appearance. "I detest excuses. They merely serve to justify mistakes. Given your tenure, I want to dismiss you, but you shall be reassigned to the logistics department." The secretary, overwhelmed by Wei Ling's fury, exited the office, leaving Li Feng feeling awkward. Realizing his presence had inadvertently caused her to lose her position. "Ah, Miss Wei, I've heard much about your remarkable aura, and it's evident in person. I did indeed mislead the guard into thinking I was from the Lu family. You cannot hold the secretary accountable for my actions." Li Feng pleaded on the secretary's behalf. However, Wei Ling paid him no mind, coldly retorting, "Li Feng, you still have the leisure to plead for others? Your wife, Su Muqing, refuses to sell her Plaza Mall to the Wei family. I will ensure it becomes a mere bubble." It became evident to Li Feng that Yang Fan had indeed been dispatched by Wei Ling, confirming her antagonism towards him. With matters escalating, Li Feng saw no point in further pleasantries. "Miss Wei, what concern is it of yours whether my wife's Plaza Mall is sold to you? I and my wife, Su Muqing, have never wronged the Wei family," he queried. Li Feng, I didn't correct you before, but I will now. I am the general manager of the Wei Group. It is only fitting you address me as Wei General Manager. As for your claim of not offending me, why should I not target you? This does not sound like a statement from someone knowledgeable in the industry. The Su family's Plaza Mall is within my project plans. If you refuse to sell it to me, I will certainly dismantle it. It's the law of commerce. The strong prey on the weak. Li Feng felt a sense of irritation upon hearing Wei Ling's domineering words. Heh, Miss Wei, do you really believe that your Wei family can easily overpower our Su family? Are you perhaps indulging in fanciful thoughts? He replied with a smile. Although this woman before him exuded an air of nobility and beauty, her demeanor was excessively cold, revealing a fiery temperament. Li Feng was not one to easily acquiesce to such a woman. Upon hearing Li Feng address her as Miss Wei and Beauty Wei, rather than General Manager Wei, Wei Ling's dissatisfaction became apparent. Heh, Li Feng, you are merely a son-in-law, fortunate enough to know Lu Hua, with the Lu family as your backing. However, the Lu family pales in comparison to mine. The Wei family ranks second among the 4 prominent families of Nan City, and even if the Lu family partners with the Lu family, they cannot touch us. Listening to Wei Ling's words, Li Feng sensed that she was far too well informed. The alliance between the Lu and Lu families had evidently reached her ears sooner than expected. It seemed likely that someone from the Wei family was embedded within the Lu family, or vice versa. Li Feng leaned toward the possibility of an internal informant from the Lu family, as only Lu Lao and his granddaughter Luya were privy to such information at present. Li Feng believed that it was crucial to find an opportunity to eliminate the Lu family shareholders, or at the very least, ascertain who was loyal and who was treacherous. Observing Wei Ling as she scrutinized him, he detected her belief that he was now weighing the consequences of his words. Li Feng, I have extended opportunities to you before. I sent Project Manager Yang Fan to speak with you, knowing that, due to the Lu family's influence, the actual power within the Su family rests with you. That is why I did not have Yang Fan approach your wife, Su Muqing, Wei Ling stated. Li Feng chuckled in response. Heh, Miss Wei. Your so-called project manager Yang Fan is utterly incompetent, full of foul language. I have little desire to converse with him. If you were to speak with me personally, I might be inclined to listen. After all, you are quite the beauty. While Li Feng's compliment was intended, Wei Ling did not perceive it as flattery. Instead, she found his remarks to be quite crude. Li Feng, please mind your words. Insulting my family's project manager is tantamount to insulting the Wei family. Even with the Lu family as your support, we hold you in no regard. And if you continue to refer to me as Beauty Wei, I shall have security escort you out. Wei Ling glared at him angrily. Li Feng recognized that his previous words had provoked her ire. He had discerned the essence of Wei Ling's character and her approach to matters. Heh, Miss Wei, I was merely complimenting you. What woman wouldn't enjoy being called beautiful by a man? Before he could finish, Wei Ling was already summoning security. As the current general manager of the Wei family group, she had recently ascended to her position and had already outperformed expectations. Under her leadership, the Wei family had begun to cultivate ambition, aiming to rival the foremost family of Nan City, the Lu family. With news of the Lu and Lu families forming an alliance, Wei Ling feared their growing strength could jeopardize her plans. Thus, she resolved to strike first, intending to dismantle the Su family, which was allied with the Lu family, inflicting heavy losses before turning her attention to the Lu family. Heh, Miss Wei, I am aware of your family's keen sense of information, but it seems you may not have thoroughly investigated me. The Lu family is not my support. Rather, I am their pillar. Li Feng declared confidently. Chapter 54. The undercover agent Wei Ling was momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's words. She had already dispatched someone to investigate him and believed she had gathered sufficient information. From her findings, she perceived Li Feng to be merely a son-in-law looked down upon by his wife, Su Muqing, and her family. It was only after his acquaintance with Lu Hua in a game that he acquired the Lu family's backing, which had afforded him his current status. Li Feng, do not presume to speak grandly before me. I am well aware of your background and capabilities, Wei Ling said, her gaze fixed on him. Li Feng understood that Wei Ling would not accept his words as truth. He had no intention of revealing his true identity. Instead, he aimed to sow doubt in her mind, making her actions less decisive, thus granting him time to devise a strategy against the Wei family. Miss Wei, if you do not believe me, feel free to have your security escort me out immediately. Wei Ling was perplexed by his insistence and furrowed her brow, unable to decipher his intentions. This was the first time she found herself unable to grasp her opponent's thoughts, leaving her with a sense of unease. Seeing her confusion, Li Feng knew he had succeeded in part. Heh, Miss Wei, do you find me too handsome to act against? Alas, I am already married, and my wife possesses fairer skin and a more alluring figure than yours. While you are indeed lovely, comparing you to my wife, Su Muqing, is akin to contrasting an ugly duckling with a beautiful swan. He taunted, intentionally inciting her anger. Despite her prowess, Wei Ling was still a woman and could not tolerate being called ugly. She immediately summoned 2 security guards. "Get this man out of here," she commanded, her anger palpable. After her outburst, she took a moment to compose herself. She had never been insulted in such a manner before. "You dare offend our general manager, Wei? You are courting death," she seethed. "Stop wasting time with idle chatter. Drag him out and give him a good beating first." As the security guards advanced, Li Feng let out a cold snort, swiftly knocking one of them to the ground with a punch. The other guard, witnessing Li Feng's aggression, swung a baton at him. Li Feng countered with a swift kick, sending the guard sprawling. Wei Ling could hardly believe her eyes. How could Li Feng possess such formidable skills? According to the information she had gathered, he was merely a layabout, a gaming enthusiast with no redeeming qualities. Was it possible her investigation had been flawed? Did Li Feng have a hidden background, one that surpassed even the Liu families? As Wei Ling pondered these questions, Li Feng approached her, leaning in to inhale her scent. "Miss Wei, you smell delightful," he remarked, his face close to her neck. Caught off guard by his audacity, Wei Ling took a step back. Li Feng grinned. "Heh, though it pales in comparison to my wife's perfume. In fact, it would be unfair to compare, as your fragrance resembles something from a mere street vendor, not due to its inferiority, but because my wife's choice is simply exquisite." With that, Li Feng made his exit. Wei Ling seethed with anger, having never been subjected to such contempt and humiliation. Clenching her fists, she muttered, "Rogue." However, she quickly recalled Li Feng's assertion. "The Liu family is not my support. I am their pillar." A wave of confusion washed over her. If this were true, why had her investigation yielded no indication that Li Feng was of a background more substantial than the Liu family? Conversely, if it were false, how could he so effortlessly defeat 2 burly security guards? This contradiction left her unsettled. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, Wei Ling resolved to exercise caution. "Young Fan, your investigation into Li Feng is flawed. How could you conduct such a shoddy job? Li Feng's background is undoubtedly more formidable than merely relying on the Liu family," she exclaimed as she dialed Yang Fan. Upon hearing Wei Ling assert that the information he had gathered was incorrect, Yang Fan remained unabashedly confident. "Rest assured, General Manager Wei, can you not trust my capabilities? I could not possibly have misinvestigated Li Feng. He is merely a live-in son-in-law. I have even uncovered the details of how he became acquainted with Liu Hua." Wei Ling, infuriated, shot back, "Yang Fan, you had better conduct a thorough investigation again. If you fail to clarify this matter, you are nothing but a fool." She recounted how Li Feng had come to her alone and effortlessly defeated the company's finest security guards. "Did your investigation mention that Li Feng is a martial arts expert? If you lack investigative skills, then seek out Li Feng and inquire directly." With that, Wei Ling furiously ended the call. The memory of Li Feng invading her personal space and inhaling the scent near her neck made her feel utterly repulsed. Yet, she found herself intrigued by Li Feng's wife, Su Muqing. Li Feng had spoken so highly of her that, as a woman herself, Wei Ling felt a natural curiosity to meet Su Muqing and compare herself with her, as it is only human nature to wish to assert one's own worth. In her mind, she believed she was no less than any other woman. On the other end of the line, Yang Fan felt a surge of displeasure at Wei Ling's outburst. How dare she treat him with such disdain? After all, he was a project manager who had significantly contributed to her achievements. The current success of the Wei family was largely due to his relentless efforts. One day, he vowed to seize control of the Wei family and lay claim to their fortune, relishing the thought of dominating Wei Ling and toying with her at will. However, Yang Fan quickly regained his composure, recognizing that to attain his ambitions, he first needed Wei Ling's trust, which required him to deal with Li Feng. Yang Fan harbored no fondness for Li Feng. Rather, he felt a mix of envy and resentment. He considered Li Feng incapable yet fortunate enough to be a live-in son-in-law, running Su Muqing's company and being married to such a beautiful wife, a situation that would incite jealousy in any man. "Li Feng, I shall make you pay," he sneered to himself, envisioning a day when both Su Muqing and Wei Ling would be at his mercy. After departing from Wei Ling's company, Li Feng sought out Liu Hua. His earlier confrontation with Wei Ling, filled with provocations and physical displays of strength against the security guards, was a calculated move to obscure his true prowess. By sowing doubt in Wei Ling's mind, He intended to buy time to unearth Lu family's mole and execute his plans against the Wei family. He feared that any premature exposure would jeopardize his strategies against them. Inside Lu Hua's office, Li Feng recounted the events of his encounter with Wei Ling. Lu Hua, impressed by the humiliation Li Feng had inflicted upon Wei Ling, praised him. "Ha ha, Brother Feng, you truly are my idol. You dared to insult even a woman as cold and beautiful as Wei Ling. Remarkable. But what do you think would happen if sister-in-law Su Muqing discovered your secret admiration for another woman's scent?" Li Feng, reminded of the incident with Lu Ya and the subsequent discovery by Su Muqing, felt a pang of guilt. "Enough nonsense. This is something you must keep to yourself. It was merely a tactic. I have no interest in a woman like Wei Ling," he stated firmly. Seeing Li Feng's serious demeanor, Lu Hua refrained from further teasing. "Brother Feng, I cannot confirm the presence of a mole, but I do know that one of the shareholders in the Lu family seems to have some connection with Yang Fan, the project manager from the Wei family." Li Feng immediately grasped the implication. "It seems that this mole could very well be the shareholder you mentioned. Yang Fan is not a good person. Does this individual have any prior ties to Yang Fan?" Lu Hua replied, "This shareholder is named Lu Qian, my father's nephew. Although Lu Qian shares some familiarity with Yang Fan, my father believes Yang Fan represents the Wei family. The Wei family is the second most prominent family in South City, and my father would naturally welcome any collaboration with them. Hence, he did not intervene." Understanding Lu Hua's father's intentions, Li Feng found it curious that Lu Qian had never proposed any collaboration between the Lu and Wei families despite his acquaintance with Yang Fan. "To prevent our next moves from being leaked to the Wei family, we must identify this mole. Keep a close watch on Lu Qian and inform me immediately of any developments," Li Feng instructed Lu Hua. "Understood, Brother Feng," Lu Hua replied. Li Feng then proceeded to outline his future plans to Lu Hua. At the entrance of Su Muqing's company, a rotund security guard noticed a strikingly beautiful woman approaching. "Hello, miss, whom are you looking for?" he inquired. "I am seeking your general manager, Su Muqing. Inform her that I am Wei Ling, the general manager of the Wei Group." The beautiful woman replied with an air of pride. The security guard was taken aback. Could this stunning young woman truly be Wei Ling, the president of the Wei family? "Haha, are you joking? The Wei family ranks second among the prominent families in South City. If you were truly the general manager, why would you come here in person?" The guard's suspicions were not unfounded. It was rare for someone of Wei Ling's stature to visit personally for business matters. "You should report this immediately and stop asking unnecessary questions, or you'll find yourself out of a job," Wei Ling retorted. Recognizing her fiery temperament, the guard surmised that she must be a daughter of a prominent family, adorned in designer attire and exuding the scent of high-end perfume. Deciding it best not to offend her, he escorted Wei Ling directly to the office. Upon entering, Wei Ling's presence drew envious glances from her female colleagues and captivated her male counterparts, who mused over the beauty before them. As the head of security, the guard had the authority to lead her directly to Su Muqing's office. Upon arrival, Su Muqing, engrossed in her work, looked up in surprise at the sight of the exquisite woman. "What brings you here, fatty?" she asked the guard. Just as he was about to respond, Wei Ling interjected with an air of confidence. "You must be Su Muqing. I am Wei Ling, the general manager of the Wei Group." Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. "You are Wei Ling?" she asked, skepticism evident in her voice. However, upon closer inspection, she recognized Wei Ling as indeed the general manager of the Wei Group. To confirm her suspicion, she even checked online for news articles about Wei Ling. It was indeed her. But what could be the purpose of this unexpected visit? Su Muqing was filled with curiosity. "Miss Wei, is there something you wish to discuss with me in person?" Su Muqing inquired. Initially, she presumed Wei Ling intended to speak with her regarding a partnership or some business matter. However, to Su Muqing's surprise, Wei Ling coldly remarked, "I came to see just how beautiful you truly are, and now that I have, I must say, though you are indeed a beauty, you pale in comparison to me." This statement left Su Muqing at a loss for words. As a woman, it was quite irksome to hear another woman assert her superiority in beauty. The portly security guard, uncertain of the situation, realized that Wei Ling's visit was not for official business. "Miss Su, I shall keep watch at the door. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me," he stated before stepping outside. Had the visitor been a man, such ungracious remarks would have prompted him to be swiftly ejected, or at the very least, restrained. Yet, facing a woman, particularly one as striking as Wei Ling, the guard found himself at a loss and opted to wait for Su Muqing's command. Inside the office, Su Muqing responded to Wei Ling's comment with a calm demeanor. "You are indeed quite beautiful, and as the general manager of the Wei Group, Your stature is commendable. However, you did not come here merely to compare beauty, did you? Wei Ling, taken aback by Su Muqing's retort, scoffed. What, are you still not convinced? In terms of figure, complexion, appearance, and charm, how could you ever rival me? Su Muqing regarded Wei Ling, fully aware of her beauty, yet confident in her own. The daughter of one of the 4 prominent families in Nanjing and the general manager of the Wei Group. How could she lack such confidence to come here for a beauty contest? Why are you, the esteemed heiress of the Wei family, so insecure as to compare your looks with mine? Su Muqing said, prompting a frown from Wei Ling taking a seat. Wei Ling elegantly crossed her legs and disdainfully glanced at Su Muqing, inquiring, what fragrance do you wear? Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. The general manager of the Wei Group was asking her about perfume? Was this truly a contest of beauty? What fragrance do you wear? She countered instead of answering. With a touch of arrogance, Wei Ling replied, an international brand, costing over 100,000. Su Muqing was internally astounded at the price, though her exterior remained unfazed. Indeed, as a Wei family heiress, it was likely that a single bottle of perfume cost more than an average person could earn in a year. Not catching the subtlety in Su Muqing's response, Wei Ling pressed further, and what about your fragrance? Su Muqing smiled. With such an extravagant perfume as yours, I could never afford it. Besides, I seldom wear perfume. I do not feel the need to enhance my allure like ordinary women do. It seems rather superficial. Su Muqing's words were a direct jab at Wei Ling, and being the intelligent woman she was, Wei Ling understood the implication. You dare call me superficial? She exclaimed, rising in anger. The portly security guard, stationed outside, sensed the tension escalating into a potential confrontation and was filled with anxiety. If a fight ensued, should he intervene on behalf of Su Muqing? Was it appropriate for a man to step in during a dispute between women? Just as he was caught in indecision, he recalled Li Feng. Although unaware that Li Feng was Su Muqing's husband, he recognized their unique relationship, acknowledged publicly as lovers, and promptly sent a message to Li Feng. Meanwhile, within Lu Hua's company, Li Feng was discussing upcoming plans when his phone buzzed with a message from the security guard. Li Feng, hurry to the company. A woman claiming to be Wei Ling, the general manager of the Wei Group, is here and seems ready to argue with Su Muqing. It looks like they are about to clash. Upon reading the message, Li Feng quickly bid farewell to Lu Hua and drove to Su Muqing's company, realizing that his earlier words had incited Wei Ling to confront Su Muqing. Back in the office, provoked by Su Muqing, Wei Ling derided, Su Muqing, even if you possess exceptional qualities, what does it matter? You are still married to a useless husband. From what I gather, your husband Li Feng relies solely on his connection to Lu Hua and has no other merit. In essence, your husband is a shiftless, incompetent failure. Su Muqing was thoroughly enraged by Wei Ling's words, pointing an accusatory finger at her. What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once. Chapter 56. Unconventional tactics. You must admit that your husband Li Feng is a failure, or else you would not be so incensed, Wei Ling retorted coolly. Earlier, when comparing beauty, she had felt at a disadvantage, but now witnessing Su Muqing's fury, she believed she had gained the upper hand. What my husband is like has no bearing on you. You, an outsider, have no right to comment, Su Muqing countered. Wei Ling feigned innocence. I originally had no right. But just a few hours ago, your husband Li Feng came to my company under the pretense of seeking collaboration. Upon seeing me, he lavished praise on my beauty. Who wouldn't he know? Yet, hearing such words from your husband filled me with disgust. Even worse, he claimed I was more beautiful and charming than you. In front of my colleagues, he rendered you worthless, so I simply had to see what the pitiful woman looked like. After delivering this jab, Wei Ling proceeded to laugh derisively, further mocking Su Muqing. Hearing that Li Feng had indeed visited Wei Ling's company to praise her beauty while disparaging her own, Su Muqing felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. However, she quickly reminded herself that these were merely Wei Ling's words. The truth remained uncertain. Therefore, she resolved to inquire Li Feng directly. Miss Wei, my husband is not the person you portray. He would never say such things, especially not in front of others. I am not unattractive, at least not to the extent that I could be compared unfavorably to you, Su Muqing asserted confidently. Wei Ling's earlier remarks had been intended to provoke Su Muqing, but her true aim was to extract information regarding Li Feng's background and capabilities. Is that so? Yet, your husband is indeed a stay-at-home spouse, lacking ability, reliant solely on the Lu family for support. Can you deny that? Wei Ling continued her probing. Su Muqing refrained from directly addressing Wei Ling's insinuation, reiterating, Miss Wei, this is a matter of my personal life and has little relevance to you. If there is nothing further, I must insist that you leave. As Wei Ling stood up, realizing her attempts to provoke Su Muqing had failed, she approached Su Muqing and deliberately leaned in to sniff her neck. Su Muqing was taken aback by this unexpected move, unsure of Wei Ling's intentions. Noticing Su Muqing's retreat, Wei Ling chuckled, "Do not misunderstand. Earlier, your husband Li Feng took the liberty of invading my personal space and remarked that my fragrance was far more pleasant than yours." With that, Wei Ling turned to leave, just as Li Feng entered. Upon seeing him, Wei Ling flashed a flirtatious smile. "Li Feng, I just caught a whiff of your wife's scent. I find it quite acceptable, not as unbearable as you described." Li Feng was momentarily stunned by her comment, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Ling cunningly exited the scene. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Feng exclaimed, now acutely aware of Wei Ling's intentions in confronting Su Muqing. When Li Feng turned to look back at Su Muqing, he found her glaring at him with evident displeasure. "Wife, let me explain. The project manager from the Wei family, Yang Fan, had been sent by Wei Ling to make my life difficult. I confronted Wei Ling at her office, and now she has come to retaliate against me," Li Feng hurriedly clarified. Hearing this, Su Muqing approached him with deliberate calmness. "Li Feng, how do you think my scent compares to that of Wei Ling?" she inquired. Li Feng gazed at her and immediately responded, "Wife, how could Wei Ling's scent possibly compare to yours? Surely, you jest." Li Feng believed that such a remark would lighten her mood, yet to his surprise, Su Muqing's anger flared, and she seized his nose. "Oh, Li Feng, so you actually took the liberty to smell Wei Ling's neck? Your intentions are quite bold." Li Feng, caught off guard, quickly pleaded, "Wife, I didn't mean to. I was wrong." Outside the office, the portly security guard, overhearing Li Feng's cries, realized that Li Feng had been indulging in Wei Ling's affections behind Su Muqing's back. Truly impressive to have reached such heights of deception. Even the second daughter of the prominent Wei family, Wei Ling, had fallen for his charms. After leaving Su Muqing's company, Wei Ling felt a surge of satisfaction knowing that her earlier outburst would surely have Su Muqing dealing with the rogue Li Feng. However, she lamented not having discovered Li Feng's true background. Unaware of his affiliations and capabilities, she hesitated to proceed with her next plan. Unable to ascertain Li Feng's background through direct inquiry, Wei Ling resolved to explore alternative avenues. With this in mind, she promptly called Yang Fan, her capable project manager who had previously assisted her in various tasks. "Hello, Yang Fan. Have you managed to uncover any details about Li Feng's background?" Wei Ling asked. At that moment, Yang Fan was preoccupied in a private room, enjoying the company of a beautiful woman, and had not pursued the investigation further. Believing Li Feng to be nothing more than a mere son-in-law, without any significant backing beyond the Liu family. After being scolded by Wei Ling earlier, Yang Fan had lost interest in his duties and sought solace in frivolity. Li Feng is just a lowly son-in-law with absolutely no backing aside from Liu Hua. I've checked multiple times, and that's all I can find. If you think he has some hidden power, then perhaps you've been misled, Yang Fan replied. Wei Ling trusted Yang Fan's honesty, reasoning that if he could have discovered Li Feng's true strength, he would have done so by now. Yang Fan, if Li Feng indeed possesses hidden capabilities and is intentionally concealing them, it would be challenging to uncover. Thus, consider alternative methods, resort to unconventional tactics, provided we do not expose the Wei family or harm anyone in the process, Wei Ling instructed. Yang Fan understood her intent and, after acknowledging her directions, returned to his revelry with the woman beside him. After work that evening, Li Feng took considerable time to explain himself to Su Muqing, ultimately promising to buy her a bottle of exquisite perfume before she reluctantly forgave him. "Wife, let us get in the car. I'll take you to purchase a fragrance that is guaranteed to surpass Wei Ling's," Li Feng declared, opening the car door with pride. Su Muqing glanced at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz beside Li Feng and asked, "Li Feng, did you borrow this car from Liu Hua?" Realizing he hadn't mentioned his recent purchase, Li Feng quickly replied, "No, this car is mine. I bought it myself." Upon hearing that Li Feng had indeed purchased the car, Su Muqing expressed disbelief. "This Mercedes looks like a high-end model. It must cost at least 2 to 3 million. Where did you acquire the funds?" Li Feng had prepared an explanation, attributing his newfound wealth to earnings from gaming. "Did you gamble with Liu Hua again and deceive him for money?" "Li Feng, he has supported us greatly. How can you justify taking such a sum from him? Do you feel at ease with this?" Su Muqing admonished earnestly. Seeing her concern, Li Feng knew he could no longer use Liu Hua as an excuse. "Wife, this money isn't from Liu Hua. It's from selling game equipment. I plan to start a gaming company and earn money through gaming," he clarified. Su Muqing, perceiving the seriousness in his tone, began to consider the possibility that he might indeed possess talent in gaming. If this is your ambition, then pursue it. It's certainly better than being idle, she conceded. With that, Li Feng drove Su Muqing to buy her perfume. After exiting the car, noticing that Li Feng's clothes were somewhat worn, she suggested purchasing him some new attire. His heart warmed at her concern, yet as they strolled down the street, they were suddenly surrounded by several masked figures in dark clothing. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, come with us, one of the assailants commanded, pointing at Li Feng and Su Muqing. Su Muqing froze in fear at the unfolding situation and urged Li Feng to flee. However, he reassured her, suggesting they first listen to the intruders. With 7 or 8 of them encircling them, escape was no longer an option. Observing their surroundings, Li Feng realized they had inadvertently wandered into a secluded alley, far removed from the bustling center they had intended to navigate. What do you want? Li Feng inquired, assessing the situation. Indeed, we have been following you and chose this secluded location to act. If you refuse to accompany us, we will have no choice but to resort to force, the leader of the masked men replied. Though it would not be easy for the assailants to subdue Li Feng given his skills, his primary concern was Su Muqing's safety during any potential conflict. I will come with you, but you must let her go, he insisted, turning to Su Muqing. Upon hearing Li Feng's intention to go alone, Su Muqing became frantic. Li Feng, don't go with them. They are clearly up to no good, she protested. Understanding her fears, Li Feng gently encouraged, wife, they are no match for me. You would only hinder my efforts. When the moment arises, make your way to a crowded area. He gestured toward a nearby throng of people, indicating where she should flee, knowing that the masked men would be less inclined to act in a public space. Nonetheless, Su Muqing remained unconvinced of Li Feng's ability to handle the situation alone, fearing for his safety. Li Feng, don't overestimate your abilities. You may handle 1 or 2, but how can you confront 7 or 8? I've made up my mind. If we're going, we go together, she declared resolutely. Her words filled Li Feng with gratitude. Yet he remained determined to protect her from danger. Wife, when I engage them, you must run in the direction I indicated, he insisted. But Su Muqing was unyielding. That is out of the question. If we are leaving, we will leave together. As Su Muqing and Li Feng engaged in a heated debate, the leader of the black-clad men grew impatient. What are you arguing about? Did I ever promise to take only one of you? He said. Hearing this, Li Feng realized that the black-clad man had no intention of letting Su Muqing go. With this understanding, Li Feng reluctantly agreed to Su Muqing's plea. My dear, at this point, we can only fight together. After uttering these words, he took the initiative, sprinting forward and executing a flying kick that sent 2 masked men crashing to the ground. The leader, taken aback by Li Feng's audacity to resist, immediately ordered the other black-clad men to swarm him. Su Muqing watched in horror as 5 or 6 of them brandished their weapons towards Li Feng, instinctively covering her mouth in fear for his safety. Yet, in a remarkable display of strength, Li Feng retaliated with a powerful punch that sent one assailant sprawling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed. Following this, Li Feng executed a side kick that hurled another black-clad man, along with his weapon, against the wall. The remaining assailants, witnessing Li Feng's prowess, hesitated momentarily. Su Muqing stood frozen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her seemingly inept husband, Li Feng, possessed such formidable skills. Just then, one of the black-clad men scrambled to his feet, stealthily pulling out a rope to ensnare Li Feng. Su Muqing, alarmed, shouted, Li Feng, be careful. As the rope swooped towards him, Li Feng swiftly drew a dagger and severed it in 2. Huh, do you really think you can capture me? He scoffed. Just then, Su Muqing let out a piercing scream. Ah! Li Feng turned to see her in the clutches of the leader. Kid, drop the dagger, or I will strangle your woman. The leader threatened, his hand tightening around Su Muqing's throat. Su Muqing understood that despite Li Feng's formidable abilities, he was but one man, and if he surrendered the dagger, it was only a matter of time before the others would ensnare him. Li Feng, don't worry about me. Just defeat them. I don't believe he would dare to kill me, she urged with determination. Li Feng, though he heard Su Muqing's words, could not disregard her safety. The leader, noticing Li Feng's reluctance to drop the dagger, tightened his grip on Su Muqing's throat. She gasped in pain, prompting Li Feng to roar, You bastard! Let her go. Seeing that Li Feng genuinely cared for Su Muqing, the leader threatened, Throw down the dagger or I will kill your woman. At this moment, Su Muqing defiantly declared, Li Feng, don't comply. wouldn't he dare. Li Feng knew that perhaps if he managed to defeat the other assailants, Su Muqing might still be safe from the leader's grasp, but he couldn't bear the thought of her being in any danger. Release her, and I will comply, he declared, placing the dagger on the ground. As soon as the dagger hit the floor, two black-clad men lunged to ensnare him with the rope. Li Feng dodged, realizing that without the dagger, these men could not capture him. However, infuriatingly, the leader seized the opportunity to retrieve the dagger. Kid, stand still. If you move, I will carve a few lines across your wife's face, he threatened, brandishing the dagger menacingly towards Su Muqing's face. Despicable, Su Muqing exclaimed in outrage. She then called out to Li Feng, don't worry about me. Just run. If you leave, they won't dare to harm me. Li Feng could never abandon Su Muqing in such perilous circumstances. The leader, fearing that Li Feng might actually flee, realized that this mission would fail if he did. You dare to run? Let me be frank. Our target is you. If you cooperate, I won't harm your wife. If you resist, I will take out my frustration on your beautiful wife, the leader threatened. Li Feng was aware of the leader's intentions. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a posture of surrender. Fine, capture me, but release my wife, he said. At that moment, Su Muqing regretted not heeding Li Feng's earlier advice. Had she slipped away when Li Feng first engaged the black-clad men, perhaps they would have been vanquished by now. This was not entirely Su Muqing's fault. Her intentions were noble, driven by concern for Li Feng's safety, and she had not anticipated his exceptional combat skills, which rivaled those of action heroes in films. Li Feng, don't be foolish. Hurry and escape, she urged him loudly. Li Feng, however, was resolute in his determination. The leader, sensing Li Feng's capitulation, commanded his men to bind Li Feng's hands. Cautiously, several black-clad men approached from behind and swiftly tied his wrists. Upon seeing Li Feng bound, the leader laughed triumphantly. Huh, you've been tricked. I would never let this woman go. Li Feng had anticipated that the leader would not so easily release Su Muqing. As he was brought before the leader, he suddenly pulled his hands back and broke free from the ropes. Grabbing the leader by the throat, he exclaimed, "Take your filthy hands off her." The leader, unable to bear the pain, loosened his grip on Su Muqing. The other black-clad men, witnessing their leader's predicament, rushed to see Su Muqing. Li Feng, however, threatened, "Stay back. If you take another step, I will strangle him." Chapter 58. Turning the tables, the black-clad men, seeing their leader in Li Feng's grasp, hesitated to act. They had already experienced Li Feng's formidable strength and understood that he could easily take the leader's life if he wished. Don't move, let her go, the leader commanded his men. Obeying their leader, the black-clad men halted their advance towards Su Muqing. Li Feng urged Su Muqing to flee, but she hesitated. Still concerned for Li Feng's safety. What will you do if I run? She asked anxiously. Don't worry about me, they can't harm me. Once you are gone, I can deal with them, and their leader is under my control, Li Feng reassured her. Su Muqing recognized the wisdom in Li Feng's words. Her presence was a burden. Take care of yourself, I will find help, she said before sprinting towards safety. Once Su Muqing was away, Li Feng felt a sense of relief. What brought you here to capture me? He demanded, tightening his grip on the leader's throat. The leader's face turned blue from the pressure. I can't tell you. Betraying our employer would ruin our operations. The leader gasped. Li Feng understood the unwritten rules among hired thugs, but he knew that such rules were crafted by the powerful, while the weak were bound to obey. Refuse to speak, and I will end you, Li Feng said with lethal intent. At that moment, the leader seemed unperturbed by the threat to his life. Go ahead. Even if you kill me, I will never betray my employer, he declared, closing his eyes. Bracing for death, Li Feng was taken aback by the leader's indifference to his own demise, contemplating that even if he killed the leader, he would not discover who had orchestrated this vile act against him. However, his actions had already provoked the anger of the remaining black-clad men. Release our leader at once. If you don't, I swear I'll fight you to the end. Should you dare to harm him, I will ensure you pay dearly for it, Li Feng declared, undeterred by the black-clad figures surrounding him. Yet, even if he dispatched them all, he remained oblivious to the identity of the mastermind behind their actions. How about this? I propose a trade. You perform for me, and bring me to your benefactor. You need not disclose their identity, and I won't have to kill you. What do you say? Li Feng suggested. The black-clad men exchanged incredulous glances at the audacity of Li Feng's request. The leader, upon grasping Li Feng's intent, responded, We can certainly take you to our benefactor, but we must bind you to prevent any treachery against them. Li Feng chuckled. Is that not tantamount to truly capturing me? If so, what need have I for your performance? The leader scoffed. I shall remain silent about our benefactor's identity. Betrayal is far from my mind. You are truly deluded. Your intellect seems lacking. Enraged by the leader's taunts, Li Feng tightened his grip around his throat, causing the leader's face to drain of color and his pupils to dilate. Seeing their leader in peril, the other black-clad men charged at Li Feng with reckless abandon, wielding their weapons. One hand still gripping the leader's throat, Li Feng deftly countered their assaults. In their desperate attempt to save their leader, the attackers fought with renewed vigor. Yet Li Feng's prowess overwhelmed them, and he swiftly incapacitated them all. Remarkable. I never anticipated your skill. Should I perish by your hand today, I would accept it. Let us proceed, the leader proclaimed. However, Li Feng refrained from striking, releasing his hold on the leader. Confused, the leader queried, You spare my life? Yet I owe you no favors for your theatrics. Ah, it is not that I spare you. Rather, your demise requires no effort from me. I am aware you fear not for yourselves, but what of the safety of your loved ones? Li Feng threatened. This revelation sent a chill through the leader. As professional enforcers, they meticulously concealed their identities to protect their families from retaliation. Yet, here stood a man exuding such confidence, employing threats against their kin. How could he possess such information? Who are you? Our identities are shrouded. You cannot possibly know. The leader questioned, bewildered. Li Feng offered no direct answer, merely stating, You know Ma Yang, correct? He associates with me. Upon hearing Ma Yang's name, the leader's face paled. Ma Yang was a notorious figure in Nan City, far from the realm of mere thugs or enforcers. His connections within the city were extensive, and the leader realized that should Ma Yang wish harm upon their families, it would be a trivial matter. Are you jesting? Ma Yang could not possibly be your subordinate. The leader expressed skepticism. If you doubt, why not contact him via video? Li Feng suggested, promptly sending a video request to Ma Yang, who answered promptly. Hello, Fenggu, what is it? Ma Yang greeted, glancing at Li Feng. Li Feng smiled. Nothing urgent. I merely have a few individuals who wish to meet you. They doubt our acquaintance, so I thought to showcase you to them. Li Feng turned the phone towards the leader, who, upon recognizing Ma Yang, immediately knelt in fear. Ma Gu, I failed to recognize your stature, and I have wronged you and your associate. He stammered. Ma Yang remained oblivious to the context, but Li Feng explained briefly before ending the call. Now do you believe? Li Feng inquired. The leader, bowing in trepidation, replied, Indeed, we misjudged you. Please do not take vengeance upon our families. Li Feng, realizing the leader's fear of Ma Yang's potential wrath, assured him, I harbor no intentions of harming your families, but you must answer my previous inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, the leader admitted, The one who hired us is a man named Yang. We did not see his face clearly, as he wore a mask. Li Feng pondered this revelation, recalling his past encounters with Yang Fan, the project manager from the Wei family. Is this Yang Fan? He inquired. I cannot say for certain. He merely paid us a $5,000 deposit and instructed us to capture you, promising another $5,000 upon completion. We are professionals. Your identity was unknown to us, and we regret any offense caused, the leader replied apologetically. Li Feng stated, Ignorance is no crime, but now you must assist me in confronting this Yang. We shall stage a performance together. His tone shifted from inquiry to command. The leader, sensing the gravity of Li Feng's words, acquiesced, We shall cooperate, provided you spare our families. Li Feng smiled. Very well, I accept your terms. Subsequently, the black-clad men bound Li Feng's hands with ropes. After approximately 20 minutes, they transported him to a secluded, dilapidated factory. Hello, Mr. Yang. We have brought you what you requested. Please hurry, the leader called out. Just as he ended the call, a man emerged from the factory. It was Yang Fan. Ha! You black-clad men certainly work swiftly. Li Feng, did you ever envision this fate? Soon, you will witness my torment. Yang Fan laughed menacingly at Li Feng. Chapter 59. Collaborating with villains. After successfully escaping, Su Muqing sought help to rescue Li Feng. However, upon arriving with assistance, she discovered that both Li Feng and the black-clad men had vanished. As worry crept in for Li Feng's safety, she received a message from him, assuring her he had defeated the black-clad men and would be delayed in returning. Although somewhat reassured, she remained concerned about his intentions. Meanwhile, after Yang Fan handed over the remaining $5,000 to the black-clad men, they departed as previously arranged with Li Feng. Yang Fan approached the bound Li Feng and struck him with a punch, eliciting a cry of pain. Yang Fan reveled in the sight of Li Feng's suffering. Huh, Li Feng, weren't you quite arrogant before? Continue your insults. He jeered. Li Feng spat defiantly. Yang Fan, our previous dispute was merely verbal. Who would have thought you would resort to such treachery, hiring others to seize me? What do you intend to do? Yang Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. To be frank, despite your provocation, you are but a worthless son-in-law. Why would I expend $10,000 to have you captured? Yang Fan had yet to finish his words when Li Feng deduced who was after him. If it's not you who wants to capture me, then it must be your master, Wailing? Li Feng inquired. Hee, you're not as dim-witted as I thought, Yang Fan replied with a mocking laugh. However, Wailing is not my master. She is merely my temporary boss. I shall conquer her in due time. Hee. Yang Fan boasted insolently. He felt emboldened by having Li Feng captured, with his hands and feet bound, and thus felt free to utter disrespectful remarks about Wei Ling without fear. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Li Feng began to understand the kind of person Yang Fan truly was. What does Wei Ling want with me? Hee. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Li Feng feigned laughter. This elicited a swift punch from Yang Fan. Bah, what nonsense are you spouting? How could my woman possibly be interested in a worthless wretch like you? Yang Fan retorted angrily. Li Feng, upon hearing Yang Fan claim that Wei Ling was his woman, laughed heartily. Hee. Who doesn't he know that you, Yang Fan, are merely a dog at Wei Ling's side? You are not even a man. Yet you dare to say Wei Ling is yours? She is the general manager of the Wei Group, a stunning beauty. How could she possibly be drawn to a despicable and shameless person like you? At that moment, Yang Fan was incensed by Li Feng's words and, gritting his teeth, delivered a vicious kick to Li Feng's abdomen. Li Feng cried out in agony. Hearing this, Yang Fan's face twisted into a sinister grin. Kid, how I win Wei Ling's heart is none of your concern. To be frank, I have my eyes on your wife, Su Muqing as well. Haha. Once I deal with you, I'll have someone bring your wife here for my amusement. Li Feng could no longer tolerate the loathsome expression on Yang Fan's face and, with a fierce struggle, broke free from his bonds, delivering a powerful punch to Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan, taken by surprise, could not evade the blow. Ah, he cried out in pain. Li Feng, still unsatisfied, executed a sidekick, sending Yang Fan crashing against the wall. Blood spewed from Yang Fan's mouth, and Li Feng rushed over, unleashing a barrage of punches to Yang Fan's chest. How dare you harbor thoughts about my wife? I will end you. As Li Feng continued to strike, Yang Fan could barely withstand the assault. Ah, he cried out in despair, unable to even plead for mercy. Eventually, Li Feng paused, having nearly beaten Yang Fan to death. What does Wei Ling want with me? Speak quickly, or I shall end your life here. Li Feng brandished a dagger at Yang Fan. Initially, Li Feng had perceived Yang Fan as a coward, but to his surprise, Yang Fan exhibited some resilience. Kill me if you wish, I will not divulge anything. Yang Fan glared defiantly at Li Feng. Li Feng realized he may have struck Yang Fan too hard. The resentment Yang Fan felt towards him had reached a boiling point, making him obstinate. If you refuse to speak, I will first cripple you, and then kill you. Li Feng threatened, pointing the blade at Yang Fan's lower body. Yang Fan, sensing his impending doom, displayed sheer panic on his face. Death was one thing, but a fate worse than death as a cripple was intolerable. Realizing this, Yang Fan quickly pleaded, Please, don't render me a cripple. I have but this one passion in life. If I can no longer even touch a woman, I would rather perish. Yang Fan's face was contorted with desperation. Seeing Yang Fan in such a pitiful state, Li Feng kicked him away. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you do not disclose why Wei Ling wants you to capture me, along with her next business plans, I will promptly incapacitate you. Li Feng seethed. Left with no choice, Yang Fan, fearing a future without his manhood, finally spoke. Wei Ling wants me to capture you because she fears you possess some background or power. She suspects my previous investigations were flawed and wishes to use this method to ascertain whether you are truly just an incapable wretch. If your connections are limited to the Liu family, then Wei Ling can confidently bid for the commercial land in the center of South City. For no one with your and Liu Hua's capabilities could compete with her. Yang Fan explained. Li Feng, upon hearing this, began to comprehend Wei Ling's intentions. Why is she so intent on that land? Is she planning to use it to compete with the Liu and Liu families? Li Feng queried. Yang Fan, surprised that Li Feng was already aware of Wei Ling's plans, replied, Exactly. How did you know? If the Liu and Liu families succeed in their layout in South City, their influence will be monumental. And soon the second-ranking family in South City may no longer be the Wei family, but the Lu family instead. Now certain of Wei Ling's strategy, Li Feng pressed Yang Fan for the timeline of her plans to acquire the land. Yang Fan explained that due to its size and development challenges, most would shy away from bidding, meaning Wei Ling only needed to eliminate the Lu family's participation to secure it, as no one else would dare contest the Wei family's claim. Understanding Yang Fan's implication, Li Feng demanded he call Wei Ling and confirm his lack of power. With no other option, Yang Fan complied. Holding the phone, he quickly connected with Wei Ling. Yang Fan, have you thoroughly investigated Li Feng's background? I need you to expedite this before tomorrow's bidding, Wei Ling urged from the other end. Yang Fan glanced at Li Feng, who brandished the dagger as a reminder. Without delay, Yang Fan replied, Ms. Wei, I have investigated Li Feng thoroughly. He is merely a live-in son-in-law with no significant background beyond the Lu family. Wei Ling, upon hearing this, remained skeptical. Are you certain? Don't deceive me without thorough investigation. Indeed, Li Feng is currently in my custody. If you wish, I can send you a photo as proof, Yang Fan responded. Alarmed at the news of Li Feng's capture, Wei Ling instructed Yang Fan to send the photo immediately. After hanging up, Yang Fan posed for a picture with Li Feng, then sent it to Wei Ling. Upon receiving the photo, Wei Ling finally felt at ease regarding Li Feng's safety. After messaging Yang Fan, she prepared for the next day's bidding. Yang Fan, upon receiving Wei Ling's message, promptly showed it to Li Feng. The content read, Yang Fan, keep an eye on Li Feng. Regardless of his background or capabilities, it will not affect my bidding tomorrow. Await my news. Once I successfully bid, I will release Li Feng. Li Feng, reading the message, felt a surge of anger, realizing Wei Ling's ruthlessness. Yang Fan, I know you have long desired Wei Ling. Your lust for her beauty is evident, Li Feng remarked. Yang Fan, unsure of Li Feng's intent, hesitated to respond. If you follow my instructions, you may indeed win Wei Ling's heart. Should you defy me, I won't have to kill you. For you have always sought to uncover my true identity. I reveal to you that my connections extend far beyond the Lu family. For I am also linked to Ma Yang, Li Feng declared. Upon hearing the name Ma Yang, a notorious figure in South City, Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. You truly have ties to Ma Yang? Yang Fan questioned skeptically. Li Feng chuckled. If I were not connected to Ma Yang, do you think those men in black would have listened to me and brought me here, deliberately loosening the ropes that bound me? Yang Fan, contemplating Li Feng's words, realized the truth. Those men were professionals, and no amount of money could sway them unless their own lives or families were threatened. All right, what would you have me do? Are you certain you can help me win Wei Ling? Yang Fan inquired, his mind racing at the prospect of conquering the alluring Wei Ling. Even after being beaten by Li Feng, the thought of it caused him to feel no pain. Of course, you only need to follow my lead, Li Feng affirmed. At this moment, Li Feng was merely using Wei Ling to entice Yang Fan. When the time came to rescue Wei Ling, he would still have conditions. After devising a strategy with Yang Fan, Li Feng returned home. Yang Fan watched Li Feng's departing figure. He could now inform Wei Ling about Li Feng's strength. However, if he wanted to possess Wei Ling's body in the future, he would likely have to wait an eternity. Wei Ling, I must have you. After making his resolution, Yang Fan prepared to execute Li Feng's plan. He believed that once he conquered Wei Ling, the Wei family would be his. Upon returning home, Li Feng found Su Muqing still asleep, sitting on the sofa, awaiting his return. When Su Muqing saw Li Feng, her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally relaxed. Li Feng, are you all right? Did those men in black harm you? Su Muqing examined Li Feng closely, and only when she noticed he was unharmed did she feel at ease. Seeing Su Muqing's concern for him, Li Feng seized the opportunity to open his arms and embrace her. Oh dear, I was injured. Those men in black were so brutal, they tormented me. Li Feng feigned vulnerability, while internally reveling in delight. This was his first time having such close contact with Su Muqing. At that moment, with his hands around her slender waist, he savored the warmth radiating from her. Su Muqing, naturally, did not resist Li Feng. Despite knowing he was unharmed, she willingly allowed him to hold her, recalling how brave and formidable he had been earlier. However, once she thought about his extraordinary skills, akin to those martial arts masters seen on television, she promptly pushed him away. Li Feng, caught off guard and still relishing the delightful moment, hesitated, unsure whether to draw closer again, but unexpectedly, it ended there. What's wrong, my dear? Li Feng asked, puzzled. Li Feng, why have you been hiding your abilities from me? Su Muqing confronted him. Li Feng, pretending to be casual, replied, my dear, I have always been quite capable. It's just that you never believed me. I am handsome, talented, And, before he could finish, Su Muqing interrupted impatiently, "Don't try to fool me. Explain how you acquired these skills. You never mentioned you knew any martial arts before, did you?" Hearing her words, Li Feng stepped closer, attempting to embrace her again. But Su Muqing rolled her eyes at him, prompting him to halt immediately. The thought of Li Feng's impressive skills, making him seem like a martial arts master, contrasted sharply with his current childish demeanor, almost causing her to laugh. Yet, she suppressed the urge, knowing that if she lost her composure, Li Feng would take advantage of it. "If you don't explain clearly, you won't be sleeping in bed tonight," Su Muqing declared. Regret washed over her as she said it. Since their marriage, they had transitioned from separate rooms to sharing a bed, yet they had never truly slept together. Li Feng, quick to seize the opportunity, grinned. "Dear, you said it yourself. If I explain properly, does that mean we'll share a bed tonight?" Su Muqing felt a chill at his mischievous expression. How could this be the same man who had fought bravely against those men in black? Now, he seemed like a rogue with dubious intentions. Su Muqing realized she had yet to fully understand Li Feng. She was still unaware of the true nature beneath his facade. "Fine, just clarify everything, and I will consider your request," she said. Upon hearing Su Muqing's concession, Li Feng's face lit up with joy. "My dear, it's like this. I studied martial arts under a master. He said my physique was exceptional, a talent for martial arts, and thus imparted his superior techniques to me." Li Feng fabricated. In truth, the martial arts he possessed had been forced upon him by his father since childhood. However, saying he was a natural talent was not entirely untrue. As for Li Feng's family and their background, that was a matter from the capital, which he felt he could not disclose to Su Muqing just yet, believing it was for her own good. Su Muqing found Li Feng's explanation oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. "I didn't ask how you learned. I demand to know why you've concealed your abilities from me," she pressed. Li Feng, adopting a look of feigned sorrow, replied, "My dear, you must have misunderstood. You never inquired about my skills before, and my master taught me that martial arts should not be flaunted unnecessarily. The purpose of learning is to enhance one's physical condition, not to showcase it unless in danger, such as when we encountered those men in black. I needed to protect both you and myself." Su Muqing found some merit in Li Feng's reasoning, but considering his previously boastful demeanor, it seemed unreasonable for him to have hidden such prowess. Confusion clouded her mind as she observed him. "Forget it. If you don't wish to discuss it, I won't pry," she concluded before retreating to her room. Li Feng, seeing her depart, promptly followed. "Dear, you promised I could explain, and you said you'd sleep with me tonight." After saying this, he flopped onto the bed. As Su Muqing moved toward the computer desk, Li Feng swiftly grabbed her arm and gently pulled her down onto the bed. He then turned over, positioning himself closely against her. "You promised to keep me company tonight," he insisted earnestly. Li Feng knew that upon seeing Su Muqing, he had experienced an instant connection. Standing at about 5'6", with a pleasing figure and refined features, she possessed a remarkable aura. While Li Feng had encountered many beautiful women, none had stirred his heart as she did. After all, how could he have willingly become a house husband otherwise? Though hiding his identity as a husband in the southern city was part of his strategy, after marrying Su Muqing, her kindness had only deepened her significance in his heart. "Li Feng, what are you doing? Get up, or I might get angry," Su Muqing protested, attempting to resist. Yet, as a woman, her strength paled in comparison to a man, especially one as skilled as Li Feng. "My dear, you wouldn't break your word, would you? Not only are you my wife, but you're also my boss at the company. You can't deceive me like this. I suppose I must teach you a lesson," Li Feng said, embarking on bolder actions. Chapter 61. Midnight Delights. As Su Muqing looked at Li Feng leaning over her, her face flushed instantly, for she had never been this close to any man. "Li Feng, get away. I'm genuinely angry." At that moment, observing her rosy cheeks, Li Feng felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. Su Muqing, realizing she couldn't break free, closed her eyes and surrendered to fate. Seeing her submission, Li Feng's excitement surged, but just then, he heard a knock at the door. It was quite late, and the noise was disturbing. Wang Xiuling, the mother-in-law, knocked on the door and inquired about the commotion. Li Feng felt frustrated, thinking to himself how this old woman always chose the worst moments to ruin his affairs. Reluctantly, he released Su Muqing and went to open the door. Upon seeing Li Feng, Wang Xiuling's expression soured. "Li Feng, what are you doing in my daughter's room?" she demanded. Li Feng, taken aback by her words, replied, "I am your daughter's husband. What do you think I am doing?" Recently, Wang Xiuling had been losing at mahjong and was beginning to doubt whether Li Feng was indeed a man of good fortune. "Daughter, did Li Feng bully you just now?" she asked, approaching Su Muqing with concern. Su Muqing hesitated, unable to confess that Li Feng had just been about to kiss her. Instead, she reproached her mother. "Mom, why are you here so late? Li Feng and I are married. What are you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuling grew anxious. "Daughter, tell me the truth. Are you and Li Feng truly married?" she whispered. Su Muqing understood the implication and replied honestly, "Not yet." Glancing at Li Feng, she noted his confusion, but she felt a sense of comfort knowing she had defended him. Hearing that her daughter and Li Feng were not truly married relieved Wang Xiuling. "Daughter, I initially thought Li Feng was a man of good fortune, which is why I reluctantly accepted his relationship with you. In hindsight, I realize I was too careless. How could I be so superstitious? Moreover, I have been losing at mahjong lately. Clearly, Li Feng is not a person of good fortune." With that, she turned to Li Feng, her irritation evident. "Li Feng, you need to leave. Tonight, I will be sleeping with my daughter." "What? You're both adults. Is it appropriate for you to share a bed?" Li Feng protested. He certainly did not wish for Wang Xiuling to create a scene at this moment, especially since Su Muqing had not objected and even seemed willing to let him kiss her. However, Wang Xiuling was undeterred and resumed her disdain for Li Feng. "If you don't leave, I'll fetch a stick to drive you out," she threatened, actually going to find one. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Feng lost his motivation and exited Su Muqing's room, muttering to himself about the absurdity of it all. He contemplated how to assert his authority over Wang Xiuling, for her interference was indeed troublesome. Meanwhile, Su Muqing, observing Li Feng's reluctant demeanor, secretly felt pleased. Had her mother not barged in, would she have truly shared an intimate moment with Li Feng? She found herself repeatedly questioning this. At that moment, Wang Xiuling noticed her daughter deep in thought and asked, "Daughter, I know you've been married to Li Feng for a year, and that he has been living with us for quite some time. They say a dog, once raised, develops an attachment. How much more for a human? However, I must tell you, you cannot afford to develop feelings for Li Feng. He is too lazy and lacks capability. You will regret it." Su Muqing immediately objected. "Mom, how can you say such things about Li Feng? I used to dislike him, but now I see potential in him. If he is willing to change, I can accept him." With that, she flopped onto her bed and closed her eyes, recalling how Li Feng had bravely faced adversaries like a martial arts master, and her cheeks flushed at the thought of his recent actions. Wang Xiuling, recognizing her daughter's obvious affection, felt a sense of dread. It seemed her daughter had indeed developed genuine feelings for Li Feng. This could not be allowed to continue. Time was of the essence, and she resolved to devise a plan to compel Li Feng to leave their home. The next morning, Li Feng sought out Lu Hua early. He relayed the information he had gathered from Yang Fan the previous day. "Brother Feng, aren't we going to deal with the undercover agent in the Lu family?" Lu Hua inquired. This reminded Li Feng that he regretted not asking about Lu Qian earlier. Nevertheless, since Yang Fan had agreed to cooperate, he decided it was not too late to inquire. He picked up the phone and called Yang Fan. "Yang Fan, I have a question. Does Lu Qian have any connection to you? Is he your undercover agent?" Li Feng asked directly. Yang Fan replied, "If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten. Lu Qian is indeed an undercover agent for the Wei family. He used to report directly to me, but since Wei Ling took over, he has been reporting directly to her. Looking back, it seems Wei Ling is wary of me. I am now more determined than ever to work with you and conquer Wei Ling." After hearing this, Li Feng instructed Yang Fan not to act independently but to follow his lead. With Lu Qian confirmed as an undercover agent for some time, Li Feng planned to have Yang Fan arrange a meeting with him. "Let's control Lu Qian. If he can be persuaded to return to the Lu family, that would be ideal. If not, I will ensure he disappears," Li Feng asserted. He mentioned this to Lu Hua. Considering Lu Qian was still a member of the Lu family and related to Lu Hua agreed. "Brother Feng, I will follow your lead. Lu Qian is betraying his own family for the Wei family. I will teach him a lesson." With Lu Hua's agreement, Li Feng instructed Yang Fan to arrange a meeting with Lu Qian. Inside a luxurious club, Lu Qian was enjoying drinks and conversation with a few cronies. "Brother Qian, is it true that Lu Chong has been expelled from the Lu family?" one of the younger men asked. Lu Qian scoffed. "Of course. Lu Chong was so arrogant before. He never respected me. Who would have thought this would be his fate?" Lu Qian laughed heartily, and his companions eagerly flattered him. "Brother Qian, now that Lu Chong is out, you must be the rightful heir to the Lu family." "Exactly. Lu De only has 2 sons, and Lu Hua is just a wastrel, indulging in women and revelry. Brother Qian, Once you inherit the Lu family, don't forget about us. As Lu Qian listened to their flattery, he frowned, taking a drag from his cigarette. Lu Hua was not the same Lu Hua he once knew. Lu Chong was a pawn he had orchestrated to be removed. However, with the Wei family backing him, the Lu family's fortune would eventually be his. As the others expressed their admiration for his connection to the Wei family, they continued to flatter him. Brother Qian, Lu Hua is nothing but a fool. He is no match for you. That's right. The Wei family is the second most powerful in the South City. With their support, Brother Qian is bound to succeed. I heard that the president of the Wei family's conglomerate, Wei Ling, is quite a beauty. If you win her over, then both the Wei and Lu families will be yours. Lu Qian laughed heartily at the praise. Just then, Yang Fan called Lu Qian. Surprised to see Yang Fan's name on the screen, Lu Qian answered, as he rarely received calls from him anymore. Hello, Yang Fan. What's the matter? Didn't Wei Ling say you were no longer to contact me? Indeed, Wei Ling is quite busy, but I have something very important to discuss with you. Are you able to come see me? Yang Fan said. Lu Qian hesitated. I'm not sure. I should probably call Wei Ling first. After all, she specifically instructed me not to meet with you. Chapter 62. To live or to die. Upon hearing Lu Qian mention calling Wei Ling, Yang Fan immediately interjected. Hold on. Lu, please refrain from contacting Wei Ling just yet. To be candid, it was not Wei Ling who instructed me to reach out to you. Rather, I have taken the initiative for your future prospects. Lu Qian, perplexed by Yang Fan's statement, inquired, What do you mean by my future prospects? Sensing Lu Qian's growing curiosity, Yang Fan recognized an opportunity to ensnare him. Brother Lu, do you understand why Wei Ling has distanced me from you since ascending to her position? Aside from the fear of the Lu family discovering our connection, Wei Ling is also wary of the secrets I possess regarding the Wei family. After all, we shared many carefree moments together. If she intended to undermine you or keep a watchful eye, she would certainly not allow me to maintain our previous level of contact. Understanding Yang Fan's implication, Lu Qian realized that Wei Ling might pose a threat to him in the future. Very well, I am open to a meeting, however. I cannot host you. Instead, you may come to my location at the luxurious VIP room 201 of the Haoguwei Club. With that, Lu Qian ended the call. Uncertain about the authenticity of Yang Fan's claims, he nonetheless felt it prudent to meet him, especially considering that Wei Ling always treated Lu Qian with condescension, a fact that had long irked him. Were it not for Wei Ling's status as the heir of the Wei family, Lu Qian would have already taken action against her. On the other end of the line, Yang Fan noted Lu Qian's reluctance to come to him and subsequently informed Li Feng, allowing him to make his own decision. Upon receiving Yang Fan's message, Li Feng concluded that Lu Qian was indeed quite shrewd and cautious. Brother Feng, I have pinpointed Lu Qian's location. I will immediately take a Dai with me and notify a few bodyguards to assist in apprehending him, Lu Hua proposed. Li Feng contemplated the situation, reasoning that since Lu Qian had invited them to his territory, he was likely prepared for an encounter. Bringing too many people could potentially alarm Lu Qian and the Wei family lurking behind him. We need not bring an excessive number. Too many might raise suspicion. A Dai and I will go, while you remain here, Li Feng instructed. Lu Hua understood his intent and trusted that Li Feng, alongside A Dai's prowess, would be more than a match for Lu Qian and his associates. Very well, exercise caution. If you do not update me within 2 hours, I will send a team to find you, Lu Hua warned. As Li Feng and A Dai prepared to depart, they specifically summoned Yang Fan, as Li Feng required his guidance to avoid an early confrontation with Lu Qian's men. Upon arriving at the Haoguwei Club, Lu Qian had already sent his previous subordinates away, wishing to keep the upcoming dialogue with Yang Fan discreet. When Yang Fan led Li Feng and A Dai to the door of room 201, they were met by 7 or 8 bodyguards who greeted them, acknowledging that Lu Qian awaited them inside. However, before entering, Li Feng was subjected to a search. Anticipating such precautions from Lu Qian, he had deliberately left behind any weapons, including a Dai. Nevertheless, Yang Fan had concealed a short knife, which was soon discovered. He hurriedly explained, this is merely for self-defense. I won't need it now that I am in your leader's presence. Please hold on to it for me. Li Feng, recognizing Yang Fan's cunning, realized that he could not underestimate him. Upon entering the private room, Lu Qian's fury ignited at the sight of Yang Fan accompanied by Li Feng and A Dai. Yang Fan, what is the meaning of bringing these two with you? Lu Qian barked, having previously encountered Li Feng during confrontations in the Lu family meeting room. He was also aware of A Dai's formidable capabilities, despite his apparent shortcomings. Yang Fan, at a loss for words, could only chuckle nervously while glancing at Li Feng, who wasted no time in instructing Adai to lock the door behind them before launching a sudden kick at Lu Qian. Caught off guard, Lu Qian crumpled to the ground. "Get in here and help me," he shouted, but the soundproofing of the room and Adai's blocking of the door prevented any immediate assistance from his outside associates. Seeing that Li Feng had planned for this moment, Lu Qian, clutching his abdomen, rose to confront Yang Fan. "Yang Fan, we have no grievances between us. Why have you conspired against me? I harbor no ill will toward you, nor did I wish to harm you. It is he who intends to do so. You ought to question him," Yang Fan deflected, realizing he was now trapped and could not escape. "Li Feng, you are aware that I am a mole for the Wei family, so Lu Hua has coerced you into this?" Lu Qian surmised, glancing at Adai, which led him to suspect Lu Hua's involvement. "Regardless of whose scheme this is, you have two choices: serve us or be eliminated," Li Feng declared. Lu Qian laughed coldly. "You think 3 of you can intimidate me? What a joke. I have dozens of brothers outside. Even if you kill me, you will never leave this place alive." Unmoved by Lu Qian's bravado, Li Feng landed a powerful punch to his gut. Lu Qian let out a pained scream, yet he managed to laugh. "Hurry up and hit me while your brothers are still trying to breach the door. In no more than 2 minutes, I will repay this tenfold. I'll teach you to be defiant." Li Feng struck Lu Qian again, but Lu Qian, a mere ordinary man, could hardly withstand such blows. Now doubled over and spitting blood, he was on the verge of collapse. "Lu Qian, you must acquiesce to Li Feng. If he intends to kill you, you will not survive this day. Moreover, he has Ma Yang backing him," Yang Fan urged. Lu Qian's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Who is Ma Yang? What relevance does he have to me?" Lu Qian retorted angrily. Yang Fan realized that Lu Qian, despite being a wealthy scion, was somewhat ignorant of the darker underbelly of society. He had only encountered minor thugs, while figures like Ma Yang remained a mystery to him. "Regardless of your ignorance, I shall demonstrate my power," Li Feng declared, resuming his assault on Lu Qian, who was nearing his breaking point. "Are you truly going to kill him?" Yang Fan asked, alarm evident in his voice. Li Feng, his expression cold and menacing, replied, "Is that not obvious? He is a traitor to the Wei family. If he refuses to comply with our demands, why should I allow him to remain a threat? Should I permit him the chance to alert the Wei family?" Yang Fan was taken aback by the intensity of Li Feng's gaze. Such a look was not typical of an ordinary individual. He realized that Li Feng's threats were not mere bluster. "I am at your mercy. I will heed your commands," Yang Fan conceded. Li Feng recognized that Yang Fan now feared him, having intentionally displayed his ferocity to instill dread in Yang Fan. This way, Yang Fan would think twice before crossing him in the future. However, Li Feng had yet to decide whether to eliminate Lu Qian, as he preferred to have him as an asset to better navigate the complexities of dealing with the Wei family. "Lu Qian, I am granting you another opportunity. Were it not for Lu Hua's sake, I would have extinguished you immediately," Li Feng said coldly as he fixed his gaze on Lu Qian. Just as Lu Qian was about to agree, at that moment, Adai could no longer withstand the tension, and with a resounding crash, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open by outsiders. "Adai, stop them," Li Feng hastily commanded. Chapter 63. The Wei family. Far seeing 7 or 8 individuals rush in, Adai quickly took the initiative to confront the enemies. However formidable Adai may be, he could not simultaneously deal with so many assailants. "Ha ha, Li Feng, I shall tear you to shreds," Lu Qian exclaimed, feeling emboldened as his reinforcements arrived. Yet, Li Feng was not one to let Lu Qian off so easily. He swiftly approached Lu Qian and clutched his throat with one hand. "Order them to stand down, or I shall take your life at once," Li Feng threatened Lu Qian. Initially, Lu Qian contemplated maintaining his bravado, but as the pain intensified in his throat, making him feel as if he were suffocating, he immediately begged for mercy. "Please don't kill me, just have them stop," Lu Qian pleaded. In that moment, Lu Qian felt utterly defeated. Despite the arrival of his men, he found himself unable to escape Li Feng's grasp and resigned himself to his fate. "Everyone out. No one is allowed in without my command," Lu Qian ordered his subordinates. Li Feng recognized that Lu Qian had come to terms with his predicament and no longer intended to resist. "I shall extend one final opportunity to you. Will you agree to assist us in dealing with the Wei family?" Li Feng inquired. As Li Feng posed this question, Yang Fan hurriedly urged Lu Qian, "You must agree. I know you feel reluctant, but what choice do you have? With your mere dozen men, you stand no chance against Li Feng and Adai, especially considering Li Feng has someone like Ma Yang backing him." Upon hearing Ma Yang's name, Lu Qian, who had previously overlooked it, felt a vague recollection stir within him. His late father had mentioned that name, but he was too young to grasp its significance. Who is Ma Yang, and how does he possess such power that it surpasses even that of the 4 prominent families in Nan City? Lu Qian asked. Yang Fan, adept at reading others' expressions, hesitated to divulge information about Ma Yang to Lu Qian. He glanced at Li Feng for confirmation. After receiving a nod, Yang Fan revealed just how formidable Ma Yang truly was. Ma Yang is indeed that influential, but how do you know this young man has ties to him? Lu Qian pressed. Yang Fan, with a wry smile, responded, Lu, if I were unaware of Li Feng's connection to Ma Yang, do you think I would so readily betray you based on our past friendship? I personally arranged a video conference with Ma Yang, and it was initiated by Li Feng. Lu Qian sensed that Yang Fan had no reason to lie. Realizing he could not afford to offend Li Feng, he reluctantly agreed to Li Feng's terms. I will comply, but I have one condition. Lu Qian negotiated with Li Feng. Li Feng chuckled. At this juncture, you still dare to negotiate? Sensing Li Feng's growing ire, Lu Qian quickly clarified, don't misunderstand me. I am merely interested in Wei Ling. What I wish to say is, once you have dealt with the Wei family, can I have Wei Ling? Upon hearing Lu Qian's proposition, Li Feng immediately broke into laughter. Lu Qian, confused, wondered whether Li Feng was amused or angered. Lu Qian, Wei Ling is mine. I had already made arrangements regarding this with Li Feng. If you desire her, you shall have to wait until I am finished. Yang Fan glared at Lu Qian. Lu Qian bristled at Yang Fan's words. How could he settle for the leftovers? Wei Ling was a stunning beauty, and Lu Qian naturally wished to claim her first. Nonsense. Why should I settle for your scraps? You sought to eliminate me solely to obtain Wei Ling. And if I perish today, I will drag you down with me, Lu Qian declared, stepping forward to confront Yang Fan. Li Feng observed the two squabbling over Wei Ling and found the situation amusing. Enough. I have no interest in who claims Wei Ling, but you both must adhere to my directives. Only after I bring down the Wei family will you have the opportunity to seize the spoils. At that point, it will be a race to see who acts swiftly, Li Feng admonished. Upon witnessing Li Feng's fury, Yang Fan and Lu Qian ceased their skirmish. They recognized the truth in Li Feng's words. They needed to wait until the Wei family fell before they could contend for Wei Ling. Let it be known, if I am quicker, do not take issue with it, Lu Qian asserted confidently. At that moment, Yang Fan felt a twinge of discontent. The arrangement regarding Wei Ling, which he had thought was solely his, now included Lu Qian as a rival. Yet, he dared not challenge Li Feng and could only acquiesce. Humph. I refuse to believe I will be slower than you, Yang Fan retorted defiantly. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, Li Feng took his leave, reminding them to heed his commands. Initially, he had been concerned that the pair might harbor ulterior motives, but it appeared their rivalry over Wei Ling would prevent any united front against him. Meanwhile, within the Wei family corporation, Wei Ling was discussing strategies with the shareholders regarding securing a piece of land she had her eye on for the following day. Unfortunately, the plan was rather ambitious, and after calculating the finances, it turned out they were short by over 100 million. Chairman Wei, under the circumstances, it may be prudent to focus solely on the central area of Nan City, given that the Lu family's developments already surround the Su family's Plaza Mall. Investing heavily to outmaneuver both the Su and Lu families is quite a daunting task, suggested one of the senior executives. The shareholders in the conference room generally agreed with the executive's proposal, but Wei Ling disagreed. We cannot withdraw from the Su family Plaza Mall. My strategy there is not to consume the Su and Lu families' properties all at once. Rather, it is to deliberately stall them. Once the Plaza Mall is constructed, the Lu family will undoubtedly see property values soar, at which point we will intentionally lower our prices and engage in a price war. My strategy is designed to delay the Lu family, as it directly impacts our competitive standing against them and the Lu family in the central area of Nan City, Wei Ling asserted firmly. The shareholders and executives of the Wei family understood her rationale but recognized that Wei Ling's plan, which involved significant financial commitment in 2 locations, was fraught with risk. Moreover, with the Wei family already lacking funds and short of $1 billion, there was little time left to secure the land. While they could have borrowed from the bank under normal circumstances, it was now too late. The financial shortfall directly affected the company's decision-making. Didn't TI instruct the finance department to promptly assess our funds? Why are we only receiving this information now, just an hour before the meeting? Wei Ling fumed. Chairman Wei, such a large sum is indeed challenging to calculate, and with so many companies under the Wei family, the timeline you provided was simply too tight, replied the finance director. Glaring at the finance director, Wei Ling snapped, Are you suggesting my timeline was insufficient? Very well, I hereby grant you a year's leave. Go home and calculate. The finance director was taken aback. A year's leave was tantamount to being dismissed. Chairman Wei, I assure you I shall not make this mistake again. Please do not dismiss me. I have family obligations, and I have served the Wei family for over 30 years. I may not have many merits, but I have certainly endured hardships, he pleaded, nearly bowing in submission. However, Wei Ling had little patience for such displays from the Wei family executives. She had warned this finance director a month prior to ensure timely and accurate financial assessments. Had he taken her words to heart, they would not be facing this farcical situation now. If others were to learn that the illustrious Wei family, ranked second in Nanjing, is currently experiencing a financial shortfall and unable to invest, it would surely evoke laughter. Security, promptly escort this individual out. Today, I, Wei Ling, assert my authority here. From now on, regardless of whether you are a shareholder or a senior executive of the Wei family, any misstep will not be tolerated. Wei Ling declared coldly. Her words and actions left the elder members of the Wei family profoundly disheartened, yet they dared not oppose her, as the family's strength had been steadily increasing under her leadership. As Wei Ling pondered how to resolve the issue of securing 100 million in investment funds, a messenger arrived at the entrance, announcing that the Wu family sought to discuss a partnership with the Wei family. Chapter 64. Wu Tianhao's Hatred. Upon hearing that someone from the Wu family wished to negotiate a collaboration, Wei Ling felt perplexed. Although the Wu family is not among the 4 prominent families of Nanjing, it is nevertheless a family of considerable strength, yet they have had little interaction with the Wei family. Traditionally, the Wei family would likely have dismissed the idea of collaborating with the Wu family, as they perceive them to be of insufficient stature. However, given the Wei family's current need for capital, even the smallest sparrow is still meat, and Wei Ling agreed to meet with the Wu representative. The meeting was temporarily adjourned for an hour, and after stating this, Wei Ling exited the conference room. Upon arriving at her office, she found that her secretary had already brought in the Wu family representative. Hello, President Wei. I am Wu Tianhao, the future heir of the Wu family. Wu Tianhao extended his hand for a handshake, but Wei Ling remained aloof, responding haughtily, So, you are Wu Tianhao. What business do you have with the Wei family? Wu Tianhao, noting Wei Ling's lofty demeanor, understood that the Wei family was the second most powerful clan in Nanjing, and that she, as the president of the Wei group, held considerable authority. Although he felt slighted by her attitude, he swallowed his displeasure. President Wei, let me be candid. I have received information that the Liu and Lu families are planning to monopolize the economy in the city center, and the Wei family will certainly not allow such a threat to fester. Therefore, I propose a collaboration between our families, Wu Tianhao stated. Wei Ling, meeting Wu Tianhao for the first time, was not particularly fond of him, yet acknowledged that his awareness of the Liu family's strategic alliance indicated a certain level of competence. I did not expect the Wu family to monitor the activities of the other 3 families so closely. You are correct. The Liu family has indeed formed a strategic partnership with the Liu family and has already begun to take action. The Wei family will not allow itself to be threatened. However, why should we collaborate with your Wu family? With our capabilities, we could easily overpower both the Liu and Lu families. Wouldn't partnering with you merely empower your family further? Wei Ling probed deliberately, eager to gauge Wu Tianhao's ambition. Unaware of the Wei family's current financial predicament, Wu Tianhao recognized the challenges of collaborating with them. Nevertheless, driven by a desire for vengeance against Lu Hua and Li Feng, he was determined to proceed. To be frank, the suggestion to collaborate with the Wei family was mine. I do not seek to gain significant benefits from this partnership. My sole purpose is revenge. Wu Tianhao confessed. Revenge? Do you have a vendetta against the Liu and Lu families? That seems improbable. While the Wu family holds some power in Nanjing, it pales in comparison to the Liu and Lu families. What could possibly have sparked such animosity? Wei Ling inquired, puzzled. Wu Tianhao, recognizing that the Wei family was at odds with the Liu family, surmised that Wei Ling harbored her own grievances against Lu Hua and Li Feng, and thus he revealed the truth. This grudge must be avenged. I will ensure that Li Feng and Lu Hua suffer ruin, Wu Tianhao declared vehemently. Upon hearing Wu Tianhao's grievances concerning Li Feng and Lu Hua, Wei Ling began to understand the depths of his hatred. Although she considered Wu Tianhao to be an unscrupulous individual, engaging in despicable acts, her need for investment from the Wu family led her to formulate a plan. I care not for your personal vendetta against Li Feng and Lu Hua. However, if you wish to collaborate with the Wei family, you must demonstrate your sincerity, Wei Ling stated. What sincerity do you require? Wu Tianhao asked. Wei Ling regarded him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Your Wu family must contribute a minimum of 400 million in funds if we are to consider this partnership. Furthermore, you will have no say in how these funds are utilized. Upon hearing Wei Ling's demand for 400 million, Wu Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that collaborating with the Wei family would necessitate substantial financial resources. However, the prospect of seeing Lu Hua and Li Feng brought to ruin made the expenditure worthwhile. Moreover, the partnership with the Wei family promised lucrative returns. While 400 million is indeed a hefty sum, my Wu family can manage it if we pool our resources. However, I require a commitment from you. Otherwise, I cannot return to my father or the Wu family's shareholders empty-handed, Wu Tianhao insisted. When Wei Ling noted Wu Tianhao's agreement, she instructed her team to draft a contract. Your Wu family will invest 400 million for a 30% stake. This should suffice to satisfy your father and the shareholders, Wei Ling proposed. Wu Tianhao was astonished to learn that the Wu family would hold a 30% stake. He had anticipated a mere 20%. Very well, since you are so forthcoming, I shall inform my father immediately. I am confident this collaboration will come to fruition, Wu Tianhao replied confidently. After Wu Tianhao's departure, Wei Ling reconvened her meeting. Less than half an hour later, Wu Tianhao returned with his father to sign the contract. Although Wei Ling felt relieved to secure the funds, she remained somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, Lu Qian sent her a message requesting a meeting. Unable to meet in person, Wei Ling asked Lu Qian to relay any pertinent information over the phone. Lu Qian informed her that the Lu family was encountering financial difficulties, and their plans with the Lu family in Nanqing would be delayed as they sought a bank loan. Upon receiving this news, Wei Ling's determination to acquire land the following day intensified. She intended to seize the opportunity during the Lu family's brief respite to orchestrate a significant turnaround. She had learned that the Lu family had also intended to bid on a plot of land for an entertainment complex, which, while modest in size, could still command 1 to 2 billion. This land was also in close proximity to the territory Wei Ling desired. Her request for Wu Tianhao's investment of 400 million was a strategic move to secure the land the Lu family sought to compete for. The next morning, Wei Ling arrived early at the bidding site in her car, and just as she believed no prominent families would be competing against her, Lu Hua appeared. Humph, Lu Hua, are you not preoccupied with securing your bank loan? Wei Ling taunted sharply, only to discover that Li Feng stood beside Lu Hua. This revelation startled her. Had Yang Fan not apprehended Li Feng? How had he managed to appear here? Wei Ling swiftly messaged Yang Fan, who responded that Li Feng had escaped while he was distracted. Yet it was now evident that Li Feng was merely a son-in-law without any significant background or power. After reading Yang Fan's message, Wei Ling felt reassured. Li Feng, I had thought you possessed some influence. It appears you are nothing more than Lu Hua's lackey. Wherever Lu Hua goes, you follow. That is the stark reality, is it not? You once deceived me into believing you had a grand background. How amusing it is that you have now revealed your true self, Wei Ling derisively remarked. Li Feng and Lu Hua ignored her, taking their seats. Initially, Lu Hua had intended to engage Wei Ling in a war of words, but Li Feng halted him, advising that there was no need for such exchanges now. Soon, they would secure the land Wei Ling coveted, leaving her utterly astonished. Minutes later, a steady stream of attendees arrived at the venue, though none were from any prominent families. Instead, they appeared to be smaller clans seeking to capitalize on potential opportunities. Upon witnessing the presence of both the Wei and Lu families, many individuals felt a profound sense of discouragement, with some even opting to abandon the scene prematurely to avoid wasting their time. As the bidding commenced, akin to an auction, the host revealed a map detailing the location and surrounding advantages of the land depicted. The first plot was precisely what the Lu family desired, a piece of land that Li Feng had intentionally leaked information about to Wei Ling, orchestrating a diversionary tactic. I'll bid 1 billion, exclaimed Lu Hua, raising his paddle without hesitation. Recognizing Lu Hua's earnest interest in the plot, Wei Ling noted that the base price was 50 million, and Lu Hua's immediate bid of 1 billion indicated the Lu family's urgent desire to secure the land. 1,200 million, Wei Ling countered. Based on her calculations, the Lu and Lu families had already invested a considerable sum, and she believed no one present could contest her for the land she coveted. Moreover, the plot desired by the Wei family had a minimum bid of 15 billion, leading Wei Ling to conclude that the Lu family could not possibly compete financially. Even if they possessed the 15 billion, Wei Ling had brought her family's entire reserves, along with an additional 4 billion from the Wu family, totaling 18 billion, an amount the Lu family could not surpass. 1,500 million. Lu Hua raised his bid again. Recognizing that Lu Hua could only bid up to 2 billion at most, Wei Ling boldly declared, 2 billion. She had calculated that even if she spent 2 billion to acquire the land Lu Hua wanted, she would still have 16 billion remaining, sufficient to secure the Wei family's desired plot. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Li Feng interjected, 3 billion. Wei Ling was taken aback, unable to fathom how the minor Su family could afford such a sum. Nevertheless, she refused to concede. 3,500 million. She retaliated. She resolved that if Li Feng pushed the bid to 4 billion, she would withdraw, knowing that if he acquired this plot, he and Lu Hua would lack the resources to bid on the Wei family's land. 3,700 million. Li Feng raised the stakes once more. Wei Ling found herself in a dilemma. She could continue to outbid him, but prudence dictated caution. 3,800 million. She declared, casting a derisive glance at Li Feng, hoping to provoke him into raising the bid further. To her astonishment, Li Feng refrained from responding. With a playful demeanor, he remarked, "Wait a Mimi, this figure suits you perfectly. 3,800 million. 3.8. Since you adore it so much, I shall not contest you." Ultimately, Wei Ling secured the land for the exorbitant sum of 3,800 million. However, a surge of frustration coursed through her. It was not merely Li Feng's jest that incensed her, but the realization of her squandered resources. Her initial strategy had been to compel Li Feng and Lu Hua to drive the price higher, only to have it backfire. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that the Lu family was currently facing financial difficulties, making it implausible for Li Feng to contest her in future bids. Moments later, the pivotal round commenced, with the land coveted by the Wei family up for auction, starting at a staggering 15 billion. Having just expended 3,800 million, Wei Ling still possessed 14,200 million, which she believed would be ample, as no other family present could afford to bid that high. 15 billion. If no one bids, we will decrease the price incrementally by 1 million, the host announced. As expected, the price began to drop. Just as it reached 14,300 million, Wei Ling was poised to bid at 14,200 million. To her utter shock, Li Feng interjected once again, 14,300 million. I will take it. Gasps echoed through the crowd, leaving them in disbelief at Li Feng's audacity. Goodness, 14,300 million. This person is incredibly wealthy, murmured the onlookers, realizing that another family, beyond the four major families, had emerged with such financial prowess. Amidst the applause, Li Feng ascended the stage to claim the plot. Meanwhile, Wei Ling's expression soured, her mind racing with disbelief. How could this be? Li Feng, merely a son-in-law with a background from an inconsequential family, could not possibly afford such a bid. No, she realized, Li Feng's bid of 14,300 million was only a million more than hers, suggesting that it was no mere coincidence. The earlier bid of 3,800 million had strategically left her with 14,200 million, allowing Li Feng to secure the plot she deemed unattainable with just a slight increase. This was a trap, a cunning ploy. Li Feng, just wait. Wei Ling seethed, now fully aware of the scheme he had orchestrated against her. Yang Fan had failed to uncover Li Feng's true background, and it seemed Lu Qian had shifted loyalties, leaving Wei Ling enraged yet enlightened. Don't think you've triumphed over the Wei family so easily, Li Feng. We shall see. With that, she stormed off in a fury. Li Feng emerged victorious from the bidding war, having secured the land for 14,300 million, funded by the Li family from Beijing. Upon returning, he instructed Lu Hua to swiftly coordinate with the Lu family, while he intended to transfer the property to Su Muqing. Brother Feng, if you give this land to sister-in-law, won't she suspect anything? After all, this is worth over 10 billion. Lu Hua exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. While aware of Li Feng's connections to the Li family in Beijing, he remained uncertain of the specifics. Li Feng, however, remained tight-lipped, emphasizing the importance of discretion as they plotted their larger strategy. Despite their triumph over Wei Ling, the Wei family still held 13 billion, and their downfall was not imminent. Furthermore, the Wang family loomed as the largest family in Nanqing. Brother Feng, the Wang family differs from the others. Their strength lies in finance rather than real estate or hospitality. If we bring them down, the entire economy of Nanqing could collapse, Lu Hua cautioned. Li Feng acknowledged Lu Hua's concerns, having anticipated the intricate web of economic relations. I am well aware of the implications, and once we have dealt with the Wei family, I will reveal my plans for the Wang family. The Wang family's status as the foremost family in Nanqing is bolstered by a powerful ally from Beijing, a detail I will elaborate on later, he assured. Reassured by Li Feng's insight, Lu Hua felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to Su's company, Li Feng presented the land to Su Muqing, leaving her utterly astonished and speechless. My goodness, Li Feng, where did you acquire such wealth? She stared at him, incredulous. Li Feng, of course, did not disclose that the land acquisition was facilitated by his connections. My dear, I certainly do not possess such a sum of money. This land was jointly acquired by the Liu and Liu families. However, at present, neither the Liu nor the Liu family can afford to manage it, which is why they have entrusted us with its oversight. Yet, we are not merely managing it for free. Once it becomes profitable, we shall receive a share of the profits, Li Feng explained. Although Su Muqing was unaware of the rationale behind the Liu and Liu family's decision, she recognized the considerable benefits that could be derived from effectively managing this land. Li Feng, could it be that you are truly a person of great fortune? I have observed that your luck seems to be quite exceptional, she remarked, gazing at him as if he were a priceless treasure. Fearing that Su Muqing might grow suspicious, Li Feng sought an excuse to depart. He needed to take decisive action against the Wei family, for Wei Ling harbored an intense animosity towards him. If he did not act swiftly to undermine the Wei family, it would only spell trouble for himself in the future. Within the Wei family's corporate office, Wei Ling seethed with rage. How infuriating! That Li Feng, I shall make him pay. After venting her frustration, she attempted to contact Lu Qian, but Lu Qian refused to answer her call. Consequently, she turned to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, having already anticipated Wei Ling's call as per Li Feng's instructions, answered promptly, Wei Zong, how may I assist you? Wei Ling's temper flared as she retorted, What do you mean? How may I assist you? I instructed you to investigate Li Feng's true identity. What have you discovered? If Li Feng were merely a son-in-law with the Liu family backing him, how could he possibly seize over 14 billion from me? Seeing Wei Ling's ire, Yang Fan hastily explained, Wei Zong, I assure you I have conducted a thorough investigation, utilizing all necessary connections. It appears that Li Feng has concealed his true self exceptionally well. Realizing that blaming Yang Fan would yield no fruitful outcome, Wei Ling acknowledged that she still had over 10 billion at her disposal, which she needed to utilize wisely in the ongoing competition against Li Feng and Lu Hua for dominance in the Nanjing market. After terminating the call, she promptly convened a meeting to discuss her future strategies. During the meeting, several executives suggested that the Wei family should consider collaborating with the Wang family, Nanjing's foremost clan. Though the Wang family dominated the financial sector, they lacked substantial industrial influence. Wei Ling contemplated using the industrial potential as a bargaining chip to negotiate a partnership with the Wang family. Should the Wei family ally with the Wang family, the Liu family, and Li Feng would no longer pose a threat. Just as Wei Ling resolved to seek an opportunity to negotiate with the Wang family, she was unexpectedly contacted by them. Chapter 66. The premier family. To her astonishment, Wei Ling received a call from the Wang family. Hello, Wei Zong, I am Wang Tian, the general manager of a construction materials company under the Wang Group. He introduced himself. Curiously, Wei Ling inquired, What brings you to contact me, Manager Wang? Wang Zong, are you interested in a partnership with our Wang family? We have always been keen on the industrial development in Nanjing. If our two families were to collaborate, we could undoubtedly achieve great things, Wang Tian stated directly. Wei Ling was taken aback by the Wang family's unexpected outreach and speculated that they must have sensed the recent developments in Nanjing, fearing that the Liu and Liu family's alliance might encroach upon their interests. To be honest, we have been considering a partnership with the Wang family. Your timing is impeccable, she replied, seamlessly transitioning into discussions about potential collaboration. The conversation between Wei Ling and Wang Tian progressed smoothly, and she felt optimistic that this alliance would empower them to outmaneuver the Liu family, and Li Feng. Meanwhile, in the office of the Su family, Su Muqing was about to reprimand Li Feng for his abrupt departure when her secretary entered. Su Zong, there is someone outside claiming to be from the Wang family who wishes to discuss a collaboration with you, the secretary informed her. Upon hearing the name Wang family, Su Muqing's thoughts raced. Could it be the foremost family in Nanjing? Exiting her office, she encountered manager Wang Tian from the Wang Group, who introduced himself. Hello, Su Zong. I am Wang Tian, the general manager of the Wang Group. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with your company, he stated plainly. Surprised to confirm that he was indeed associated with Nanjing's premier family, Su Muqing found it bewildering that the Wang family sought to engage with her company. Manager Wang, may I inquire why the leading family in Nanjing wishes to partner with a small company like ours? She asked, perplexed. Wang Tian smiled and replied, Su Zong, your ability to collaborate with the Liu and Liu families indicates that your company is no longer small. Moreover, even if it is currently a smaller entity, it is poised to grow rapidly. After hearing Wang Tian's words, Su Muqing recognized that, as a member of the Wang family, he would possess such insights. However, she still harbored doubts. Even with our collaboration with the Liu and Liu families, you must understand that the Wang family is the foremost family in Nanqing. It seems improbable that we would be your first choice for a partnership, given the presence of several other prominent families in the region, she countered. Wang Tian, perceiving Su Muqing's astuteness, responded, "Since you pose such an inquiry, I shall be candid. Although the Wang family is indeed the leading family in Nanqing, our strength lies in the financial sector, while our industrial capabilities pale in comparison to the other three prominent families. We prefer to collaborate with you, rather than risk empowering our competitors." Su Muqing found Wang Tian's rationale somewhat convincing. However, she understood that such a decision could not rest solely on her shoulders. Thus, she called Li Feng back to her office. Upon hearing that the Wang family had sent a representative to discuss a partnership with Su Muqing, Li Feng was equally intrigued. Once he arrived at Su Muqing's company, Wang Tian introduced himself, confirming that the Wang family indeed sought to collaborate with the Su family. Directly addressing Wang Tian, Li Feng inquired, "What form would this collaboration take?" Wang Tian then produced a sample from his bag. Both Su Muqing and Li Feng recognized it as a wall material. Su Zong, Li Zong, as you are both rooted in the construction materials industry, you are likely aware that wallpaper and fabric currently dominate approximately 60% of the Nanqing market, while latex paint accounts for only around 30%, with the remainder comprised of various other materials, Wang Tian explained. As he spoke, he began to sketch on the sample with some colored markers. Just as Su Muqing and Li Feng were puzzled by his actions, Wang Tian unexpectedly wiped the sample clean with a damp cloth. Su Muqing gasped, "What kind of wall material is this? Its stain-resistant properties are remarkable. It could even serve as a canvas." Li Feng, equally intrigued by the sample, marveled at its cleanliness. Typically, once a wall is marked, it is challenging to restore its pristine condition. Yet, the material in Wang Tian's hands could be effortlessly cleaned, which was truly astonishing. Noticing their astonished expressions, Wang Tian knew he had made his point. "Su Zong, Li Zong, I can see that you are encountering this type of wall material for the first time. This washable latex paint is a patented product that our Wang family imported from abroad. Such technology is non-existent in the domestic market. We wish to collaborate with you using this innovative material. What are your thoughts?" Having spent years in the construction materials industry, Su Muqing had never encountered such an extraordinary product. If this wall material were applied in homes, it would alleviate concerns about dust and make cleaning a breeze. She believed that with a little promotion, this new material could swiftly capture the Nanqing market. "We are willing to collaborate with the Wang family, but what is your wholesale price for this washable wall material?" Su Muqing inquired. Although the wall materials provided by Wang Tian are of excellent quality, Su Muqing believes that most households will require them for renovations. However, if the cost of these materials is excessively high, it will be challenging to promote them. "Mr. Su, we are sincerely interested in collaborating with you. We can offer you a wholesale price of 1,000 yuan per bucket for this wall material," Wang Tian stated. Upon hearing the price, Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. At such a price point, retail costs would likely exceed 1,600 yuan per bucket, which is exorbitantly high. In contrast, ordinary latex paint only costs around 200 to 300 yuan at wholesale. Although Wang Tian's materials are of superior quality, their high price suggests that only the affluent would consider using them. "Mr. Wang, this price seems rather steep. While the quality is commendable, such a high price will hinder promotion." Su Muqing hesitated. Wang Tian chuckled, "Mr. Su, exceptional products seldom come at a bargain. Moreover, our wall materials are not intended for the average consumer. You can target mid to high-end clientele. This is the lowest price I can offer. If you wish to collaborate with us, we can finalize the agreement today. The contract is prepared. A commitment to purchase 10,000 buckets will secure your status as our distributor." Su Muqing was taken aback by the requirement to purchase 10,000 buckets, realizing it would entail an investment exceeding 100 million yuan. Given that the Su family's finances are currently earmarked for various projects, she was uncertain whether they could allocate such a sum for collaboration with the Wang family. Wang Tian noticed Su Muqing's hesitation and, sensing her waning interest, began to retract the contract. At this moment, Li Feng promptly intervened. "Mr. Wang, please don't rush. We are indeed eager to collaborate with the Wang family, but committing over 100 million yuan requires us time for consideration," Li Feng stated. Wang Tian, sensing that he had captivated Li Feng and Su Muqing's interest, shifted his tone from modest to somewhat disdainful. "Mr. Su, Mr. Li, our Wang family is the foremost family in Nanqing. While we may not have extensively developed our business in the past, numerous families in Nanjing aspire to partner with us. Furthermore, with our unique wall materials, which have yet to be seen on the market, if you fail to seize this opportunity, you will undoubtedly regret it, Wang Tian asserted. Su Muqing found Wang Tian's argument compelling and glanced at Li Feng, seeking his opinion. Li Feng recognized Su Muqing's desire to secure the agency rights for this material. Mr. Wang, we agree to collaborate, but we require assurance that once we invest over 100 million yuan, you will exclusively partner with our company in Nanjing. Otherwise, we will need to reconsider, Li Feng proposed. Su Muqing concurred with Li Feng's rationale. If the Wang family were to partner with the Su family and subsequently collaborate with other families, the market in Nanjing would inevitably become chaotic, leading to price wars among competitors. Very well, I accept your demand, Wang Tian replied. After finalizing the collaboration, Wang Tian departed, appearing visibly relieved. Li Feng, I never anticipated your acumen in the building materials industry and market economics, Su Muqing remarked, surprised by his insight. At that moment, Li Feng was oblivious to her praise. I sense something is amiss. Wang Tian seems rather peculiar, yet I cannot discern his intentions, Li Feng muttered, furrowing his brow. Chapter 67. Trouble arises upon hearing Li Feng's concerns. Su Muqing began to share his apprehension. Although they had signed a contract with the Wang family, the potential penalty for breach was only 10 to 20 million yuan, which seemed preferable to being swindled out of over 100 million. Li Feng, perhaps we should reconsider our collaboration with the Wang family. Since we have yet to take delivery of the goods, at most, we would only incur a penalty of 10 million yuan, Su Muqing suggested. Li Feng shook his head. I'm merely expressing suspicion without evidence. Let me consult with Lu Hua. He should have the latest information regarding the Wang family. Su Muqing agreed with his viewpoint, and Li Feng proceeded to the Lu family to meet Lu Hua. At that moment, Lu Hua was occupied in his office, negotiating specific business collaborations with the Lu family. Upon seeing Li Feng, he paused his work. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Lu Hua inquired. Li Feng replied, have you received any information about the Wang family recently? One of their project managers, named Wang Tian, approached me today to discuss collaboration. Lu Hua was startled upon hearing the name Wang family. Are you referring to the foremost family in Nanjing? Li Feng affirmed, yes, that is the one. Strange. The Wang family's actions seem rather inscrutable. I know a bit about that project manager, Wang Tian. He is the nephew of Wang Shuani, the patriarch of the Wang family. Wang Tian graduated from a university specializing in building materials and subsequently became a manager at a company under the Wang family's umbrella, Lu Hua explained. Li Feng was uncertain of the Wang family's intentions, but he was unafraid. Lu Hua, keep a close watch on the Wang family while also monitoring the Wei family. Although I am unsure of the Wang family's plans, we must remain vigilant regarding their collaboration with the Wei family, Li Feng expressed his concerns. According to Li Feng's strategy, the Wang family's influence in Nanjing must be neutralized. However, his original plan to eliminate the Wang family was a later step, as he could not afford to reveal his true identity linked to the Li family too soon. He needed to assess the strength of the other three prominent families before addressing the Wang family. Uncertain of the Wang family's motives, Li Feng contacted Yang Fan, instructing him to observe any changes within the Wei family company. Yang Fan had become Li Feng's informant, as Wei Ling had completely reclaimed authority from Yang Fan. But she did not suspect his loyalty. Li Feng, when will you bring down the Wei family? I can barely contain my impatience. Wei Ling is becoming increasingly intolerable. Yang Fan complained over the phone. Li Feng chuckled, do not rush. While Wei Ling may not value you as before, she harbors no suspicions. Remain diligent at the Wei family company, gathering information for me. Before long, I will dismantle their influence. After ending the call, Li Feng returned to Su Muqing's company and suggested, since we are uncertain of the Wang family's intentions, we might as well proceed with the order. After all, we have already partnered with them, and their wall materials are indeed remarkable. Su Muqing found Li Feng's reasoning sound and initially transferred a portion of the payment to the Wang family. That afternoon, the Wang family delivered the goods to Su Muqing's warehouse. Once the Wang family representatives departed, Li Feng casually selected a bucket of latex paint and applied it to the wall to test its stain resistance. Li Feng explained to Su Muqing, if the Wang family intends to sabotage us, they would likely tamper with the materials, so I need to examine them first. To his surprise, upon testing the material himself, he found it to be as Wang Tian had described. Seeing that the materials were satisfactory, Su Muqing felt reassured. Li Feng, perhaps we are overthinking this. The Wang family may genuinely wish to collaborate with us. After all, they need to expand their presence in Nanjing's tangible industries. And we have no prior grievances with them, Su Muqing suggested. Fearing Su Muqing's anxiety, Li Feng concurred with her perspective but decided to take precautions by taking a few buckets of the Wang family's latex paint for further inspection. Su Muqing was taken aback by Li Feng's meticulousness, which she naturally appreciated. Just as Li Feng prepared to conduct his inspection, Su Muqing suddenly received alarming news. Hello, Mr. Su, we have a serious issue. 3 workers at our factory have been poisoned by formaldehyde, and reporters are already on site, the factory manager urgently relayed. Upon hearing that there was a problem at the shopping plaza, Su Muqing quickly inquired, Manager Su, what exactly happened? The materials used in the plaza are all from our company. How could there be formaldehyde poisoning? Manager Su is the chief engineer of the Plaza Mall and a long-standing employee of Su Muqing's company. He is also at a loss regarding the current situation. Upon noticing Su Muqing's anxiety, Li Feng promptly offered her reassurance and sought a solution. My dear, we must hurry to the site. Manager Su just mentioned that reporters are already conducting interviews. Even if there are issues with our company's materials, how could the reporters have known so swiftly? And who informed them? Su Muqing felt that Li Feng's analysis was sound. There could be no problems with their construction materials, and the presence of reporters suggested that someone was intent on sabotage. Indeed, someone is trying to undermine us. Li Feng, let us go now. After saying this, Su Muqing exited the office with Li Feng and headed to the construction site. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the site, only to find a multitude of people gathered, including a news media team conducting interviews. Hello, everyone. This is Nanqing TV. We have just received news that the Su family's plaza building is using substandard building materials, resulting in on-site formaldehyde poisoning of the workers. Such actions are utterly reprehensible, exclaimed the television host. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing felt an urgent desire to intervene and stop the broadcast, but Li Feng quickly restrained her. Darling, do not act impulsively. This is live television. If you confront the host, it will only exacerbate the situation, he advised. Su Muqing recognized the validity of his reasoning, yet she couldn't simply allow the host to spread falsehoods. So what should we do? She asked, furrowing her brow at Li Feng. He assured her with confidence that he had a plan. With that, Li Feng approached the television host. Su Muqing was unsure of his intentions and worried that he might act rashly, but recalling his earlier counsel, she refrained from stopping him. The female host continued her broadcast, oblivious to his approach. Viewers, consider this. If the Su family uses such inferior materials on their own site, can you trust their products? Moreover, the owner is jeopardizing his employees' health to save money, akin to the unscrupulous landlords of decades past. The host's impassioned words resonated with the gathered crowd, who echoed their agreement. Indeed, we will not use materials from such a company. Who would dare use formaldehyde-laden building materials? The Su family is harmful. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, prompting the host to direct the cameraman to capture their reactions. Li Feng found the scene perplexing. Setting aside how the television station received the news so quickly, he discerned that the audience was not merely bystanders, but rather a group organized to create chaos. You are the television host, correct? Why do your words resemble the barking of a dog? Is it true that a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory? Li Feng interjected, stepping in front of the cameraman and blocking the lens. The female host, noticing the disruption, immediately responded with ire. Who are you, and why are you obstructing our work? Li Feng retorted with a smile. Obstructing your work? Is your work to engage in malicious propaganda and deceitful reporting for morally bankrupt individuals? The host, incensed by his remarks, declared, You are speaking nonsense. Everything I report is true. There are still viewers present, and if you defame me, I will take legal action. Her fierce demeanor did not intimidate Li Feng. At that moment, the cameraman and several audience members began to threaten him. You have no business here. Leave immediately. If you continue to interfere, we will call the police. They warned. We are collaborating with the television station to perform a noble service. If you keep speaking recklessly, we will have you arrested. Chapter 68. The journalist assault. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Li Feng was convinced that these individuals were not genuine onlookers, but rather a premeditated group intent on causing disruption. Call the police? If the authorities arrive, they will not be apprehending me, but rather you, he asserted. Just as tensions escalated, the female host intervened to prevent any violence. Li Feng then confronted her again. What evidence do you have to claim that the workers collapsed due to formaldehyde exposure? Have you examined them in the hospital or interviewed the workers? Faced with Li Feng's inquiries, the host hastily instructed the cameraman to turn off the equipment. Of course, we inquired. Who are you? And what does this incident have to do with you? She questioned. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng called Su Muqing over. She is the person in charge of this plaza mall, and your malicious slander could lead to legal action, he asserted. Su Muqing glared at the instigators. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? If so, I will certainly take legal action against you. The host, now somewhat flustered, quickly replied, we are from the television station. How could we intentionally frame you? We received reports from the public and came here to investigate. Do not make unfounded accusations. As she spoke, she and the cameraman attempted to leave, but to Li Feng's surprise, the host directed the cameraman to interview the workers instead. Hello, worker. I am from Nanqing TV. Please tell us the truth. Did the 3 workers who were taken to the hospital collapse due to formaldehyde poisoning? The host inquired, microphone in hand. The worker hesitated, glancing nervously at Su Muqing. Noticing this, the host mockingly remarked, Su, your employees are too afraid to speak the truth in your presence. Perhaps I should interview you directly instead. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing urged the interviewed worker to speak candidly, as she did not believe their materials could truly be flawed. Li Feng sensed something was amiss and was about to intervene when the worker finally spoke. I don't know if the 3 rescued workers suffered from formaldehyde poisoning, but when the doctor came to provide treatment, they advised us to wear masks while working and suggested we should postpone construction for a while, the worker admitted. Su Muqing was taken aback by this revelation, pondering if perhaps there was indeed a problem with her company's materials. The host seized the moment, saying, well, Su, did you hear what your employee just said? If your materials were not problematic, the doctor would not have recommended that your workers delay construction or wear masks. At this juncture, Su Muqing was left speechless by the host's probing inquiries. It was then that Li Feng stepped forward. Our building materials are certified and have passed national inspections. There cannot be any issues. I suspect this is a deliberate act of sabotage by competitors. You would do well to refrain from broadcasting this matter, or you will be liable for damages to our company, he declared. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the female television host scoffed coldly. Your company has issues with its materials, causing harm to its own employees, and yet you accuse us of malicious sabotage. I see this as merely the excuse commonly employed by heartless companies like yours. This interview ends here. Prepare for the entire city of Nan to witness this news. After delivering this statement, she attempted to leave, but Li Feng swiftly blocked her path. You think it's that easy to walk away? He stood firm in front of her. The host cast a disdainful glance at Li Feng, then signaled to a group of onlookers feigning interest. They immediately approached, ready to confront Li Feng. Move aside, kid. What is this? Do you intend to attack the television crew? It seems you're afraid of your company's disgrace being exposed, hence threatening the press. With so many of us here, we must uphold justice. If he dares to strike, we will act together. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Muqing hurried to Li Feng's side, urging him not to retaliate. These people are undoubtedly in cahoots with her. Do not provoke them. It would only exacerbate our company's predicament, she advised. Li Feng understood her intent. He could easily handle the group. But if the host were to report maliciously on Su's company, claiming they resorted to violence to conceal the truth, the repercussions would be far graver. You may leave, but remember this. Once I uncover the truth, I will personally seek retribution, Li Feng declared. Is that so? I believe you should focus on how to remedy your company's losses instead, the host replied with a mocking laugh as she departed. Li Feng felt a surge of frustration at her laughter, his fists clenching tightly. Ultimately, he restrained himself, vowing to make them pay for this injustice. Darling, let us hurry to the hospital to check on the 3 injured workers, he said, turning to Su Muqing. Nodding in agreement, they made their way to the hospital. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find a throng of reporters waiting outside for interviews. What is going on? Are we doomed? There are so many reporters at the hospital, Su Muqing exclaimed. Before Li Feng could reassure her, one reporter recognized Su Muqing and shouted, "The owner of Su Family Square Mall, Su Muqing, has arrived." Instantly, they were surrounded by a swarm of journalists. Ms. Su, can you confirm if your company's construction materials have passed national inspections? Did you utilize your own materials for the construction of the mall? Reports indicate that your materials are toxic, and 3 employees have been hospitalized due to formaldehyde poisoning. Please respond to our inquiries. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Su Muqing struggled to find her words amidst the chaos. Li Feng perceived a distinction between these reporters and the earlier female host. The latter seemed intent on causing trouble, whereas this group appeared genuinely informed. Noticing Su Muqing's uncertainty, he whispered a few encouraging words. Gathering her composure, Su Muqing addressed the reporters. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Muqing. I cannot ascertain whether this incident is a deliberate smear campaign by competitors, but I assure you that all our construction materials are rigorously tested. If you doubt this, feel free to visit our company. Upon hearing her statement, the reporters shot back with more inquiries. Ms. Su, if you suspect a competitor is behind this, which company do you think is most likely? One reporter pressed. I apologize, but I do not have evidence at this moment. However, I will certainly find it. Regardless of which company or family it is, if they are maliciously damaging our reputation, I, Su Muqing, will take them to court and hold them accountable. After making her declaration, Li Feng firmly took Su Muqing's arm and pulled her away from the reporters. They pursued her. But fortunately, the hospital barred them entry, allowing Li Feng and Su Muqing to finally escape. Li Feng, how can you be so sure these reporters are not hired by competitors? Su Muqing inquired as they walked. Li Feng smiled. Dear, competitors aim to damage our image outright. If these reporters were hired by them, they would not be at the hospital but rather, like that female host earlier, making unfounded accusations. Chapter 69. The terrifying truth. Su Muqing contemplated Li Feng's words, recognizing the logic in his reasoning. I never realized how strong your reasoning skills are, she remarked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. This is the first time you've complimented me. Since I'm so impressive, perhaps you should praise me more often, Li Feng jested. Enough. With such a major crisis at the company, I hardly have the energy to flatter you. If you can devise a solution to this predicament, I will find a proper time to commend you, Su Muqing responded. Li Feng readily agreed. A few minutes later, they arrived at the hospital room of the 3 injured workers. Upon seeing Su Muqing, the workers grew anxious, attempting to rise. Su Muqing urged them to remain in bed and rest. I understand you collapsed due to formaldehyde poisoning during construction. Is that true? She inquired. The 3 workers exchanged hesitant glances. Speak freely. I need to know the truth, Su Muqing insisted urgently. Yes, Miss Su. We indeed fainted due to dizziness while working, one worker admitted. Li Feng interjected. Did you collapse from exhaustion? Or was it due to inhaling formaldehyde or other toxins that made you feel unwell? One worker replied. We felt unwell, but we cannot confirm if it was formaldehyde. It just felt like some poison entered our bodies, and then we fainted. Li Feng and Su Muqing were taken aback by this revelation. According to the worker, it was indeed formaldehyde poisoning that caused them to faint. Yet, Su Muqing's company utilized only certified materials that should not pose any risk. This is impossible. Our materials are compliant with national standards, Su Muqing remarked, perplexed. Li Feng pondered for a moment before leading Su Muqing outside the room. Why are we stepping out? I still have questions for them, she asked. Dear. The workers have already stated they were poisoned by formaldehyde during construction. Further inquiries would be futile. We should consult the doctors and examine their health reports instead. This would provide more concrete evidence regarding the integrity of our materials, Li Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing realized her oversight. Acknowledging that she had overlooked such a straightforward course of action, Li Feng observed that Su Muqing was feeling fatigued as she rubbed her head, prompting him to suggest a medical checkup, conveniently available at the hospital. However, Su Muqing declined, asserting that her troubles were merely emotional and insisted they should focus on the examination reports. Upon meeting the doctor, before they could utter a word, the doctor inquired about their identities. Su Muqing identified herself as the employer of the 3 affected workers, and to her dismay, the doctor's demeanor shifted drastically for the worse. He expressed incredulity at how a boss could allow employees to work under such hazardous conditions, warning that without prompt medical intervention, lives could have been lost. This revelation startled Su Muqing. Li Feng immediately grabbed the examination reports and was taken aback to find that all 3 workers had been diagnosed with formaldehyde poisoning. Su Muqing, discerning the gravity of Li Feng's expression, could hardly accept the reality when she saw the reports, feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Li Feng was there to support her. Dear, take a moment to sit while I speak with the doctor, he said, gently guiding her to a chair. After ensuring Su Muqing was settled, he consulted the doctor briefly. Once Su Muqing's spirits began to lift, Li Feng escorted her out of the hospital. Li Feng, I truly cannot fathom how our company's building materials could be compromised. It seems utterly impossible, Su Muqing lamented in the car. Li Feng, equally perplexed, sought to comfort her, saying, Dear, do not dwell on it. You are exhausted. Return home and rest well. I will handle this matter. Yet, Su Muqing felt disheartened, responding, but the 3 workers confirmed it, and the hospital's report indicates formaldehyde poisoning. I fear we may be powerless in this situation. Li Feng, however, remained resolute. My love, This is undoubtedly a malicious attack from a competitor. I suspect it is either the Wei family or the Wu family. The Wei family suffered significant losses at our expense, and Wei Ling will certainly not let this go unpunished. As for Wu Tianhao, he will undoubtedly seize any opportunity for revenge. But worry not. Whoever it may be, I will ensure they face the consequences. Though Su Muqing was unsure of the source of Li Feng's confidence, his words did provide her some solace. Li Feng continued, I will visit the Lu family to discuss this matter with Lu Hua. You should drive home and await my good news. Su Muqing acquiesced to Li Feng's plan. Yet instead of resting, she returned to the company. Given the severity of the situation, she had no inclination to rest, and upon arriving, she retrieved several buckets of latex paint for inspection. Having been in the building materials business for many years, Su Muqing maintained strict oversight of her company's products, firmly believing that neither the primary nor auxiliary materials should have any defects. Meanwhile, after leaving Su Muqing, Li Feng did not visit Lu Hua. Lu Hua was currently engaged with the Lu family, and it would be futile for Li Feng to seek him out, as Lu Hua typically followed Li Feng's lead. Instead, Li Feng drove back to the hospital to have another conversation with the 3 hospitalized workers. He found their behavior peculiar. While they appeared relaxed discussing personal matters, their demeanor shifted to one of seriousness when the topic turned to their work, particularly the formaldehyde poisoning. Logically, one would expect workers injured on the job to seek compensation, and even the most unassuming workers would voice complaints. Yet, despite extensive conversation, the workers neither complained about the company nor exhibited any signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, they wore expressions of inexplicable guilt, which puzzled Li Feng immensely. After departing the hospital, Li Feng proceeded to the construction site. Now devoid of activity as the workers had returned home for rest, it was the perfect opportunity for Li Feng to conduct a thorough investigation. He trusted Su Muqing's assertion that her company's materials were sound. Equipped with a formaldehyde testing device, he approached the area where the 3 workers had been working. If the device detected no formaldehyde, it would indicate that the workers were lying. To his surprise, the device did register formaldehyde, albeit at a low concentration. This finding confirmed that the workers were truthful, as formaldehyde levels would diminish with temperature and air circulation. Could it be that there were indeed issues with Su Muqing's building materials? Li Feng pondered aloud. At that moment, Su Muqing called him. He promptly answered, eager to inquire whether there were any problems with her company's materials. However, Su Muqing firmly stated on the other end, Li Feng, I just had the company's materials tested, and there are absolutely no issues. With Su Muqing's reaffirmation that the materials were sound, Li Feng chose not to disclose his findings at the construction site. Just as he hung up, he noticed the formaldehyde testing device's readings suddenly spiked. Announcement. Starting today, daily updates will be moved to 3 p.m. Due to personal circumstances, daily updates will now occur at 3 p.m., with a guarantee of at least 3 updates each day. Any donations will lead to additional updates. Thank you all for your continued support. I have received numerous suggestions, including corrections on names, and I will make it a point to review my writing thoroughly to minimize errors in the future. If anyone has further suggestions, please leave a comment. I hope to see everyone this afternoon at 3 p.m. I will be here waiting for you, come rain or shine. Chapter 70. Finding clues. Li Feng was astonished as the formaldehyde testing device's readings continued to soar. Eventually, he discovered 3 shattered glass bottles nearby. These bottles contained a liquid that, upon testing, proved to be formaldehyde. He snapped a photo with his phone and carefully collected the shattered bottles along with the remnants of the formaldehyde solution before returning to the hospital. Li Feng's objective was to ascertain whether these glass bottles, containing formaldehyde, had been brought to the site by the workers. If they were indeed responsible, it would imply that the workers had been bribed to frame Su Muqing's family. Upon returning to the hospital, he learned that the 3 workers had already checked out, claiming they could not afford the hospital bills. Li Feng now understood that the workers had undoubtedly been bribed to deliberately implicate Su Muqing's family. Back at the company, he relayed the situation to Su Muqing, who was taken aback upon seeing the glass bottles and the formaldehyde. Li Feng, since we now have evidence that the materials are not at fault, we must act swiftly to announce this and invite some reporters to clarify the situation, she proposed. However, Li Feng countered, not just yet. These glass bottles and the formaldehyde alone might not suffice as convincing evidence. We need to locate the 3 workers and have them disclose the identity of those orchestrating this scheme in front of the media. Li Feng's reasoning, while sound, left Su Muqing perplexed. She pondered how the 3 workers, having accepted payment, could possibly be willing to assist the company. Li Feng assured her he had his own methods. But first, he needed to ascertain the home addresses of these 3 workers. Su Muqing attempted to contact manager Su, who was in charge of the project, but his phone remained unreachable. As she prepared to call again, Li Feng advised her to refrain from doing so. Dear, there is no need to keep trying. If my suspicions are correct, manager Su has likely been bribed as well, he stated. Su Muqing realized the gravity of the situation. Workers were being sent to the site with formaldehyde, only to alert reporters at the first opportunity. Manager Su's cooperation was essential. Without him, the workers would likely hesitate to betray the company. Li Feng, we must confront Xu Yang. How dare he betray the company and assist our rivals? I will report him to the authorities. Su Muqing exclaimed in anger. Li Feng urged her to calm down and take a seat. Finding manager Su won't be easy. Even if he hasn't left Nanjing, he is surely hiding somewhere. Remember, he was absent when we visited the site. He must have fled, he reasoned. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing grew despondent. Li Feng quickly reassured her, do not worry, my love. Although Xu Yang may have run off with the money, the three workers cannot escape so swiftly. If we can find even one of them and persuade him to speak the truth, we can resolve this issue. However, Su Muqing lamented, but only Xu Yang knows the workers' information, and if he has gone, how can we locate them? Li Feng reassured her again, stating that if he could learn the names of the three workers, he could have someone track them down. After an extensive search through the personnel database, Su Muqing finally identified the names of the three individuals. Dear, it's getting late. You should return home and await my updates, Li Feng advised. Assuming he was going to seek Lu Hua's assistance, she insisted on accompanying him. However, Li Feng insisted she rest at home, believing it would allow him to search for the workers more effectively. Su Muqing, sensing there may be complications if she joined him, ultimately acquiesced and returned home to rest. Li Feng's decision to seek out the three workers alone stemmed from his awareness of Su Muqing's exhaustion. The recent turmoil at the company had taken a toll on her, and she had nearly collapsed at the hospital. Furthermore, Li Feng had no intention of involving Lu Hua, who lacked the capability to locate the workers swiftly. Instead, he sought Ma Yang, whose unique position often facilitated quicker results. With the photographs of the three workers in hand, Li Feng set off in his vehicle to find Ma Yang. While en route, he received a call from Su Muqing. Hello, dear. What is the matter? He inquired after pulling over. Li Feng, it's urgent. Check your phone. Nearly every television station in Nanjing is reporting that our company is facing issues due to formaldehyde in the materials, causing employees to be hospitalized. Several of our previous partners and clients are now looking to terminate contracts and demand compensation for their losses, Su Muqing spoke in a frantic tone. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately opened his phone to verify the news, confirming Su Muqing's account. The headlines indeed centered around the formaldehyde scandal involving Su's construction company. Do not panic, my love. I will soon discover the addresses of those three employees. If I can locate them and urge them to clarify the situation, our company will be safe, he comforted her. Left with little choice, Su Muqing placed her hopes in Li Feng, ending the call to address the concerns of those seeking to dissolve contracts or sue the company. At that moment, Li Feng surmised who was orchestrating the chaos. Wu Tianhao lacked the influence to manipulate the entire news media in Nanjing. It was evident that Wei Ling was behind this scheme. He promptly dialed Yang Fan. Hello, Li Feng. What brings you to call at this hour? Yang Fan queried. Yang Fan, do you still desire to win Wei Ling's affections? Li Feng asked, gauging Yang Fan's current intentions. Of course. I've been thinking about her incessantly. Are you planning to take action against the Wei family? Yang Fan responded eagerly. Li Feng's question was merely a probe to assess Yang Fan's mindset. If you wish to pursue Wei Ling, you must assist me diligently. I need you to keep a close watch on her at the Wei company. What have you been doing? Wei Ling has already begun retaliating against the Su family, and you have provided me with no intelligence. Li Feng reprimanded him. Li Feng held a strong disdain for Yang Fan, and were it not for Yang Fan's potential usefulness, he would have severed ties with him long ago. Sensing Li Feng's ire, Yang Fan hurriedly defended himself. Brother Feng, Wei Ling is simply not valuing my input anymore. She keeps me in the dark, and there's nothing I can do. Li Feng, recognizing that Yang Fan was likely truthful, deduced that since Wei Ling had ceased to rely on him, she would not divulge any information to him. In that case, send me Wei Ling's phone number, he instructed before ending the call, realizing Yang Fan had become largely unhelpful. Soon enough, Yang Fan sent Wei Ling's number. Eager to discern her plans, Li Feng dialed the number. Unfamiliar with Li Feng's contact, Wei Ling initially declined the call. Ultimately, after receiving a text from Li Feng, she answered. Ah, I thought it was someone important. How amusing to hear from you, Li Feng, the son-in-law. Aren't you afraid of your wife, Su Muqing, punishing you for calling me this late? Wei Ling mocked. Li Feng, detecting her jovial demeanor, was further convinced of her involvement in the attacks on Su Muqing's company. Ah, Wei Ling, I must apologize for inadvertently taking that plot of land from you last time. I intended to call and express my regrets, but you seem to be in good spirits. Clearly, I haven't caused you enough distress, Li Feng responded with a chuckle. Recalling the land she had lost to Li Feng, Wei Ling's mood soured momentarily, but upon seeing the negative news about Su Muqing's company, she regained her cheer. Li Feng, while you're preoccupied with your petty grievances, perhaps you should focus on resolving the formaldehyde poisoning issue affecting your wife's employees. I presume the entire city of Nanqing is now aware of it. Congratulations on your company's sudden notoriety, she taunted. Li Feng replied confidently, Wei Ling, my wife's company is under no obligation to seek your counsel. I will manage the situation myself. You should be more concerned about your own family's reputation. This remark incited immediate outrage from Wei Ling. What do you mean by that? The Wei family's reputation in Nanqing has always been impeccable. If you dare to maliciously tarnish our name, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures against you, she retorted. Li Feng, unfazed by her threats, declared, I won't beat around the bush, Wei Ling. If I discover that you are behind the turmoil affecting the Su family's company, I will ensure that you and the Wei family pay a steep price. Chapter 71. Ill-gotten gains. Wei Ling, unfazed, responded with a cold laugh, Li Feng, you should focus on aiding your wife with her company's troubles first. She then hung up, leaving Li Feng to continue his search for Ma Yang. Upon his arrival, Ma Yang, unaware of Li Feng's visit, expressed irritation that he hadn't been notified in advance to prepare for his arrival. Li Feng replied that there was no need for formalities. He had come to find someone. Ma Yang, these three individuals are employees of my wife Su Muqing's company. They have accepted ill-gotten money to falsely accuse us. Could you please help me swiftly locate their residences? Li Feng handed the photographs of the three workers to Ma Yang. After receiving the photos and scrutinizing the names and faces, Ma Yang confidently stated, Brother Feng, with these images and names, I can have someone find them immediately. Hearing this, Li Feng felt reassured. Approximately half an hour later, Ma Yang provided Li Feng with the home addresses and information of the three individuals. Brother Feng, do you need my assistance? Ma Yang inquired. No need, Li Feng replied. He believed that these workers might have been blinded by money, and there was no necessity for excessive retribution. Ma Yang, I can handle this myself. After all, these three workers are internal staff, so I must proceed with caution, Li Feng said. Understanding Li Feng's intent, Ma Yang refrained from offering further help. After departing from Ma Yang's territory, Li Feng resolved to visit the home of a worker named Zhu Ren first. According to the information Ma Yang provided, Zhu Ren had brought his family to live in the South City, while the families of the other two workers resided elsewhere. If he wanted these workers to divulge the truth, Li Feng knew that a bit of intimidation might be necessary. Zhu Ren's wife and daughter were both in the South City, with the daughter attending school there. Li Feng was certain he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Upon arriving at Zhu Ren's residence, Li Feng quietly exited his vehicle. Initially intending to boldly knock on the door and enter, he reconsidered, realizing that doing so would give Zhu Ren the chance to prepare. Thus, he decided to observe quietly first. Zhu Ren lived in modest conditions, sharing a rented house with several others. To avoid disturbing anyone, Li Feng took a running leap onto the roof and effortlessly made his way into the yard. In the yard, there were several rooms, and Li Feng was uncertain which one belonged to Zhu Ren. At that moment, he noticed a light suddenly turn on in one of the rooms. He hurried to the window of that room and peered in, discovering a man conversing quietly with a woman. The man was Zhu Ren. The window was not tightly shut, allowing Li Feng to overhear their conversation clearly. Honey, is the child asleep? Zhu Ren whispered to his wife, as if he were a thief. His wife, puzzled by Zhu Ren's furtive demeanor, asked, Zhu Ren, what are you up to? Why are you speaking to me like a thief in our own home? Upon hearing his wife's voice rise, Zhu Ren quickly gestured for her to lower her volume. What is going on? Have you done something wrong? You're not in trouble with the law, are you? His wife inquired anxiously. Having been married for some time, despite their hardships, the prospect of their child brought hope. The thought of her husband being arrested was unbearable. Zhu Ren, realizing he had frightened his wife, smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, dear. Look, this is what I earned this month. He then produced a stack of cash. Seeing her husband with such a large sum, his wife exclaimed, Honey, how did you earn so much this month? It's my hard work. My boss gave me a bonus. This is 10,000 yuan. Haha, my income is now over 10,000 a month, Zhu Ren replied. His wife, thrilled, praised him profusely for his success. Sensing her joy, Zhu Ren decided to reveal the truth. Actually, I earned more than that this month. I made 200,000. His wife's expression froze in shock. 200,000? How did you manage that? You didn't break the law, did you? She asked worriedly. No, this is actually compensation from the company. I was poisoned by formaldehyde during construction today. Look at this news, Zhu Ren said, handing his phone to his wife to show her the article. After reading the news, his wife quickly grasped the situation. Zhu Ren, if you were poisoned by formaldehyde, how come you were discharged so soon? The article said you were on the verge of death, she said, perplexed. Zhu Ren chuckled. Oh, dear. Do you really believe everything in the news? I'm perfectly fine. We both know that. Li Feng, overhearing this, quickly took out his phone to record the conversation. Zhu Ren's wife, though uneducated and without a phone, was not foolish. She immediately realized what was happening. Could it be that you deliberately inhaled that formaldehyde? She pondered. Sensing his wife's suspicion, Zhu Ren cautiously glanced out the window. Thankfully, Li Feng had hidden just in time. Once he confirmed no one was outside, Zhu Ren spoke again. Let me be honest with you. The manager at our construction site instructed the three of us to do this. He said if we followed through, we would each receive 200,000. After all, no one would die, and it wouldn't be discovered. Why not earn that money? With it, we won't have to worry about our daughter's college expenses. Zhu Ren said proudly. However, his wife appeared troubled, fearing that her husband might be arrested, which would ruin their family. Noticing her concern, Zhu Ren comforted her. Don't worry, that manager has already left the South City. Sue's company won't find us now, and I won't be going back to work for him. This will never be discovered. His wife felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this, but at that moment, Li Feng kicked the door open. Zhu Ren and his wife were startled. Who are you? Zhu Ren exclaimed in panic as he stared at the door. Li Feng stepped inside, pointing at Zhu Ren with anger. Zhu Ren, I know what you have done. As the saying goes, if you want to keep something hidden, you must not do it in the first place. Upon seeing Li Feng, Zhu Ren hastily pulled a kitchen knife from a drawer. Kid, I know you have a special relationship with Su Muqing. If you intend to arrest me on her behalf, I will not go easy on you. Zhu Ren threatened. Li Feng was taken aback that Zhu Ren had concealed a weapon. It appeared he was prepared for any eventuality. Zhu Ren, I consider you an ordinary worker who has served the Su family for so long. I will treat this as a moment of folly on your part. If you are willing to atone for your actions now, I will spare your life, Li Feng said calmly. Zhu Ren, unaware of Li Feng's true background, assumed he was merely working for Su Muqing. Nonsense. I haven't done anything wrong against the Su family. In fact, it's the Su family that used materials containing formaldehyde for our construction, causing me to suffer poisoning. I didn't even demand compensation. And now you want to slander me? Zhu Ren argued. Seeing Zhu Ren's obstinacy, Li Feng was about to take action when Zhu Ren's wife intervened. Honey, why not just admit it? If you get caught, what will become of our daughter and me? Zhu Ren, hearing his wife's plea, replied, Don't worry. They have no evidence. The police won't arrest me. He is the one who trespassed into our home. You should call the police and have him arrested. Li Feng found Zhu Ren's confidence amusing. Naturally, Zhu Ren's wife would not call the police. She had just realized her husband had committed a crime against Sue's company and accepted 200,000 in illicit money. Unlike her husband, she was not reckless. At that moment, Zhu Ren's daughter was awakened by the commotion. Seeing her father holding a knife and confronting a stranger, she immediately ran over in fear. Daddy, is that person a robber? Li Feng, losing his patience, warned. I have recorded your private conversation on my phone. If you do not wish to atone for your sins, I will have no choice but to call the police. If your husband is arrested, your family will truly be ruined. After Li Feng finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Zhu Ren's wife. Chapter 72. Who exactly are you, Li Feng? Li Feng could discern that Zhu Ren's wife would undoubtedly persuade him to reconsider, as she did not wish for her husband to be apprehended by the police and imprisoned. Zhu Ren, just agree to him. Give him the money. We are merely ordinary citizens, seeking to live our lives honestly, Zhu Ren's wife urged. Zhu Ren, holding a knife, still threatened Li Feng fiercely. Kid, don't push me. I have already made a mistake. I refuse to give you 200,000. If the person behind this sees me speaking on your behalf, my entire family will likely face disaster. Li Feng understood the implications of Zhu Ren's words. The previous manager Su had certainly made the stakes abundantly clear when instructing these three workers. Although Zhu Ren did not know who the orchestrator was, he surely recognized that this individual had a formidable background, one he could not afford to offend. If you are willing to assist me, I will absolve you of your sins and ensure your safety, and you can still keep the 200,000, Li Feng offered. If you refuse to help me, I can use this video from my phone to report you, leading the police to arrest you. After speaking, Li Feng played the video he had recorded outside, clearly capturing the dialogue between Zhu Ren and his wife. Upon realizing that Li Feng had indeed recorded the video, Zhu Ren rushed to snatch it away, but Li Feng swiftly kicked him to the ground. If you dare to hit my dad, I will fight you. Zhu Ren's daughter, unafraid of danger, picked up the knife from the ground and lunged at Li Feng. However, Li Feng refrained from harming a young girl, deftly avoiding her attack. Zhu Ren, I give you one last chance. You had better think carefully, Li Feng declared. After rising, Zhu Ren immediately confiscated the knife from his daughter. Even if I want to help you, I fear that the person behind this will retaliate against us. Zhu Ren expressed his concerns. Li Feng reassured him. Rest assured, all I need is a brief appearance on camera to prove my case. Afterwards, you can leave Nanqing with the money. Hearing this, Zhu Ren realized he had no other options. All right, I agree, he conceded. Subsequently, Li Feng began filming Zhu Ren on his phone as he recounted the instructions manager Su had given them. With this video, they could silence the media. Zhu Ren, do you know the whereabouts of the other two workers? Li Feng inquired. Zhu Ren hesitated briefly before responding. Those two workers have already left. They do not have families in Nanqing, but I know where they have gone. I do have their contact information. Li Feng had indeed guessed correctly. The other two workers had departed, but Zhu Ren mentioned he could reach them. Contact them immediately and tell them that if they are willing to record a video confirming that the Su family's materials contain no formaldehyde, and that they were bribed to falsely accuse the Su family, I will give each of them 500,000, Li Feng instructed. After handing Zhu Ren a bank card containing 2 million, 1 million for him to share with the other two workers and the remaining million for himself, Zhu Ren was astonished that Li Feng was not holding a grudge against him and was even offering him money. He quickly contacted the other two workers. Upon seeing the video Zhu Ren had recorded, the other two workers realized the situation was compromised. Therefore, they decided to follow Li Feng's request and sent the video. Satisfied with the 3 videos, Li Feng departed. Before leaving, he reminded Zhu Ren to behave himself in the future. Otherwise, this stroke of luck in avoiding arrest would not last. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, Zhu Ren began to regret his previous actions, feeling a pang of guilt. Upon returning home, Li Feng found Su Muqing sitting on the sofa with Wang Xiuling, watching television. As soon as Su Muqing noticed Li Feng's return, she wanted to inquire about the situation but, not wanting to worry her mother, kept her questions to herself, gazing at Li Feng with anticipation. Li Feng, understanding her thoughts, smiled at her to indicate that everything had been resolved. Wang Xiuling, however, was seething with anger as she looked at Li Feng. Li Feng, have you been playing games all this time? I think you might as well stay at an internet CAF. My daughter and I have no objections, Wang Xiuling said pointedly. Earlier that day, Wang Xiuling had lost several thousand playing mahjong, a record loss for her. In search of answers, she consulted a fortune teller recommended by a friend, whom she trusted implicitly. The fortune teller claimed that there was an ominous presence in Wang Xiuling's home, leading her to suspect that Li Feng was the source of their misfortune. Furthermore, she had observed Su Muqing's ongoing melancholy, which she surmised was related to matters at her company. Since Li Feng had been involved with the company, Wang Xiuling concluded that he must be the harbinger of bad luck. Before Li Feng's return, Wang Xiuling had shared her thoughts with Su Muqing, who dismissed her mother's claims and was relieved that Wang Xiuling had not seen any news online. Had Wang Xiuling discovered that Su Muqing's company was in the headlines for negative reasons, she would have been furious and insisted on kicking Li Feng out of their home. Li Feng, noticing Wang Xiuling's growing discontent, decided to wait for an opportunity to divert her attention with a larger issue. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su Muqing, signaling her to follow him to another room to talk. Just as Su Muqing was about to rise, a news report suddenly blared from the television. According to our station's latest news, the Su family in Nanqing has caused their employees to faint during construction due to the use of materials containing formaldehyde. They are currently receiving emergency medical attention, with their lives hanging in the balance. Wang Xiuling immediately erupted in outrage. Daughter, is this true? She asked, staring at Su Muqing in shock. Su Muqing hurried to reassure her. Mom, the news is inaccurate. The 3 workers are in no real danger. Upon realizing the report was indeed accurate, Wang Xiuling pointed an accusatory finger at Li Feng, exclaiming, Li Feng, you are the source of this misfortune. Not only did you cause me to lose money playing mahjong, but you also put my daughter's company in jeopardy. How could there possibly be an issue with the materials from my daughter's company? This must surely be your bad luck at play. Li Feng was rendered speechless by his mother-in-law's accusations. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? The company's troubles have nothing to do with my losing at Mahjong. Su Muqing interjected, exasperated. We're already dealing with enough stress. You don't need to add to it. After pulling Li Feng back to her room, Su Muqing locked the door, leaving her mother pounding on it in frustration. Daughter, come out. I must speak with you about this. Li Feng is a bringer of bad luck? Wang Xiaoling insisted, still banging on the door. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Muqing sat on her bed in silence. Realizing that this situation could not continue, Wang Xiaoling resolved to bring the fortune teller to their home to expel Li Feng's bad luck. Noticing Su Muqing's distress, Li Feng approached her and opened the 3 videos on his phone. After watching the videos, Su Muqing felt considerably better. Li Feng, I can't believe you actually found those 3 workers and got them to record videos. Now we can clear the air, she said gratefully. Li Feng retrieved his phone, exuding confidence. Wife, this is just the beginning. Just watch, I will make that Wei Ling suffer greatly for this. Upon hearing that Li Feng was already aware of who was deliberately targeting her, Su Muqing inquired, Li Feng, do you have evidence proving that Wei Ling from the Wei family is intentionally framing us? Li Feng shook his head, responding, there is no evidence at present, but I suspect it is indeed the Wei family. I will not let Wei Ling go. She will face severe consequences in due time. At that moment, Su Muqing regarded Li Feng as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Previously, he had displayed the demeanor of a martial arts master, leaving her perplexed. Now, he exhibited remarkable logical reasoning and exceptional capability, suggesting that whatever Li Feng set his mind to, he could accomplish. Li Feng, tell me the truth. Who exactly are you? Su Muqing asked, her expression grave. Chapter 73. Shared bed and pillow. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback by Su Muqing's question, then feigned a playful demeanor, saying, Dear wife, I am your husband. Li Feng, how could you not recognize me? At that moment, Su Muqing was no longer so easily swayed by Li Feng's antics. Initially, she had believed that Li Feng's assistance stemmed from his acquaintance with Lu Hua of the Lu family. However, she now realized that Li Feng possessed abilities that had little to do with the Lu family. Li Feng, stop pretending to be frivolous. I know you are not that kind of person at your core. How long do you intend to deceive me? Su Muqing glared at Li Feng, who felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He recognized that Su Muqing had begun to discern the discrepancies in his behavior, and his previous tactics would no longer suffice. Wife, I cannot reveal my identity to you just yet, but I assure you, if you desire, I can offer you the world, Li Feng said earnestly. Su Muqing thought to herself that her suspicions had been correct. Li Feng was far from a mere husband and held many secrets. Li Feng, you must clarify this today. Is your situation connected to my father? Did my father know who you really are? Su Muqing's agitation grew with each word. She felt wronged, having believed Li Feng to be a mere useless husband, only to discover he harbored so many secrets. Li Feng understood that Su Muqing could not accept this revelation, so he replied, Wife, I cannot disclose my identity now, but I can promise you that if you wish, I will give you the entire world. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing could not help but chuckle at Li Feng's mysterious confidence. Li Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? The world? First, handle the company's affairs tomorrow, she said, rolling her eyes at him. Noticing her mood had brightened, Li Feng teasingly remarked, I will certainly take care of the company's issues tomorrow, but dear wife, do not forget what you promised me earlier. What did I promise you? Su Muqing replied, bewildered. Realizing she had forgotten, Li Feng responded, Wife, did you not say that if I resolved the company's matters, you would find a way to reward me? Now that he had the 3 videos in his possession, once they were released, the company's troubles would be resolved. Why not reward me tonight? He suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Su Muqing, taken aback by Li Feng's boldness, instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Li Feng, what do you think you're doing? Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious, she said, a hint of anger in her voice. Li Feng stepped closer to her, deliberately letting out a teasing laugh. How about I reward you tonight? You seem troubled and weary. As your husband, I could help relieve your fatigue with a massage. As he spoke, he lunged towards Su Muqing. Caught off guard, she failed to evade him in time. When Li Feng seized her, she attempted to struggle, but he whispered softly in her ear, Wife, lie still, and let me help you. Upon feeling his touch, Su Muqing found herself surprisingly relaxed. Li Feng, have you really learned to massage? She asked curiously. Seeing her so at ease, Li Feng beamed with pride. Of course. I am a trained professional, and possess a certification as a master masseur. However, I only provide massages to beautiful women. Ordinary folks are not fortunate enough. Su Muqing blushed at being called beautiful, a compliment every woman relishes. Yet, upon hearing that he massages other beauties, she immediately pressed, Li Feng, have you massaged other women before? Li Feng feigned concern, wife, are you feeling jealous? Please, who would be jealous of you? You're merely a live-in husband, lacking capability, and I doubt any beautiful woman would want to massage you, she retorted playfully. Li Feng, noticing her jealousy, teased further, you're mistaken. I've given massages to many lovely ladies, including Wei Ling. Each time, she found it quite enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing abruptly halted the massage and glared at him in outrage. You actually massaged Wei Ling? Realizing he had gone too far with his jest, Li Feng quickly clarified, I was joking. How could I massage someone as malicious as her? Besides, she pales in comparison to you. Su Muqing's anger dissipated upon hearing his words. I suspect you wish to massage Wei Ling. She is indeed quite beautiful, a woman any man would admire, she teased. Having learned his lesson from earlier, Li Feng refrained from praising Wei Ling. I will ensure she faces the consequences for her vile schemes against us. Rest assured, I won't let her off lightly, he declared, purposefully changing the subject. With that assurance, Su Muqing felt completely at ease. Perhaps due to the soothing massage, she soon drifted into slumber. Seeing her asleep, Li Feng lay beside her, wrapping his arms around her as he too succumbed to sleep. The following morning, when Li Feng awoke, Su Muqing was still asleep. To savor the moment a little longer, he kept his eyes closed. After a few minutes, Su Muqing finally stirred. Upon realizing that she was nestled beside Li Feng, who was still holding her, her heart raced with nervousness. However, she soon reminded herself that they had been married for over a year, and it was perfectly normal for a couple to share such moments. Li Feng, wake up. We have important matters to attend to, she called, gently pushing his hand away. With Su Muqing awake, Li Feng saw no need to feign sleep any longer. Once they were both up, they quickly made their way to the company. Upon arrival, they found the atmosphere in disarray. Employees were anxious, fearing the company was on the brink of collapse due to the news they had seen the previous day. CEO Su, the company we previously collaborated with, is waiting at the entrance. They demand compensation for their losses, Su Muqing's secretary reported urgently. Li Feng reassured Su Muqing, informing her that he had discovered evidence to prove the company's innocence. Just as he was about to summon the television reporters, Wei Ling from the Wei family appeared with several journalists at the company's entrance. Seeing Wei Ling, Su Muqing immediately confronted her. Ms. Wei, I did not invite you to our company. What is your intention in bringing so many reporters? Wei Ling cast a glance at Su Muqing and remarked, I have heard that due to material issues, many of your partners are demanding compensation, and according to the industry norms in Nanjing, you might end up paying over $1 billion. Is your small company not on the brink of bankruptcy? She continued, the Wei family is the second most prominent family in Nanjing, and I am willing to represent them in acquiring your company. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing realized Wei Ling's true intentions. Ms. Wei, while your family may hold a significant position in Nanjing, I did not invite your offer for acquisition. Moreover, your claim that my company will owe billions in compensation is quite ludicrous. Our building materials are unquestionably sound, Su Muqing asserted firmly. After making her point, she instructed Li Feng to present the video footage of the 3 workers from the previous night for the media to view. However, Li Feng opted not to produce the video just yet, suggesting they first observe Wei Ling's actions and later strike back at her. Your company has no issues with its materials? Ms. Su, it's time to face the reality. Which media outlet in Nanjing has not reported on your company's material problems? The companies currently collaborating with you are already waiting outside for compensation, Wei Ling declared, pointing to the throng gathered at Su Muqing's company entrance, eager for reparation. Chapter 74. Taken away by the police, the individuals seeking compensation noticed Su Muqing surrounded by reporters and rushed over to confront her. Ms. Su, the contract clearly states that should there be any material issues, you are liable for tenfold compensation. One of them exclaimed. Another added, now that clients have heard about your materials, they are shaking their heads in disbelief. You must compensate our losses. We will unite to sue your deceptive company if you refuse. Wei Ling reveled in the chaos as she watched the crowd confront Su Muqing. I have estimated that your small company lacks the funds to cover these claims. It seems the police might just have to take you away, she taunted. As the crowd pressed closer to Su Muqing, Li Feng positioned himself protectively in front of her, angrily challenging them. Who dares to lay a hand on her? The aggressors hesitated, deterred by his fierce demeanor and the presence of reporters. Wei-ling then scoffed, "No funds for compensation yet. You think to resort to violence? Li Feng, you truly are a waste of space. Wei-ling, I know you're behind this scheme. Your presence here is merely to facilitate the acquisition of Su's company." "Dream on," Li Feng retorted. Wei-ling dismissed him. "Li Feng, one must speak with evidence. Do you have proof of my supposed malice? Furthermore, whether I acquire your company is no longer your or Su Muqing's decision. With so many seeking compensation, bankruptcy is inevitable, and then I can acquire your company at a fraction of the cost." Heh. Li Feng realized her intentions were to acquire Su Muqing's company at a low price. "Wei-ling, you may be disappointed. The materials from the Su family are indeed flawless," he declared, then pulled out his phone to share the video of the three workers. Upon viewing the footage, the crowd began to understand that someone was indeed attempting to frame Su Muqing. Wei-ling clenched her teeth in frustration. Her plan to expose Su Muqing's company had inadvertently aided her. The videos, seen by the reporters, dispelled the rumors about the materials containing harmful substances. "Ms. Wei, I distinctly heard you accuse our materials of being faulty while simultaneously expressing interest in acquiring our company. It seems you are the one orchestrating this deceit," Li Feng exclaimed before promptly calling the police. His intention was to retaliate against Wei-ling and tarnish the Wei family's reputation. Though he knew he lacked concrete evidence to directly link her to the sabotage, nonetheless, her public statements warranted police inquiry. Minutes later, the police arrived, and after assessing the situation, they requested Wei-ling accompany them for questioning. Seeing Wei-ling being led away, Li Feng smirked. "Beautiful Wei, perhaps you should reconsider your nefarious schemes. Next time, you might find yourself truly imprisoned." Wei-ling seethed with anger, vowing to make Li Feng pay dearly. The assembled reporters, realizing that the issues surrounding Su's company had been clarified and that the general manager of the Wei family was now being taken away by the police, were left in stunned silence. "Shouldn't you return to report on this explosive news? The Wei family is the second most powerful in Nanqing, and their leader, Wei-ling, has been apprehended," Li Feng urged them. The reporters, inspired by his words, quickly began to jot down notes, eager to report the unfolding drama. Those who had sought compensation now regretted their earlier accusations. "Miss Su, we sincerely apologize. We were misled by those unscrupulous reporters," one admitted. Another chimed in, "Indeed. We have always had faith in the Su family's materials. It was unimaginable for there to be any issues, especially after our long-standing collaboration." Understanding that these individuals still wished to maintain their partnership, given that her company had ties with the Liu and Lu families, Su Muqing replied, "Very well. Let us continue our collaboration. You may all return now." After saying this, she followed Li Feng back into the company. The internal staff had already heard about the events at the entrance, and with the company's integrity reaffirmed, they became even more diligent in their work. Moments later, Su Muqing gathered all employees for a meeting. "I would like to announce that Li Feng has been promoted to vice president of the company. Additionally, I wish to clarify a personal matter. Li Feng is actually my husband." With that, she displayed their marriage certificate to the employees. The revelation shocked everyone, but applause soon erupted. The most astonished of all was the plump security guard, who stared at Li Feng in disbelief. Recognizing the awkwardness among some employees, Li Feng interjected, "Let us all continue working diligently. Do not treat me differently as your superior." His words were official, as he had not anticipated Su Muqing's decision to promote him to vice president, nor her public acknowledgement of their relationship. In Su Muqing's office, Li Feng complained, "Wife, this was rather sudden. You didn't inform me about my promotion beforehand, nor did you forewarn me about revealing our relationship. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Su Muqing, feigning innocence, replied, "Li Feng, are you upset by my actions? If I were to reveal all your secrets, wouldn't I be furious daily?" "Ah, dear wife, you are indeed correct. However, I did resolve the company issue, so shouldn't you reward me appropriately?" Li Feng said as he reached to embrace Su Muqing. She swiftly stopped him. "Didn't I already reward you last night? What more do you want? You can't be greedy." "What? Last night was just me giving you a massage. Does that count as a reward?" Li Feng protested, dissatisfied. Su Muqing chuckled softly upon hearing Li Feng's words, then, with a serious expression, replied, "Even if last night was not what you think, promoting you to the position of vice general manager is a reward in itself. Is it not? Furthermore, announcing our relationship in front of so many employees is also a form of recognition." Li Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the promised reward had evaporated. Nonetheless, The memory of holding Su Muqing throughout the night filled him with joy. Noticing his subtle smile, Su Muqing immediately inquired, "Li Feng, what are you laughing about?" Li Feng initially contemplated mentioning the comfort of their shared slumber but refrained, fearing it would upset her. Instead, he replied, "Dear, I just saw Wei Ling being taken away by the police, which delighted me. She had intended to come and mock us, bringing along several reporters from various media outlets. Yet, the news they covered was about her own arrest. Isn't that amusing?" Su Muqing smiled upon hearing this. However, Li Feng understood that the video footage of the three workers could only affirm the legitimacy of Su Muqing's company materials. It would not suffice to implicate Wei Ling from the Wei family as the orchestrator. If my intuition serves me right, Wei Ling will soon be released by the police. As we lack evidence to directly link her to the instigation, he remarked. Recognizing the validity of his analysis, Su Muqing asked what they should do next. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng proposed, "Do you recall the materials from the Wang family?" "Of course, those are the excellent anti-soil materials, and we have procured some already," Su Muqing responded. "I suggest we acquire more from the Wang family immediately. This latex paint is not only superb in preventing stains, but also environmentally friendly. I have previously examined several barrels. We must swiftly utilize these new materials to seize the market in South City, thus preventing the Wei family from regaining their footing," Li Feng asserted. Su Muqing wholeheartedly agreed with Li Feng's plan and subsequently contacted Wang Tian from the Wang family to secure additional supplies. Upon leaving the police station, Wei Ling wore a disgruntled expression and promptly called Wang Tian. "What is going on? You said Su Muqing's company was doomed this time. Yet, it appears she is completely unscathed," Wei Ling complained. They were merely fortunate this time. However, Su Muqing has already fallen into a trap, having procured goods worth 100 million. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold," Wang Tian replied with a cunning grin. Chapter 75. Spinning to avert disaster. After resolving issues within her company, Su Muqing followed Li Feng's advice and placed the newly acquired goods on the market for sale. The Wang family's innovative materials had yet to appear in the marketplace, and sales at Su Muqing's construction material stores flourished. Numerous renovation and construction companies approached her for collaboration. Today, Su Muqing felt elated and called her mother, Wang Xiaoling, suggesting a family dinner to celebrate. However, Wang Xiaoling informed her that a feast was already prepared at home. Thus, Su Muqing and Li Feng happily returned home. Upon opening the door, Su Muqing was taken aback by the sight before her. The walls, furniture, and even the television and air conditioner were adorned with yellow talismans. A Taoist priest clad in a yellow robe stood in the room, wielding a wooden sword and chanting incantations. Realizing the source of this peculiar scene, Li Feng sensed that it was Wang Xiaoling's doing. "Mom, weren't we supposed to have dinner? What is all this?" Su Muqing asked in bewilderment. Seeing her daughter return, Wang Xiaoling quickly pulled Su Muqing aside. "Daughter, dinner can wait. Today, I have finally invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual at home. He has already begun the ceremony," Wang Xiaoling explained. Su Muqing, unable to tolerate her mother's superstitions, retorted, "Mom, this is excessive. If you want to drive Li Feng away, just say so instead of claiming he brings bad luck. You can stay here alone while Li Feng and I move out." After saying this, Su Muqing angrily sank onto the sofa. Wang Xiaoling was taken aback by her daughter's declaration of moving out with Li Feng and felt anger rising within her. However, she directed her ire towards Li Feng instead of Su Muqing. "Taoist, look, this is the one. He is the source of all misfortune. You must help me," Wang Xiaoling exclaimed, pointing at Li Feng. Standing by the door, Li Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond. As this was his first encounter with such a situation, he had never imagined that Wang Xiaoling would actually invite a Taoist priest to deal with him. Yet, hearing Su Muqing express a desire to stay with him touched his heart. After Wang Xiaoling's outburst, she grew impatient as the Taoist priest remained inactive. "Li Feng, you worthless fool. Not only are you incompetent, but you also wish to bring misfortune upon our family. If you had any conscience at all, you would leave." Wang Xiaoling finally unleashed her frustration on Li Feng. Hearing such harsh words from her mother, Su Muqing was about to defend Li Feng when the Taoist priest suddenly pointed his wooden sword at Li Feng. "He is indeed a harbinger of misfortune, but there is no need to expel him. He is your family now," the Taoist affirmed. Wang Xiaoling immediately refuted, "No, he is not family. He is an outsider. My daughter is my family." Unable to tolerate the disrespect, Su Muqing interjected, "Mom, Li Feng has been married to me for over a year. He is my family." Wang Xiaoling responded with a scoff. "Li Feng, Having heard the Taoist's assertion that he need not leave, contemplated whether he could communicate with the priest. Although he was not superstitious, he recognized that Wang Xiuling held faith in this Taoist. He cared little for Wang Xiuling's opinions, but as she was Su Muqing's mother, he felt compelled to navigate this situation delicately. Taoist, what do you mean by not needing to expel me? Li Feng inquired. The Taoist replied, though you are indeed a bearer of misfortune, I can perform a ritual to expel the negative energy from within you. This way, you will no longer bear misfortune, and your family will be spared from its effects. Li Feng regarded the Taoist's words as sheer nonsense. However, since he was not being expelled, it merely seemed a matter of paying the Taoist for his services. Then please proceed with the ritual to rid me of this misfortune, Li Feng stated. Su Muqing was taken aback by Li Feng's sudden belief in superstitions and was about to intervene when Li Feng shot her a glance, conveying his intent. Su Muqing understood that given Li Feng's character and approach to matters, had it not been for her mother, he might have already argued or confronted the Taoist. Reflecting on this, Su Muqing recognized that Li Feng had indeed made considerable sacrifices for her sake. Upon hearing Li Feng's request, the Taoist extended a finger. Li Feng quickly grasped the implication. This was a fee akin to the previous encounter with the elderly master at the park. Does this mean the cost to rid me of misfortune is 100,000? Li Feng asked. Observing the Taoist's demeanor, Li Feng suspected the cost would be higher than that of the master at the park, who had charged 1,000. The Taoist shook his head, not 100,000, but 1 million. Wang Xiuling gasped at the mention of 1 million. What? 1 million? Forget it. It would be better to simply expel him. Li Feng was equally astonished by the Taoist's exorbitant demand. After considering it, he surmised that the Taoist must have learned about Su Muqing's company and realized they were financially stable, hence the inflated price. While Su Muqing initially intended to endure the situation as long as her mother did not force Li Feng to leave, the Taoist's demand of 1 million was simply intolerable. Enough. There is no million. Mother, please take this talisman away quickly. If you continue with your superstitions, I will truly lose my temper, Su Muqing exclaimed, her voice echoing with frustration. Wang Xiuling was taken aback by Su Muqing's loud outburst and her harsh tone, causing tears to well up in her eyes. My dear daughter, I only want what is best for you. If we allow that ill-fated Li Feng to remain in our home, misfortune will surely follow. I am aware of the troubles your company faces, all because of him. Wang Xiuling lamented, tears streaming down her face. Su Muqing's heart softened at the sight of her mother in distress, and she found it difficult to remain angry. Mother, I have repeatedly told you not to entertain such superstitions. I assure you, the company is now stable. We have partnered with the prestigious Wang family from Nanqing. Is Li Feng still a bearer of misfortune? Su Muqing asserted. She anticipated that her words would silence her mother, yet unexpectedly, the Taoist priest in his yellow robe chuckled. Did I not tell you the truth? With just a brief invocation, I have already improved your daughter's fortune. That 100,000 was not spent in vain, he said with a grin directed at Wang Xiuling. Wang Xiuling quickly grasped the situation and her faith in the Taoist priest strengthened. Master, your skills are indeed remarkable. Thank you. Just for that 100,000, you have resolved my daughter's recent troubles. Do you still consider me superstitious? Li Feng realized that to win over Wang Xiuling, he would have to play along with the Taoist priest. Master, your abilities are impressive, and I am willing to believe in your powers. I will provide the million. Please assist me in dispelling this ill fortune that clings to me, Li Feng stated. The Taoist priest, seeing that Li Feng was finally willing to part with his money, smiled. Excellent. I will now enchant this peachwood sword and use it to strike you. After 49 strikes, your misfortune will be expelled. Upon hearing that the priest intended to strike him, Li Feng was somewhat displeased but quickly devised a plan. Please, master, conduct your ritual in my room. It is quieter there and more conducive to your practice, he suggested. The Taoist priest agreed and followed Li Feng to his room. Su Muqing, initially reluctant to allow Li Feng to be swindled out of 1 million, ultimately consented for her mother's peace of mind. Mother, is this acceptable? Expel the misfortune from Li Feng, she urged. Wang Xiuling replied, let us wait and see what the master says. If he deems it fine, I shall allow Li Feng to continue residing here. Just as she finished speaking, a series of anguished cries erupted from Li Feng's room. Ouch! Ah! He shouted. Su Muqing was taken aback by the intensity of the Taoist strikes and attempted to enter, but Wang Xiuling held her back. Dear daughter, do not interrupt the master's ritual. She chuckled to herself. Minutes later, Li Feng emerged, his expression contorted with pain. Wang Xiuling, noticing his distress, chuckled. Li Feng, can you not endure? It seems the master has yet to expel your misfortune. Perhaps he should strike a few more times to be safe. Li Feng understood that Wang Xiuling was deliberately seeking revenge on him. No, the master has already expelled my misfortune. He now wishes to see you, claiming you have been infected by my ill fate, and that he will assist you in ridding yourself of it. Wang Xiuling froze, not wishing to endure the same treatment as Li Feng. However, before she could protest further, the Taoist priest emerged and informed her, "Indeed, you carry a fair share of misfortune. Hurry inside, and I shall expel it." Chapter 76. Revenge on Wang Xiuling. Wang Xiuling was not keen on facing the same fate as Li Feng under the Taoist's hand. "Master, how could I possibly have any ill fortune? Please, continue with Li Feng," she insisted. The Taoist shook his head. "That cannot be. Due to your prolonged association with him, both of you have absorbed his misfortune. I have expelled his, and now it is your turn." Su Muqing was alarmed at the thought of undergoing the same treatment. "What misfortune? Mother, have you not caused enough trouble?" she retorted angrily. Wang Xiuling hesitated, torn between her fear of being struck and the dread of truly having been affected by Li Feng's misfortune. In the end, she steeled herself and entered the room, casting a glance back at Su Muqing. "Daughter, we cannot let that million go to waste." Seeing Wang Xiuling's resolve, Li Feng secretly reveled in the situation. Su Muqing, noticing Li Feng's delight, quickly deduced that he was orchestrating the events. As soon as Wang Xiuling and the Taoist entered, Su Muqing confronted Li Feng. "Li Feng, what are you planning?" Without responding, he simply pointed to the room, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Soon, Wang Xiuling's screams echoed again. "Ouch! Oh my goodness!" Hearing her cries, Li Feng's amusement only grew. Realizing that Li Feng had likely set this up, Su Muqing rushed to intervene, but he blocked her path. Seriousness etched on his face. "Wife, do not disrupt the master's work. If you recklessly enter, you may ruin his ritual, and your mother will have suffered for nothing." Su Muqing was unconvinced and rolled her eyes at Li Feng before storming inside. Yet, within a minute, she re-emerged, still hearing her mother's cries. "What happened? Why did you not stop the Taoist from striking your mother? I can hardly bear to listen." Su Muqing glared at Li Feng, anger radiating from her. "Li Feng, do not think I am oblivious to your schemes. My mother is not as young as you. What if she gets hurt?" Li Feng winced as she pinched his ear, realizing the gravity of her displeasure. "Ah, dear wife, I was wrong. I will tell the master to cease his actions." Upon hearing this, Su Muqing relaxed her grip. "Hurry inside," she urged. Reluctantly, Li Feng complied. When Su Muqing had previously interrupted the Taoist priest, he had yet to speak, but Wang Xiuling had already begun. "Daughter, you must leave. Do not hinder the master. If you disturb him, he might miscast his spell, causing your mother to suffer even more." Realizing the truth in her mother's words, Su Muqing exited, contemplating the consequences of her mother's actions. Shortly after, Li Feng, the Taoist priest, and Wang Xiuling emerged. Li Feng had previously restrained the Taoist from using his full strength on Wang Xiuling, and the priest had only exerted half his power. Nonetheless, that was sufficient to leave Wang Xiuling in discomfort. "Mother, are you all right?" Su Muqing rushed to check on her. "Dear daughter, I have endured. It was painful, but I managed. Now, you should go in," Wang Xiuling urged. Su Muqing was reluctant to follow suit, but at that moment, Li Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the Taoist priest. "Your daughter must be treated by her husband," the priest declared. "Why?" Wang Xiuling inquired, confused. The Taoist priest cleverly replied, "Because while I was casting a spell on your son-in-law, I transferred a portion of my power to him. That is why I required the million. You have essentially gained a portion of my strength." Wang Xiuling, increasingly perplexed, asked, "If I now possess a part of your power, why do I not feel anything at all?" The Taoist priest in the yellow robe, observing Wang Xiuling's skepticism, continued to weave his tale. "You possess none of my powers, for my abilities can only be bestowed upon men. You are a woman, therefore, I cannot transfer my energy into your being. Earlier, I exerted too much force, so I am unable to cast a spell on your daughter now. However, fear not, for your son-in-law currently harbors my energy, and with the might of this peachwood sword, he can still exorcise the negative influences plaguing your daughter." Wang Xiuling, bewildered by the priest's words, found herself in a daze. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "Well, the money has been spent. My dear daughter, endure a little and allow Li Feng to assist you," she urged Su Muqing. Hearing Wang Xiuling's insistence, Li Feng hastily seized the peachwood sword and pulled Su Muqing into the room. As Wang Xiaoling watched her daughter being led away, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if Su Muqing were about to be mistreated by Li Feng, causing her great discomfort. Once inside, Li Feng adopted an air of false mastery, brandishing the peachwood sword with feigned bravado. My dear wife, in order to expel the negative energy within you, I shall not hold back. Confused, Su Muqing gazed at Li Feng and inquired about his intentions. Li Feng, deliberately feigning a lascivious demeanor, pointed the sword toward the bed and urged, "Hurry, lie down on the bed. I shall be gentle." After uttering those words, he struggled to suppress his laughter. Su Muqing glared at him, annoyance evident on her face. "Li Feng, have you had your fun yet? You just had that charlatan priest perform a spell on my mother, and now you wish to bully me? I demand that you lie down on the bed." As she spoke, she lunged for the peachwood sword, prompting Li Feng to seize the opportunity and embrace her. Trapped in his arms, Su Muqing could not escape and resorted to feigning anger. "Li Feng, let me go at once, or I shall truly be angry." Upon hearing her words, Li Feng reluctantly released her. "My dear, I was merely jesting. Why are you genuinely upset?" he said, a hint of grievance in his tone. Taking hold of Li Feng's peachwood sword, Su Muqing pointed to the bed and commanded, "Now, you shall lie down on the bed." "Why?" Li Feng asked, perplexed. With a cold huff, Su Muqing replied, "To receive a spanking." Realizing that she was indeed angry, Li Feng complied to placate her and lay down on the bed. "I am ready. Will you truly have the heart to strike me?" he asked, turning to feign a pitiful expression. Seeing his demeanor, Su Muqing lightly tapped his backside with the sword. To her surprise, Li Feng yelped, "Ouch, my goodness." His exclamation startled Wang Xiaoling, who had been eavesdropping outside. She had anticipated that her daughter would be the one to cry out, but now it was Li Feng. "Daughter, what on earth is happening?" She knocked on the door, inquiring. In a panic, Su Muqing responded, "Mother, it's nothing. It seems Li Feng exerted too much energy and injured himself, but he is fine now." Upon hearing that Li Feng had miscast a spell, Wang Xiaoling's concern shifted from him to her daughter, prompting her to enter and check. Fortunately, the Taoist priest intervened, assuring Wang Xiaoling that Li Feng's initial misfire was inconsequential and could be rectified, warning that any interruption could lead to more severe consequences. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaoling awaited outside. Inside, Su Muqing glared at Li Feng. "Li Feng, I barely tapped you, yet you screamed for my mother's benefit, didn't you?" she accused. Li Feng, unable to deny it, chuckled. "Oh dear wife, your gentle tap on my rear startled me, and my emotions got the best of me. I shall be more mindful and keep my voice down. Please, continue." Seeing his antics, Su Muqing discarded the peachwood sword. "What is the point of this? You must devise a way to convince my mother that the negative energy has been expelled from me." Li Feng responded, "That is simple. My dear, lie down on the bed as I did earlier, and I shall lightly tap you while you feign a scream."